Chapter 1, Apprentice, please pause. Lingfu Mountain, Qingyun Peak. Master, your disciple is unfilial today. I must descend the mountain to inherit my family's legacy. I hope you take care. A melancholy voice rang out from outside. Inside, a middle-aged man dressed in white wore a look of bitter despair, lacking even the heart to glance at his disciple. He was Shen An, and he had been in this world for quite some time. He had expected to embark on a path of grandeur and dominance, but was instead met with a naturally inept body and obstructed meridians by the time he arrived here. The original owner was already over 30, devoid of any opportunity to change his fate. Over a decade ago, the former master of Qingyun Peak and his disciples had perished in a cataclysmic battle against a dark sect, leaving only the original owner as the last remnant. Out of compassion, the master of Lingfu Mountain had exceptionally bestowed the position of Peak Master upon him, despite his mere latest-stage physique training. The only disciple to later enter Qingyun Peak was Murong Tian, the very youth now declaring his intention to return home to embrace his family's fortune. The reason for Murong Tian's entry was that he was just as much a waste as Shen An, possessing abysmal talent and only achieving mid-stage physique training over 2 years. Now, even this disciple intended to abandon him, this lonesome elder, to inherit the family estate. Oh heavens, have you sent me here to endure torment? While others traverse realms to become majestic emperors, I can scarcely lift a blade or chase a bird, relegated to the status of a mere peak master on this insignificant mountaintop, and subject to ridicule. Even if I am not fated for kingship, at least grant me a few beautiful wives, and I could lead a blissful life. How I despise this. I wish for death. Strike me down with a bolt of lightning. Shen An pounded his chest in frustration. Boom! A flash of lightning seared across the clear sky, sending him scurrying beneath the table. Once he noted the stillness outside, he resumed cursing, though this time it was merely in his mind. Damn it! You ignore my pleas for wives, but rush to deliver lightning. Is this not tormenting the honest? Master, I am departing. Do take care. Just as Shen An simmered in indignation, a series of thump-thump-thump sounds echoed from outside, followed by footsteps gradually fading away. Sigh. He sighed, feeling a twinge of regret at his disciple's departure. Though Murong Tian's talent was lacking, he held great respect for his master. Now that he was gone, he would be left without even someone to serve him tea. Detected that the host is about to sever his master-disciple connection, activating the good apprentice cultivation system. Huh? What on earth is a good apprentice cultivation system? Shen An was bewildered, then suddenly elated. Indeed, the heavens had seen fit to bestow upon him a golden finger as a transmigrator. How does this system operate? He inwardly inquired with anticipation. Can it help me break through my cultivation? Not possible. This system is designed to assist the host in nurturing his disciple. By completing tasks, the disciple's adoration can be enhanced, granting item rewards. Can the rewards help me to break through? Host is truly delightful, but still not possible. Shen An's expression darkened. If he couldn't achieve breakthroughs, what use was it? Mission issued. Win back Murong Tian. Completion rewards. Skill card pack X1, skill inheritance card X1, lottery chance X1. Failure will result in, what happens if I fail? It won't lead to obliteration, will it? Shen An's heart tightened. No, if the mission fails, the system will forcibly compel the host to practice the exorcism sword technique. Whoosh! A chill swept over Shen An, causing him to feel a shiver down his spine. He bolted out the door in alarm. To lose what makes a man truly a man, such indignity. While he could not break through his cultivation, that skill card should still prove useful. He could save up powerful cards and become a master of cards. Disciple, sweet disciple, please pause. Outside, burdened with various belongings, Murong Tian momentarily froze, turning to look back. He beheld his master hastily pursuing him, his expression vastly different from the gloomy countenance one would expect. Master, what is it? Disciple, do you truly intend to abandon your master and venture down the mountain alone? Shen An took a deep breath, forcing an expression of tragic sorrow as if to shed tears. If you leave, what am I to do? Can you bear the thought of leaving me all alone in this mountain, destined to age in solitude? Murong Tian lowered his gaze, resolutely stating, "Master need not worry. Once I descend, I will have my family send 10 maidservants up the mountain. I will ensure you are never lonely." Shen An paused, inadvertently asking, "Are the maidservants beautiful?" "Of course, as lovely as flowers with fair skin." Listening to Murong Tian's words, Shen An felt a flicker of desire, but cleared his throat, hastily interrupting to adopt a solemn demeanor. "Ahem, Master desires not maidservants. I simply wish for you to remain upon the mountain." Murong Tian raised an eyebrow, stepping back to shield his unbloomed flower, his expression somewhat peculiar. Desiring not maidservants. But himself, what sort of wolfish thoughts are these? "Master, I am grateful for your nurturing over these past 2 years, but I have made my decision. Please do not try to dissuade me." Murong Tian shook his head, his resolve unyielding. Shen An furrowed his brow. "You truly must leave? Indeed. Could you not remain just for your master?" Murong Tian scrutinized the middle-aged man before him, his temples tinged with gray, feeling doubt stir within. "Why is my master acting so differently today? Normally, he rarely ventured out, spoke little to him, and simply tossed aside some cultivation books for him to ponder, largely ignoring him. Today, hearing of his departure, has the shock been too great, causing his mind to falter? I entered Lingfu Mountain to cultivate. Yet in these 2 years, my progress has been." Murong Tian's gaze fell, aware of his mere mid-stage physique training. "Progress takes time. Look at me. I am nearly 40 and have only reached latest-stage physique training," Shen An earnestly reasoned. However, this only deepened Murong Tian's melancholy. "To be honest, 2 years ago, my fiancée came to sever our engagement. In a moment of anger, I made a 3-year pact with her. Now, 2 years have passed, and I have yet to catch up to her cultivation at the time." Shen An was taken aback. A 3-year pact with a fiancée? He had never been privy to the intricacies of his disciple's life, not realizing such stories lay beneath the surface. Yet this 3-year pact, why does it seem so familiar? "Master, I recognize my limited talent. I would surely be no match for that illustrious daughter. Such a 3-year pact, it can only be laughed at." Murong Tian spoke bitterly, his eyes filled with despair. In youthful arrogance, he had made bold claims of a 3-year pact. Yet now, 2 years had passed, and he was still merely at the physique training level. Should he keep his promise, it would only lead to mockery. "What do you mean? My disciple is not inferior to anyone." A resounding voice broke through, surprising Murong Tian as he looked up. Shen An stood with his hands clasped behind his back, framed by the warm rising sun, his eyes deep and distant. "Let her be a gifted daughter, my disciple." Shen An's worth is not for the likes of her to belittle. With a year remaining of that pact, I will find a way to elevate your cultivation. But if you yourself give up, you will truly become the subject of ridicule. Shen An's gaze was fierce, his voice earnest as he spoke. "Remember, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not underestimate the poor youth." As the young man's dull eyes sparkled with light upon hearing this, he felt his heartbeat quicken, blood surging with renewed fervor. Indeed, there remained over half a year. Could he truly abandon all hope? Would he allow the humiliation of being rejected engagement to swallow him whole? Do not underestimate the poor youth. Murong Tian clenched his fists, clearing the despondency from his eyes, resolving to speak with newfound determination. "Master, I will not leave. Even if there is only a year left, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to cultivating on Qingyun Peak." Mission to retain Murong Tian complete. Rewards: Skill Card Pack X1, Skill Inheritance Card, including entry-level experience, and Selectable Skill Inheritance X1, Lottery Chance X1. Hearing the voice resonate in his mind, Shen An couldn't help but let a smile creep across his face. Here he comes, she is arriving with a cheat at last. Chapter 2. The Master bestows upon you a sword, capable of opening the gates of heaven. Open the gift bag. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen An spoke eagerly in his mind. Acquired a sword to open the gates of heaven, Celestial Spirit Realm, Consumption Card X1, Cloud Dispelling Palm, Qi Realm, Duration Card X5, Martial Artists cultivate their bodies, Qi, and return to origin. These are the lower 3 realms. The Earth Spirit, Celestial Spirit, and Shen An comprise the middle three realms. As for the upper three realms of Nirvana, Void Breaking, and True Ancestor, they have never appeared in the entire Da'an dynasty. A skill card from the Celestial Spirit realm implies that if he accumulates several thousand more, he could practically roam freely within the Da'an dynasty. Shen An was elated. The name of this skill alone sounded immensely powerful. Just as he was about to continue drawing from the lottery, Murong Tian looked at him, puzzled, his eyes wide in disbelief, and furrowed his brow. Master, what is the matter? Ah! Shen An snapped back to reality, chuckling awkwardly. It's just that I'm somewhat relieved to see you wish to stay. Rest assured, my dear disciple, with me as your master, I will ensure you redeem your past shame within a year. Murong Tian said with fervor, determination etched on his face. Indeed, I will personally ascend the gates of Tianxue sect to challenge Qin Xianyue. Very well, maintain this momentum. Shen An suddenly froze, staring intently at the youth before him. Where did you say you were going to challenge him? Murong Tian blinked and replied, Tianxue sect, Qin Xianyue. That Qin Xianyue, the direct disciple of the Tianxue sect's leader, who has now reached the return to Origin Realm. Yes, that's her. Shen An's expression fell, a bitter taste in his mouth. Disciple, perhaps it would be best for you to descend the mountain. To his astonishment, Murong Tian's fiancée, he was none other than the rare prodigy of the Tianxue sect, a talent not seen in a century. If she were merely an ordinary Qi Si realm practitioner, he could concoct some potions to elevate Murong Tian, but his opponent was Qin Xianyue, the very same Qin Xianyue who had reached the return to Origin Realm at merely 16 and was poised to break through to the middle three realms before turning 18. Ah, master, what did you say? Murong Tian blinked, thinking he had misheard. Host, please reconsider. The exorcising sword technique is always at your disposal. Shen An took a deep breath. It's nothing. Just put your belongings away for now. All right. The youth, filled with determination, eagerly returned with his bundles. As soon as he left, Shen An's expression turned sour. What to do? If Murong Tian didn't see any hope for a breakthrough in the remaining year, he would descend the mountain. Once his only disciple left, his precious carrot head would be at risk. Rather than lose his carrot head, he might as well dash himself against a tofu block. By the way, I still have one lottery chance left. Shen An's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly inquired about the prize pool in his mind. The host has a chance to draw techniques or martial arts that can be inherited by disciples. 9th grade heavenly pills, dragon pearls, phoenix blood, Qilin essence, divine weapons, celestial artifacts, supreme bones, and other unparalleled treasures. Upon hearing the introduction, Shen An felt a surge of hope. If he could draw just one of these items, wouldn't there still be a chance? Quickly, let us draw. As he spoke impatiently, a virtual roulette swiftly began to spin before him, dazzlingly bright. Under his anxious gaze, the pointer gradually slowed, passing by dragon pearls, phoenix blood, the Excalibur, and many other radiant treasures, ultimately coming to a halt on a tattered green orb. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 3rd grade alchemist experience, with an additional gift of 10 2nd grade body refining pills and 1 3rd grade marrow cleansing pill recipe. Shen An's lips twitched. System, is your father surnamed Ma? Please do not jest. Does the carrot head no longer want it? Fine, you're ruthless. Upholding the notion that a hero does not engage in petty quarrels with a small system, Shen An chose to swallow his frustration for the moment as a wealth of alchemical knowledge flooded into his mind. Master, not far away, the youth scampered over, eyes sparkling with excitement. Master, how should I proceed with my cultivation? Shen An reined in his thoughts, gazing at the expectant Murong Tian, hands clasped behind his back, looking out towards the horizon as if embodying a reclusive sage. Disciple, do you know what realm of power can split mountains and sever rivers, walking upon the winds? Murong Tian's eyes shone with longing, his heart ablaze. To walk upon the winds, such a powerful being must at least possess the strength of the middle 3 realms. Am I correct? Then do you believe they could cleave the heavens with a single sword? Murong Tian was taken aback, glancing up at the boundless clouds, shaking his head. How could human strength contend with the heavens and the earth? Even a powerful being of the middle 3 realms should be incapable of opening the heavens, right? Seeing his disbelief, Shen An smiled knowingly, his eyes glinting with depth. Today, I shall impart to you a sword technique. Once you reach mastery, you will be able to cleave the heavens and part the earth, traversing the 9 provinces and 10 domains. Ah! Murong Tian's mouth fell agape, his expression laced with skepticism. He found it hard to believe that his modest master, who was merely at the late stage of body refinement, could possess such a formidable sword technique. To cleave the heavens and the earth, it must at least be a heavenly grade martial art, right? Do you not believe me? Shen An regarded him with a bemused smile. Murong Tian fell silent, but his expression revealed his thoughts. Shen An said no more, simply tapping his fingertip to the youth's brow, discreetly using the inheritance card. Disciple, today I bestow upon you a sword. This sword can open the gates of heaven. A fierce wind surged, causing their robes to flutter and hair to dance wildly. Murong Tian was momentarily stunned, his brow ablaze with warmth as the scene before him transformed. A figure, resembling his master, soared through the winds, raising a sword, its aura stretching 3,000 miles, causing the heavens and earth to cry out in tremor. The boundless skies parted, revealing a world dimmed by the unparalleled sword energy. At first glance, it seemed as though even the heavens had been cleaved asunder by that one sword. The youth was astonished, even forgetting to breathe, lost in the astonishing vision of that world-shattering sword. Such a fierce and unparalleled sword technique truly existed in this world, and it had been bestowed upon him by his master. Once the image of the sword-wielding figure vanished, Murong Tian remained in a daze, deeply gazing at the middle-aged man in white, who had already folded his hands behind his back, standing at the cliff's edge, gazing into the distant clouds. The gentle breeze lifted the corners of his garment, revealing 2 strands of silver hair at his temples, imparting an ethereal and enigmatic aura. Disciple is deeply grateful for Master's gift of the sword. Without hesitation, Murong Tian knelt down, bowing 3 times with resounding thuds. Standing at the cliff's edge, Shen An's complexion turned pale, silently cursing under his breath. Damn it. The system never mentioned that using the inheritance card would consume such immense energy, akin to visiting every household in the red light district, nearly draining him dry. Murong Tian's admiration value 300, current admiration level. 3. Acquired special youth restoration pill, reverses aging. X3 Shen An's lips twitched again. What use is this item? Does the system believe he is handsome? If he were to age prematurely like this, it would indeed be a pity. Chapter 3. With a master present, no one shall drive you away. Shen An retrieved a rejuvenating pill and swallowed it as the medicinal essence coursed through him. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes dissipated at a visible pace. Although he still appeared middle-aged, he now exuded an air of ethereal grace. His silver hair, while striking, lent him an otherworldly presence, further enhanced by the reduction of his wrinkles, which added to his dignity. The earlier depletion of his inheritance card now seemed like a distant memory, and he slowly turned, his face alight with a smile as he beheld the kneeling Murong Tian. Once a worthless disciple, he now appeared as a prized possession in Shen An's eyes. Even if he himself could not break through, the prospect of utilizing several million mid- and upper-tier skill cards on his disciple seemed akin to invincibility, that at worst, he could simply become a master of cards, allowing his disciple to claim the title of supreme ruler. "Get up, my disciple," he said, taking a couple of steps forward to assist the fervently kneeling youth to his feet. With this sword technique, should he elevate his realm in the days to come, the outcome of a year hence could remain uncertain. Shen An placed a bottle of pills in Murong Tian's hands, his tone earnest. "Disciple, here are 10 body-refining pills for you to consume. Strive to break through as soon as possible." "Thank you, Master," Murong Tian exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at his seemingly rejuvenated master. Though his family possessed an abundance of pills, the sword technique was unprecedented. In the 2 years since ascending the mountain, this was the first glimmer of hope he had encountered. Admiration value 30. Shen An nodded slightly, preparing to utter further words of encouragement to boost his admiration value when a cacophony of shouts suddenly erupted from the mountain path. "Murong Tian, get out here! Damn it, you've grown bold today, haven't you? Not even bothering with the rubbish. And now I've been severely reprimanded by the steward." Murong Tian furrowed his brow, sensing trouble. The one shouting was Zhang Shan from the miscellaneous department. This was a predicament. Zhang Shan, a late-stage body refinement practitioner, often flaunted his power due to a cousin in the law enforcement hall, routinely taking on numerous tasks and leaving them for other disciples to complete while pocketing the rewards. Murong Tian had intended to leave Lingfu Mountain today and had forgotten about this matter, but he never expected others would come looking for him now. Shen An frowned, puzzled by the situation. As a direct disciple of the Peak Master, why would he be tasked with such menial labor? It quickly dawned on him that the low standing of Qingyun Peak in Lingfu Mountain had led to Murong Tian being looked down upon, even regarded as a mere handyman. He had not bothered to pay attention to Murong Tian these past few days, leaving him uninformed about this. Seeing Shen An's furrowed brow, Murong Tian mistakenly thought it was due to his neglect of duties, and he hurriedly stammered, "Master, please don't be angry. I will go at once." "Stop!" A stern voice rang out just as he turned to leave. Murong Tian felt a surge of anxiousness, lowering his head in silence. "The reason I have not interfered with you these past 2 years is merely to temper your character. Now that you are sufficiently tempered, all you need to do is focus on your cultivation." Admiration value 10. Murong Tian was taken aback, his eyes brimming with emotion that, it turns out, Master had been training him all along. "But it might be difficult to explain to senior brother Zhang," he hesitated. "With me as your master, who would dare to force you?" Shen An replied coldly. No sooner had he spoken than a derisive laugh echoed nearby. The mountain's entrance. A burly man with squinting eyes approached, his expression mocking. "Shen An, just because you've been given the title of Peak Master, you think you've gained some weight. Make him go and pick up the rubbish, or else, when the steward comes down hard, you'll be in for it. How dare you?" Murong Tian's face flushed with anger at the audacity of someone calling his master by name. Shen An's expression darkened as he fixed his cold gaze upon the intruder. "What did you just call me?" Zhang Shan frowned. "Did you not hear? I said bang." A dull thud echoed as before he could finish his sentence, a flash of light struck him, sending him hurtling backward to the ground, his chest feeling as though it had been struck with great force, pain surging through him. Murong Tian stared in bewilderment at Shen An, who calmly withdrew his hand, momentarily taken aback. His master. Wasn't he in the late stage of body refinement? "Shen An, how dare you strike me?" Zhang Shan exclaimed, clutching his chest as he struggled to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. "My cousin is Wang Hu from the law enforcement hall. You asking for death? Regardless of who you are tied to, if you dare to run rampant on Qingyun Peak, do not blame me for being merciless." Shen An snorted coldly and, taking advantage of the 5-minute window before it expired, unleashed the cloud-dispelling palm once more, sending a surge of spiritual energy that howled as it struck Zhang Shan's chest. Spirit energy projection. As Zhang Shan was flung backward, his pupils dilated in shock. This time he comprehended the situation, that he crashed heavily to the ground. Horrified that TO Project Spirit Energy, one had to be at least a practitioner of the Qi realm. He could hardly believe that Shen An had broken through to the Qi realm. It was impossible. "Go back and tell your superiors that Murong Tian is my direct disciple. How dare you treat him with such disrespect? Should you dare to do this again, do not blame me for crippling you." The mere mention of such a threat left Zhang Shan's face ashen. He had never expected the usually weak Peak Master of Qingyun Peak to assert himself so boldly today, and with such strength. "Shen An." "Yes." Shen An narrowed his eyes. Zhang Shan panicked, quickly changing his tone, gritting his teeth. "Elder Shen, have you forgotten the rules of the sect? Murong Tian placed last in last year's sect competition. If it weren't for your influence, he would have been expelled long ago. He is not even qualified to remain on Lingfu Mountain now, nor is he your direct disciple. My assigning him to work as a handyman was a chance for him. Since you do not appreciate it, I will report this matter to the law enforcement hall." With that, he hastily turned and fled down the mountain, his expression dark and grim. For the past 2 years, he had assigned his tasks to Murong Tian, and the latter had never complained. Shen An had never opposed it either. Over time, Zhang Shan had grown accustomed to treating Murong Tian as his subordinate. Yet today he had been struck. A useless Peak Master and a useless disciple. He could not touch the Master, but surely he could deal with the disciple. Just by bringing up Murong Tian's last place finish in the previous competition, he could have him swiftly removed. Watching Zhang Shan depart, Shen An furrowed his brow. Last place in the sect competition and facing expulsion. Why had he never heard of this? Host, the evil repelling sword technique is ready for you. Get lost. Shen An could not help but curse, his brow furrowing further. After much effort to convince his disciple to stay, should he be expelled from the sect? Where would he go to acquire rewards? Master, I'm sorry. Murong Tian lowered his head, wearing an expression of guilt. He felt that placing last in the competition had brought shame to his master. What are you apologizing for? With me as your master, even the king of heaven himself cannot drive you away. Shen An declared with unwavering conviction, his face radiating certainty. He was joking. If his disciple left, who would guarantee his own standing? Where would he find skill cards then? Master. Murong Tian gazed at the figure before him, his eyes reddening, deeply moved. Admiration value 10, admiration value 20. Chapter 4, Disciple. Has your master ever wronged you? Though touched, Murong Tian soon found himself in a state of worry. Master, that Zhongshan's cousin, Wang Hu, is a member of the Law Enforcement Hall and possesses mid-stage Qi strength. His eyes were filled with a hint of trepidation. Mid-stage Qi. Shen An raised an eyebrow, contemplating the consumption of the cloud-dispelling palm card. It might suffice against those at the body refinement stage, but engaging with a mid-stage Qi practitioner would likely be perilous, especially with only 4 cards remaining. Fear not. He is merely a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. Does he dare challenge me, the Peak Master? He scoffed, standing tall at this moment. The weight of his status became apparent. If he could not win, he could at least wield his authority. Any incident of insubordination would surely provoke the upper echelons of the sect to intervene. Murong Tian hesitated, but Wang, who is the direct disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall's master, his standing surpasses yours. Ahem. Disciple, it would be best to convey such matters in one go next time. Shen An coughed a few times to mask his embarrassment, his brow furrowed in concern. This situation might prove to be quite troublesome. Currently, Qingyun Peak was merely a small peak within Lingfu Mountain, far inferior to the Law Enforcement Hall, which was one of the 2 main halls among the 5 peaks. The master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Li Yin, was a late-stage returning origin practitioner, just a step away from entering the middle 3 realms. The Sword of Heaven's Gate was a consumable skill card. Once used, it would be gone, and should not be deployed unless absolutely necessary, as he pondered. Shen An felt a headache coming on. Unable to defeat him, and with his status insufficient, what was to be done? Seek assistance? To not fear Li Yin, he would at least need the intervention of a peak master. Yet, they were all formidable figures at the Earth Spirit stage, each perpetually occupied, and his relationship with them was not strong enough to warrant such favors. The only one with a more approachable demeanor was Lu Yinxin, the master of Qinghuan Peak. However, Shen An had previously made a fool of himself in his pursuit of her, stubbornly lingering at Qinghuan Peak for over 10 days. In the end, even Lu Yinxin lost her patience and simply tossed him back to Qingyun Peak, warning that if anyone from Qingyun Peak dared disturb Qinghuan Peak again, she would have their heads. Thus, seeking her help was surely out of the question. Shen An rubbed his temples that if all else failed, he could approach the sect leader. After all, he could not let Murong Tian face this alone. In worst case, he could lament the fallen disciples of Qingyun Peak. Although the sect leader had shown great patience over the years, constantly playing the victim might become tiresome, but this seemed to be the only viable solution. Resolving himself, Shen An nodded inwardly. Master, did you secretly use rouge last night? Just as he was about to set off to plead with the sect leader, Murong Tian stared at his face for quite some time before hesitantly inquiring in a low voice. Rouge? Shen An was taken aback. Then his expression darkened with anger. Are you insulting my wife? No. Murong Tian waved his hands repeatedly, explaining, Master, you appear much younger than before. Aside from the white hair, one would hardly guess you are over 30. Upon hearing this, Shen An suddenly realized. How could he have forgotten? He still had 2 youth-preserving pills left. What do women care about most? Their beauty. Lu Yinxin was around 27 this year. In 3 years, she would no longer be youthful and would gradually reveal signs of age. And a woman is indifferent to the aging of her appearance. And without ascending to the upper 3 realms, one remains immortal, unable to reverse the effects of time. Lu Yinqin had long been absorbed in her cultivation and neglected her self-care. In this critical moment, the value of the youth-preserving pills became evident. Disciple, let us discuss this inside. Shen An's expression turned excited as he grasped the young man's shoulder, his gaze intense. Murong Tian was startled, seeing his master so fervent, and instinctively covered his face, awkwardly saying, "Master, I'm too young." "What do you mean too young? I want you to come inside and talk." Oh, inside the room, Shen An rummaged through drawers until he unearthed a particularly exquisite white jade box, adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, exuding opulence. This was one of the few treasures left by the original owner. Shen An opened the jade box, placing a youth-preserving pill, which emitted a delicate floral fragrance, inside and carefully sealed it. Then he draped a piece of ragged cloth over it before handing it to Murong Tian. The choice of such a refined jade box was to lend weight to the gift, while the ragged cloth was to prevent it from being stolen along the way. "Master, what is this for?" Murong Tian asked, somewhat confused as he held the jade box. "Take this to Elder Lu, the Peak Master of Qingyuan Peak, and request her presence," Shen An commanded. "Master, I acknowledge my misdeeds. If punishment is to be meted out, why resort to such extreme measures? As a man with no roots, how can I face the world?" Murong Tian dropped to his knees, resolute, evidently terrified of going to Qingyuan Peak. Lu Yinqin's earlier threats were not to be taken lightly. As a disciple of Qingyuan Peak, if he dared to show himself at Qingyuan Peak, he would surely lose his head. "Then return the sword techniques I taught you." Shen An extended his hand. Murong Tian's mouth twitched. When had a master ever reclaimed teachings? Besides, that knowledge was firmly lodged in his mind. How could he return it? "Disciple, has your master ever wronged you? Today, if you simply deliver this to Elder Lu, she may reward you with a treasure or two. This opportunity is one I have afforded you," Shen An implored, gently persuading him. Murong Tian felt a deep bitterness. Such words would fool no one. "Master, what exactly is inside this box?" "A pill that can preserve a woman's youth forever." Murong Tian's lips twitched again, unable to suppress a glance at his master. His family specialized in alchemy, yet he had never heard of such miraculous pills. If one were to deceive him, at least they could concoct a more believable story. But alas, he had no choice but to cradle the jade box and turn away, embodying the tragic heroism of a warrior departing for an uncertain fate. Admiration value -20. Can this thing even be deducted? Shen An couldn't help but scoff, then called out to the departing youth. "Remember to tell the disciples guarding the mountain that the contents of this box are what Elder Lu desperately seeks. There is but one in the world, and once gone, it is gone forever. After 30, it will be too late." "Understood, Master. Prepare a larger bamboo tube for me." "What do you need a bamboo tube for?" "To pickle radishes as a family heirloom." The young man's voice, tinged with a hint of grievance, echoed back as his figure vanished around the bend of the mountain path. Shen An spread his hands in resignation. There was no other way that if he were to go himself, he would likely be expelled by the disciples of Qingyuan Peak before he could even utter a word. It was not his intention to put his disciple in a precarious situation. As someone who values the ethics of mentorship and cherishes his disciples, how could he ever consider actions that would force his disciple into such a risky predicament? Chapter 5. The youth-preserving pill. Murong Tian descended from the mountain, his heart heavy with gloom as he approached the outskirts of Qingyuan Peak, Da'an in his arms. He cradled a jade box meticulously concealed with tattered cloth, casting a distant gaze toward the mountain guards, hesitating in his steps. The two female disciples stationed as sentinels also caught sight of the furtive Murong Tian, their brows furrowing slightly as they exchanged hushed words. "Isn't that the disciple of Elder Shen from Qingyuan Peak? What is it now? That thief surnamed Shen, unable to relinquish his wicked intentions, seeks to cause trouble again. It matters not who he is. The Peak Master has decreed that any individual from Qingyuan Peak who dares to approach shall be met with a swift severance." The other female disciple scoffed coldly, her eyes regarding the distant Murong Tian with palpable disdain, even mimicking the act of forcefully snapping sugarcane. Murong Tian, witnessing their expressions, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Yet, recalling his master's directive, he steeled himself and stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. Murong Tian pays his respects to both senior sisters. I kindly request you to relay a message. My master has a gift for Elder Lu. How dare you Qingyan Peak individuals approach our Qingwan Peak? The disciple who had previously mimicked snapping sugar cane interrupted coldly, drawing her blade from her waist and preparing to strike. The Peak Master had declared that any Qingyan Peak member who dared to come would be cut down. What was this? This was obedience. With the strength of a late-stage body refinement practitioner, her strike could cleave stone, let alone flesh. Murong Tian, being merely a mid-stage body refinement practitioner, stood no chance against her. Sweat beading on his forehead, he barely had time to consider Shen An's instructions. Gazing at the glinting blade, Murong Tian feared for his life. But at that moment, an image of Shen An's grand sword technique, opening the heavenly gate, surged in his mind. The sword energy spanned 3,000 miles, parting clouds and mist, dimming the heavens, now shining brightly in his thoughts. Almost instinctively, he bent down, grasping a withered branch from the ground, and executed a flourish reminiscent of a sword dance. The other female disciple observed this scene, shaking her head inwardly. The disparity in their strengths was evident. One wielded a blade while the other brandished a mere branch, rendering any comparison futile. She was already contemplating fetching a bamboo tube for this esteemed disciple of Qingyan Peak, uncertain of the appropriate size. The blade-wielding disciple looked on with contempt that if her blade could be blocked by a branch, then she might as well warm Murong Tian's bed instead of returning to report. With a powerful downward stroke, she aimed directly at him. Murong Tian's gaze sharpened as the withered branch shot upward in response. Buzz! The seemingly unremarkable branch quivered slightly, emitting a faint sound akin to a sword's hum. In the next instant, swish, the two female disciples seemed to witness a dazzling flash of sword light. Then, thud, 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 the attacking disciple stumbled back 3 steps, her grip on the blade trembling. A look of horror etched across her face as she gazed incredulously at the unscathed branch in Murong Tian's grasp. Impossible! The other observing disciple, equally dumbfounded, rubbed her eyes in disbelief that a mid-stage body refinement practitioner had repelled a late-stage practitioner with nothing but a random branch. Soon, both realized the underlying truth. It was a martial technique. Murong Tian's seemingly mundane sword strike had emitted a sword's hum and manifested sword light through the branch. That strike was at least to the mid-tier Xian level, if not higher. What sword technique is this? They exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with astonishment. Murong Tian, one hand cradling the cloth-covered jade box, raised the other, brandishing the sword with pride. Opening the heavenly gate. Who taught you this? My master, the Peak Master of Qingyan Peak Shen An, Murong Tian declared loudly, his heart racing with excitement. What a magnificent sword! His master truly taught him a remarkable technique. At this, the two disciples exchanged glances, skepticism evident on their faces. Shen An, that late-stage body refinement practitioner in his 30s, who would likely never reach the Qi realm in this lifetime, could wield such an impressive sword technique. Their certainty began to waver. The blade-wielding disciple, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, prepared to advance once more. Murong Tian, alarmed, recognized that while his previous strike was impressive, it had also drained his strength. His right hand still ached from the exertion, and he could not unleash another strike in quick succession. Stop! At that critical moment, the other female disciple intervened, stepping in front of Murong Tian. Junior brother Murong, did you mention your master has a gift for our Peak Master? Seeing they were willing to listen, Murong Tian nodded eagerly. Indeed, my master stated that the contents of this box are something Elder Lu has long sought but could not obtain. A singular treasure in heaven and earth, unparalleled and irreplaceable, to be used after the age of 30, or it will be too late. Upon hearing this, the two female disciples exchanged glances, their gazes turning to the object wrapped in cloth in his hands. Such grandiose claims. How could a treasure of such value possibly be in your master's possession? The blade-wielding disciple remained unconvinced. Whether my words hold truth or not, the two senior sisters can verify by presenting this item to Elder Lu. Murong Tian responded, as he began to unravel the cloth. The blade-wielding disciple had intended to retort, but upon seeing the exquisitely crafted jade box beneath the tattered cloth, she furrowed her brows, exchanging a glance with her companion. their expressions tinged with astonishment. Such a lavish exterior. Could the contents truly be, as Shen An claimed? After a moment's hesitation, the other female disciple nodded and accepted the jade box. Very well, I shall make an exception and present this to the Peak Master. You shall wait here. All consequences shall be yours to bear. I kindly request, senior sister, that you convey my earlier words verbatim, Murong Tian said, bowing respectfully as he watched the female disciples retreat into the distance. In the Peak Master side hall, within the Jade Pavilion, Lu Yinxin sat before a mirror, her jade hand gently caressing a fine wrinkle at the corner of her eye, sighing inwardly. Of late, she had noticed a distinct decline in the smoothness and luster of her skin, which had once been as delicate as a petal. Without entering nirvana, she remained immortal, unable to reverse the effects of aging. Coupled with years of diligent cultivation and neglect of her skincare, by the time she became aware of these issues, it was already too late. She had consulted numerous alchemists within the sect, yet none could concoct any elixirs for beauty or skincare, advising her only to drink more hot water. After days of fruitless inquiries, watching her skin darken and the lines at her eyes deepen, her heart grew increasingly heavy. For the past couple of days, she had scarcely wished to set foot outside Qingluan Peak. Outside, footsteps approached, followed by the respectful voice of a disciple. Peak Master, Elder Shun from Qingyan Peak has sent a disciple with a gift, claiming it to be something you currently seek but cannot obtain, a singular treasure in heaven and earth. Lu Yunqin's brows knitted in displeasure. Shen An again? Refuse it and send it back. Her irritation flared. She felt even more vexed upon hearing Shen An's name. Understood, the disciple replied and withdrew. Once alone, Lu Yunqin shook her head in distaste. That Shen An was truly like a stubborn adhesive plaster, insisting on sending her something she currently yearned for but could not acquire, proclaiming it as a unique treasure in heaven and earth. Suddenly she froze, extending her jade hand to caress her brow and eyes, something she sought but could not have. Come back, let me see what it is, she called out sharply. The disciple outside paused, then respectfully turned back. When the jade box was presented before her, Lu Yinqin opened it, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Inside lay a creamy white pill, quietly resting, accompanied by a slip of paper bearing its name. The Youth-Preserving Pill. Chapter 6. This elixir, painstakingly acquired by my master, is flawless and exudes a subtle floral fragrance that refreshes the spirit. The delicate aroma of this potion, capable of stirring even a formidable practitioner at the late stage of the earth spirit realm, must surely belong to a fifth-grade pill. Lu Yinqin reached out and picked up the beauty-enhancing pill, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. How could such a precious pill have been obtained by Shen An, a mere practitioner at the late stage of body refinement? Moreover, this pill is named the Beauty Pill. Could it be? Her brows furrowed slightly, a mixture of skepticism and intrigue coloring her expression. The female disciple who had delivered the pill noticed the Peak Master's frown and assumed it was the subpar quality of the pill that displeased her. She immediately spoke up. Peak Master, Murong Tian is waiting below the mountain. How shall we proceed? Lu Yinqin waved her hand dismissively, offering no response. Instead, she delicately pinched the pill between her fingers and, after a moment's hesitation, brought it to her lips. She had already sensed with her spiritual energy that the pill bore no toxicity and was indeed beneficial. Whether it could truly enhance her beauty would only be revealed after consumption. As the pill slid down her throat, it transformed into a refreshing wave, its fragrance filling her nostrils and compelling Lu Yinqin to close her eyes in comfort. The elixir melted within her like sweet spring water, coursing through her limbs and bones. The female disciple stared in disbelief at her Peak Master, her mouth agape in astonishment. That in mere moments, Lu Yinqin, who had previously shown signs of womanly aging, now possessed skin as smooth and radiant as snow, with the fine lines at the corners of her eyes vanished. Even her features appeared more exquisite, embodying an ethereal beauty. She looked as though she had regained nearly a decade of youth. Peak Master you, the female disciple stammered, her words caught in her throat. Lu Yinqin opened her enchanting eyes, noticing her disciple's astonishment, and turned to gaze into the mirror on the table. The reflection that greeted her was that of a flawless beauty, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, leaving her momentarily speechless. She had assumed that even if the pill were effective, it would merely delay her aging. However, it seemed that she had become even more beautiful than she had been 10 years ago. Did Shen An truly send this pill? She inquired, skepticism lacing her voice. Yes, Peak Master. Shen An instructed his disciple Murong Tian to deliver it personally, came the reply. Upon hearing this, a spark of intrigue flickered in Lu Yunqin's eyes as she softly declared, "Take me to meet Murong Tian." At the foot of Qinghuan Peak, Murong Tian paced anxiously, his heart racing with nervousness that it had already been a quarter of an hour, yet there was still no word from within. Could it be that the gift from his master was a sham, inciting Elder Lu's wrath, and now she was selecting instruments of punishment? This was a disaster. Murong Tian felt a bitter pang in his heart. He had suspected that such a miraculous elixir, capable of preserving eternal youth, could not possibly exist. Even his family, steeped in the art of alchemy for generations, had never heard of such a pill. Nearby, the female disciple, who had been holding a blade, observed his anxious demeanor with a smirk, already anticipating the spectacle of her peak master casting this boy aside. Just then, Lu Yunqin appeared at the mountain gate, clad in flowing azure robes, accompanied by the female disciple who had gone to announce her arrival. "Greetings, Peak Master." The armed disciple immediately bowed in respect. Lu Yunqin nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the young man before her, assessing him from head to toe. "Are you Murong Tian?" "Greetings, Elder Lu, I am indeed the junior," Murong Tian replied, his voice laced with trepidation, his palms slick with sweat. "That pill is quite remarkable. Such a valuable item. Where did your master acquire it?" Murong Tian, braced for a reprimand, was momentarily taken aback, his gaze rising in surprise. Upon recognizing the breathtaking beauty before him, he quickly realized. Could it be that his master's pill was indeed genuine? It was no wonder his master had said that any item he presented could never be ordinary. As this thought crossed his mind, he stifled his overwhelming joy and gratitude, bowing deeply as he spoke. In response to Elder Lu, "My master did not disclose its origin." Lu Yunqin furrowed her brow. "Is it that he forbade you from speaking, or is there something dubious about this pill's provenance?" Murong Tian's heart raced, and he hastily explained, "That is impossible. This elixir was obtained by my master after enduring great hardships in the far northern territories, where he narrowly escaped being turned into a mere tool by the locals. Throughout this perilous journey, my master remained steadfast, constantly thinking of Elder Lu, determined to overcome countless dangers." As Lu Yunqin listened to the young man's exaggerated claims, her beautiful eyes flickered. She found it implausible that anyone could venture into such treacherous lands. Even she, a practitioner of the earth spirit realm, would struggle to return unscathed, let alone Shen An, who was at the mere late stage of body refinement. Yet, despite the embellishments, the pill was indeed precious, and it was clear that acquiring it was no easy feat. Reflecting on this, Lu Yunqin's perception of Shen An, the once downtrodden figure who wallowed in despair, began to shift slightly. She sighed softly. Perhaps Shen An's true nature was not as bad as it seemed. After all, he had endured the tragic loss of hundreds from Qingyan Peak, left alone and pitiable. As for the pursuit of her affections, that it was only natural for one to desire beauty, and his intentions, while misguided, were not entirely without merit. Compared to those who flaunted their power or resorted to unscrupulous means, his overt pursuit seemed far more gentlemanly. She couldn't help but recall her earlier disdain for him, having uttered words that were rather callous. Since that time, Shen An had not returned to Qinghuan Peak, perhaps having heard of her quest for medicinal herbs, and thus sought to procure this beauty pill for her. Aware that his presence might provoke her aversion, he must have sent his disciple in his stead. Lu Yunqin's lashes fluttered, and a sudden wave of sympathy washed over her for Shen An. For a practitioner at the late stage of body refinement to acquire such a fifth-grade beauty pill, the price he must have paid was unimaginable. Shen An had always been an object of disdain and ridicule within the sect, often subjected to whispers behind his back. Despite the sect leader's stern admonitions, some individuals persisted in their gossip. Even she had harbored feelings of aversion towards him, having spoken harshly in the past. Yet, despite these trials, he had not given up. Rather, he had shown great concern for her well-being. "Please convey to your master that I accept this gift. Should any difficulties arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Lu Yunqin spoke softly, her tone markedly gentler. The two disciples beside her exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their ears. Murong Tian's heart soared with elation. Indeed, his master was remarkable. A single pill wielded such transformative power. However, as joy subsided, a frown of concern creased his brow. He sighed, feigning hesitation for a moment before bowing in acknowledgement. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave." Lu Yunqin, having caught sight of his guilt and hesitation, furrowed her brows. "Is there something troubling Qingyun Peak?" Murong Tian nodded, his voice heavy with remorse. "It is entirely my fault. My actions have brought trouble to my master." He then recounted the events surrounding his poor performance in last year's sect competition, which had led to Shen An's conflict with the law enforcement hall in defense of his disciple. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunqin's expression darkened. "Why did you not inform me sooner?" Murong Tian offered a wry smile. "You have always shown disdain for him, so my master was reluctant to trouble Elder Lu and specifically instructed me not to mention this matter." Lu Yunqin paused in surprise, exhaling a sigh. "Very well, let us return to Qingyun Peak together." "Thank you, Elder," Murong Tian exclaimed, his joy palpable as he bowed deeply. With the support of the Peak Master of Qingyuan Peak, how could the law enforcement hall dare to forcibly expel him from the mountain? Chapter 7. The arrival of the law enforcement hall on the other side. At Qingyun Peak, Shen An paced back and forth, his heart in a state of turmoil. That scoundrel has been gone for half an hour. Why hasn't he returned? He felt increasingly restless. Could it be that Lu Yunqin was indifferent to appearances and dismissed the elixir? Was his disciple, Murong Tian, already rendered a eunuch? No, this won't do. The people from the law enforcement hall are almost here. I must retreat down the mountain for a while. With this thought, Shen An ceased to hesitate and dashed into the house to gather his belongings. Murong Tian's admiration value 50. Just as he was packing, he suddenly paused, bewildered. What was happening? His admiration value had increased. Once he processed this, a smile spread across his face. It seemed he had indeed delivered the elixir correctly. "Elder Shen, I implore you to step outside for a moment." Just as he reveled in his good fortune, a voice rang out from outside, causing Shen An's heart to lurch in alarm. Murong Tian had yet to return, and the law enforcement hall's personnel had arrived so swiftly. "Shen An, come forth. I am aware you are inside." Another voice, deep and authoritative, echoed outside. It was none other than Li Yin, the head of the law enforcement hall. He had not anticipated that he would come in person. "This is disastrous." Shen An raised an eyebrow, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Li Yin, the head of the law enforcement hall, was known for his domineering nature and was one of Lu Yunqin's suitors. When the original owner of this body pursued Lu Yunqin, this man's gaze during their encounters had been like daggers. Alas, Shen An sighed, resigned, and steeled himself to step outside. At the mountain's entrance stood two figures clad in imposing black robes. One youthful and the other middle-aged. It was Wang Hu and his master, Li Yin. Upon seeing Shen An emerge, Wang Hu frowned while Li Yin wore an expression of derision. Wang Hu sneered, fearing that Shen An would use his status to intimidate him if he approached alone. So he had brought his master along. Though Li Yin looked down upon Shen An, he had harbored resentment for quite some time regarding Shen An's audacity to pursue Lu Yunqin so openly. Unfortunately, Shen An had kept to Qingyun Peak without causing any trouble, so today provided a rare opportunity to trample on him, and he was eager to seize it. "Elder Shen, what great authority you possess, daring to strike at a member of the law enforcement hall." Wang Hu spoke first, his tone laced with condescension. Li Yin held his head high, his gaze cold and indifferent. Initially, he had thought that this man had truly broken through to the Qi realm, but upon closer inspection, he appeared to be merely at the late stage of body refinement. A naturally talentless individual could hardly hope to advance to the Qi realm. Shaking his head, Li Yan's eyes reflected his disdain. The pressure emanating from his late stage of returning origin made Shen An's heart quail. Clearing his throat, Shen An forced himself to speak. "That Zhongshan is utterly disrespectful. Does this Peak Master not have the right to discipline him? The disciples of the miscellaneous division are not your concern to discipline," Li Yan retorted coldly. If anyone deserves reprimanding, it is your disciple who has languished for 2 years without progress, consistently finishing last in the sect's grand competitions. Why do you not reprimand him, but instead take it upon yourself to chastise those from the miscellaneous division? Shen An frowned. Murong Tian was not lazy. He practiced diligently whenever he had the chance. Unfortunately, his innate talent was dismal, and even without being a natural waste, it would take him 3 to 5 years to break through to the Qi realm. Today, I have come to inform you that Murong Tian is to descend the mountain as per sect regulations. Those who finish last for 2 consecutive grand competitions are deemed unworthy to remain on Lingfu Mountain, Li Yin stated flatly, his words dripping with mockery. After all, the sect does not support waste. Had it not been for the previous merits of Qingyun Peak, you would have been expelled long ago. Shen An's expression darkened, not from the insult aimed at him, but from concern for Murong Tian. What would happen if he left? And what did Li Yin mean by the sect not supporting waste? Over the years, due to that great battle, the sect had been impoverished and had not allocated many resources to Qingyun Peak. At most, the sect leader and other peak masters occasionally sent some items out of old sentiment. What if I insist on keeping him at Qingyun Peak? He said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, both Li Yin and Wang, who were taken aback, skeptically doubting whether such words could truly come from the typically submissive master of Qingyun Peak. What are you to dictate whether he stays or goes? Do you think the sect's rules are mere decorations? Li Yin scoffed, entirely dismissive of him. Wang, who shook his head in disbelief. Elder Shen, I advise you to tend to your own affairs and not meddle in matters that do not concern you. Shen An's countenance darkened, and he took a deep breath before speaking firmly. Murong Tian cannot leave. I stand by my word. Seeing his unwavering certainty, both Wang Hu and Li Yin were momentarily stunned, after which Wang Hu burst out laughing. Shen An, do you truly believe yourself to be an elder? A mere late-stage body refinement waste. Had it not been for the sect leader's pity in granting you a title, you would have been expelled long ago. Now you wish to challenge the sect's rules? If this matter reaches the sect leader's ears, you may find it difficult to retain your position as elder. Unfazed, Shen An met their gazes head-on. You accepted gifts from the Murong family, but refused to take Murong Tian as your disciple, only to cast him out of Qingyun Peak now. Is that not exceedingly shameless? Li Yan's face twisted with sarcasm. Since you accepted the discipleship, if you fail to teach him well, the Murong family ought to blame you, not this elder. You. Shen An was infuriated, unable to believe the audacity of such a shameless individual. A mere waste, attempting to grasp at unattainable heights, and now daring to challenge the sect's rules. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the sect. Li Yin sneered, his irritation flaring as he stepped forward, his spiritual energy surging and his aura intensifying. Shen An frowned. Confronting a strong practitioner at the Earth Spirit realm, did he really need to use his only consumable card? What if he lost control and inadvertently killed him? Li Yin, seeing Shen An hesitating, assumed he was paralyzed with fear and launched a punch, the sound of air rushing in its wake. A fist imprint hurtled towards Shen An's face, and he realized that this man was clearly seeking revenge for his past pursuit of Lu Yinqin. Jealousy. This was pure jealousy over his superior looks. Just as Shen An prepared to activate the consumable card to protect his visage, a melodious sound of a sword echoed through the air. Buzz! A snow-white longsword flashed forth, instantly shattering the powerful fist imprint and embedding itself before him. Simultaneously, a sweet and clear feminine voice resonated. Head Li, to publicly strike an elder, I fear there may be repercussions. Upon hearing this voice, Shen An's expression brightened, while Li Yin turned to look, his expression shifting from surprise to displeasure. On the mountain path appeared Lu Yinqin, elegantly clad in azure, her delicate steps ascending the mountain. Her brows resembled distant hills, and her lips, like cherry blossoms, rendered the very mountains and rivers pale in comparison. The gentle breeze rustled her garments, making her appear as an ethereal being, transcendent and unworldly. Chapter 8. As Shen An's disciple, I strive for the first place, by Lu Yinqin's side. Murong Tian followed with utmost respect. Upon seeing the two of them, Li Yan's expression darkened slightly, yet he managed to don a smile and speak. What brings Elder Lu to Qingyun Peak? Where you can go, I can surely follow. Lu Yinqin replied, casting a fleeting glance at him. She then walked directly in front of Shen An and softly inquired, You're not injured, are you? With those simple 4 words, everyone present, including Shen An, was taken aback momentarily, before hastily shaking their heads to indicate they were fine. Observing his goddess showing concern for a mere waste, Li Yin felt a surge of jealousy, his expression darkening to the point it seemed he could weep. Seeing that Shen An was indeed unhurt, Lu Yinqin nodded and turned her gaze toward Wang Hu and his disciple. Li Hall Master, isn't it somewhat inappropriate to use your cultivation level against someone in the Body Refinement Realm? Elder Lu, you misunderstand. Shen An provoked the sect rules. I am merely enforcing the law. Li Yin forced a smile, striving to maintain his image before Lu Yinqin. Provoking the sect rules? Lu Yinqin's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Although Murong Tian placed last in the grand competition 2 years ago, he is not an ordinary disciple, but a direct disciple of an elder. Thus, applying the sect rules to him seems rather unsuitable, does it not? Listening to her defend Qingyun Peak, Shen An felt a sense of relief and exchanged a knowing glance with his disciple, who blinked in response, and they both smiled at each other. Li Yin frowned. Though Shen An holds the title of a peak master elder, he lacks the qualifications and strength. Who in the sect truly regards him as an elder? Hall Master Su of the Spirit Herb Hall is merely at the late stage of the Qi realm. Does that mean he lacks qualifications as well? Lu Yinqin countered. Though Hall Master Su's cultivation is lacking, he is a 4th-grade alchemist. Moreover, his disciple ranked among the top 10 in last year's competition. In terms of teaching disciples or alchemy, he is far more qualified than Shen An. Li Yin shook his head, still looking down on Shen An. Lu Yinqin frowned slightly, acknowledging the truth in his words. The head of the Spirit Herb Hall was indeed skilled in alchemy, and his disciples were undeniably competent. In contrast, she glanced at Shen An and Murong Tian beside her, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Noticing her predicament, Li Yin sneered as he continued. Elder Lu, there is no need to defend Qingyun Peak any further. The sect does not support idlers, and the master cannot speak too freely due to Qingyun Peak's past achievements. However, I must enforce the law impartially. He lacks the qualifications to be an elder. Thus, his disciple can only be considered an ordinary disciple and should rightfully be expelled from the sect. Lu Yinqin furrowed her brows. The title of Peak Master is bestowed by the sect leader. How could Li Yan's mere words take that away? Shen An's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he inwardly questioned, System, can I leave the mountain first and come back when I'm powerful? Please consider, only by being in conflict can there be more opportunities to trigger the disciple-raising tasks and obtain rewards. Tasks? Shen An was taken aback, and after a moment's contemplation, he stepped forward and spoke. According to your words, how can I prove my qualifications to be an elder? Seeing him dare to step out from behind the woman, Li Yan's eyes gleamed with mockery. It's quite simple. Either you break through to the return to origin realm, or you prove your ability to teach disciples, for instance. He eyed him with a hint of derision. In the upcoming sect competition a month from now, ensure Murong Tian places in the top 10. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinqin's brows furrowed deeply. This was utterly impossible. Even though many new disciples had entered the sect in the past 2 years, a significant number had broken through to the Qi realm, and there were even mid-Qi warriors like Wang Hu. Murong Tian, being in the mid-body refinement stage, had no hope of reaching the top TEN.AS for Shen An breaking through to the return to origin realm. That was even more unlikely. Everyone knew he was a natural waste, with no hope of ever entering the Qi realm. Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Help Murong Tian become the champion of the sect competition. Reward: 5th grade alchemist experience X1. Return to origin realm skill duration card X5. Earth Spirit Realm skill consumption card X1. Hearing the voice in his ear, Shen An felt a surge of joy. Lu Yinqin slightly parted her red lips, preparing to refuse, but someone beside her spoke first. All right, I accept your challenge. Shen An you. Lu Yinqin furrowed her brows, looking at him in confusion. Meanwhile, Shen An's gaze was fierce, locking onto the astonished Li Yin, and he spoke with conviction. If my disciple is to strive, he shall strive for first place. With that resounding declaration, everyone fell silent momentarily. Li Yin and Wang, who were left dumbfounded before bursting into laughter. What? They must have misheard. A mere waste, currently only in the mid-body refinement stage, believed he could claim first place in the imminent sect competition? It was nothing short of absurd. Murong Tian tugged at Shen An's sleeve, hesitating, and he felt that even breaking into the top 10 was a steep challenge, let alone claiming first. After their laughter subsided, Li Yin mockingly asked, "And what if you fail?" Shen An raised his chin slightly, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calm. "If I fail, I shall leave the sect with him." His words rang out with conviction, reverberating through the air. Murong Tian looked at Shen An, whose determination shone brightly, feeling a swell of emotion. Master, admiration value 50, current admiration level of Murong Tian. 4. Reward, lottery chance X1 excellent. Upon hearing this, Li Yin immediately scoffed. "Then I shall eagerly await your disciple's performance in the competition. If you two do not leave afterward, do not blame me for throwing you off the mountain. Wang Hu, let us depart." "Yes, master." Wang Hu clasped his hands, casting a disdainful glance at Murong Tian before turning to follow Li Yin. Once the two had vanished down the mountain path, Lu Yinqin frowned and said, "Elder Shen, you acted too impulsively. Striving for first place in the competition is not so simple. Besides Wang Hu, there is Yu Jinyuan from Qingfu Peak, who is also in the mid-Qi realm and a talisman master. If it were merely to enter the top 10, I might assist your disciple, but first place." Lu Yinqin sighed and shook her head, clearly seeing little hope. "I appreciate Elder Lu's goodwill, but if my disciple cannot secure the first place in this trivial sect competition, how can he hope to compete with Qin Qianyue a year from now?" Shen An turned, clasping his hands, his tone serious. Upon hearing this, Murong Tian's eyes widened in shock, and he clenched his fists tightly. "Are you truly planning to have him battle Qin Qianyue at Tianxue sect?" Lu Yinqin was astonished, her brows knitting together. "Is that really the plan?" "Naturally. My disciple, Shen An, is no weakling. His words must be followed by action," Shen An declared, raising his head that in truth, his acceptance of the sect competition was not merely on a whim. Initially, he intended to cling to the sect, reasoning that with Lu Yinqin present, Li Yin would not dare to act. However, upon receiving the sudden mission from the system, the rewards were quite appealing. If he could obtain those items, would he still need to fear Li Yin in the future? Hearing his unwavering words, Lu Yinqin secretly shook her head. Qin Qianyue's innate talent and strength were among the top in the entire Nanju domain. How could one catch up so easily? As for the 3-year agreement that Murong Tian had with her, it was long forgotten and dismissed as a joke. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yinqin spoke. "Why not entrust Murong Tian to me? I will do my utmost this month to help him break through to the Qi realm, ensuring he enters the top 10, that, however, first place is likely unattainable." Shen An was somewhat taken aback by her offer, recalling that Lu Yinqin had previously exhibited a degree of disdain towards him. Even if she accepted a medicinal pill, such a rapid change in attitude seemed unlikely. Was it merely a transaction? He glanced at Murong Tian beside him, feeling puzzled. Could it be that this young man had said something in secret? Chapter 9. Who told you that I cannot refine elixirs? In response to Lu Yinqin's kind intentions, Shen An chose to shake his head. Merely assuring a place in the top 10 was insufficient. The task assigned by the system was to emerge as the champion of the competition. Although this failure bore no severe punishment, losing those rewards was, for Shen An, who currently possessed meager resources, a second, graver punishment. "There is no need to trouble Elder Lu. I shall instruct my disciple myself," Shen An declared. Lu Yinqin furrowed her brow. "You intend to teach?" Her skeptical gaze clearly questioned Shen An's capabilities. After all, even if Shen An participated in the competition himself, he would likely struggle to secure a place in the top 10. How could he possibly nurture a champion? "Disciple," Shen An called to the side. "Present," Murong Tian responded, his demeanor respectful. "Do you believe in your master?" "I do." Without a hint of hesitation, Murong Tian answered directly, his expression resolute and filled with reverence. Observing the lofty spirits of this master and disciple duo, Lu Yunxin felt perplexed. Were these two not a naturally talentless individual and one of markedly inferior aptitude? What had transpired to instill such confidence in them? Murong Tian, would you care to accompany me to Qinghuan Peak? I shall teach you the falling flower palm. Despite her confusion, Lu Yunxin still extended the invitation, hoping that Murong Tian would choose to leave with her. After all, having benefited from the youth-preserving pill, she wished to assist Qinghuan Peak to the best of her ability, as a means of atoning for her past actions toward Shen An. The falling flower palm was a high-grade martial technique of the Xian tier, esteemed throughout Lingfu Mountain, with others seldom afforded the opportunity to learn it. Yet, to her utter astonishment, Murong Tian rejected her without a moment's hesitation. Thank you, Elder Lu, but I wish to continue learning swordsmanship from my master. Lu Yunxin was utterly flabbergasted. What swordsmanship could possibly rival her falling flower palm? Were these two not out of their minds? One, a late-stage body refinement cultivator, believed himself experienced enough to teach a disciple of poor talent to become the champion of the sect company. What had happened to the world? How could a mere body refinement late-stage cultivator seem more promising than a practitioner of the Earth Spirit Realm? Very well. Should you change your mind, feel free to find me at Qinghuan Peak. With her attempts at persuasion failing, Lu Yunxin had no choice but to take her leave, departing with that final remark. On the mountaintop, only the master and disciple remained. Master, after years of training and refining those 10 body refinement pills, I should be able to barely reach the late stage of body refinement, Murong Tian spoke solemnly. However, the greatest obstacle to becoming the champion of the sect competition is not Wang Hu, but Yu Jingyuan of Qingfu Peak. He is the frontrunner for this year's title, having claimed first place last year. Shen An stroked his chin in contemplation. The methods of Talisman's masters were indeed extraordinary, nearly invincible among their peers. To triumph over a mid-stage Qi Talisman master, Murong Tian would need to possess a cultivation level at least equal to his, along with sufficient means to contend with the Talisman master. With this thought, he beckoned Murong Tian closer. Upon hearing his words, Murong Tian's face displayed surprise and confusion. Master, what do you need these medicinal materials for? If you require pills, my family has plenty. I can send someone to deliver them. The Murong family was a renowned medicinal lineage, and although not as prestigious as the medicinal hall of Lingfu Mountain, they possessed most common medicinal materials. These pills cannot be refined by others, Shen An replied with a calm smile. He had previously inquired with the system and discovered that the Shisui pill did not exist in this world, that a pill capable of cleansing the meridians would surely incite a frenzy among the populace once it became known. Of course, the prerequisite for such a cleansing was that one possessed at least a modicum of aptitude. Yet, Shen An was a naturally talentless individual. The Shisui pill would be of no use to him. Others cannot refine it. Murong Tian was taken aback, expressing skepticism. But Elder Su of the Medicinal Hall has never regarded Master favorably. Would he be willing to assist? Bang! A sharp slap to the forehead, Shen An retorted. Do I seem like someone who requires others to do my bidding? Murong Tian covered his forehead, feeling somewhat dejected. But those who can refine pills are all in the Medicinal Hall. Bang! Another resounding slap to the forehead. Who told you that I would seek the aid of the Medicinal Hall? Then, Master, you wouldn't intend for your disciple to gnaw on medicinal herbs, would you? Murong Tian's face contorted in bitterness. Yet upon realizing the significance of this matter regarding their ability to remain, he gritted his teeth. Gnawing is acceptable. As long as I have a sip of water, I could gnaw through 3 acres in a day. Bang! A third forehead slap. Shen An withdrew his hand, speaking coolly. Gnawing? Are you a cow warrior, capable of consuming 3 acres? With that, he turned away, facing the blazing sun, the gentle breeze caressing his back, his silhouette exuding an air of grandeur. Who told you that I cannot refine elixirs? As Murong Tian gazed upon the resplendent figure, he hesitated, a thought he found difficult to voice. Master, you do not even possess an alchemy furnace. Shen An's lips twitched, and he immediately turned to raise his hand, only to find that Murong Tian had already retreated 5 zhang away. Even without an alchemy furnace, does Qin Yun Peak not have a kitchen? Surely, we can make do with whatever firewood we have, or is the pot beyond repair? A true alchemist, even without an alchemy furnace, can still produce exquisite pills. Admiration value 10. Murong Tian felt somewhat moved. It seemed his perspective had been too narrow. After all, it was not surprising that a master capable of imparting such an impressive sword technique would possess equally remarkable alchemical skills. Soon after, he hurried off to prepare for his family to send medicinal materials up the mountain. Watching him depart, Shen An felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. System, is it truly possible to refine pills without an alchemy furnace? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Please do not question this system's words that a true alchemist can still produce exquisite pills, even without an alchemy furnace. Shen An's lips twitched. Damn it, if you're going to deceive me, at least come up with your own lines instead of recycling my words to dupe my disciple. Isn't that treating people like fools? However, with no other options, a furnace was far too expensive for him to afford. Seizing the moment while Murong Tian was busy writing a letter, he commenced a second round of the lottery in his mind. As the wheel illuminated before him, a dazzling array of golden objects appeared, exceedingly tempting. I shall exchange my disciple's 10 years of life for a gold, he silently proclaimed, initiating the lottery. Ding, ding, ding. That amidst the mesmerizing whirl, the pointer gradually slowed, sweeping past each golden orb, inching towards the ordinary white region. Witnessing this, Shen An could not help but shake his head in disappointment. Just as he thought the pointer would land in the white area, it came to a complete stop, mere fractions away from the white zone. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the inherited technique. Peerless sword control technique, exquisite. Shen An was momentarily stunned, his brows lifting in delight. It seemed he truly was the favored child of fortune. He had not anticipated that a casual draw would yield such a treasure. Chapter 10. Who stirs the great forces of heaven and earth? System, is the unmatched sword technique truly formidable? Shen An inquired with curiosity in his heart. Rest assured, host. Anything produced by the system is bound to be exceptional. Upon hearing the system's assertion, Shen An felt a surge of excitement and eagerly opened the introduction to the sword technique. Unmatched sword technique, inheritable supreme skill, capable of refining an unparalleled sword heart. Once mastered, one can command all swords under heaven, wielding the might of a sword without a blade. A single stroke may sever the very threads of life and soul. Following was an elaborate description, affirming that this sword technique was indeed extraordinary, truly remarkable. System, allow me to cultivate it immediately, Shen An exclaimed, filled with anticipation. The host is a naturally deficient body, incapable of cultivation. His spirits dampened. In his earlier excitement, he had forgotten this crucial detail. Unable to channel energy into his body, he could not even reach the Qi realm, and thus could not practice this technique. System, is there truly no way for me to gain a chance to cultivate? Not even with dragon bone and phoenix blood? He asked, somewhat unwilling to accept defeat. That is not permissible. The system is bound to the host's fate. Reshaping bones or altering destiny would result in the system's disappearance, and the host's demise would follow. The specific reasons are to be investigated by the host in the future. Then am I destined for a mere mortal's lifespan? What use are you to me? The physical body shall ultimately be constrained, while the soul may endure eternally. The host should adopt a more long-term perspective. Shen An fell into silence, shaking his head as he completely relinquished the notion of a breakthrough. Without entering nirvana, he remained a mere mortal. His lifespan would not extend, and whether he could ascend to the upper 3 realms within a century was uncertain. But as for lifespan, the world is replete with wondrous techniques. One need not only rely on breakthroughs in realms to achieve longevity. Becoming a 7th-rank alchemist would allow him to concoct elixirs for prolonging life. Since he could not cultivate the unmatched sword technique himself, he would pass it on to Murong Tian. The first position in the grand competition must be secured. Master, in the distance, Murong Tian ran back to Qin Yun Peak, waving his hands excitedly. I have already sent word to my family. They should be sending the medicinal materials in a few days. Good, come here. Shen An stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze profound. "Master, what is it?" The young man approached eagerly, curiosity and confusion etched on his face. "I ask you, what is your purpose in cultivating?" Murong Tian paused, scratching his head. "The purpose of cultivation?" After a moment's thought, he replied, "I simply wish to catch up to Qin Qianyue and return the disgrace she brought upon our family." "Not enough." Shen An shook his head, his expression grave. "Not enough." The youth's face fell momentarily, gazing at the middle-aged man in white before him, whose eyes bore an unusual seriousness. "Indeed, not enough," Shen An reiterated, speaking earnestly. "Disciple, do you know how vast this world is and how few true strong ones there are? Do you merely wish to remain confined within the small confines of the Da'an dynasty?" As he spoke, his mind was already formulating a plan. Since he held no hope for a breakthrough in this lifetime, he would cultivate the most formidable disciple, and in the future, whenever he ventured forth, he could proudly proclaim his disciple's name. What could be more glorious? Murong Tian fell into silence. He truly wished to see the world beyond, yet lamented his poor aptitude. He could not even ascertain whether he would reach the middle three realms in this lifetime. To aspire to venture out was far from easy. Observing the youth's burgeoning desire mingled with melancholy, Shen An seized the moment. The world outside is splendid. There are empresses mending the sky, mighty beings drawing bows to shoot the sun, and even mere children stirring oceans and extracting dragon tendons and bones. Murong Tian was taken aback, casting a doubtful glance at his master. Mending the sky, shooting the sun. Why had he never heard of such feats? Though unfamiliar, his heart began to ignite with fervor. The image of Shen and parting the heavens with a single stroke, dispersing the clouds, resurfaced in his mind, his gaze resolute. If Master spoke of these phenomena, they must indeed exist. The absence of such strong figures from his knowledge only indicated they were not within the Da'an dynasty, nor even in the southern realm. Master is aging, and my talents are limited. I fear I may never have the opportunity to witness the outside world. Shen An sighed deeply, a hint of regret in his eyes. Disciple, at your service, Master. The two locked gazes. Shen An's eyes filled with hope and warmth as he said, I wish for you to become one of those legendary figures. To become a legend. The youth's eyes blazed with intensity, a seed of ambition taking root within his heart. Having sufficiently inspired the boy, Shen An waved his grand sleeve, his tone resolute. Disciple, today I shall impart to you an unparalleled technique, one that is unique in the world, to aid you on your path to becoming a Sword Immortal. Before Murong Tian could respond, a fierce wind howled, and Shen An pointed decisively at his forehead. In an instant, the heavens roared with tumult, lightning flashing, and the entire sky seemed to wail and lament. The surrounding flora abruptly stood upright, transforming into sharp swords, intent on cleaving the heavens and earth. Qingluan Peak. Lu Yinqin had just returned to the mountain gate when she noticed the suddenly darkening clouds, her brow furrowing slightly. What a formidable sword intent could it be? A peerless sword path has emerged in the world. Lingfu Main Hall. The head of Lingfu Mountain, Xian Yuzi, soared into the air. Appearing outside the grand hall, in an instant he gazed gravely at the thunderous skies, the boundless sword intent contained within them causing even him to feel a chill of apprehension. What on earth has transpired to stir such great forces of heaven and earth? His expression was one of shock, his brows knitted tightly. The last time such a phenomenon occurred in the Da'an dynasty was years ago, when the Qin family's young girl first entered the martial way, revealing her prodigious talents upon channeling energy into her body. Moreover, that incident paled in comparison to today's upheaval, which enveloped the entirety of Lingfu Mountain. Could it be that a treasure has emerged? Or perhaps someone from Lingfu Mountain has comprehended a certain great principle and manifested prodigious talents? Xian Yuzi's eyes flickered as he waved his hand. Come forth! As his command echoed, several figures soon appeared. Master, what is your command? Investigate who has stirred the great forces of heaven and earth. The group exchanged glances, and one stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute. Reporting to the master, Yu Jinyuan from Qingfu Peak has been cultivating within the Talisman Tower recently. This matter likely pertains to him. Yu Jinyuan. Xian Yuzi frowned slightly. The latter was the direct disciple of the Qingfu Peak Master, possessing exceptional mental prowess, but could he truly evoke such a vast force of heaven and earth? Furthermore, this force evidently bore an immense sword intent, seemingly disconnected from the talisman path. Reporting to the master, this sword intent seems to emanate from Qingyun Peak. Xian Yuzi was taken aback, instinctively glancing towards Qingyun Peak, but quickly shook his head. What was he thinking? With Shen An and Murong Tian, how could these two possibly provoke such a tumultuous force of heaven and earth? Found it. Just then someone who had been investigating called out. Xian Yuzi turned to look at him. Master, just now, Yu Jinyuan successfully inherited the heavenly sword talismans left by Elder Tianjian 200 years ago within the Talisman Tower. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuzi nodded in realization, understanding the cause of the upheaval. Although the commotion was indeed somewhat exaggerated, it was not entirely beyond reason. Surely, the great forces of heaven and earth, along with that astonishing sword intent, could not have been summoned by Shen An or his disciple. Were that the case, he might as well find a piece of tofu to end his life. Chapter 11 Master, is this truly a pill? Qingyun peaked, and as the thunder faded, the clouds parted and the mist dispersed. Shen An, with a pale countenance, felt his legs tremble slightly. Goodness, the effort required for this inheritance is indeed exhausting. One might mistakenly think he suffers from kidney deficiency. Disciple, how do you feel? He raised his sleeve to wipe away the sweat. Murong Tian, shaken from his reverie, rubbed his eyes vigorously, gazing incredulously at the figure before him. What was that technique that had just appeared in his mind? The unmatched sword heart, supreme sword of 10,000 blades. This technique must surely be of the celestial tier. Disciple, thank you for imparting your teachings, Master. Without the slightest hesitation, the youth knelt with a thud on the ground, bowing 3 times with fervent excitement. Admiration value 100, current admiration level of Murong Tian. 5. Acquired Earth Tier Mid-Grade Body Technique. Flickering Light and Shadow Inheritance Card X1. Earth Tier High-Grade Sword Technique. Thunderous Blade Inheritance Card X1. Shen An furrowed his brow. Why did he ascend 3 levels when I taught him the Sword of Opening the Heavens, yet now he only rises by 1? Response to host. The higher the admiration level, the diminishing returns on admiration value acquired with each instance. He felt a touch of frustration. It seems the path to fully cultivating his disciple's admiration value is indeed a long and arduous one. The initial deception has yet to take root. More effort is required. Enough. Rise quickly. In the upcoming set competition, if you fail to secure first place, both of us could be driven down the mountain. Shen An stepped forward to assist Murong Tian, speaking earnestly. Rest assured, Master. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not disappoint you. Murong Tian declared with determination that in his heart, Shen An had completely transformed into a reclusive sage. After all, having unveiled the Sword of Opening the Heavens, a technique of unparalleled mastery, and now presenting a celestial tier technique, such a person could hardly be anything but a hidden master, could they? Surely, he could not merely be a waste of potential at the late stage of body refinement. A teachable child. Shen An nodded in satisfaction, his eyes glimmering with pride. I await the day you truly become a Sword Immortal. With that, he turned to leave, opting not to impart the other 2 techniques just yet. He was utterly exhausted and reluctant to use the remaining beauty-retaining pill, as it might prove invaluable for future endeavors. Murong Tian watched Shen An depart, his resolve solidifying as he dashed towards the training grounds, swallowing the body refinement pills given to him earlier, and commencing his cultivation. Soon, 10 days passed. The astonishing phenomenon that had previously astonished the entire Lingfu Mountain became widely known to it was all due to Yu Jinyuan of Qingfu Peak. The celestial sword talisman he inherited within the sword tower possessed immense significance. 200 years prior, the celestial sword elder of Lingfu Mountain had wielded a sword talisman to shatter the heavens, coming perilously close to becoming a being of the upper 3 realms. He had been renowned throughout the entire Dan dynasty. After his demise, the celestial sword talisman he left behind became the object of desire for countless talismancers, yet none could attain it. To everyone's astonishment, just days ago, Yu Jinyuan had successfully inherited it. Such monstrous talent incited envy and admiration throughout Lingfu Mountain. With the set competition in 20 days, everyone was certain that first place was his by right. Not long after news of Yu Jinyuan spread, another bombshell emerged. Murong Tian of Qingyun Peak intended to contest for the title of champion in the upcoming competition against Yu Jinyuan. Upon the announcement of this news, Lingfu Mountain erupted once more. However, this time it was not out of admiration or excitement, but rather mockery and disdain. What is Murong Tian? He has been at the bottom for 2 consecutive competitions, yet he dares to aspire for first place. Ha ha ha, being last is still being first, right? I heard this wager was not initiated by Murong Tian himself, but rather imposed by his master, who insisted that if Murong Tian fails to secure first place, they would both be expelled. Elder Shen? He himself is merely at the late stage of body refinement. In a flash, rumors swirled around Lingfu Mountain, and this matter quickly devolved into gossip among the disciples of various peaks and halls. The law enforcement hall was rife with laughter at the imprudence of the master and disciple duo, deeming them a disgrace to the sect, and hoping they would leave soon to avoid further embarrassment. Nevertheless, most disciples remained more level-headed, refraining from outright ridicule, though many speculated that Qingyun Peak's remarks stemmed from pressure exerted by Hall Master Li, feeling a sense of sympathy for them. However, whether through mockery or sympathy, no one truly believed Murong Tian could claim first place. Unperturbed by the external rumors, the master and disciple focused on their endeavors. Today, the Murong family had sent individuals to deliver the required medicinal herbs. Though it was puzzling that their arrival was significantly delayed, they were finally here. Upon receiving the herbs, Shen An hurried to the kitchen. The master and disciple busied themselves, one washing pots and boiling water, the other chopping wood for the fire. Unbeknownst to observers, it appeared they were preparing for an extravagant feast that evening. Notably, during these 10 days, Murong Tian, thanks to the 10 body refinement pills and his diligent practice, had successfully broken through to the late stage of body refinement. Now, he was merely a step away from drawing qi into his body. Yet, that step was the most challenging of all. After all, the poorer one's talent, the longer it took to achieve this breakthrough. Master, can pills really be cooked in an iron pot? Murong Tian inquired, his face smudged with soot as he continuously added fire. After all, the system had indicated so. Although he possessed knowledge as a third-tier alchemist, he lacked spiritual energy and mental acuity. Hence, he was unsure if following this method would yield any pills. Moreover, he could only hope that the body-cleansing pill would aid Murong Tian in drawing qi into his body. Otherwise, with his qualifications, it was utterly impossible to break through to the Qi realm in 20 days, let alone compete with the likes of Wang Hu and Yu Jinyuan. Master, can you truly refine pills? I have never seen anyone use a kitchen knife to cut herbs. Murong Tian glanced skeptically at Shen An, who was chopping spiritual herbs with a kitchen knife. What do you know? I am merely controlling the dosage to avoid you overindulging. If you break through too quickly, it could lead to restlessness. Shen An retorted irritably. Oh, Master, what tier is this body-cleansing pill? Why have I never heard of it before? Third tier. Master. Close your mouth. Shen An turned back, baring his teeth, and the youth instinctively recoiled. Overwhelmed by the relentless questions, Shen An's head buzzed during this time. How had he never noticed how chatty this boy was? Murong Tian gazed at him timidly, tentatively asking, Master, one last question. Speak. Shen An replied impatiently, tossing the chopped herbs into the pot haphazardly. What is your cultivation level? Exactly. The youth's eyes sparkled with curiosity, marking the 30th time he had posed this question in 10 days. Late stage of body refinement. I don't believe you. The boy's gaze remained clear and pure. Shen An turned to look at him, casually picking up the willow branch he had tucked at his waist. Then, the kitchen echoed with Murong Tian's cries of anguish. Master, I am your direct disciple. Let's discuss this without resorting to violence. Ouch, Master, I was wrong. I won't ask again. The pill? Master, the pill is burning. A quarter of an hour later, the two lifted the pot lid, staring in silence at the contents within. Master, this lump of pitch-black goo, is it truly a pill? Can it really be consumed? Why not try it and see? I want to try. Murong Tian shook his head vigorously, scratching his head as he tentatively suggested. In accordance with the hierarchy, Master, you should taste it first. Shen An turned to leave, locking the kitchen door behind him and brandishing the willow branch once more. And then, "Ouch, ouch, master, please don't hit me. I'll eat it. Is that not enough?" Chapter 12. Disciple. Have you soiled yourself? Gazing at the glutinous, inky substance in the bowl, Murong Tian felt a lump form in his throat. Good disciple, do indulge. This is indeed a delicacy. Shen An stood nearby, his eyes crinkled with mirth, benevolently tapping his hands with a willow branch. Murong Tian, filled with dismay, took a deep breath and steeled his resolve. He would brave it. At worst, he would spend 3 days and nights in torment. With that thought in mind, he no longer hesitated and brought the bowl to his lips. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Shen An's mind. Admiration value -10. His lips twitched, a surge of frustration compelling him to swat the boy before him with the willow branch. Yet suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to inquire within his mind. System, if the admiration value can be deducted, does that mean if my level regresses and I then level up again, I could receive another reward? He felt a surge of excitement. If that were the case, he could continuously elevate his status during this phase of easily accruing admiration, repeatedly collecting rewards. The system remained silent for a moment before responding. Bug fixed. Thank you for your feedback. Shen An felt as though 500 small goals were waving goodbye to him. He longed to slap himself. Had he only tried asking sooner? Is there a limit to how many disciples I can take? Can I go down the mountain and gather 108 disciples right now? Not possible. The host can only take the next disciple after the previous one reaches maximum admiration value. Very well. Shen An's hopes were dashed entirely. It seemed he could only diligently nurture one disciple for now. Shaking his head, he turned his eager gaze towards the cross-legged Murong Tian. The latter was now drenched in sweat, his face flushed, his heart racing with alarm. Although the substance was as difficult to swallow as mucus, once it dissolved, it unleashed a peculiar force that surged through his meridians, searingly hot. As time ticked by, the intensity of this force escalated, causing his brows to furrow in distress. The pain felt akin to being pricked by needles throughout his body. However, to Murong Tian's astonishment, he discovered that his previously blocked meridians were beginning to show signs of expansion under this force's impact. It felt as though someone were tirelessly forging pathways through his body. With this revelation, he was ecstatically overwhelmed, gritting his teeth in silence, resolutely enduring the excruciating agony. His master was enhancing his innate talents. He must not squander his master's goodwill. Only by improving his talents could he hope to ascend to the Tianxue sect and challenge Qin Xianyue in the future. Admiration value 30. Shen An's lips curled into a smile. It seemed the cleansing elixir had already begun to take effect. Judging by the boy's contorted expression, he was likely enduring immense suffering. The elixir's description stated that to enhance one's aptitude, one must endure pains beyond ordinary tolerance, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. This fellow possesses remarkable resilience. Observing Murong Tian's steadfastness, Shen An shook his head slightly. It appeared that the humiliation from their 3-year agreement had carved an indelible mark upon him, allowing him to withstand such torment in silence. That it was essential to remember that he was merely a 16-year-old boy, the son of the Murong clan's head, who had been pampered since childhood, unaccustomed to such suffering. Historically, protagonists either possess exceptional fortitude or profound opportunities and extraordinary talents. If it were you, perhaps it is indeed achievable. Shen An couldn't help but indulge in fanciful thoughts of Murong Tian one day transforming into a great emperor, commanding the world. If that day were to come, wouldn't it be a delightful life for him as a master? As he envisioned a future filled with adoration, where his disciple would help him seek out the most exquisite beauties and engage in philosophical musings, a nauseating scent suddenly wafted to his nostrils. The aroma was reminiscent of someone forcefully pressing his head into a steaming pile of something foul, filling every inch of his senses, penetrating his very soul. What the hell, disciple? Have you soiled yourself? Shen An immediately seized a scallion from the stove, stuffing it into his nose, covering his mouth. Puff, puff. But observing Murong Tian, now exuding a stream of putrid black liquid, he quickly grabbed a utensil to shield his handsome face. Feeling warmth on his face, Shen An paused, glancing at the object in his hand. The wooden spoon was riddled with holes, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. but the black liquid showed no signs of abating. What the? Shen An bolted, slamming the kitchen door shut behind him. He raced to the well, washing his face repeatedly until the foul odor dissipated completely. His expression was one of utter dejection that he had not anticipated such potency from the cleansing elixir. Master. From a distance, a darkened Murong Tian sprinted towards him, revealing a dazzling smile of white teeth, his expression animated as he reached out to embrace Shen An. Master, my meridians. Shen An's lips twitched, and he took off running. Murong Tian stood frozen, scratching his head in confusion that wasn't his master's usual gaze towards him rather. Lecherous? Why was he fleeing now? Clean yourself and the kitchen thoroughly before you come to see me again. You are forbidden from bathing in the Qingyan Peak hot springs. Shen An shouted from a distance, leaving that parting remark. Murong Tian finally caught on, frowning as he lifted his hand to sniff his nose, then, ugh! As night fell, the stars and moon hung high, the evening breeze carrying a fragrant, soothing aroma as it caressed the flora of Qingyan Peak. In the side hall, are you certain you've cleaned yourself? The disciple soaked for half an hour. I assure you, there is no lingering odor, Murong Tian replied, a pained expression on his face as he glanced at Shen An, who was lurking at a distance with 2 cloth balls stuffed in his nostrils. Then what about that basket of fish? Shen An pointed to a nearby basket filled with fish. The disciple thought Master had been working hard lately, so I caught some fish to nourish you. Why are they all belly up, and their eyes are green? I don't know. They must be some special spirit fish. Murong Tian scratched his head. Special fish. Shen An eyed him suspiciously, pulling the cloth from his nose and inhaling deeply, confirming there was indeed no odor before breathing in the fresh air. Take them away. What kind of fish would you dare consume? Aren't you afraid of poisoning yourself? He waved his hand and then asked, if I forbade you from bathing in the Qingyan Peak hot springs, where did you soak for half an hour? Murong Tian pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. I'm not sure, but that river seemed quite close to the law enforcement peak. Shen An nodded. It mattered not where he had bathed, as long as it wasn't the Qingyan Peak hot springs. With the cleansing of his meridians complete, it was now time for him to practice the unparalleled sword control technique and break through to the Qi realm. Chapter 13. Borrowing money. How do you feel now? Shen An inquired, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes upon the youth. The boy, brimming with excitement, replied, Master, after consuming the elixir, I feel remarkably lighter all over. Previously, while practicing swordplay, I often experienced a sense of stagnation and blockage, but now everything flows effortlessly. It seems that the bone-washing elixir has indeed significantly improved his aptitude. Shen An nodded inwardly, feeling a sense of relief. While he may not rival those prodigious talents, Murong Tian should now barely reach the level of an ordinary aptitude. Well, merely ordinary. After all, the herbs used in this elixir are not particularly rare. If a single pill could transform him into a genius, that would be nothing short of miraculous. Master, I shall have my family send over several hundred more herbs right away. While he pondered, the youth, teeming with enthusiasm, was practically bouncing with eagerness, his eyes shining with fervor, that if he could consume hundreds or even thousands of such aptitude-enhancing pills, would he not then have the potential to surpass Qin Qianyue and become an even more extraordinary talent? Bang! Shen An, without much patience, gave him a light smack on the head. Do you think this elixir is as common as cabbage, to be consumed at will? Though the effects of this elixir are superb, one may only consume it once. The second pill would yield no effect. Upon hearing this, a look of regret crossed Murong Tian's face. His dreams of genius dashed. Enough, do not be ungrateful. Quickly cultivate the unmatched sword technique and hasten to draw energy into your body. Afterwards, I shall impart 2 more martial skills to you. Upon hearing that there were 2 more martial skills, Murong Tian's eyes lit up instantly. Could it be another technique as formidable as the heaven-opening sword? Seeing through his thoughts, Shen An spoke calmly, do not get ahead of yourself. These techniques are not nearly as powerful. They are merely of the earth grade, upper and middle tiers that very well. Murong Tian, upon hearing this, felt somewhat disappointed, then paused in confusion. Why was he disappointed? After all, it was an earth-grade technique. Such a treasure would incite a frenzy of competition in the outside world, yet he found himself looking down upon it. This was troubling. He must have been influenced by his master. It was all Shen An's fault for casually saying merely and only. Countless individuals flocked to the Qingyuan Peak, yearning to learn Elder Lu's Earth Grade, upper-tier martial skill, the falling flowers and leaves palm. Yet, techniques of higher grade than the falling flowers and leaves palm were reduced to merely and only in his master's words. Admiration points 20. Shen An cast a dubious glance at the strangely expressive Murong Tian, unsure of what he was concocting in his mind. All right, focus on your cultivation. There are only 20 days remaining until the sect's grand competition that I will go outside shortly to gather information about your opponents. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. He patted the youth's shoulder earnestly. Yes, master. Murong Tian respectfully clasped his hands together, watching Shen An depart, feeling a surge of emotion. His master rarely ventured out, yet this time, for his sake, he willingly left Qingyuan Peak to gather intelligence. It seemed he held significant importance in Shen An's heart. As Shen An stepped out of the hall, a slight smile graced his lips, and he felt an eager anticipation brewing within him. He wondered if anyone in the sect had begun betting on such a hotly contested event. If he placed a wager on his disciple winning, and it turned out to be an upset victory, would he not become wealthy in an instant? To be on the safe side. Perhaps I should place some bets on other contestants as well. Otherwise, if he truly loses, it would be a complete loss. Shen An stroked his chin, meticulously contemplating how to place his bets most securely. Yet he soon found himself troubled that he had no money on hand. Would it be too embarrassing to ask his disciple for a loan? After a moment's thought, he slapped his forehead, his eyes gleaming. Wasn't there someone else he could borrow from? That at Qingyuan Peak, in the side hall, Lu Yinqin listened to the reports from the female disciples below, her brows slightly furrowed. Yu Jinyuan from Qingfu Peak has inherited the heavenly sword talisman from the symbol tower? Yes, the news has come from the elder guarding the tower. It cannot be false. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinqin's expression grew serious. This was troublesome to Yu Jinyuan, already nearly invincible at the mid-stage of the Qi Si, now wielding the powerful heavenly sword talisman, would likely possess the strength to contend even against those at the late stage of the Qi Si. Even if Murong Tian could reach the mid-stage of the Qi Si during this period, could he withstand the might of the heavenly sword talisman? Even her falling flowers and leaves palm would be insufficient in the face of such power. To contend with the heavenly sword talisman, one would need at least earth-grade martial skills. Lu Yinqin's beautiful eyes hesitated for a moment before she sighed deeply. Very well. If he is willing to give me the precious radiance elixir, I shall bestow upon him an earth-grade martial skill. With this thought, she spoke softly, call Fei Shuang over. Yes, the female disciple bowed respectfully and withdrew. Before long, another woman dressed in the attire of the Spirit Talisman Mountain disciples arrived. She was tall and possessed a pair of narrow, phoenix-like eyes that exuded an air of haughtiness. This was Ling Fei Shuang, the eldest disciple of Qingyuan Peak, who had recently reached the half-step return to Origin Realm and had previously secured first place in the set competition before Yu Jinyuan. Master, you summon me. What is your command? Ling Fei Shuang spoke coldly, bowing with poise. Take this mirror moon palm to Qingyuan Peak and teach it to Murong Tian. Lu Yinqin retrieved a jade slip from her storage ring. Upon hearing this, Ling Fei Shuang's brows furrowed in astonishment. Master, this is an earth-grade, lower-tier martial skill. Such a precious item. You no need for further words. Lu Yinqin waved her hand lightly. Just deliver this item and explain its intricacies to Murong Tian to aid in his cultivation. The latter frowned, a look of confusion in her eyes. Why was her master so attentive to someone from Qingyuan Peak, even offering an earth-grade martial skill? Understood. Though perplexed, she refrained from speaking further, accepting the jade slip and taking her leave. After departing from Qingyuan Peak, she made her way to Qingyuan Peak. Not long after Ling Fei Shuang left, the earlier female disciple returned once more. Peak Master, Elder Shen seeks an audience. Shen? Lu Yinqin was taken aback. Why was he suddenly looking for her? Did he realize he was incapable of teaching Murong Tian and regret boasting about it earlier? Let him in before long. Shen An entered, rubbing his hands together, a friendly smile plastered on his face. Elder Lu, it has been some time since our last meeting. I have greatly missed you. Lu Yinxin's brows knitted slightly. What brings you here? I have a significant matter to discuss with Elder Lu. Shen An grinned, appearing quite mysterious. I would like to borrow 100,000 gold from you. I have already sent Fei Shuang to Qingyun Peak. Lu Yinxin was suddenly taken aback, realizing she might have misheard. She furrowed her brows and inquired again, What did you say you wanted to do? Shen An scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he repeated, I would like to borrow 100,000 gold from you. The atmosphere in the side hall grew somewhat tranquil. Lu Yinxin's brows tightened as she stared at him, her expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. What did this mean? This fellow came to Qingwan Peak not for Murong Tian, but to borrow money. And he asked for 100,000 gold right off the bat. Chapter 14. Dear Cousin Ling, do you possess any wealth? What do you require such a vast sum for? Lu Yinxin regarded him with suspicion. Naturally, it holds great significance. Rest assured, Elder Lu, after the grand competition, I shall return every single coin. Not a single one will be missing. Shen An smiled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation that he had already gathered information outside regarding the sect's grand competition. And indeed, there were betting odds set up, right at Qingxi Peak. And it was rumored that the betting was even connected to the peak's master, thus eliminating the fear of them absconding with the funds. What further enticed him was that the odds for his disciple, Murong Tian, to clinch the championship were 10-1. Lu Yinxin fell silent. Did this fellow harbor some misunderstanding about her? What does 100,000 gold signify? Such a sum could easily procure a low-tier martial technique. If it were a technique or some other items, perhaps she could muster some, but money, none. Lu Yinxin replied succinctly. Individuals of their caliber had mostly converted their wealth into equally valuable treasures and resources. It was inconceivable for them to possess liquid cash. Shen An, feeling somewhat despondent as he touched the few gold coins in his pocket, realized that despite his audacity in requesting a loan, he had come up empty-handed. Was he destined to watch his dreams of fortune shatter? Noticing his crestfallen demeanor, Lu Yinxin couldn't help but add, If you seek to purchase a martial technique from Murong Tian, fret not. I have already instructed Fei Shuang to deliver my mirror moon palm to him. Shen An was taken aback. Mirror moon palm? He furrowed his brow. Although this technique was of a lower tier, its essence contradicted the unparalleled sword technique. The sword technique emphasized fierce lethality and pure intent, while Mirror Moon Palm was gentle and focused on bewildering the opponent with myriad palm strikes. Lacking in direct aggression, in comparison, the Thunderbolt sword, with its straightforward approach, would suit Murong Tian far better. I appreciate Elder Lu's kindness, but my disciple possesses a candid nature, and I fear he may not be suited to practice such techniques. Lu Yinxin narrowed her beautiful eyes. Without training in a low-tier martial technique, how can Murong Tian contend against Yu Jinyuan? Although mastering the Mirror Moon Palm might not guarantee he could best the latter, failing to train at all would likely prevent him from even reaching the moment of confrontation. I have already imparted a sword technique to him. That should suffice. Shen An rubbed his chin. What tier is this sword technique? Is it somehow superior to my Mirror Moon Palm? Lu Yinxin's countenance darkened slightly. Shen An scratched his head, feeling awkward. That sword technique is my original creation. It currently has no assigned tier. The system hadn't specified the tier of one sword opens Heaven's Gate, and he hesitated to fabricate a tale. Besides, claiming that his sword technique was superior to a heavenly tier would certainly draw skepticism, and he didn't want to be regarded as a fool. Original creation? Lu Yinxin was momentarily stunned. Then her brows knitted in seriousness. Shen An, this matter is no trifling affair. Should your disciple fail, both of you shall be expelled from the sect. Clearly, she did not believe that Shen An's self-created sword technique could be of any formidable caliber. I thank Elder Lu for your concern. Shen An clasped his hands in gratitude, refraining from offering any further explanation. It would be foolish to reveal all his cards at this juncture. If word leaked out, the odds might be adjusted downward, leaving him with nowhere to lament. Seeing his nonchalance, Lu Yinxin could not help but shake her head slightly, disappointment flickering in her gaze. She had thought Shen An was not as inept as rumored, but was disheartened to find that he so easily dismissed the promise he had made. Did he still believe that the sect master would support him at that moment? Very well. Her gaze regained its composure. I do not possess 100,000 gold, only 100,000. With that, Lu Yunqin elegantly waved her hand, sending a ring soaring forward. Upon seeing this, Shen An's spirits soared. Thank you, Elder Lu. Is there anything else? None. Shen An clasped his hands in farewell and dashed towards Qingxi Peak. Observing his retreating figure, the disappointment in Lu Yunqin's beautiful eyes was unmistakable. On the other side, at Qingyan Peak, Ling Feishuang ascended the mountain, swiftly locating Murong Tian, who was drawing water by the well in preparation for dinner. Upon seeing her, Murong Tian paused momentarily. Sister Ling, what brings you here? My master has sent me to convey a martial technique to you. As Ling Feishuang spoke, she scrutinized the youth before her with her cold, almond-shaped eyes, curious to discern what made him worthy of her master parting with a low-tier martial technique. However, her brow soon furrowed in surprise. You have broken through to the Qi realm? Wasn't it said that just 10 days ago, Murong Tian was still in the midst of body refining? In such a brief span, he had managed to shatter a significant boundary. Murong Tian scratched his head, chuckling, just a stroke of luck. While he said this, he felt quite astonished himself that he could draw qi into his body in such a short time. This was all thanks to the effects of the cleansing marrow pill, as well as the astonishing martial technique, the unparalleled sword technique. Ordinarily, practitioners would draw in spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Yet when he activated the unparalleled sword technique, he was astounded to find that the spiritual energy rushed towards him like a tide, eager to enter his body. Ling Feishuang quickly regained her composure and realized there was nothing particularly surprising about it. After all, the Murong family was a lineage of alchemists, and they had likely provided Murong Tian with countless pills over the years. Reaching the mid-stage of body refining and successfully drawing qi into his body was hardly extraordinary. Here, this is the martial technique my master has bestowed upon you. She gracefully waved her sleeve, sending a jade slip flying toward him. Mirror Moon Palm. Only a low tier? Murong Tian involuntarily exclaimed. Ling Feishuang froze, the breeze tousling her hair, leaving her looking somewhat disheveled. She seriously doubted whether she had misheard. What did he mean by, only a low tier? It was nearly impossible to find low-tier martial techniques on Spirit Rune Mountain. How could something so precious be rendered so trivial by Murong Tian's lips? Sister, I appreciate Elder Lu's goodwill, but my master has already imparted a considerable amount of knowledge to me, and I fear I may be unable to manage any more at this time. Murong Tian shook his head, offering the jade slip back with both hands. What a jest! The lowest tier of what his master had taught him was mid-tier. Why would he waste his time on this? Ling Feishuang was momentarily taken aback. She struggled to discern whether it was she who was unwell or if Murong Tian had lost his wits. To forsake a low-tier martial technique for something his master taught at the body refining mid-stage. This is a low-tier martial technique. Are you certain you do not want it? Absolutely not. Murong Tian adamantly shook his head, shoving the jade slip back into Ling Feishuang's hands, his expression laced with disdain. Seeing her stand there unmoving, he tentatively inquired, Sister, would you care to stay for dinner? Ling Feishuang, appearing somewhat dazed, shook her head and turned to leave with the jade slip in hand. Once she had departed, Murong Tian let out a sigh of relief, inwardly remarking how fortunate he was. Had it not been for his master mentioning earlier that he would teach him sword techniques, he might have been compelled to practice that low-tier martial technique. Down the mountain, Shen An was in exceptionally high spirits, humming a tune as he spotted Ling Feishuang, who appeared somewhat distracted, waving to greet her. Cousin Ling, are you leaving already? Not staying for dinner? Ling Feishuang returned the gesture but shook her head in refusal. Noticing the beaming smile on his face, she furrowed her brow and inquired, Elder Shen, what brings you such joy? Hee. I am soon to become a wealthy man. Naturally, I'm elated. Shen An chuckled. Ling Feishuang was taken aback, confusion evident on her face. Soon, seeing her curiosity, Shen An's mind sparked with an idea, and he leaned in closer. Cousin Ling, how much cash do you have on hand? Could you lend it to the elder? I assure you, I will safeguard it and multiply it threefold within 20 days. Cash. Ling Feishuang frowned, hesitating as she produced a storage ring. I should have around 10,000 gold. That will suffice. Shen An exclaimed as he took the ring and dashed down the mountain. Ling Feishuang stood momentarily in a state of disarray. Her lips slightly parted as she struggled to find words. Had she just lost her money? Chapter 15. Disciple, I perceive in you the potential to become a sword immortal. Listening to Ling Feishuang's report, Lu Yunqin's brows furrowed deeper. Are you certain that after borrowing money, you went to place a bet? I heard it with my own ears. Fellow disciples discussing that Elder Shen went to Qingxi Peak to wager 50,000 gold on the victory of Murong Tian, Ling Feishuang asserted, her expression tinged with displeasure. Lu Yunqin sighed, shaking her head in silence, utterly disappointed in Shen, and she never anticipated he would act in such a manner. It was one thing for him to show no concern for his disciples' imminent competition in 20 days. It was quite another to participate in gambling. Lu Yunqin pondered further, perplexed that hadn't she lent him 100,000 gold, and he had also taken another 10,000 gold from Feishuang. Why did he only wager 50,000? Noticing her confusion, Ling Feishuang spoke again. Elder Shen has also placed a bet for another person, also 50,000 gold. Yu Jinyuan from Qingfu Peak. Lu Yunqin was at a loss for words. To engage in gambling was one thing, but to bet on the victory of his disciple's opponent. Was this something a mentor should do? It was utterly shameless. With such a wager, did he truly wish for Murong Tian to win or lose? If he lost, Shen An could still emerge victorious against Yu Jinyuan, albeit with minimal loss, but it would be a recovery nonetheless that if Murong Tian truly won, he could reap a fortune of several 100,000 gold. Though that was hardly feasible. But Lu Yunqin shook her head, resigning to the situation. After all, she had already done what she could to assist. It was their arrogance that prevented them from accepting help. By the way, Master, when I went to Qingyan Peak today, Murong Tian has already broken through to the Qi realm, Ling Feishuang spoke once more. Lu Yunqin was taken aback, exclaiming, he has broken through to the Qi? This revelation surprised her, based on her estimations. Even with the Murong family's abundant supply of elixirs, Murong Tian should have barely managed to break through just before the competition. Moreover, his position within the family was rather precarious, and the Murong family would not expend such resources on him. Tio think he had actually managed to break through in just 10 days. If he could master a terrestrial-level martial technique swiftly thereafter, he truly had a chance to enter the top 10. That after some contemplation, Lu Yunqin resolved to visit Qingyan Peak in a couple of days to offer her counsel to this pair of master and disciple. She felt somewhat helpless. Who would send a terrestrial-level martial technique and require multiple visits? Yet, recalling the remarkably effective rejuvenation pill, she suppressed her discontent. When will the king of Southern Jin arrive? She inquired about another matter. He is expected around noon tomorrow, Ling Feishuang replied, her brow furrowed with hesitation. Master, the king's daughter has been poisoned to the bone. I fear there is no hope for eradication. Her words were cut short as Lu Yunqin raised a hand to interrupt. The king of Southern Jun once saved my life. I cannot stand idly by. Even if the treatment is futile, I must extend his daughter's life. Ling Feishuang observed her master's resolute expression and nodded, falling silent. In the dead of night, at Qingyan Peak. Master, what a splendid sword. Truly a magnificent sword. In the training grounds, Murong Tian cradled a long sword of pure black and gold, unable to contain his joy. Admiration value 10, observing the boy's exuberance. Shen An stroked his chin, nodding to himself. Initially, he had intended to borrow money from Ling Feishuang to place a bet for Yu Jinyuan, but along the way, he overheard some disciples discussing spirit weapons that then occurred to him that his disciple lacked a suitable sword. Possessing a superior spirit weapon would significantly increase his chances of securing first place. Thus, he spent 9,000 gold to procure a low-grade profound sword from the sex market. The disciple had initially quoted 12,000, but upon recognizing Shen An, and after a bit of concerned inquiry, he voluntarily lowered the price to 9,000 gold. It was certainly not due to Shen An emphasizing his status as an elder to haggle. Disciple, how have you fared with the one sword opens the heavenly gate technique? Shen An cleared his throat, interrupting Murong Tian's fondling of the sword. Master, my spiritual energy barely suffices for one use. Otherwise, the other energies would dissipate, and I cannot yet wield it with ease, the latter respectfully responded. I see. Shen An stroked his chin, nodding. Since you have entered the Qi, I shall impart to you a movement technique and a sword technique. You must practice diligently. Thank you, Master. Murong Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, 2 terrestrial-level martial techniques were forthcoming. With the familiar gesture of pressing his finger to his brow, Murong Tian closed his eyes tight. He opened his eyes, gazing at Shen An with profound reverence. Truly, his master only dealt in mid-tier terrestrial techniques. With this thought, he felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, he had not pursued some low-grade terrestrial technique like Mirror Moon Palm. Admiration Value 40. Current admiration level of Murong Tian. 6. Acquired a devoted disciple. Host unlocks new system feature. Talent Mastery Panel. Receives 1 lottery chance. As the voice echoed in his mind, Shen An was momentarily taken aback, then curiously opened the newly appeared panel. Talent Mastery Panel. Martial Arts Mastery. Level 0 Alchemy Mastery. Level 3 Refining Mastery. Level 0 Rune Mastery. Level 0 Martial Arts, Alchemy, Refining, and Runes were the mainstream paths of cultivation in the present world. Among them, martial arts encompassed swordsmanship, knife techniques, and so forth, while alchemy included both poisons and elixirs. Formations, among other things, fell under the realm of runes. The alchemy mastery at level 3 was likely due to previously acquired experience as a third-tier alchemist, that if he could fully elevate these 4 talents, would he not become a polymath? With this thought, Shen An felt a surge of excitement and inquired in his mind, System, how does one upgrade these talents? The host can acquire upgrades through the lottery or through the disciple's comprehension. Shouldn't you give me some talent points? Shen An was momentarily stunned. This didn't seem right. Usually, unlocking such features came with a gift of talent points, didn't it? The host is truly adorable. No gifts are provided. Shen An twitched his lips. Why did this system have such an irritating manner of speech? It seemed that to enhance himself, he could only rely on his disciple. If the disciple comprehended, he too would ascend. As for the lottery, don't forget it. Rather than gamble on those talents, he would prefer something tangible, like 100 cards for the Qinquan realm's duration, or a set of 10 or 8 heavenly tier defensive spirit weapons. With these thoughts, Shen An gazed at the eagerly excited Murong Tian, who was reviewing martial techniques in his mind, his eyes filled with fervor. Master, is something the matter? Feeling somewhat uneasy under his intense gaze, Murong Tian instinctively stepped back and inquired. Disciple, I perceive in you a remarkable physique with the potential to become a Sword Immortal. You must strive earnestly and not be complacent, lest you disappoint the expectations I hold for you. Shen An spoke earnestly, his expression solemn. Rest assured, Master, I shall devote myself day and night to diligently practice my swordsmanship and will not let you down. Murong Tian immediately lifted his chin, his gaze resolute and earnest. Observing the boy's determination, Shen An felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Patting the boy's shoulder before turning to leave, that he awaited the day when his devoted disciple would achieve success in swordsmanship, helping him to elevate his own talent. Chapter 16. Disciple, do you understand? The following day, Shen An found himself utterly at leisure, as for the single lottery opportunity gained from Murong Tian's worship value upgrade that had long been utilized. It was indeed a rather disheartening draw, yielding nothing more than a cat teaser. System, pray tell, with such wealth at your disposal, is this truly the best you can offer? How utterly disappointing. Shen An leaned against a blue stone, holding a stick adorned with a fluffy ball, his tone laced with complaint. Products of the system are guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. Though it may merely be a humble cat teaser, it is indeed a rare gem among countless others, worthy to be regarded as the king of such items, possessing significant utility. Such nonsense, pure deception, Shen An scoffed, interrupting the system's monologue. He casually stowed away the cat teaser, dismissing it, too fatigued to continue battling with this miserly and untrustworthy system. Just then, his earnest disciple approached, drenched in perspiration. Master, I have encountered yet another conundrum. Speak, Shen An replied, absently scratching his ear. The third form of the thunderclap 5 styles. How is one to comprehend the thunder from a clear sky? Murong Tian inquired earnestly. The introduction states that one must achieve a thunderous clap and a swift sword flash to be deemed successful. Yet I remain at a loss. Thunder from a clear sky, you say? Shen An pondered, stroking his chin. Throughout the morning, he had been guiding Murong Tian in swordsmanship. Although the latter had acquired the methods of martial arts cultivation, mastering them was no trivial task. It demanded the refinement of time. The sword opening the heavenly gate indeed contained the essence of experience, differing greatly from a novice's understanding. Murong Tian had a plethora of queries regarding the intricacies of swordsmanship, and Shen An artfully evaded each one. Take, for instance, the current dilemma regarding the thunder from a clear sky. Under Murong Tian's expectant gaze, Shen An finally spoke. Disciple, have you ever played with a firework known as the sky monkey at the foot of the mountain? Sky monkey. Murong Tian blinked in confusion, shaking his head. Seeing his bewilderment, Shen An gestured animatedly. Look, whoosh, he waved his finger in front of the youth, and then, slap, seizing the opportunity while the boy was distracted, he delivered a swift smack to his face. Murong Tian was taken aback. Disciple, was that loud? Loud, and a bit painful. Now do you comprehend what thunder from a clear sky entails? I understand. Murong Tian nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Master means that just now, you used a single finger to draw my attention, and in the moment my guard was down, you executed a powerful strike with all 5 fingers combined. This is thunder from a clear sky. He was visibly exhilarated. Indeed, his master was remarkable. Such profound swordplay could be elucidated through such simple principles. Worship value 5. Observing Murong Tian scamper off to a clearing to ponder the sword techniques, Shen An clicked his tongue, nodding in satisfaction. Once the worship value reached level 6, it was delightful to see his obedient disciple begin to engage in self-directed thought. After all, with his own martial prowess at a mere 0 level, he was utterly ignorant, merely relying on deception, leaving the understanding to Murong Tian's innate discernment. In the main hall of the Qinghuan Peak, Lu Yunqin, clad in azure robes, occupied the foremost seat. Below her, besides Ling Feishuang, sat another figure, a middle-aged man of stern countenance, garbed in a black and gold long robe, emanating an air of authority without a hint of anger, his brow and eyes exuding a martial spirit. It was evident he was a seasoned warrior, accustomed to the vicissitudes of battle. This man was none other than the renowned Prince of the South, Xiao Aohai. Even within the entirety of the southern domain, his name resonated with great prominence. Not only was Xiao Aohai a formidable figure of the Qinquan realm, but he also commanded an army of 300,000 iron-clad wolf riders. Yet what truly instilled fear in people's hearts was the battle fought a decade prior in the southern region of the Great Han dynasty, at the Wolf Abyss. At present, the southern domain is comprised of 3 dominant dynasties, Great Han, Baiming, and Pingtian. However, a decade ago, there were 4 that the 4th dynasty was ultimately annihilated and absorbed by Pingtian, propelling it to become the most powerful dynasty in the southern domain. After swallowing up one dynasty, Pingtian was not content and extended its iron grip towards the neighboring Great Han. Yet, with an army of 500,000 advancing with great momentum, they returned in disarray, leaving nearly 100,000 corpses in their wake. This was solely due to the valiant defense mounted by the current Prince of the South, Xiao Aohai. He, along with his 30,000 wolf riders, decisively routed the 50,000 troops of Pingtian and single-handedly engaged 3 formidable warriors of the Qinquan realm, ultimately decapitating one of them. That battle irrevocably cemented the name of Prince of the South in the annals of the southern domain, and the wolf riders became the most fearsome force of the Great Han dynasty. However, it was unfortunate that although he had slain a warrior of the Qinquan realm, Xiao Aohai had sustained injuries that compromised his foundation in recent years. His cultivation had declined to the celestial spirit realm, and despite seeking out skilled physicians, his condition remained untreatable. Unless he found an exceptionally skilled alchemist, healing his foundation would be exceedingly difficult. Even the apothecary of the Medicine King Valley was at a loss. Nevertheless, the Prince of the South displayed remarkable fortitude, expressing indifference. Today, he arrived at Lingfu Mountain not for his own ailment, but rather for his daughter. Miss Lu, my daughter Jingxue, has been afflicted with a peculiar poison for many years. Had it not been for the suppression from the Medicine King Valley, she would have long since perished. However, the situation has grown increasingly dire in recent years. The answer from the apothecary is that only by finding someone with the gentlest and most benevolent of martial arts can there be hope for her prolonged life and gradual healing. Moreover, the martial arts must at least be of medium-grade earth level. Xiao Aohai spoke solemnly. Such martial arts are exceedingly rare, particularly those embodying gentleness and benevolence, that I have contemplated numerous individuals and have only thought of you, Miss Liu, as a potential source of assistance. Your Highness, I understand your intentions, Lu Yinxin replied, her tone gentle as she nodded gracefully. Had it not been for your rescue at the Wolf Abyss all those years ago, I might have already perished. Now that your offspring is in peril, I cannot stand idly by. Upon hearing this, Xiao Aohai felt a weight lift from his heart, his steadfast gaze revealing a flicker of gratitude. It seemed the caliber of her martial arts truly was commendable that a decade ago, during the invasion of the Pingtian dynasty, while he was embroiled in battle, he fortuitously discovered the severely injured Lu Yinxin, who, appearing no older than a girl and unarmored, he assumed was a victim of the chaos. He took her back to his camp for healing that in just a few short years, Lu Yinxin ascended to become the leader of Qingwan Peak at Lingfu Mountain. However, it struck him as odd that, upon saving her all those years ago, she was at the Earth Spirit Realm, and yet after so much time, she remained at the same level. He had noticed that the martial arts she practiced were remarkably gentle yet powerful, suggesting a high rank. Thus, her background was likely more intricate than he had initially surmised. Therefore, upon receiving word from the Medicine King Valley, he immediately thought of Lu Yinxin and hastened to convey his message. While he was still feeling relieved, Xiao Aohai suddenly regarded the woman seated at the head of the table with a look of intrigue. How curious! Miss Lu's appearance remains unchanged after all these years. In fact, she seems even more radiant than before. At this, Lu Yinxin's lashes fluttered slightly, and she offered a warm smile. An elder from my sect gifted me a beauty-enhancing elixir. What sort of elixir possesses such remarkable effects? How extraordinary! Was it crafted by Elder Su of the Spiritual Herb Hall in Lingfu Mountain? Xiao Aohai inquired, a hint of interest igniting within him. His own household had been clamoring for beauty and skincare elixirs lately, and he had planned to procure some from the Medicine King Valley, though those from there seemed to lack such efficacy. Alas, it was not. Then which elder in Lingfu Mountain possesses the ability to concoct such a wondrous elixir? Xiao Aohai expressed surprise and curiosity that as he posed the question, an image flashed through Lu Yinxin's mind. Her lips parted slightly as she spoke softly. Qingyun Peak Shen An, Chapter 17. I have succeeded, Master. I have succeeded. Xiao Aohai was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression grew peculiar. There were not many individuals capable of leaving an impression on him, the king of Southern Town, but Shen An was certainly one of them. Not for any other reason, but solely due to his reputation as a natural failure, a title that resonated throughout the entire Southern Realm. The medicinal pills were indeed given to me by Shen An, but I am uncertain whether he himself concocted them. Lu Yinxin spoke softly, her beautiful eyes flickering. Does the prince wish to inquire about the origin of these pills? Xiao Aohai nodded. To speak candidly, my wife has been increasingly anxious and haggard due to matters concerning our daughter, and I seek similar medicinal pills to present to her. In that case, I invite the prince to accompany Yinxin to Qingyun Peak, Lu Yinxin proposed. She had initially planned to persuade Murong Tian to practice the Mirror Moon Palm the following day, but with Xiao Aohai's interest piqued and his daughter still occupied at Yaowang Valley for a while longer, it was best to visit Qingyun Peak now. Moreover, she had yet to inquire about the origins of Shen An's rejuvenating pill. The two departed from Qingwan Peak, heading towards Qingyun Peak. Along the way, Xiao Aohai gleaned information about the current situation at Qingyun Peak from Lu Yinxin. Upon learning that Murong Tian was indeed Shen An's disciple, he could not help but shake his head inwardly. The Murong family had ancestral connections with the Qin family, possessing a considerable friendship, but due to the matter of the marriage agreement, they had not interacted for 2 years. This engagement had been established between the former head of the Qin family, who was also Qin Qinyue's father, and the head of the Murong family, and it had never received the support of the Qin family. Unfortunately, with the untimely death of the Qin patriarch and Qin Qinyue's subsequent display of talent, the old master of the Qin family showed no desire to acknowledge the engagement. The news of Qin Qinyue's visit to rescind the engagement had spread like wildfire. Although the Murong family was merely a small medicinal lineage, The Qin family was different, being a renowned family throughout the entire Din dynasty. Qin Xinyue had also joined the prestigious Tianxue sect of the Beiming dynasty at an early age. In terms of strength, the Tianxue sect surpassed Lingfu Mountain. It was precisely in the second year of her joining Tianxue sect that Qin Xinyue personally visited the Murong family to annul the engagement. Such a humiliation rendered the Murong family utterly embarrassed, becoming a subject of ridicule throughout the Din dynasty. Many scoffed, claiming the Murong family had aspired to the unattainable, only to be met with the shame of having the engagement rescinded. As for Murong Tian's boastful declaration of a 3-year agreement made in front of everyone, it was nothing short of laughable. Xiao Ao Hai shook his head slightly. Qin Xinyue had now reached the returning Yuan realm, and within a year, she would likely touch the threshold of the Earth Spirit realm. Murong Tian was rumored to possess abysmal talent. Even with a year remaining, he would not be able to catch up to her, even if granted an additional 10 years. Now that Shen An had the audacity to challenge the head of the Law Enforcement Hall to a grand competition, it truly revealed a pair of reckless and talentless individuals. Xiao Ao Hai refrained from speaking in front of Lu Yinxin, but he held a sense of disdain within. However, only Shen An knew the details of the rejuvenating pill, so he could only personally inquire at Qingyun Peak. I had originally intended to pass on the Mirror Moon Palm to Murong Tian, but he declined, insisting on practicing his master's self-created sword technique instead. Lu Yinxin sighed. Hearing this, Xiao Ao Hai frowned further. What sword technique could a late-stage body refinement practitioner possibly create? Can it truly compare to Earth-level martial arts? My visit this time is also to persuade the master and disciple duo. Lu Yinxin replied softly. Xiao Ao Hai shook his head inwardly as he followed her up Qingyun Peak. The scenery here was quite pleasant, lush with greenery and fragrant blooms. Soon, they arrived at the mountain summit, only to find that Shen An and Murong Tian were not in the main hall. After a brief perception, they made their way toward the training grounds. "Ha ha! I have succeeded, master. I have succeeded." As they approached, a wild voice echoed from afar. The two exchanged frowns and gazed into the distance. In the center of the training ground, Murong Tian appeared disheveled, his face marked with soot, one hand gesturing animatedly before. Smack! He unexpectedly slapped himself across the face. Not only did he slap himself, but he also wore a look of ecstatic delight. Meanwhile, Shen An reclined lazily on a nearby chair, casually tossing green grapes into his mouth, reveling in sheer contentment. Particularly after having heard that the individuals from the Law Enforcement Peak had inadvertently suffered from an upset stomach, he was in exceptionally high spirits. With the grand competition approaching, how can this master remain so leisurely? And what is his disciple doing? Xiao Ao Hai's expression grew strange. Lu Yinxin's beautiful eyes also reflected disappointment. She had anticipated that Shen An would have some preparations in place, but to her dismay, she was met with such an unseemly spectacle. The master lounged in a chair, leisurely eating fruit, while the disciple slapped himself with wild abandon, wearing a crazed expression. Could it be that Murong Tian had indeed gone mad under Shen An's tutelage? With this thought in mind, Lu Yinxin furrowed her brows slightly, ready to intervene. However, in the next moment, Shen An hurled a black sword toward the training ground. "Since you have succeeded, then demonstrate the sword technique I have taught you for evaluation." "Yes, master," Murong Tian responded with excitement, grasping the long sword and closing his eyes to calm his mind. Observing this scene, Lu Yinxin halted her steps and withdrew. Xiao Ao Hai stood nearby, his gaze keen and scrutinizing, that he wanted to see what sword technique Shen An had indeed imparted that led Murong Tian to abandon even Earth-level martial arts. In the center of the training ground, Murong Tian's rising and falling chest gradually steadied. He held the sword with one hand, and his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. The previous madness and joy had completely vanished, replaced by an intent sharp enough to pierce the heavens. First form of thunderstorm sword. Thunderclouds overhead. As Murong Tian's aura transformed, the black sword in his hand surged with spiritual energy and struck downwards. With this strike, spiritual energy roiled like clouds, accompanied by the rumbling sound of thunder, exuding an astonishing might. Both individuals were taken aback. This strike likely reached the level of mid-grade Xian-level martial arts. Second form of thunderstorm sword. Rampant thunder shatters mountains. With a crackle, Lightning flashed across the training ground as Murong Tian thrust his sword forward, unleashing torrents of thunder as thick as fingers, dazzling and resplendent. Lu Yinqin and Xiao Ao Hai found themselves breathless, their eyes filled with astonishment. This second strike encapsulated the essence of upper-grade Xin-level martial arts. Ha! Murong Tian sheathed his sword, exhaling deeply, the surrounding lightning dissipating entirely. The two observers in the distance felt an involuntary sense of relief. It seemed that these were the only two strikes. They thought to themselves, how could a late-stage body refinement practitioner possibly create Earth-level martial arts? Just as they were secretly relieved, Murong Tian made another move in the training ground. This time, he did not draw his sword, but instead formed a sword finger with his left hand, pointing ahead. Third form of Thunderstorm Sword, sudden thunder from the ground. As he uttered these words, the previously tranquil training ground, devoid of any flickering lightning, erupted into chaos. Boom, blue bricks scattered, and 5 pillars of lightning surged into the sky, sharp as a sword's edge, the sound echoing deafeningly as they beheld the soaring lightning sword shadows. Lu Yinqin and Xiao Ao Hai exchanged astonished glances, momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their composure, their pupils constricted, and they inhaled sharply, disbelief flooding their expressions. The essence of the Earth-level lower grade had undoubtedly been achieved with that last strike. Chapter 18. This young man truly exhibits the bearing of a Sword Immortal. Lu Yinqin stared in astonishment at Murong Tian, who was panting heavily, yet radiating excitement in the martial arts arena. She couldn't shake the feeling that she might still be dreaming. Was that magnificent sword technique truly executed by Murong Tian? Xiao Ao Hai, equally bewildered, turned to the woman beside him and inquired, Miss Lu, when did Lingfu Mountain possess such a formidable sword technique? Given the prowess of that sword play, he found it utterly implausible that it had originated from Shen An. Lu Yinqin, though skeptical herself, knew that Lingfu Mountain lacked any true masters of the sword. The only adept, the elder of the heavenly sword, had long since passed away, and his expertise lay in talismanic swordsmanship rather than pure sword techniques. This raised a pressing question. Where did Murong Tian acquire this exceptional swordplay? Could it be that Shen An was indeed the one imparting this knowledge? As the two were engulfed in their astonishment, Shen An, reclining in his chair, spoke up with a nonchalant tone that hinted at some dissatisfaction. It's passable, I suppose. Not a waste of my morning's teachings. Thank you, Master. Admiration points to Shen An felt somewhat helpless. Since breaking through to the 6th level, his admiration points had dwindled, and he wondered when he might reach the maximum. All right, let's prepare for a meal. The remaining 2 techniques, I shall instruct you on this afternoon. He waved his hand, rubbing his stomach as he spoke. This was overheard clearly by the two at a distance, causing their pupils to constrict. There were 2 more techniques. If the 3rd technique had already attained the status of a low-grade Earth-level martial skill, did that imply the subsequent ones were of higher caliber? Master, I'm not hungry. I can continue practicing. Murong Tian exclaimed fervently, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Smack! A green grape landed squarely on his forehead. Whether you're hungry or not, I am. Do you expect me to cook for you? Shen An grumbled irritably. In both swordplay and martial arts, one must adhere to a balance of relaxation and effort. Persistence is not achieved in a day. Only through a harmonious blend of work and rest can one gradually improve. From a distance, Lu Yinqin and Xiao Ao Hai nodded in silent agreement. They had observed that Murong Tian's stamina had reached its limit. If he continued to forcefully practice the thunderous killing sword technique, he risked injuring his meridians. They were astonished by Shen An's keen perception, as he meticulously gauged the limits of Murong Tian, prompting a timely rest, neither a moment too long nor too short. Miss Lu. Yes. Is Elder Shen truly only at the late stage of body refinement? Xiao Ao Hai regarded her with a peculiar expression. Both of them possessed a mid-stage 3rd realm strength and keen mental acuity, enabling them to discern Murong Tian's weariness at a glance that a mere late-stage body refinement practitioner could not possibly possess such keen insight. Indeed, Lu Yinqin affirmed with certainty. I don't believe it. Lu Yinqin turned away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Thank you for your guidance, master. I shall prepare a meal now. Murong Tian suppressed his inner fervor, cupping his hands in acknowledgement before hastily making his way to the kitchen. As he watched his obedient disciple depart, Shen An resumed his leisurely posture in the chair, indulging in green grapes with a carefree air. He mused that while he may not have improved in other skills during this time, he had certainly honed the art of persuasion. But then again, isn't the essence of mentorship grounded in such persuasion? Just as he was lost in thought, a deep, resonant voice interrupted him, causing him to start. With the grand competition approaching, Elder Shen appears to be enjoying a leisurely respite. Do you not care at all about the impending outcomes? Turning to face the source of the voice, he saw a robust, middle-aged man clad in a black and gold robe, striding forth with an imposing presence, accompanied by the elegantly attired Lu Yinqin. Shen An was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at the latter. This is the king of Southern Town, Lu Yinqin stated softly, her lips parting delicately. Upon hearing this, Shen An's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly rose from his seat to bow. I am honored to meet the king of Southern Town. As he lowered his head in respect, his heart raced. The man before him was indeed the fabled king of Southern Town, rumored to have slain formidable foes of the Qiankuan realm. What brought him here? Elder Shun need not be overly courteous. I have intruded upon you without prior notice, and I hope for your understanding, the king of Southern Town replied, stepping forward to offer support. Utilizing his mental acuity, he probed Shen An's internal condition, his brow furrowing in response. The meridians were incomplete, devoid of any spiritual energy. Indeed, he was merely at the late stage of body refinement. This puzzled him. How could a late-stage body refinement practitioner so effortlessly perceive Murong Tian's fatigue? Was it mere luck? Thank you, Your Highness, Shen An said as he rose, feeling somewhat flattered that he had not expected the esteemed king of Southern Town to be so courteous to an inconspicuous peak master like him. Was that sword technique truly taught by you to Murong Tian? Lu Yinqin interjected. Upon hearing her inquiry, Shen An raised an eyebrow and regarded her more intently. That it was evident that the two had been observing from a distance, eavesdropping on the exchange. Since they had witnessed it, he could only manage a sheepish smile. It is hardly worth mentioning. Is it, or is it not your teaching? Lu Yinqin pressed, her captivating eyes indicating her determination to uncover the truth. Reluctantly, Shen An nodded. Yes, I taught him. From where did you acquire this sword technique? I found it. How did you find it? There is a temple in the mountains where an old monk and a young monk reside. One day, the old monk imparted a set of sword techniques to the young monk. As she listened to his offhand fabrication, Lu Yinqin fell silent, realizing that in her excitement, she had perhaps overstepped. Regardless of the technique's origin or whether it was self-created, she should not have pressed further. My apologies, she said softly, her lips parting slightly, leaving Shen An momentarily stunned, unsure why she suddenly expressed regret. If such a sword technique existed, why not mention it sooner? It had caused her undue worry for the two of them over the past several days. Shen An could only offer a bitter smile, hastily explaining, It's not as you think, Miss Lu. My disciple is simply more adept at swordsmanship. If he were to practice palm techniques as well, he might become overwhelmed. Is that truly the case? Lu Yinqin replied with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, Shen An affirmed earnestly. At that moment, Xiao Ao Hai, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. Earlier, I observed Murong Tian practicing swordplay. When he grasped the sword, his demeanor transformed entirely, akin to a sword being unsheathed, radiating brilliance. If I am not mistaken, this young man indeed possesses a natural talent for the sword. Were it not for deficiencies in his cultivation aptitude, he may very well grasp the essence of swordsmanship in the future and ascend to the realm of a sword immortal. Lu Yinqin's mouth fell slightly agape, astonished by Xiao Ao Hai's words, then glanced at Shen An. If even the king of Southern Town, who once stood at the Qiankuan realm, spoke thus, it must hold some truth. Shen An likely recognized this potential in Murong Tian, which was why he encouraged him to practice swordplay. Her earlier intention to impart the mirror moon palm had undoubtedly risked hindering his progress. Reflecting on her well-meaning actions that could have inadvertently misled the young disciple, Lu Yinqin felt a pang of regret and complexity in her gaze directed at Shen An. She had not anticipated that in the end, she had misjudged the situation and nearly led the young man astray. Chapter 19 Shen An, after refining another pill, mused, even if Murong Tian has reached the Qi realm and has mastered this sword technique, he may have a chance to defeat Wang Hu, but to triumph over Yu Jingyuan, I fear it is still insufficient. Lu Yinqin spoke in a solemn tone. The power of the heavenly sword talisman is extraordinary. Even this sword technique can only barely contend with it, and to completely surpass it is still a stretch. Moreover, Yu Jingyuan's cultivation is superior to that of Murong Tian. With only about 20 days remaining, it is virtually impossible for the latter to break through to the mid-Qi realm. Beside them, Xiao Aohai nodded in agreement, expressing skepticism about Murong Tian's prospects in the upcoming competition. We can only do our best, Shen An shrugged, revealing no signs of impatience. Given the limited time, it is indeed unlikely for Murong Tian to attain a level comparable to Yu Jingyuan's. However, aside from the thunderclap sword technique, Murong Tian possesses the one sword to open the heavenly gate, which offers a significant chance of defeating Yu Jingyuan. He chose not to elaborate on this matter, and instead turned his gaze towards Xiao Aohai, filled with curiosity. Why has your highness come to Lingfu Mountain, and what brings you to my Qingyun Peak? Upon hearing this inquiry, Xiao Aohai recalled his purpose and promptly replied, I seek to inquire with Elder Shen about the youth-restoring pill, who crafted it, and whether there are any remaining. Shen An raised an eyebrow, glanced at Lu Yinqin, and with a somewhat embarrassed expression, responded, That pill was acquired by Shen at great cost. There is but a single one. Lu Yinqin's lovely eyes flickered. It appeared that the pill was indeed scarce. The thought of such a precious elixir being so casually bestowed upon her by Shen An stirred a gentle ripple within her heart. Upon hearing this, Xiao Aohai couldn't help but sigh with regret. Is that so? What a pity that I had hoped to purchase one at a high price to give to my beloved. At a high price? Shen An blinked, probing with a hint of curiosity. How high? While the monetary sum may not be substantial, I can certainly offer Earth-grade low-tier spiritual artifacts or other rare treasures, talismans, and formations. Anything I can procure will be plentiful. Earth-grade spiritual artifacts. Shen An's gaze sharpened. Such items are true treasures, priceless and exceedingly rare. Possessing even a defensive spiritual artifact would allow him to stand firm against adversaries of lesser realms. The thought of this brought an innocent smile to his face as he rubbed his hands and awkwardly said, Actually, acquiring that youth-restoring pill isn't entirely out of the question. Both were momentarily taken aback. Xiao Aohai frowned. Elder Shen, what do you mean? Do you still have an extra youth-restoring pill? Lu Yinqin's beautiful eyes narrowed, scrutinizing him. Could it be that this fellow had deceived her when he claimed there was only one youth-restoring pill in existence? How naive she had been to hold him in high regard. Sensing Lu Yinqin's gaze, Shen An's heart raced, dispelling the thought of immediately revealing the remaining youth-restoring pill. If your highness is not in a hurry, please wait a few more days. I will refine another one. As soon as the words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped them, the wind stirring the grass and trees. Both were left dumbfounded. Could it be that a pill capable of rejuvenating one by a decade and preserving beauty was indeed within his capacity to create? They exchanged glances, skepticism etched in their eyes. Initially, they believed the pill was something Shen An had acquired through others or by some other means that it was simply inconceivable that he could have refined it himself. After all, how could a late-stage body refinement cultivator, who lacked spiritual energy, possibly refine pills? Xiao Aohai regarded him with suspicion, his expression peculiar. Elder Shen, please do not jest. Such a pill must be at least of 5th-grade quality, He left the sentence unfinished, yet Shen An clearly understood the implication. Rest assured, your highness, that a true alchemist is not bound by worldly limitations. Even without spiritual energy or a pill furnace, one can still concoct elixirs. It's merely a youth-restoring pill. In a few days, I shall present it to you with both hands, Shen An declared confidently, thumping his chest. Observing his assured demeanor, both were left uncertain. Could this fellow truly possess the ability to refine pills? Despite harboring many doubts, Xiao Aohai reasoned that waiting a few days would not be a burden. With this thought, he clasped his hands and smiled. Then I shall entrust this matter to Elder Shen. I shall remain at Lingfu Mountain for a while, enjoying the festivities of your esteemed sex grand competition. I will not leave any time soon. Well spoken. Once I have successfully refined the pill, I will ensure it reaches your highness without delay. Shen An smiled, his heart swelling with satisfaction. The system had indeed proven prescient, gifting him 3 youth-restoring pills. One to restore his youthful charm, another to secure Lu Yunqin's favor, and now a third, which could be exchanged for an earth-grade spiritual artifact. Delightful such joy. Then I shall not disturb you further, awaiting the good news from Elder Shen. Xiao Aohai smiled and bowed as he took his leave alongside Lu Yunqin from Qingyun Peak. Once they descended the mountain, Lu Yunqin furrowed her brows slightly and inquired softly, "Does your highness truly believe Shen An can refine the youth-restoring pill?" The former shook his head. "Of course not. He is merely a late-stage body refinement cultivator, devoid of spiritual energy and with insufficient mental acuity. How could he possibly master the intricate control of medicinal effects? However, if he were to leave Qingyun Peak in the next few days, I could visit him with gifts." Lu Yunqin's eyelashes fluttered. "Does your highness suspect that another might be responsible for crafting the youth-restoring pill? But what if Shen An remains secluded for the next few days?" Xiao Aohai fell silent. "Then perhaps the one intended for you is not the only youth-restoring pill he possesses. He likely has a stockpile. What if he truly is the one who refined it?" Lu Yunqin hesitated before voicing her thought. They locked eyes, and Xiao Aohai inquired, "Do you believe it?" Upon hearing this, she was momentarily taken aback, then slowly shook her head. "I do not. A late-stage body refinement cultivator, indeed, has no possibility of refining a youth-restoring pill." As she pondered, her brows furrowed once more. Yet a late-stage body refinement cultivator cannot possibly create an earth-grade cultivation technique either. If he can truly refine 5th-grade pills with the mental acuity of a body refinement cultivator, he may even surpass the understanding of the medicinal path held by the esteemed master of Yaowang Valley. If such a prodigy exists, then what is there to fear regarding the resolution of Jingshue's bone-corroding poison? Xiao Aohai gazed into the distant sky, his expression deepening with a heavy sigh. His daughter, Xiao Jingxue, had suffered from the bone-corroding poison for so many years that if someone could definitively cure this affliction, he would spare no expense, even sacrificing his entire fortune. Lu Yunqin lowered her beautiful eyes, remaining silent. The bone-corroding poison, which even the foremost authority on medicinal arts in the southern domain, the master known as the King of Medicine, could not cure, was certainly not an easy problem to resolve. It was such a pity that Xiao Jingxue, possessing talent rivaling that of Qin Qianyue, remained merely at the late Qixi realm due to this poison, unable to break through to the returning origin realm. Alas, that if she cannot be nurtured into a successor, when the strength of the Southern King wanes again, those coveting his position will surely not sit idly by. Chapter 20. My master is no ordinary alchemist for 5 leisurely days. Shen An lay comfortably on Qingyun Peak, occasionally offering pointers on Murong Tian's swordsmanship. Although he still struggled to master the 4th and 5th forms of the Thunderbolt sword, the first 3 forms were becoming increasingly familiar to him. Shen An estimated that once the lad fully mastered the Thunderbolt sword, his own martial arts proficiency would likely ascend a level. According to the system, this advancement would not be limited to swordsmanship. Insights into other martial arts would also be gained. It was akin to a disciple leveling up in swordsmanship while he received comprehensive feedback. Calculating the passage of time, Shen An scratched his ear and spoke languidly. "Disciple, come here." Murong Tian, drenched in sweat from his rigorous practice, immediately ceased his movements and scampered over. "Master, what is your command?" "Take this elixir to Qingwan Peak and deliver it to King Shen An." Shen An opened his palm to reveal a milky white pill resting quietly within. The delicate fragrance of the medicine wafted through the air like a symphony of blooming flowers, refreshing to the spirit. "Master, should I not package it?" Murong Tian hesitated. "True, come a bit closer, disciple." "Oh," Murong Tian shuffled his feet, and then, "Rip, master, what are you doing?" "No, please don't," he panicked, covering his exposed chest, appearing rather pitiable. Shen An cast him a sidelong glance and placed the pill into the cloth he had torn from the boy's clothing, neatly wrapping it up and tying it with a bow. "All right, take it to Qingwan Peak." He tossed the cloth bundle forward, reclined back, and blissfully squinted his eyes, humming a little tune. Muron Tian blinked, scratching his head as he hurried off with the bundle in hand. On a small path outside Qinghuan Peak, a girl with a pallid complexion and a delicate demeanor stood there. Clad in pristine white garments and adorned with a silver hairpin, she exuded the air of an elegant young lady. Her eyes, resembling autumn waters, were filled with a gentle fragility, as if she had recently endured a grave illness, the essence of her weakness evident. At that moment, she furrowed her brow, hesitating in her steps. Oh no, had I known, I would have had someone accompany me up the mountain. With so many peaks, which one is Qinghuan Peak? She sighed softly, raising a hand to wipe the perspiration from her brow, fatigue evident in her gaze. At that instant, a youth dressed in the robes of a Lingfu Mountain disciple approached, sword at his side, with resolute brows and determined eyes. The girl hesitated briefly, then gracefully stepped forward to call out, "Excuse me, young sir, may I ask you to pause?" Muron Tian was taken aback, glancing at the girl, who appeared to be from outside Lingfu Mountain, likely a visitor or a guest. He questioned, "Is there something you need? Could you kindly direct me to Qinghuan Peak?" The girl slightly bent her knee in a polite greeting, her voice soft and gentle. "Follow this path, and you will soon see the entrance to Qinghuan Peak." Muron Tian eagerly pointed the way. "Thank you, young sir." The girl bowed again, nodding in gratitude before heading in the indicated direction. However, after just a few steps, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, a piercing pain akin to having one's bones extracted coursing through her. Muron Tian, preparing to leave, noticed her topple forward and instinctively rushed to support her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he began to panic. "Miss, I have no money. Please don't do this." Oh no, could this be a scam? But soon he sensed something was amiss. The girl's once rosy lips had turned a deep shade of blue, her brow furrowed in distress, as if enduring immense suffering. Muron Tian was at a loss. It certainly did not appear to be an act. This was unacceptable. Regardless of whether it was a ruse or not, if she were to die in his presence, he would be unable to justify himself. With this thought, he grew frantic, helping the girl into a seated position, placing one hand on her back and channeling his spiritual energy into her body. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. The girl's meridians were marred with a deep purple hue, a potent toxin continuously infiltrating her spiritual essence. "This is dire. I must suppress the toxin." His expression hardened as he immediately activated the Wushuang sword technique. As he channeled the sword technique, his spiritual energy emitted a resonant hum, transforming into countless sword energies. The overwhelming sword energy spread out, seemingly instilling a sense of trepidation within the toxin in the girl's body, which gradually began to recede. The girl let out a soft moan, slowly opening her delicate eyes. "Miss, are you all right?" Muron Tian inquired anxiously, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Thank you for saving me, young sir." The girl rose weakly with his assistance, her expression filled with remorse. She had not anticipated that her moment of rebellion would nearly cost her life. "The toxin within you has not been entirely eradicated. Would you like to consult my master?" Muron Tian hesitated, fearing that if the girl were to take even a few steps in her current state, it could spell disaster. After all, they were within the gates of Lingfu Mountain. A death here would not bode well. The girl gently shook her head, a shadow of despair flickering in her eyes. "No need. Many alchemists have examined me, including Senior Beichen, and none could remedy my condition. What do those quacks know compared to my master? His mastery in alchemy is unparalleled. If he wishes, this toxin is but a trifling matter." Muron Tian puffed out his chest, brimming with pride, while inwardly musing. "Senior Beichen, is there an esteemed alchemist by that name in the Southern Realm? If one were to consider it, the most illustrious alchemist in the Southern Realm must be the head of the Medicine King Valley, the revered figure known as the Medicine King." But what was his surname again? Muron Tian scratched his head, pondering for a while, but ultimately giving up and shaking his head. His father had mentioned the Medicine King before, but he had never taken an interest in alchemy, so he had not paid attention. A quack. The girl appeared momentarily stunned, regarding him with a peculiar expression. Surely he was the only one bold enough to label the head of the Medicine King Valley a quack. Is your master a remarkably skilled alchemist? She inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Absolutely. My master is no ordinary alchemist, Murong Tian declared, standing tall and proud, that as if fearing she would doubt him. He further explained, I once had severe blockages in my meridians and an exceptionally poor aptitude. It was my master who concocted a marrow-cleansing pill to enhance my innate talent. Otherwise, I would still be merely at the body refinement stage. Enhance innate talent. The girl was visibly astonished. Having spent several years at the Medicine King Valley, she had never encountered anything capable of improving one's innate talent. Such treasures were exceedingly rare and precious, even within the Medicine King Valley. Could this young man's master truly produce such a miraculous elixir? By the way, I am Murong Tian from Qingyan Peak. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Murong Tian clasped his hands in greeting, inquiring politely. The girl returned a shallow bow, softly responding, Xiao Jingxiu. Oh, what? Murong Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, his finger trembling as he pointed at her. You wouldn't happen to be the daughter of King Shen An, would you? Xiao Jingxiu smiled faintly, nodding slightly. Jingxiu. Just then, a deep, anxious voice called from the mountain above. Murong Tian turned to see Xiao Aohai hurrying down the path, his face etched with worry as he reached Xiao Jingxiu's side. Jingxiu, are you all right? He examined her anxiously, and upon seeing her shake her head, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he had received a message from a disciple of the Medicine King Valley, informing him that Xiao Jingxiu had quietly ascended Lingfu Mountain alone, without any attendants or apothecaries. This had sent him into a panic. If the toxin were to act up now, without anyone to suppress it, his daughter's life would be in jeopardy. Chapter 21. Who is Shen An? Is he formidable? Thanks to young Master Murong for assisting me with my energy regulation just now. Xiao Jingxiu spoke softly, that it was only then that Xiao Aohai noticed the presence of another person nearby, his expression one of surprise. The disciple of Shen An. How did he come to be here? I am Murong Tian. Honored to meet the king of Shen An. Murong Tian bowed slightly, a hint of excitement in his demeanor. This was the king of Shen An, a powerful figure who had slain foes in the realm of Qian Kuan. There's no need for formalities. I must thank you, young friend Murong, for your timely assistance. Xiao Aohai gestured dismissively, then inquired with curiosity, why are you not diligently practicing your swordsmanship on Qingyan Peak in preparation for the grand competition? Your Highness, I have come on the orders of my master to deliver a medicinal pill. A medicinal pill? Xiao Aohai was momentarily taken aback, then his surprise deepened. Is it a rejuvenation pill sent by your master? Indeed, it is this very pill, Murong Tian affirmed, presenting a pill wrapped in tattered cloth with both hands. Upon seeing the wrapping, though Xiao Aohai's lips twitched, he could not help but notice the subtle fragrance wafting from within. Upon unwrapping it, a creamy white pill of exquisite perfection was revealed. He pinched it between his fingers, his expression one of intrigue. Is it truly so effective, this single pill? Xiao Jingxiu, standing nearby, turned her gaze towards the rejuvenation pill, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. This pill is as smooth as jade, its aroma enchanting. Such a flawless concoction, which eminent alchemists crafted it. Hearing her words, Xiao Aohai was taken aback. His daughter had spent numerous years in the Valley of the Apothecaries, and through her exposure, she had gained considerable insight into the art of alchemy, far surpassing his own layman's understanding. If she deemed the pill remarkable, it was undoubtedly so. Is this pill truly crafted by your master? Xiao Aohai regarded Murong Tian with a hint of skepticism. During this time, he had been closely monitoring Qingyan Peak, and the master-disciple pair had not ventured out even once. Indeed, Your Highness, it was indeed crafted by my master, Murong Tian replied respectfully, his tone resolute. Xiao Aohai stroked his chin, still uncertain, as he retrieved a jade vial to store the pill. Very well, I shall accept this pill. Should it prove effective, your master shall receive due compensation. You may return now. Yes, I take my leave. Murong Tian complied, that as he departed, Xiao Aohai hurriedly approached his daughter, concern etched on his face. Jingxiu, why did you venture up the mountain alone? Do you realize how perilous it is? What if the poison within you were to relapse? Xiao Jinxue lowered her gaze slightly. Father, I apologize for worrying you. For years, she had been accompanied by guards and apothecaries, no matter where she went. She despised the feeling of being constantly monitored, which was why she had impulsively decided to ascend the mountain alone. Yet, her recklessness nearly cost her life to the bone corrosion poison. Noticing the despondence in his daughter's demeanor, Xiao Aohai gently caressed her face, letting out a sigh without uttering a word. Earlier, you mentioned that when the bone corrosion poison flared up, it was Murong Tian who assisted you in regulating your energy? He queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yes, Xiao Jinxue nodded gently. Seeing this, Xiao Aohai furrowed his brow. Are you certain you did not misinterpret? The poison within you is exceedingly insidious. The Lord of Bachin Valley mentioned to me recently that to suppress this poison, one must cultivate at least earth-level techniques, and they must be of utmost gentleness and kindness. Could Murong Tian's energy truly be so gentle? He found it perplexing. 5 days prior, he had observed Murong Tian practicing swordsmanship, and his energy had appeared quite fierce. Xiao Jinxue shook her head. Not at all. On the contrary, although I was unconscious, I could vaguely sense that young Master Murong's energy was exceedingly domineering and sharp. This is indeed strange, Xiao Aohai remarked, displaying a look of bewilderment as he grasped her slender wrist and began to probe with his mental energy. Upon detecting a faint remnant of sharp sword intent within her, and confirming that the poison had indeed been concealed, his frown deepened. That IT shouldn't be. A renowned apothecary king, could he truly deceive himself? Father, who is young Master Murong's master? Xiao Jinxue inquired, her curiosity piqued. Shen An. Who is Shen An? Is he formidable? That he is at the late stage of body refinement. Xiao Jinxue's mouth fell slightly agape, her eyes wide with disbelief. Father, are you certain? How could someone at the late stage of body refinement possibly concoct such a pill? Moreover, young Master Murong just mentioned that his master specifically brewed the medicine to enhance his physique. With such profound knowledge of alchemy, even if his cultivation were lacking, he could not merely be at the body refinement stage. Xiao Aohai frowned at her. What did you just say? Shen An crafted the pill to aid Murong Tian in enhancing his physique. Despite not understanding why her father suddenly frowned, Xiao Jinxue gently nodded and recounted Murong Tian's earlier words. He even said that if I were willing, the bone corrosion poison would be of little concern in the eyes of his master. And even what? Xiao Aohai pressed. Xiao Jinxue's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she lowered her head and whispered. He said that in his master's eyes, the Lord of Bachin Valley is merely an incompetent physician. Xiao Aohai was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at the girl before him. A 6th-tier alchemist, a celebrated apothecary king, merely regarded as a quack by Shen An. How audacious! Xiao Aohai's brow furrowed deeply. What is the truth behind this? To concoct pills that bestow eternal youth is one thing, but could he genuinely forge medicines to enhance one's physique? If these pills were indeed crafted by Shen An, then his mastery of the art of alchemy might truly rival that of the Lord of Bachin Valley. Jinxue, let us first seek out Miss Lu to stabilize the poison within you. Xiao Aohai shook his head, choosing not to dwell further on this matter, and guided Xiao Jinxue towards Qingwan Peak. Whether Murong Tian's aptitude had genuinely improved would be revealed in 15 days at the sect competition on Lingfu Mountain. Given his original talent, he had no chance of becoming the sect's champion in such a short span. If he managed to overcome all obstacles, however, then it would warrant Xiao Aohai's personal visit to Qingyan Peak. After all, Murong Tian had just claimed that the mere bone corrosion poison was of no concern in his master's eyes. If there truly existed a chance to cure his daughter, he would go to any lengths. Upon returning to Qingwan Peak, it wasn't long before a disciple from the Valley of the Apothecaries arrived, and upon seeing Xiao Jinxue unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Yet upon seeing them, Xiao Aohai's brow furrowed slightly as he stepped forward to inquire. Did your master mention whether any techniques besides the earth-level gentle and kind methods can suppress the bone corrosion poison? The disciples from the Valley of the Apothecaries exchanged glances, one of them eventually shaking his head. No, our master explicitly stated that among earth-level techniques, Only those imbued with the essence of utmost gentleness and kindness can effectively suppress the bone poison. Xiao Aohai keenly detected the implications of their words. Hesitating for a moment, he spoke somberly. What if it were a technique above the earth level? The disciples from the Valley of the Apothecaries exchanged glances, a bittersweet smile gracing their lips. Your Highness, please do not jest with us. Heaven-level techniques are exceedingly rare. The entire southern realm lacks such treasures, and even in Zhongzhou, they are exceptionally scarce. However, if your Highness can indeed find someone who has cultivated heaven-level techniques, regardless of whether their practice leans towards the domineering or gentle, it would be significantly more effective in suppressing the spread of bone poison, thus prolonging Ms. Zhao's life. Upon hearing this, Xiao Aohai's heart sank, his thoughts a whirlwind. The third sword of the Thunderclap 5 swords already possessed the essence of low-grade earth techniques. If all 5 swords were unleashed, it would at least be mid-grade or high-grade earth techniques. Could it be possible that Shen An had indeed imparted a heaven-level technique for Murong Tian to cultivate? Chapter 22. The grand competition approaches at Qingyun Peak. You claim to have encountered Xiao Jingxue. Shen An glanced at the returning youth before him, casually spitting out a grape seed. Indeed, master, it seems she has been afflicted by a potent poison, nearly succumbing before my very eyes. Murong Tian interjected. Initially, I intended to bring her to you for treatment, but she appears rather skeptical of your medical skills. Shen An, somewhat exasperated, retorted, Do not bring just anyone to me. She is not my disciple, so why should I offer her my aid? He certainly lacked the leisure to tend to Xiao Jingxue. Furthermore, as a prominent figure, the king of Southern Town had extensive connections, yet even he struggled to find someone capable of healing her. As a mere third-tier alchemist, why should he invite trouble upon himself? He preferred to focus on his own affairs, honing his skills through Murong Tian's progress. Murong Tian scratched his head, tentatively asking, Could it be that even you are unable to cure that poison, master? Nonsense. Do you not know who I am? A mere trifling poison is nothing. I could resolve it in an instant. Shen An huffed, boasting in front of his disciple. After all, the lad was unlikely to be foolish enough to boast about his abilities to the royal family. Truly, you are remarkable, master. Enough! Now that the elixir has arrived, should you not be practicing your swordplay? And do not neglect the floating light and shadow steps. Only 15 days remain until the grand competition, that do not disappoint me. Shen An waved his hand, unwilling to dwell on the matter further. Yes, master. I shall ensure I do not bring shame upon you. Murong Tian clasped his hands in respect and hurried off to the training grounds. Eager to practice the thunderclap sword, he was a far cry from the dispirited youth he once was, now radiating youthful vigor and brilliance. Shen An watched as Murong Tian diligently practiced, clicking his tongue in approval, then lay back down. Despite the lad's poor natural talent, his character and dedication were commendable. He hoped that with the system's assistance, one day Murong Tian, over the course of more than 10 days, the master and disciple remained sequestered at Qingyun Peak, never straying beyond its confines. Shen An frequently concocted elixirs to help Murong Tian dispel fatigue, ensuring he had ample energy for training each day. Having gained experience from his first dose of the rejuvenation pill, Murong Tian no longer grimaced at the sight of the murky or greenish concoctions bubbling in the pot. He eagerly consumed them as soon as they were ready. Nevertheless, his cultivation level remained at the nascent stage of the Qi Si. Although the unique sword control technique was formidable, Murong Tian's limited aptitude made further breakthroughs within such a short time frame challenging. Fortunately, in these 10 days, he had fully mastered the first 3 strikes of the Thunderclap sword, significantly enhancing his prowess. His mastery of the Earth Tier technique, floating light and shadow steps, had also reached proficiency, allowing him to move with astonishing speed, leaving mere afterimages that were nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. With these 2 martial skills at his disposal, securing a place in the top 10 was assured, and he even had a chance at the coveted first position. Shen An was already contemplating what elixirs to concoct for Murong. Today, the youth donned not the garb of Lingfu Mountain, but a set of black battle attire, well suited for combat. With the black sword slung across his back, Murong Tian exuded. Lingfu Mountain's martial arts hall was already teeming with eager disciples from various peaks and halls, all anticipating the event with bated breath. The annual sect competition was a grand affair. Yu Jinyuan had held the title of champion for 2 consecutive years. And it was rumored that Wang Hu of the Law Enforcement Hall had reached the mid-stage of the Qi Si and had also mastered an advanced martial art of the mysterious tier. Who would claim the championship this year remained to be seen. The sect leader and esteemed elders have arrived. There is Elder Zheng from Qingfu Peak and Senior Brother Yu. As cheers erupted, several figures descended gracefully, landing on the foremost platform, exuding an extraordinary presence. Behind a few elders stood a strikingly charismatic young man. The reputation of King Xiao Aohai resonated throughout the Yan dynasty, revered as a hero by many of the younger generation. And the young lady beside him must be his only daughter, Xiao Jingxue. It seems she is here seeking further medical assistance. If the Medicine King's Valley could not cure her, can anyone here at Lingfu Mountain possibly do so? Amidst the murmurs, some expressed doubt and curiosity. However, the disciples knew little about the King of Southern Town's true intentions for being there. With the arrival of Xuanyuzi and others, the atmosphere within the martial arts hall ignited with fervor. Make way, let my master through. Just as everyone gazed reverently at the King of Southern Town and engaged in hushed discussions about the competition's potential victors, an out-of-place voice rang out. Even Xuanyuzi and on the periphery of the crowd, Shen An stood with his hands clasped behind him, head held high, exuding an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, Murong Tian pushed through the throng ahead, clearing a path for him. Compared to the other elders who arrived with their disciples in grand fashion, the sight of this master and disciple squeezing through the crowd appeared rather undignified. Is that the peak master Shen An of Qingyan? In the past 2 years, it was Murong Tian who came alone. Who would have thought he would personally show up this year? Whispers filled the air as people speculated, their gazes scrutinizing the duo who had finally... If Murong Tian fails to secure first place in the competition, they will both be expelled from the sect. I heard about that. I thought it was a rumor, but it seems it may very well be true. Amidst the proud, one has shamelessly held the position of peak master for so many years despite being at the body refinement stage, and they dare hope for that useless disciple to claim first place. What a spectacle! They are nothing but clowns. That waste should promptly leave Lingfu Mountain to spare us the embarrassment. While some mocked, the majority maintained a neutral stance, having no grievances with Qingyan Peak that hearing the faint jeers from nearby, Murong Tian's cheeks flushed with indignation, fists clenched in frustration. Shen An gently patted his shoulder, speaking calmly. How can a mere sparrow comprehend the aspiration? If you wish to prevent them from belittling Qingyan Peak, focus on demonstrating your worth through your actions, rather than engaging in fruitless arguments. Yes, master. Murong Tian gripped his fists tightly. What do they know? Though my master remains indifferent to fame and fortune, he is certainly not the waste they claim. Those who dare to look down upon Qingyan Peak shall be made to witness the truth through my actions. I, Murong Tian, am determined to claim that first place. Chapter 23. To bet or not to bet? Under the watchful gaze of all, Shen An approached the esteemed figures of Xuanyuzi and the senior elders of Lingfu Mountain. Xuanyuzi and the numerous elders scrutinized the pair with expressions of astonishment. They were quite taken aback by Shen An's unexpected appearance in the martial arts hall that Li Yin, wearing a mocking expression, was further supported by. In the face of their varied gazes, Shen An remained remarkably composed. He offered a subtle smile to Lu Yinqin before taking his place beside her. The latter nodded slightly, casting a more scrutinizing glance at the master. Even the Southern King greeted him politely, while Xiao Jingsno observed them with curiosity in her bright eyes. The sight of the dignified Southern King extending a greeting to a mere late-stage body refinement practitioner left Swan. As soon as Shen An settled into his seat, Li Yin expressed his dissatisfaction with a sneer. This is the seat reserved for the elders of our sect. Someone at the body refinement stage should stand over there and observe. They were well aware of Li Yan's lingering resentment regarding Shen An's past pursuit of Lu Yinqin, making his remarks entirely predictable. In response to Li Yan's veiled mockery, Shen An shrugged and turned to Swan. He felt as if this individual had changed in some indefinable way, yet he could not pinpoint the specifics. However, perceiving the collective scrutiny of the elders upon him, he could only acquiesce with a reluctant nod. Indeed, since the Qingyan Peak had nearly eradicated the disciples of the demonic sect, Shen An's status as an elder had been conferred upon him by Xuanyuzi himself, denying it would be tantamount to striking his own face. Receiving the confirmation, Shen An beamed at Li Yin. Did you hear that, Hall Masterly? Li Yan's expression soured further at Shen An's demeanor. his lips twitching in disdain. You will soon cease to be one. Once your disciple loses, I shall promptly expel both of you from the mountain. That may disappoint you. Whole Master, did I, Shen An, never engage in a battle without preparation. Now that I am here, my disciple shall not falter. He had reached the initial stage of the Qi Si. It was unexpected that in just a few days, Murong Tian had managed to break through to this level, a feat that astonished many. Nearby, Zhao Cheng, the peak master of Qingxi Peak, stroked his beard and chuckled. I have heard that Elder Shen wagered 50,000 gold on his disciple's victory at my Qingxi Peak. Does this imply that Elder Shen has little faith in his own disciple? At this remark, Li Yin, Yu Jingyuan, and his master, Zheng Sanshan, the peak master of Qingfu Peak, were momentarily taken aback. Even Murong Tian was left bewildered, instinctively glancing at his master. Wait, master bet on Yu Jingyuan to win. As the admiration he held for his master began to wane, Shen An hated. My wager on my nephew was entirely intentional. Intentional? Murong Tian was somewhat perplexed. Indeed, by betting on Yu Jingyuan, we effectively. Thus, when you triumph, it will undoubtedly bring me even greater honor. Shen An spoke with an air of conviction, unruffled by the absurdity of his reasoning. Lu Yin, did he truly consider others to be fools, to utter such words? Who would believe that? Ah, I see now. It was I who overthought it. Murong Tian exclaimed, his face. Although the logic was somewhat skewed, it was spoken by his master, and thus must be right. Xuan Yuzi and the others could only twitch their lips, directing their attention elsewhere. Very well, it appeared that neither master nor you have all been here for some time. It is now time to assess your cultivation achievements, that if you wish to avoid disappointing your elders and stand out among your peers, becoming a brilliant star. He began his annual. Shen An had heard such motivational speeches countless times during his school days that he recalled how, with just a few empty words, students would weep profusely, clinging to their parents while spending tears to purchase books. Casting a glance at Murong Tian, who was eagerly listening to Xuan Yuzi's speech, Shen An stroked his chin. It seemed his talent for persuasion was well honed. Likely thanks to those courses that had once been priced at 8. As Xuan Yuzi continued his speech, a voice echoed in Shen An's mind. Listen for the applause. That after the moving rhetoric concluded, some elders began drawing lots for the disciples to compete. There were a total of 10 platforms within the martial arts hall, and with only a little over 100 participants in the sex grand competition, the matches would not prove overly challenging. Murong Tian also went down to draw his lot. Master, I am number 18. Shen An took the bamboo slip from him and nodded slightly. It was a fairly favorable position. You are number 18? Elder Mu of Qing. Those who rely on pill-enhanced cultivation are certainly no match for my disciple Xiao Chun. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yin began to mock again. Shen An raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to Elder Mu and Li. He indeed lacked funds. Just as he began to feel regretful, a gentle voice reached his ears. I have 50,000 gold to lend you. If you win, return me 80,000. Xuan Yuzi and the others looked. However, as a member of the royal family, I should refrain from participating in gambling. Thus, this 200,000 gold shall be entrusted to Elder Shen, allowing me to partake vicariously. Nearby, Shen An was overjoyed, not hesitating to accept. Thank you, Your Highness, that if we win, we shall split the spoils 7-3. I'll take 7, you take 3. Xiao Aohai merely nodded in amusement, unfazed by the arrangement. Li Yan's expression darkened at this scene. What was the meaning of this? His goddess was willing to lend money to Shen An, a waste of space, and now even the Southern King was involved? When had Shen An forged such connections? Chapter 24. Did not the master say to go easy? Collecting the money from the two, Shen An turned with a beaming smile towards Li Yin and Elder Mu. 250,000 gold. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuzi and Zheng Sanshan observed the scene, their hearts filled with suspicion. Judging by Lu Yinqin and Xiao Aohai's expressions, it seemed they were already convinced that Murong Tian would emerge victorious. Contestants, please come to the stage. The competition begins. The presiding elder announced loudly, and the top 20 disciples of Lingfu Mountain began to find their respective platforms. Master, I shall take my leave. Do take it easy. I will exercise restraint and not harm my junior sister. Murong Tian clasped his hands in salute and, drawing his sword, descended from the observation area to the ninth platform. The elders present exchanged peculiar glances. Had this master-disciple pair always been so self-assured? The female disciple named Xiaochun huffed, soaring down from the platform, determined to reach the stage before Murong Tian. Begin! With the 20 disciples on, his first opponent is senior sister Xiaochun. Indeed, senior sister Xiaochun's flying rain sword technique is a mid-tier Shen-level martial skill. Her sword strikes like a torrential downpour, impossible to evade. It's the end for Qingyun Peak. The other disciples watched with a mix of schadenfreude, none believing that Murong Tian stood a chance. Junior sister Xiaochun, please. Murong Tian offered a polite bow. However, Xiaochun paid him no heed. Her long sword was unsheathed in an instant, its brilliance flashing like a tempest, moving at an astonishing speed. Xiaochun is reckless to unleash the flying rain sword. If she sends Murong Tian flying with a single strike, it would be quite the embarrassment for Elder Mu. Elder Mu stroked his beard, grinning with pride, as if envisioning the moment when his disciple would send Murong Tian soaring. Li Yin and Wang Hu shared cold smirks, silently observing that on the ninth platform. As Murong Tian faced the torrential storm of sword light, his gaze sharpened suddenly. Junior sister Xiaochun, I must apologize. In an instant, the tempestuous sword light shattered under the weight of his strike. Like a fragile mirror, Xiaochun's pupils contracted as she was swept by the fierce energy. The lightning flashed, causing her hand to tremble and the sword to fall. She was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground with a thud. Just one strike. Instant annihilation. I concede. On the platform, Murong Tian had sheathed his sword and stood, offering a slight bow before turning to leave. Xiaochun sat dazed on the ground, her face pale, staring blankly at the departing figure of the black-clad youth, still reeling from the impact of that single strike. The disciples who had anticipated a spectacle of Murong Tian's embarrassment were left speechless. Murong Tian sent senior sister Xiaochun flying with one sword. When did he break through to the Qi realm? And that sword technique? Could it also be a mid-tier, Shen-level martial skill? As gasps of astonishment filled the air, Murong Tian had— How could you send someone flying with a single strike? What will Elder Mu think of this? Hearing this, Elder Mu and Li Yin snapped back to reality, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Shen Yuzi also regarded Murong Tian with newfound astonishment, a contemplative look in his eyes. This young man possessed an energy as sharp as a blade, and his movements were decisively executed, as if he had transformed entirely since last year's competition. Surely you do not intend to avoid settling this before the sect master and the prince. Shen An extended his hand with a beaming smile, while Li Yin's face darkened. It's merely 250,000 gold. Take it. No one had anticipated that Murong Tian wielded such a formidable sword technique, at least a mid-tier Shen-level skill, and judging by its power, it far surpassed Elder Mu's flying rain sword. Such prowess could not have been taught by Shen An. As they tossed the money to Shen An, they cast lingering glances at Lu Yinqin. The only plausible explanation was that she had personally trained Murong Tian during this period. No wonder she had such confidence in his victory earlier. With this realization, Elder Mu merely sighed and went to comfort his defeated disciple, not dwelling further on the matter. However, Li Yin's fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, his expression darkening to a near. He had not expected Lu Yinqin would repeatedly intervene to aid this so-called waste against him. Just a late-stage body refinement cultivator. What right did he have? Ignoring the varied expressions of the elders, Shen An began happily distributing money to Lu Yinqin and the Prince of Jin. What a splendid situation, with hundreds of thousands of gold flowing in. They say that wealth comes from chaos, but nothing could compare to such effortless That day at the Qingyun Peak Martial Arts Arena, they had witnessed Murong Tian execute this sword technique, and now it was even more powerful than before. Watching the jubilant master and disciple count their money, they exchanged a silent under. Xiao Jingshue's bright eyes flickered with curiosity as she observed Shen An, pondering that is this indeed the master of young Master Muro. His aura seemed to suggest he was merely a late-stage body refinement cultivator, so why did young Master Murong show him such respect? Was his knowledge of medicinal paths truly that profound? Merely a mid-tier Shen-level sword technique. While it is indeed commendable, It is nothing beyond that. Wang Hu. Li Yin glared at Shen An's cheerful demeanor, his annoyance palpable. Master, let some people witness what true martial skill looks like. Yes. Wang Hu's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he cast a cold smile toward Murong Tian. The latter, however, met soon after. The first round concluded, and the 10 victors took a brief respite before the next round of disciples stepped forward. Wang Hu leaped into the air, emitting a deafening roar as he landed firmly on the platform. This display drew the attention of many disciples, who cheered, "Brother Wang." Yet, the cheers were quickly overshadowed by other voices. "Brother Yu is so handsome. Brother Yu, Wang Hu turned to see Yu Jinyuan, clad in white, calmly approaching with his hands clasped behind his back. With each step he took in the air, runes glimmered beneath his feet, creating gentle wind. Such a display of prowess was indeed impressive. Shen An secretly nodded in approval, enviously thinking how delightful it would be to experience the sensation of flying through the skies. Chapter 25. The might of a second-rank talismancer, truly deserving of his status as a second-rank talismancer. It seems that Yushitsi has grasped at least 50% of Elder Zheng's true teachings regarding wind talismans. Elder Mu and Zhao Cheng of Qingxi Peak exchanged knowing glances, their expressions betraying a sense of admiration. Listening to the praises directed at his disciple, Zhongshan Mountain stroked his beard, clearly relishing the moment. That in contrast, Li Yin observed as Yu Jinyuan descended from the platform, shaking his head slightly. The proficiency displayed in his wind talisman was already formidable, and coupled with the heavenly sword talisman he had comprehended from the talisman tower, it was likely that Wang Hu would not be his match. Nevertheless, securing a second place would still be commendable. Losing to a prodigy who inherited the legacy of the heavenly sword elder from 2 centuries past would not be a disgrace. "Look, the battle is about to commence," a disciple among the onlookers exclaimed, excitement palpable in their voice. That in the arena, Yu Jinyuan and Wang Hu's opponents had also arrived at the stage, both of them at the mid-stage of the Qi realm. Despite their equal cultivation levels, they wore expressions of grave seriousness in the presence of Yu Jinyuan and his companion. After exchanging formalities, the battle erupted immediately. Wang Hu was the first to strike, launching a fierce punch. As he did so, a phantom of a ferocious tiger emerged behind him, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. With a punch already accompanied by a tiger's shadow, Wang Shizi's tiger roar fist is indeed formidable, a testament to the teachings of Hall Master Li. Xian Yuzi nodded slightly, his gaze filled with appreciation. Li Yin smiled complacently, casting a disdainful glance at Shen An. "See, even the sect leader praises my disciple." Meanwhile, Shen An seemed indifferent, lazily pulling out a bunch of grapes from his pocket and leisurely munching away with his legs crossed. Noticing his relaxed demeanor, Lu Yinqin couldn't help but furrow her brows. Was he truly unconcerned about what might happen if his disciple faced Wang Hu? In the arena, confronted with Wang Hu's impressive punch, the disciple's expression turned grave as he employed a low-tier profound technique to respond. However, the tiger roar fist was a high-tier profound martial art, far beyond the capabilities of a low-tier technique. That in the blink of an eye, the tiger phantom lunged forward, and with the force of Wang Hu's punch, it crashed into his opponent. Poof! The disciple was sent flying into the air, blood spurting from his mouth as he fell from the stage, his face a mask of shock. Wang Shixiang has won, truly worthy of being Hall Master Li's direct disciple. His strength is indeed extraordinary. The crowd erupted in cheers, most disciples looking on with envy, wishing to take Wang Hu's place on that stage. "Look, Yu Shixiang's match has also begun," Shen An remarked, spitting out the grape seed from his mouth. Defeating Wang Hu was not a challenge, but Yu Jinyuan posed a more formidable opponent. He needed to observe carefully, though with his late-stage body refinement insight he couldn't discern much. Over there, after bowing to his opponent, Yu Jinyuan kept his hands behind his back, his expression unperturbed, seemingly disinterested in engaging. "Wave-cutting slash!" The mid-stage Qi disciple shouted, drawing his long knife to unleash a series of powerful blade arcs, the sound of slicing air piercingly sharp. What a powerful strike! This blade technique must be of mid-tier profound level. The wave-cutting blade was Zhao Elder's renowned skill. It appears he has fully imparted it. A voice from the crowd remarked, astonished by the ferocity of the technique. Yet, facing these arcs of blade energy, Yu Jinyuan made no move to draw his hands from behind his back. Only his eyes glittered with a blue light. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the arena, coalescing before him into a shield of runes formed from the flowing winds. Bang! The arcs of blade energy struck the rune shield, but failed to create even a ripple, instead dissipating effortlessly. It's impossible. He hasn't even utilized spiritual energy, merely relying on his mental power to activate the wind talisman to create a barrier, and he easily blocked the wave-cutting slash. The surrounding disciples were left agape. Disbelief etched across their faces, their admiration for Yu Shixiang growing immensely. Seeing his blade arcs easily disperse the disciple, his expression grave, charged forward with his knife. With a single slash, waves crashed behind him. Bang bang! A series of powerful slashes reverberated, yet Yu Jinyuan remained rooted in place, his expression calm as he stood with his hands still behind his back. Regardless of whether the opponent attacked from the front or back, his unwavering gaze maintained the wind barrier that perfectly shielded him from all assaults. Clearly, the opponent's attacks had no chance of breaching his wind talisman defense. After numerous failed attempts to break through, sweat began to bead on the disciple's forehead, his breath coming in short gasps. Let it end. Noticing his fatigue, Yu Jinyuan spoke coolly, extending one hand and giving a gentle wave. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind surged forth, propelled by the force of the talisman, sending the disciple staggering backward, the long knife in his hand ringing out with a sharp sound. Clang! A blade of wind flashed past, striking the long knife from his grip, which sailed through the air in a graceful arc before landing steadily outside the arena. The disciple stared in horror at his empty right hand, a chill creeping down his spine. The strength of that wind blade could have effortlessly severed his arm. Thank you, Yu Shixiao, for your mercy. Realizing he was utterly outmatched, he took a deep breath and clasped his hands in surrender. Yu Jinyuan nodded gently and turned to leave, once again summoning the wind talisman. Truly remarkable, Yu Shixiao defeating a fellow practitioner of the same realm with such ease. At his current strength, even those at the late stage of the Qi-Si realm would find it difficult to triumph over him. The surrounding disciples were left in shock, many female disciples gazing at him with starry eyes. Yu Jinyuan's effortless combat had undoubtedly captured the hearts of these young women that on the high platform. Xiao Aohai and the others displayed expressions of surprise upon Yu Jinyuan's return. Young friend Yu's mental, he must be on the verge of reaching the threshold of a third-ranked talismancer. With such a talismanic level combined with the heavenly sword talisman, he is likely unrivaled within the Qi-Si realm. Listening to the praises from the elders and even the Prince of Shen An himself, Zheng Sin Mountain beamed with satisfaction, his delight evident as he stroked his beard. Indeed, if Elder Lu's disciple Ling Feishuang were to enter the fray, there might be a chance for a contest. However, judging by the current situation, it seems even Wang who would not stand a chance. The championship is already decided. Zhao Cheng, the peak master of Qingxi Peak, remarked, prompting nods of agreement from the other elders. Not necessarily. Just then, Xiao Aohai suddenly shook his head. Oh! Xian Yuzi glanced at him in confusion. Does the prince believe that Wang who has a chance against the heavenly sword talisman? No. He shook his head once more, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Murong Tian as he smiled. From my perspective, young friend Murong's sword intent is quite impressive. Should his martial skills be commendable, he may very well have a chance at victory. At his words, the elders were momentarily taken aback, casting incredulous looks at Murong Tian, who was currently giving Shen An a shoulder massage. That one. Chapter 26. My name, Li Yin, is to be read in reverse. Your Highness, please do not jest. How could he possibly be a match for Yu Shiji? Li Yin frowned, his expression betraying disdain. Upon hearing this, Yu Jinyuan and his disciple Zheng Sanshan cast curious glances towards Murong Tian and Shen An. Although they had witnessed Murong Tian's earlier combat prowess, how could someone with merely initial stage Qi-Si strength and a mere Xian rank sword technique contend with a second-grade talisman master? It was hard to imagine even Wang, who could triumph. Thus, I assert, should Elder Shun impart exceptional martial skills to young friend Muro, there may yet be a glimmer of hope for victory. Xiao Aohai reiterated, his gaze directed at Shen An with a smile that barely concealed his skepticism. Lu Yinxin also looked over, a flicker of anticipation stirring within her. A late-stage body refinement practitioner. We have plenty in Lingfu Mountain that if such a person could teach Murong Tian formidable martial arts, I shall read my name, Li. He was well aware of Shen An's circumstances. A solitary and impoverished man reputed to have only mastered a low-grade yellow-tier martial art within his sect, that if Lu Yinxin had secretly imparted skills to Murong Tian, he might entertain the notion, but Shen An? Absolutely not. Ah, dear Master Li Yin, such words are ill-advised. A name is bestowed by one's parents. To so easily alter it would be an act of filial impiety. Pray reconsider, Master Li Yin. Shen An admonished. Hearing him address him repeatedly as Master Li Yin, Li Yan's face darkened with anger. Do not indulge in verbal sparring. Soon, the opponent of that little brat Murong Tian will be me. Once I send him tumbling from the stage, I shall see if Elder Shun still has the face to remain at Xinyan Peak. Wang Hu, standing behind Li Yin, snorted derisively, casting a scornful glance at Murong Tian. Meeting his gaze, Murong Tian displayed no hint of fear. We'll see. The audacity of Shen An and his disciple astonished those like Xian Yuzi. When did they become so presumptuous? Wang Hu was no ordinary disciple. The might of his tiger roar fist was unparalleled, certainly not something ordinary martial arts could rival. I hope you too can maintain such bravado after your defeat, Li Yin sneered. Shen An merely adjusted his ears, remaining silent. Soon, the battles on other platforms drew to a close. After a few more rounds of competition, the previous victors ascended the stage in turn. Wang Hu cast a cold stare at Murong Tian before leaping off the platform. Master, I am going, Shen An nodded lightly. Go forth. If you cannot secure victory within 3 strikes, do not claim it was my sword technique. I cannot bear such shame. Rest assured, Master, I shall give it my all. Murong Tian's gaze was resolute as he turned towards the stage. 3 strikes. From my perspective, it would be commendable if Murong Tian could withstand 3 shadows of the Tiger Roar fist. Elder Mu shook his head. How arrogant! Li Yin laughed coldly, already envisioning Murong Tian being sent flying by his disciple's punch. Xiao Jingxue watched the black-clad youth on the stage with curiosity. Father, do you truly believe young Master Murong can win? Xiao Aohai smiled slightly. How could Elder Shen's disciple be ordinary? Just watch this battle. Hearing the esteemed town's South King express such confidence left Xian Yuzi furrowing his brow, feeling as if he had not fully awakened that day. Why would Xiao Aohai, on his first visit to Lingfu Mountain, hold Shen An and his disciple in such high regard? Due to the matters between Shen An and Li Yin, many elders focused their attention not on Yu Jinyuan, who was also on the platform, but rather on Murong Tian and Wang Hu. Wang Shixiang is up again. Can Murong Tian possibly win this time? What nonsense! A useless person thinks he can triumph over Wang Shixiang. Do you think the Tiger Roar Fist and Master Li are mere trifles? If he wins, I shall descend the mountain tonight and seek a seductive demon to punish myself for 10 days and nights. Many disciples scoffed in disdain. Who was Murong Tian? Born with obstructed meridians, he had consumed countless elixirs from the Murong family just to reach the initial stage of Qi Si in 2.5 years. With such abundant resources, even a pig could break into the late stage of Qi Si. Moreover, his master was merely a body refinement practitioner. With such conditions, how could he contend with Wang Hu? Wang Shixiao, may I have your guidance? Murong Tian clasped his fists slightly. Wang Hu, dismissive, wasted no words, stepping forward with disdain. He unleashed a punch that shattered the air, summoning 2 shadows of the tiger. This powerful strike could shatter stone. A body struck by would surely suffer broken bones. Gasps erupted from the onlookers, and Li Yan's lips curled in a smile as he envisioned Murong Tian being sent flying, bloodied. He starts with 2 tiger shadows. Does he intend to incapacitate Murong Tian? Xian Yuzi glanced at Shen An, who remained indifferent, showing no signs of concern for his disciple's safety. That I end the arena. The 2 tiger shadows, one high and one low, accompanied by the thunderous roar of a tiger and the fierce wind of the punch, surged towards Murong Tian. Is this fool paralyzed with fear? He hasn't even drawn his sword or dodged. He must be stunned. After this punch, he won't be able to rise from bed for 3 to 5 months. Disdainful murmurs erupted, as all eyes fixated on Murong Tian, who stood foolishly in place, a derisive expression on his face. No. Shen An suddenly furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. Other elders, taken aback, followed his gaze. Boom. The punch struck, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the entire platform. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Murong Tian not only failed to retreat, but gradually began to dissipate. Wang Hu's smirk faltered as he heard Murong Tian's calm voice from behind him. Is Wang Shixiang merely striking at air? Startled, he spun around, only to find Murong Tian standing behind him, his black robe billowing in the wind, his expression unperturbed. Such speed! How could this be possible? On the viewing platform, the expressions of many elders shifted. Yan's smile froze at that moment, his countenance darkening. A body technique. Xiao Aohai and Lu Yunxin exchanged astonished glances, turning to the composed Shen An. They were aware of the formidable power of Murong Tian's thunderbolt sword, but they had not witnessed Shen An employ any body techniques that day. Such a terrifying speed, evading Wang Hu's attack and leaving behind an afterimage, was far from ordinary. Xin Yuzi and Zheng Sanshan exchanged glances, their expressions grave. This body technique, it seemed, had reached the standard of Earth tier. With such assistance, winning against Wang Hu would not be as simple as it seemed. Chapter 27. A sword resolves all. Wang Hu turned to see Murong Tian suddenly appear behind him, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Regaining his composure, he swiftly pivoted and unleashed a powerful punch. Yet, in the face of his ferocious attack, Murong Tian merely took a light step back, effortlessly evading the onslaught. With each successive shadow of the punch, he adeptly employed the floating light and shadow technique to sidestep, leaving Wang Hu unable to graze even the hem of his garment. The dramatic turn of events left the onlookers outside the arena gaping in disbelief. What kind of martial arts movement is this? I can scarcely discern his actions. Is he truly Murong Tian? Hearing the gasps from the crowd, Wang Hu's expression darkened ominously. If you possess the prowess to face me head-on, then stop hiding like a coward. What kind of hero are you? Noticing Wang Hu's ire, Murong Tian halted and slowly drew the black sword from his back, stating, "As you wish, let us fight directly." Sensing that his opponent would no longer rely on evasive maneuvers, Wang Hu's heart soared within. Fearing that delay might lead to complications, he immediately unleashed his most formidable technique. Tiger shakes the mountains. With a thunderous roar, he thrust his fist forward, summoning 3 fierce tiger apparitions that charged at Murong Tian from 3 different angles, their power formidable. It's over. Murong Tian is far too arrogant, foolishly standing there to be struck by Wang's most potent tiger roar fist. Indeed, I almost believed this lad would emerge victorious, but it seems that despite his fortunate acquisition of a martial arts technique, his intellect has not improved. In the stands, Li Yin exhaled a sigh of relief. The final punch of the tiger roar fist had already brushed against the threshold of Earth-level martial arts. Even those at the late stage of Qi Si would hesitate to withstand such a blow head-on, let alone those at the early stage. Meanwhile, facing the 3 roaring tiger apparitions and the sinister grin of Wang Hu, Murong Tian displayed no trepidation until the moment his long sword was fully unsheathed, his gaze sharpened, resembling a long-sealed, unparalleled treasure sword. Under the piercing intensity of Murong Tian's gaze, Wang Hu's heart skipped a beat, a chill creeping up his spine as if a multitude of swords were poised at his throat. Yet, having already launched his attack, he had no choice but to press on, unwilling to believe that Murong Tian could truly withstand his strongest strike. Roar! The triple tiger apparitions bared their fangs and lunged forward, prepared to devour Murong Tian entirely. As the spectators braced for the conclusion of the battle, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Thunderclap shatters the mountain. A blinding flash of lightning erupted, instantly transforming into numerous streaks of thunderous sword light, resonating with a cataclysmic force. With a crack, the lightning obliterated the three fierce tiger apparitions with astonishing speed and power. Wang Hu's pupils contracted. Before he could react, the streak of lightning sword light had already passed before his eyes. In the next instant, bang! He felt as if he had been struck by a colossal force in his chest, sending him hurtling backward, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Silence enveloped the arena. A profound stillness gripped the crowd, rendering them speechless. Li Yin sprang to his feet. His expression drastically altered as he fixed his gaze on the youth, sheathing his sword atop the stage. "Thank you for your guidance." Murong Tian slightly cupped his fists, walking towards Shen An as the audience stared in stunned silence. "Master, I have not disgraced my mission. One sword was sufficient to resolve the matter." Shen An nodded in satisfaction, chuckling. "At last, you have not brought shame upon me. Your efforts in practicing the sword have not been in vain." Murong Tian was momentarily taken aback. Hardship wasn't his master merely sitting beside him, occasionally dozing in a chair? One sword, a misstep, bamboo shoots explode. What extraordinary swordsmanship! That move just now seemed even more formidable than Wang's tiger roar fist. Goodness, where did Murong Tian learn such swordsmanship and movement techniques? At this moment, the disciples regained their senses, and the arena erupted into a chorus of astonishment. Li Yan's countenance darkened, realizing that his disciple had been defeated. Losing to anyone else would have been tolerable, but to lose to Murong Tian of all people, and in a single stroke. As he listened to Shen An and Murong Tian's exchange, Li Yan felt a profound sense of disgrace, scoffing as he spoke defensively. There are always those who wish to claim credit for themselves. With your mere late-stage body refinement, you should consider your limitations. Without Elder Lu's guidance, how could Murong Tian possibly have mastered such swordsmanship and movement? Not only he, but even the other elders, such as Xian Yuzi, nodded in silent agreement, believing that Murong Tian's level of skill could only be attributed to Elder Lu's covert instruction. As for why Lu Yinxin would assist Shen An, they had caught wind of some rumors that it was said that the latter had gifted her a present, leading Lu Yinxin to extend her guidance to Murong Tian. Upon hearing these remarks, Lu Yinxin knitted her brows, her expression somewhat perplexed. While she was well-versed in various palm techniques, she was not particularly proficient in swordsmanship and could not instruct anyone in it. "Master Li, you overthink matters. I have never taught Murong Tian swordsmanship, nor am I skilled in it myself." Li Yan's visage darkened further at her retort. Was she implying that he, as a master, was inferior to a mere late-stage body refinement practitioner like Shen An? Meanwhile, Xiao Aohai observed Murong Tian, his gaze flickering as he pondered deeply. Murong Tian's innate talent for the sword was indeed remarkable, and his aura was rich and flowing, devoid of any obstruction. Hadn't it been said that his meridians were narrow and unyielding? Could it be that Shen An had concocted a pill to enhance Murong Tian's talent? If someone could refine such miraculous elixirs, perhaps there was hope for alleviating his daughter's affliction. With this thought, Xiao Aohai's mind began to churn, his gaze frequently drifting toward Shen An on another front. Yu Jinyuan effortlessly concluded his battle and returned to the stands, his expression revealing a measure of astonishment as he regarded Murong Tian. He had heard whispers about this master-disciple duo. In previous competitions, Murong Tian had consistently ranked last, battered and ridiculed. Yet how had he suddenly transformed this year? Nonetheless, despite his astonishment, Yu Jinyuan did not place much importance on Murong Tian. After all, he was merely at the early stage of Qi Si, hardly worthy of provoking his interest. "Master Li, you previously stated that Shen had no qualifications to mentor disciples. How is it that your disciple has now lost a mind?" Shen An spoke with a bemused smile, eyeing Wang Hu, who now appeared dejected, his head hung low and silent behind Li Yan. Lu Yinxin also turned her gaze toward Wang Hu, intensifying Li Yan's discomfort. Facing such humiliation in front of his idol, he felt a mix of shame and anger, wishing for the ground to swallow him whole. Chapter 28. Collusion with the Demon Sect. "If a petty person achieving success," Li Yan scoffed, turning his head aside while casting a fierce glare at Wang Hu. It was entirely the fault of this disappointing fellow, who had been effortlessly sent flying by Murong Tian with a single sword strike. Meanwhile, Elder Mu felt a sense of relief and began to console his disciple, Xiaochun, After all, even the exceptionally talented Wang who had been defeated by Murong Tian. Thus, it was not particularly shameful for his own disciple to lose as well. Sitting in his chair, Shen An stroked his chin, furrowing his brow in confusion that in his recollection. Lu Yinqin indeed seemed to lack proficiency in swordsmanship, while Shen An was merely at the late stage of body refinement. Was it truly he who taught such remarkable footwork and swordplay? It seemed improbable. As he pondered, a somewhat incredulous thought suddenly crossed his mind, prompting him to glance at the nearby Xiao Aohai, his heart filled with uncertainty. Could it be that it was taught by the king of the south? Xiao Aohai, the king of the south, was renowned for his swordsmanship, famously known as the Great and Sword King. He had once managed to defend against the Wolf Abyss with his formidable killing sword techniques. Yet this too seemed implausible, for the swords practiced by the great and royal family were derived from the sword tomb, and merely teaching verbally could not convey its true essence. Furthermore, the sword tomb had yet to be opened. Even if Murong Tian had an opportunity to enter, it would take time. Elder Shun, who exactly taught Murong Tian his sword techniques. After contemplating numerous possibilities that made no sense, Shen An turned around, replying, "What do you mean by that, sect leader? My disciple was, of course, taught by me." As he spoke, a peculiar expression crossed his face as he surveyed the gathered elders. "Moreover, if I were to teach him to you, would you be willing to instruct him?" "Not at all," came the collective response. Born with obstructed meridians, it is difficult for him to achieve greatness, alas. The elders shook their heads in unison. "Then that settles it. Why bother asking?" Shen An looked at Li Yin as if he were a fool. Shen An and the other elders exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. "Wait!" At that moment, Li Yin suddenly recalled something, narrowing his eyes as he fixed. Upon receiving a response, Li Yin sneered coldly. "Then do you know this sword technique?" Shen An was taken aback. Indeed, he did not know it. However, given the circumstances, he could not admit his ignorance and could only respond ambiguously. "What do you think? If you do not know this sword technique at all, then I have reason to suspect that Murong Tian is colluding with the demon sect to enhance his strength. The Murong family is a lineage of medicinal practitioners. It is impossible for them to teach him this swordplay. Moreover, the prospect of purchasing it for a hefty sum is equally implausible. The Murong family's business has suffered setbacks this year, and they have already fallen to a third-rate family in Tianan City, struggling to cover their expenses. How could they possibly afford to buy this sword technique?" Li Yin believed he had found a solid justification and displayed a cold demeanor. Colluding with the demon sect, according to sect rules, warrants the lightest punishment of having one's cultivation abolished and being expelled from the mountain, and the severest penalty is death. Shen An frowned deeply. Murong Tian abruptly lifted his head. The Murong family had suffered setbacks? Why had he never received any word from his family regarding such news? No wonder when he requested the medicinal materials for the cleansing pill, it had taken a full 10 days to arrive on the mountain. When it turned out that such events had transpired. Upon hearing Li Yan's words, the elders' expressions turned grave. Colluding with the demon sect was no trivial matter. Many had perished at the hands of the demon sect in Lingfu Mountain, and their disdain for the demon sect ran deep. But could it be that Murong Tian truly had colluded with them? "Li Hall Master, your words are excessive. Although Murong Tian may lack talent, he has always respected his teachers and valued the way of the Tao. He is certainly not the type to be double-faced," Lu Yunqin interjected, her brows knitting together with displeasure. She had never realized before how narrow-minded Li Yin was. Losing was simply losing, so why could he not accept it? Seeing her speak on behalf of Shen An and his disciple only further irked Li Yin, who retorted coldly, "Humph, knowing a person's face does not mean knowing their heart. How can you be certain of the origins of his martial techniques? Do you truly believe that a mere body refinement practitioner like Shen An could teach such skills, or perhaps both master and disciple have already allied with the demon sect?" As soon as this remark was made, the elders exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. There is no evidence for such claims, Li Hall Master. "You cannot speak so recklessly," one elder countered. "Indeed, the disciples of Qingyun Peak are loyal and righteous that I, Zheng Sanshan, firmly believe that." As the elders debated, Rather than supporting Li Yin, they rallied in defense of Shen, and Shen An's expression shifted uncomfortably. You claim that my disciple and I are colluding with the demon sect based solely on your unsubstantiated words. I could just as easily accuse you of colluding with them. Otherwise, how could the law enforcement hall be in such disarray, with its disciples acting so recklessly? Li Hall Master, you cannot make such allegations without evidence. Zheng San Shan interjected, frowning. If it were not for collusion with the demon sect, how else could Qin Peak have acquired such advanced sword techniques? His voice was raised, reaching the ears of numerous disciples. In an instant, a cacophony of voices erupted. What? Qin Peak colluding with the demon sect? Impossible! I refuse to believe that Elder Shen and Murong Tian are such individuals. Do not let a petty person cloud your judgment. The outcry grew louder, momentarily overshadowing the grand competition. Although most were skeptical, there were still disciples from the law enforcement peak who supported their hall master. Xin Yuzi furrowed his brows tightly, casting an irritated glance at Li Yin before speaking. Without evidence, doubts are unfounded. Elder Shen has his own opportunities. Why must we pursue this matter to its depths? What do the other elders think? Xin Yuzi inquired, looking towards the other elders. Zheng San Shan, Zhao Cheng, Elder Mu, and the others exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. I support Qin Peak. While the law enforcement hall may have colluded with the demon sect, how could he and his disciple possibly collude with the demon sect now? Hearing many voices in support of Qin Peak, Li Yan's expression darkened. Murong Tian's face flushed crimson. It was one thing to be insulted by the law enforcement hall, but to accuse his master of colluding with the demon sect was intolerable. Despite the elders not blindly believing the accusations, Shen An felt a measure of solace in his heart. At least there remained some humanity within the sect. Chapter 29. Is picking up useless? Observing Murong Tian's face flush crimson, Shen An furrowed his brow and inquired within his mind. System. Is there any way I can obtain the skill card for the Thunderbolt sword at this moment? The host may choose to use existing skill cards. Fine, he had come to realize that this system was in the advanced stages of laziness. Well, I currently possess 4 time-limited cards for the Qi Realm S Cloud Dispersing Palm. Can I use them to draw? Yes, please select the item to enhance the probability. The skill card for the Thunderbolt sword, preferably of the Qian realm. The host's lifespan is insufficient. Exchange not permitted. Could you at least give me a heads up before you decide to deduct from my life next time? Could the host perhaps be more realistic in their dreams next time? Shen An, feeling utterly defeated, replied, all right, let us expedite the lottery exchange. As long as it's the Thunderbolt sword, I'm fine. Payment successful. Commencing lottery. Beep, beep, beep. That as the wheel spun, a sense of anxiety bubbled within Shen An. Murong Tian, you better come clean. Who taught you that sword technique? If we uncover the truth, you won't even have the chance to confess. Li Yin scoffed with a frigid gaze. The disciple asserts that he would never engage in treachery. This sword technique was imparted to me directly by my master, and it has no connection to the demonic sect. Murong Tian was visibly flustered. Oh, your master, Li Yin sneered, a mere late-stage body refinement practitioner, incapable of wielding spiritual energy. How could he possibly have acquired such a sword technique without colluding with the demonic sect? I see your Qin Peak is nothing but a den of snakes and rats, a cancer within the sect. His words swiftly incited agreement from the disciples of the law enforcement hall, who began to deride him. Indeed, sect master, expel these two from Qin Peak at once. If we allow them to remain, it would be an affront to justice. Amidst the throng of indignant disciples, Lu Yinqin furrowed her brows, striking her palm upon the armrest of her chair. Silence, her ethereal voice, laced with supreme authority, resonated throughout the hall, the oppressive aura of a peak earth spirit realm cultivator enveloping the space. The disciples immediately shrank back, fear etched upon their faces. Why was the usually gentle leader of Qingyuan Peak suddenly enraged? She turned her gaze to Li Yin, her expression tinged with disdain, and spoke coldly. Truth will reveal itself. If you claim this sword technique belongs to the demonic sect, then present your evidence. Witnessing Lu Yinqin repeatedly defend Shen An and his master, Li Yin's countenance darkened considerably. Is Elder Lu so, or is it that Elder Lu is deliberately concealing something for him? Lu Yinxin, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation, her eyes glinting with frost. Impudence! The authoritative shout that emanated from the head seat caused the temperature in the hall to plummet several degrees. An even more formidable pressure enveloping the space, causing many disciples to turn pale and kneel. Li Yin was taken aback, glancing towards the head seat. Shen An's gaze had turned utterly frigid, narrowing as he fixed his eyes on Li Yin. As the head of the law enforcement hall, you have repeatedly attempted to cast the label of collusion with the demonic sect upon others, seeking to incite discord within our Lingfu Mountain sect. What is your true intention? Li Yin's gaze flickered as he hastily clasped his hands together. Sect Master, please quell your anger. It was my slip of the tongue. At this moment, another voice rang out. Is it because of this that Hall Master? He slowly rose, gently patting Lu Yinxin on the shoulder. The latter's brows knitted slightly, the coldness in her eyes beginning to fade. Many within the sect are aware that Hall Master Li has long. It is merely unfortunate that Shen An's talents surpass those of Hall Master Li. Thus it is understandable that the latter burns with jealousy. Upon hearing this, disdainful glances were cast in all. Even Lu Yinxin displayed a hint of anger, yet given the circumstances, she deemed it unnecessary to refute. After all, it was merely idle gossip. That a smile played at the corners of Shen An's mouth as he mockingly regarded Li Yin, his system bag now containing an additional consumption card. Thunderbolt Sword. Peak of the returning Yuan realm. Earth grade, superior quality, comprising 5 swords, with the 5th sword being rarely matched within the same realm. To his surprise, his luck this time was remarkably fortuitous. Initially, was this not the heavens allowing him to put on a grand display? Li Yin furrowed his brows. Shen An, what do you mean by that? My meaning is simply that Elder Lu looks down upon you. How can a toad aspire to feast upon swan meat? Shen An replied with a light smile that Li Yin was infuriated. If he was a toad, then was Shen An a mere late-stage body refinement practitioner, not beneath even that. However, fearing the wrath of Xian Yuzi, he refrained from lingering on this matter, scoffing instead. We are currently discussing your disciple's collusion with the demonic sect. Do not divert the topic. Collusion with the demonic sect. Shen An turned to glance at Murong Tian. Did you collude? No. The boy's face reddened as he shook his head resolutely. Did you hear that? My disciple states he has not colluded. As the head of the law enforcement hall, how dare you slander him without any evidence? Shen An turned, his tone resolute as he questioned Zheng Sanshan, and the others wore displeased expressions. The evidence is that your Qingyun peak does not possess this sword technique. It is utterly impossible for it to be imparted to Murong Tian. Li Yin scoffed, certain that Shen An could never wield this technique. Even if he had seen it, he could not possibly execute it. After all, he was merely a late-stage body refinement practitioner, devoid of spiritual energy. Faced with his words, Lu Yinxin and the others frowned. Shen An cast a sidelong glance at Li Yin, his tone indifferent. Is what I picked up from outside not valid? Picked up? Li Yin sneered. Do you think Earth-grade martial techniques are as common as cabbages on the street that you can? However, Shen An stepped forward once more. After all, he could not allow this indignity to go unpunished. His disciple's eyes were nearly red from holding back, and he could not let that go unaddressed. Chapter 30. The challenge. He let out a cold snort and remarked. As the head of the law enforcement hall, you slander others without any evidence. Master Yinli, what great authority you wield. Just because my Qingyun peak, do they not possess human rights in your eyes, Master Yinli, to be bullied and slandered at will? Li Yan's expression turned sour. When did this young man become so sharp-tongued? Meanwhile, some who had previously clamored for the sect leader to expel Shen An and his disciple wore complex expressions. Many mediocre disciples felt a stir of emotion upon hearing Shen An's. Hearing him repeatedly address Yin Li as Master Yin Li, Li Yin gritted his teeth, wishing he could slap him dead. Even if he wanted to utter his name backward, it would have to wait until Murong Tian defeated Yu Jingyuan. Even if you are not colluding with the demon sect, the sword technique you possess could not possibly be taught by someone at the body refinement stage. Li Yin was aware of his own shortcomings, yet refused to relent. As long as Murong Tian did not reveal the origins of the sword technique, he would cling to this point. Master Li, you have gone too far with your words. At that moment, Xiao Aohai, who had initially intended to watch the affairs of Lingfu Mountain, the upcoming competition is of utmost importance. Li Yin furrowed his brows, sitting down with a sullen expression that he could doubt anyone, but he could not doubt the king of Shen An. Just when everyone thought this matter had come to a close, Shen An spoke once more. No. The crowd frowned, uncertain of his intentions. Murong Tian is the only disciple I, Shen An, have. You wrongfully accuse him of colluding with the demon sect, and you think you can simply gloss over this matter without even a word of apology. Shen An stood there, his expression grave, coldly. Murong Tian felt deeply moved, admiration swelling within his eyes. Admiration value 5. Li Yin was taken aback, then regarded Shen An with a mocking smile. You wish for me to apologize? Yes, an apology, Shen An affirmed with a nod. Li Yin erupted into laughter. Surely this fellow had lost his mind. What was his status compared to that of a mere body refinement stage practitioner? Expecting him, the head of the law enforcement hall, to apologize, he might as well be dreaming. I never bow to the weak. If you want my apology, you must demonstrate some strength. Li Yin taunted. Very well. Then let my disciple win first place. All present were momentarily stunned, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. What? Shen An intended to challenge Li Yin, who was in the late stage of the returning origin realm after the competition. Wasn't he that tantamount to inviting a beating? Shen An, do not act rashly. Lu Yunxin urged softly, her brow furrowed. Yet Shen An remained unmoved, merely offering her a reassuring glance that since you refuse to apologize, I have no choice but to take you down to vent my disciple's grievances. Shen An stated calmly, his hands clasped behind his back. Beside him, Murong Tian's eyes shone with excitement. Would he finally witness his master in action? He had long suspected that his master was concealing his true strength, all the while pretending to be merely a practitioner at the body refinement stage. Surely, no one could remain at that level into their 30s. Little did he know his master had been hiding his prowess all these years, and now would finally reveal it for his sake. Admiration value 5. As Shen An took note of the information flashing in his mind, he nodded appreciatively. Such a splendid opportunity to gain admiration could not be squandered. Moreover, it was time to put on a show to prove himself. Otherwise, he would be subject to ridicule. Let this matter of anger conclude here. Xin Yuzi interjected, reluctant to see Shen An suffer a beating. With the tragic fate of Qingyun Peak, Shen An was, after all, the only survivor of that generation. Given Li Yan's temperament, an apology was out of the question. Thus, it fell upon him, the sect leader, to mediate. Thank you for your good intentions, sect leader. Xiao Aohai's expression turned contemplative. For one to teach such a sword technique and concoct elixirs that could enhance talent, he should not merely be a body refinement practitioner. That it appeared Shen An had likely concealed his true cultivation level. Contemplating this, he nodded discreetly. It would be wise to seize this opportunity to observe the latter's true realm. The other elders, upon hearing Shen An's audacious refusal of the sect leader's goodwill, insisting on a battle with Li Yin, could only shake. This fellow seemed rather oblivious to the gravity of the situation. While others may be uninformed, they had spent many years at Lingfu Mountain and were well aware of Shen An's capabilities. He was undeniably at the body refinement stage. How could he even think of challenging someone in the late stage of returning origin? Chapter 31. Murong Tian vs. Yu Jinyuan. Lu Yunxin furrowed her brows as she turned. There was no need to sacrifice oneself for fleeting bravado, only to end up battered and bruised. However, in response to her words, Murong Tian shook his head, his gaze resolute and filled with anticipation. I believe in my master. What sort of enchantment had Shen An cast upon this youth that he would harbor such faith? Very well, my disciple. Prepare yourself, that I eagerly await your triumph in the competition. What was this? Both master and disciple exuded an overabundance of confidence. One intended to challenge a late-stage Guijin practitioner with his late-stage body refinement skills, while the other believed, as the crowd cast disdainful and scornful looks, the presiding elder below began to arrange the final match. With just over 20 participants remaining, the ultimate showdown was imminent. Disciple, do hold back a little, Zheng Sanshan quietly. Yu Jinyuan remained as composed as ever, merely standing there, effortlessly deflecting all attacks with the wind talisman surrounding him. With a gentle wave of his hand, he sent his opponent tumbling from the platform in a gust of wind. Murong Tian, however, was the most astonishing of all. Beyond his lightning-quick swordplay, his agility was such that his opponents could scarcely touch the hem of his garment before conceding defeat. Yet, all understood the inevitable outcome of this climactic battle. Yu Jinyuan was destined to triumph. After all, he wielded the heavenly sword talisman. Even a late-stage Qi practitioner with Murong Tian's sword technique might not even breach the protective wind barrier surrounding Yu Jinyuan, let alone compel him to deploy the heavenly sword talisman. And no matter how swift Murong Tian's movements, if he could not penetrate the defense, he would be left. Little did I anticipate that Murong Tian would emerge as his final challenger, Zheng Sanshan remarked, glancing at the two adversaries on the stage without an ounce of concern. Does Elder Zheng not worry that your disciple may lose? After all, some have made rather bold claims. Should Murong Tian fail to secure first place, the two of them would have to leave Lingfu Mountain, Li Yin interjected with a sarcastic tone. The onlookers shook their heads in quiet disbelief. Although Murong Tian's journey thus far had astonished them, it was clear that this was where it would end. He could not possibly become the dark horse of the competition. After all, your name is about to be turned upside down. Shen An retorted nonchalantly that Li Yin huffed derisively, disinterested in engaging in further verbal sparring. You are truly even if he has mastered Earth-grade sword techniques, he cannot possibly rival you. The crowd erupted in jeers, many shaking their heads in disbelief. Faced with such remarks, Murong Tian remained on. He had heard enough over the years, and his temperament had evolved beyond measure. His heart now brimmed with excitement as he gazed intently at Yu Jinyuan, who stood with his hands clasped. Today, he was determined to make a name for himself, employing the sword techniques his master had personally imparted. Qingyan Peak, Murong Tian, he proclaimed with fervor, bowing respectfully. Qingfu Peak, Yu Jinyuan. Please strike first. Yu Jinyuan replied with a humility that far surpassed that of Wang Hu, showing no hint of arrogance. Very well. Murong Tian responded decisively, drawing his black sword and leaping into the air to unleash the first form of the thunderous blade. Thunderclouds covering the summit. The sound of the sword echoed like rolling thunder. But just as this powerful strike descended, a fierce wind arose, forming a barrier of flowing air before Yu Jinyuan. With the flicker of runes, he effortlessly deflected the blow, not even taking a step back. The gust of wind swept over Murong Tian, toppling him as he stumbled back several paces. He has already sent that boy retreating without lifting a finger, that if he were to strike, the platform itself might be upended. The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement mounting with each passing moment. Wang Hu, witnessing Murong Tian's failure with his blade, could not help but smirk, relishing the moment that if he could not best Murong Tian, watching him be bested by another was a consolation. Come again. Murong Tian, undeterred, yet you remained unfazed, his expression unyielding as he narrowed his gaze. With a swift motion, the fierce wind swept through, dispersing the lightning sword shadows once more. Murong Tian felt as though he had been struck, staggering backward, nearly losing his footing on the platform. As the disciples witnessed Murong Tian fail to breach Yu Jinyuan's defenses with two of his strongest strikes, many believed the outcome was already decided. Some even called out for Murong Tian to concede, urging him not to embarrass himself. Shen An, however, remained unfazed, casually flicking his ear in Li Yan's direction. Do not be hasty. My disciple possesses far more than just these two tricks. Stubborn, Li Yan scoffed, dismissing him. I end the arena. Murong Tian took a deep breath. Is he planning to defeat his opponent with mere fingers? Ha! Li Yan had initially anticipated some grand technique from Murong Tian, but upon seeing him forsake his sword in favor of raising a finger, he could not Yet at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Crack! Thunder erupted with a deafening roar. Despite the considerable distance between them, Yu Jinyuan saw the ground beneath. However, in an instant, this tempestuous creature was engulfed by the onslaught of lightning. The afterimages flickered. Murong Tian surged forward, his sword flashing with countless arcs of lightning as he thrust forward with tremendous force. Crack! Yu Jinyuan withdrew, his surrounding winds collapsing under the relentless barrage of lightning, and he gazed at the remnants of his tattered robes, astonished by the strength of that singular. Chapter 32. The Master bestowed another sword. I invite you to test it. The sudden eruption of this sword left the gathered crowd speechless, frozen in disbelief. This sword has already reached the standard of a. Li Yin stood in shock, recalling how he had just mocked Murong Tian by pointing at him. Xian Yuzi instinctively furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Just now, when he extended his sword finger, I distinctly sensed a. No wonder no one had joined him in mocking Murong Tian earlier. It was he who had failed to recognize the might of this sword. Reminded of his earlier taunts, he felt a flush of heat on his face, akin to being the jester of the moment. So, how about it, Home Master Li Yin? Are you ready to have your name read backward? Shen An glanced over with a hint of amusement in his tone. The elders exchanged glances, while Li Yan's expression darkened. However, Yu Jinyuan had yet to unleash the celestial sword talisman. This battle was far from over. Zheng Sanshan nodded in appreciation. I never expected Murong Tian to possess such a sword technique. It seems that if Jinyuan wishes to triumph today, he must deploy the celestial sword talisman. He remained unfazed. The onlooking disciples, witnessing Murong Tian shatter Yu Jinyuan's wind talisman, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Could such a powerful sword strike truly stem from the notoriously poor talent of Murong Tian? Yu Jinyuan frowned at his tattered robe. Astonishment etched across his features. He anticipated that he would nearly be injured by that unexpected sword strike. Given the intensity of the earlier thunderous sword technique, it seemed that apart from the recently comprehended celestial sword talisman, he had no other means to counter it. Well done, junior brother Murong. You must be cautious from here on. Yu Jinyuan spoke softly, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he raised a hand to sketch in the AIRS. His fingers traced like a brush. Intricate runes began to materialize before him. The network of these runes shimmered, exuding a piercing sword aura that was almost blinding to behold. It's the celestial sword talisman. I can't believe senior brother Yu was compelled to use the celestial sword talisman against this fellow. Once this talisman is unleashed, senior brother Yu can contend against those in the late stage of Qi Si and emerge victorious. Murong Tian stands no chance. The disciples in the stands buzzed with excitement, their previous contempt for Murong Tian dissipating, though none believed he had any hope of. His gaze sharpened as he waved his sleeve. In an instant, countless sword lights surged forth like a galaxy cascading from the heavens, launching toward Murong Tian with tremendous ferocity. Faced with this torrent of swords, Murong Tian dared not be careless. His expression grave, he once again unleashed the third form of the Thunder Sword. The thunderous light, as thick as a barrel, erupted alongside his long sword, resonating with a deafening roar. Yet, even this formidable lightning struggled to advance against the silver river of swords, dissipating completely within a few breaths. The sword river surged forth, and the overwhelming pressure forced Murong Tian to the edge of the arena, blood spilling from his mouth as deep sword wounds marred his body. Junior brother Murong, concede. If you were in the same realm as me, perhaps you could contend with this earth-tier sword technique, but you are merely in the initial stage of Qi Si. Yu Jinyuan gestured, the silver sword river swirling around him. His white robe billowed, the formidable sword intent pummeling the arena into a state of disarray, exuding an air of mastery. The stands. Elder Zhao from Qingxi Peak breathed. Thankfully, Murong Tian's sword techniques seemed insufficient to match the celestial sword talisman. He cast a furtive glance at Shen An, silently relieved. Had Shen An won, he would have been compelled to pay him 500,000 gold. He had wagered 50,000 gold on Murong Tian's victory. At the time, everyone had dismissed this as a joke, but now it seemed that if Murong Tian were to elevate his cultivation even slightly, he might indeed have a chance of winning. It's over. Li Yin also secretly sighed in relief, having unconsciously tightened his grip on the armrest of his chair, revealing his inner tension. If Murong Tian won, his name would have to be read backward. How could he not be anxious? Just as he prepared to turn and make another sarcastic remark, Xian Yuzi suddenly spoke up, his tone serious. No, it seems Murong Tian still has one more. Indeed, Murong Tian appeared unwilling to concede. He held his long sword horizontally across his chest, seemingly preparing for something. Even if he has one more sword, can it possibly break through the celestial sword talisman? After all, even in his past life, he had only seen someone eat. He had never witnessed anyone eat while standing on their head. To think he might have a chance to broaden his horizons now. Li Yin snorted, opting to remain silent for safety's sake. Who knew whether Murong Tian might get lucky? Though unlikely, what if he did win? He chose silence, while Shen An displayed disappointment, having anticipated a chance to witness something new in the arena. Yu Jinyuan, he could distinctly sense a powerful sword intent gathering ahead, even seeming to draw upon his celestial sword talisman. Buzz. A resounding sword chant reverberated through the heavens and earth. Xiao Aohai abruptly stood up, fixated on Murong Tian in the arena. That sword chant just now, it resonated with the heavens and earth. What sword technique is he about to unleash that it can invoke the forces of nature? Xian Yuzi furrowed his... At that time, he believed it must have been the result of Yu Jinyuan comprehending the celestial sword talisman within the talisman tower, but now he felt his conviction wavering. For the center of that celestial phenomenon seemed not to lie upon Qingfu Peak, but rather Qingyun Peak. Murong Tian raised his head, his aura shifting dramatically in that moment, akin to an unparalleled sword unsheathed. The formidable sword intent coalesced around him, and the black sword in his hand exuded a chilling light that instilled dread, an awe-inspiring presence. Senior brother Yu, apart from the thunder sword, my master has also bestowed upon me another sword. I invite you to test it. Chapter 33. The Victor, Murong Tian. Numerous elders found themselves involuntarily rising under the overwhelming sword intent, while the many disciples gathered around held their breath, feeling their minds enveloped in a haze of confusion. This intense sword intent even subtly overshadowed the heavenly sword talisman wielded by Yu Jinyuan. Even Shen An felt a twinge of nervousness within his heart. Although he recognized that the one sword opens the heavenly gate was undoubtedly more formidable than the heavenly sword talisman, he was acutely aware that Murong Tian's cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the Sea of Talent, placing him behind Yu Jinyuan. Whether he could emerge victorious remained uncertain in Shen An's mind. What a powerful sword intent! Yu Jinyuan's expression turned grave, his eyes shimmering with profound light. The silver river of swords swirling around him grew even more radiant and tumultuous, transforming into a fierce tidal wave that surged towards Murong Tian with ferocity. Facing the heavenly sword talisman once more, Murong Tian's eyes blazed with battle spirit. He shouted, brandishing the black sword in his hand. One sword, open the heavenly gate. With a piercing sound, a dazzling beam of sword light shot skyward, as if the very heavens and earth had lost their color at that instant, leaving only the resplendent sword. The sharpness of the sword intent and the overwhelming power reached their zenith, in a mere moment. The world resonated with a clarion call of sword song, as the river of swords split apart like dried twigs underfoot. Yu Jinyuan's pupils constricted sharply, and the heavenly sword talisman above him shattered instantaneously. A fierce sword chi rushed forth, invoking within him a profound sense of impending doom. Just as he prepared to intervene, the brilliant sword light halted before Yu Jinyuan, refraining from advancing further. Murong Tian's complexion paled as he twirled the black sword in a flourish before sheathing it, the sword light dissipating along with it. Brother Yu, I humbly accept your grace. He clasped his hands together, his youthful face unable to suppress the excitement that bubbled forth. He had won. He had truly triumphed. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was rooted in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how Murong Tian had so effortlessly destroyed the heavenly sword talisman with that single stroke. Yu Jinyuan was the first to regain his composure, casting a deep glance at Murong Tian before returning the gesture with a cupped fist. Well struck, junior brother Murong. I thank you for your mercy. I concede. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he turned and departed the stage, making his way to the high platform above that moment. The elder presiding over the event finally reacted, promptly announcing in a booming voice, the victor, Murong Tian, truly won. What was that sword strike just now? I felt as though that sword intent alone could easily cleave me in two. What level of sword technique is this? It is so formidable that it shattered the heavenly sword talisman with a single blow. Task completed. Rewards granted. Acquired level 5 alchemist experience X1. Skill card gift pack X1. Hearing the voice resonate in his mind, Shen An could not help but laugh heartily within. As the continuous influx of alchemist experience flooded his memory, one word dominated his thoughts: exhilarating. The contents of the skill card gift pack had already been disclosed by the system, comprising 5-time limited cards for the returning Yuan realm and 1 consumption card for the Earth Spirit realm. As for what skills could be unlocked, that would have to wait for later. In the stands, the gaze of all the elders was now directed towards Shen An. Among them, 2 individuals appeared particularly pained. One was Zhao Cheng, the master of Qingxi Peak, his face a mask of bitterness that he had not anticipated losing 50,000 gold in one fell swoop to Shen An. However, he consoled himself that most had wagered on Yu Jingyuan. The other, of course, was the head of the law enforcement hall, Elder Yin Li. He clenched his fists, his expression grim, that he could hardly believe that Murong Tian had actually triumphed. Master, I won! The young man, sword in hand, dashed off the stage, his face alight with joy. He resembled a dutiful child eagerly awaiting praise from a parent. Entirely devoid of the fierce demeanor he had displayed moments before on stage. Indeed, very well done. It is truly rewarding to see my diligent efforts in teaching you swordsmanship bear fruit. Shen An beamed with satisfaction, his smile nearly splitting his face. Lu Yinxin and Xiao Aohai exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of seriousness as they observed the interaction between master and disciple. They had not anticipated that Murong Tian had mastered such a powerful sword technique. To contend with the heavenly sword talisman, one would need at least an earth-tier martial skill. Yet to obliterate it with such ease, especially from a lower cultivation level, that single strike might have grazed the threshold of a heavenly tier martial skill. Not just the 2 of them, but Xian Yuzi also bore a heavy expression that heavenly tier martial skills were exceedingly rare, with only one known within the entire Duan dynasty, the Divine Dragon technique, which could only be practiced by the crown prince of the royal family. It was impossible to acquire, even if one wished to purchase it. How had Murong Tian come to possess such swordsmanship? If Shen An had indeed taught it to him, then from whence had Shen An acquired this technique? Elder Shen, if it were merely an earth-tier martial skill, he could overlook its origin, but if it surpassed that level, he would have to pursue the matter further. For if the existence of a heavenly tier martial skill were to leak, a multitude of troubles would undoubtedly ensue. Just observing the increasingly fervent gazes of the disciples present made it clear the allure a heavenly tier martial skill held for others. I taught him, Shen An replied nonchalantly. The crowd exchanged glances, and Xian Yuzi pressed further. He understood the adage that a man without guilt may bear the burden of envy, as well as the truth that a tree that stands out will surely be felled by the wind. Were it not for the tasks assigned by this peculiar system, he would prefer to keep his disciple from the limelight. Recently, while traveling in the extreme north, I encountered a formidable individual who imparted this knowledge to me. Extreme north? Xiao Aohai. The extreme north was not a safe place. It was the most perilous area. Chapter 34. The master is finally ready to strike. In the realm of the upper 3 domains, no one possesses the formidable strength of a true master within the entire great and dynasty. It is said that a powerful being in the Nirvana realm has transcended the limitations of the mortal coil, embodying genuine prowess. Furthermore, those who ascend to the Zhongshu realm possess the ability to pierce through illusions, their will manifesting as an independent domain where they can summon tempests and shake the very mountains and rivers with a mere gesture. As for the true ancestor realm, it is a level of power that, from their perspective, remains shrouded in mystery. However, even a mere Nirvana realm expert from the upper 3 domains could traverse the entirety of the Great Dynasty, or even the Southern Zhu region, with unchallenged authority. That esteemed master and I shared a bond of camaraderie over drinks, even pledging brotherhood in a peach orchard, where he took the role of the elder brother, while I became the second brother. He mentioned he would visit me in the Southern Zhu region after some time. Shen An spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, his words flowing as if they were the absolute truth. Instantly, the elders exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and suspicion. They found it hard to believe that someone with Shen An's temperament would dare venture into the extreme northern territories. Yet this seemed to be the only plausible explanation for how he could impart such sword techniques to Murong Tian. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuzi couldn't help but nod discreetly that if that were the case, everything would indeed fall into place. If Shen An had a Nirvana Realm master backing him, then even if news of this grand competition were to spread, those with ulterior motives would surely think twice before approaching Lingfu Mountain. When will that esteemed master arrive? Suddenly, Xiao Aohai interjected, his voice tinged with urgency, as if desperate to ascertain the exact timing. Beside him, Xiao Jingshua's bright eyes shimmered with a glimmer of hope. Shen An shook his head. I am not quite certain. At this, both father and daughter lowered their gazes, a hint of disappointment etched upon their faces. Everyone accepted his words, except for Murong Tian, who stood silently to the side, that he was acutely aware that Shen An had not left Lingfu Mountain in the past 3 years. How could he possibly have encountered such a transcendent master? Nevertheless, since his master had said so, there must be a reason, and he resolved to listen attentively. Such preposterous fabrications, and you all choose to believe them? At this moment, Yanli scoffed derisively. He was resolute in his disbelief. How could a Nirvana Realm master be so easily encountered? Even if one were to meet such a being, would they truly forge a brotherhood with someone as foolish as Shen An? A smirk played upon Shen An's lips. He welcomed the skepticism and disbelief, eager to validate himself. Yanli, whether you choose to believe or not is of little consequence. Since the competition is upon us, it is now our turn to settle our affairs. You previously suspected my disciple of colluding with the demonic sect. That matter remains unresolved. If you do not apologize, do not blame me for being merciless. What a joke! As a practitioner of the returning origin realm, do I fear someone in the late stage of body refinement? Yanli retorted with a cold laugh. I shall see for myself if that Nirvana Realm master truly imparted anything of value to you. With that, he flicked his robes and leapt onto the arena. It dawned upon Shen Yuzi and the others that Shen An had yet to settle the score with Yanli in previous encounters. They had held no expectations for the outcome, as the disparity between a practitioner in the late stage of body refinement. However, after hearing Shen An speak of that upper 3 domain master, they began to entertain a flicker of uncertainty that if he truly had a close relationship with such an esteemed figure, could it be possible that he might gain some fortuitous opportunity? Should he manage to defeat Yanli, the truth of his claims would likely be validated. Conversely, if he were to lose, the authenticity of his words would come into question. Be cautious. Just as Shen An was about to step down, a gentle voice reached his ears. He turned in surprise to see Lu Yunqin, her elegant brow furrowed. He has been stagnant at the returning origin realm for many years, possessing strength akin to that of a half-step Earth Spirit realm. If you engage him, be wary of his ability to harness the power of the Earth. The distinctions between body refinement and Qi-Si realms were insignificant, yet to transcend the returning origin realm required the transformation of internal spiritual energy into spiritual essence. The powers of the upper 3 domains were indeed formidable. The Earth Spirit realm could manipulate the forces of the Earth, providing immense defensive capabilities, while the Celestial Spirit realm could command the energies of heaven and earth, allowing for swift traversal across vast distances. As for the Qinkuan realm, it was a level entirely beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, enabling one to wield supernatural powers that could span 10 miles with a single step akin to teleportation. Even a half-step Earth Spirit realm practitioner, with their limited control over the Earth's power, was far from comparable to an ordinary returning origin realm. Is Elder Lu expressing concern for my well-being? Lu Yunqin furrowed her brow, but remained silent. A mere half-step Earth Spirit realm. What have I to fear? He erupted into laughter, though he yearned to emulate Yin. Allow me to demonstrate what constitutes the true Thunder Sword. Murong Tian stood rooted in place, his youthful eyes brimming with anticipation that it was happening. His master was finally about to take action. Below the arena, Yanli regarded Shen An's approach with a cold gaze, his impatience palpable. Today, he had been thoroughly vexed by this individual, not only losing money to him, but also suffering the humiliation of having his name altered on the spot. If he did not reclaim his dignity, he would henceforth have to read his name in reverse. The multitude of disciples had grasped the context of this duel, their expressions betraying a mix of curiosity and disbelief. They were oblivious to the claim Shen An had just made. All they could think was that a late-stage body refinement practitioner daring to challenge one in the returning origin realm was either a fool or had lost their mind. Yet, after witnessing Murong Tian's unexpected prowess earlier, they were hesitant to mock him, for each time they had done so, Murong Tian had emerged victorious. What if this time? I shall grant you 3 strikes, lest others accuse me of bullying you. Yanli sneered disdainfully, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. You proposed this yourself. I made no such request, Shen An responded, gripping his black sword, his expression peculiar as he regarded him. I shall remain right here. Unleash your sword at your leisure. Yanli stood tall, his demeanor one of arrogance. As he maintained his stance, tendrils of brownish-yellow energy began to emanate from beneath his feet, coalescing into an invisible barrier beside him, resembling overlapping mountains, impervious and indomitable. Such was the might of an Earth Spirit Realm master. Very well, then I shall not hold back. Shen An nodded, discreetly activating the Thunder Sword consumption card he had exchanged for. In an instant, he felt a surge of immense power coursing through him, his limbs reverberating with excitement from this unprecedented strength. Crack! As Shen An stepped forward, the arena fissured, spiderweb-like cracks spidering out across its surface, his powerful aura enveloping the surroundings, the essence of the sword soaring into the heavens. This arena, crafted from iron blue stone, had barely borne the marks of Murong Tian's battle with Yu Jinyuan. Yet now, with a single step from Shen An, it seemed on the verge of shattering completely. Xin Yuzi was taken aback, Xiao Aohai was dumbfounded, and Lu Yanqing too found herself momentarily stunned, that is for Yin Li. Witnessing Shen An nearly obliterate the arena with a single step left him utterly flabbergasted. How could a late-stage body refinement practitioner cause such devastation to an arena made of iron blue stone? Chapter 35. The 5 swords. Just as Yin Li was still in a daze, a thunderous roar erupted ahead, and a streak of sword light descended like the sword intent unleashed was magnitudes more powerful than that wielded by Murong Tian. Boom! With a deafening crash, the protective barrier formed by the Earth's power around Yin Li shattered instantly. The immense lightning forced him to take a step back, his expression one of bewilderment as he gazed upon Shen An, who stood before him with an imposing aura, his heart raced with countless expletives. Who claimed Shen An was merely at the late stage of body refinement? Has anyone ever seen someone at this stage crush a competition platform with a single step and cleave through the Earth's power with a single strike? Elder Xin Yuzi and the other elders in the stands rose to their feet, their faces etched with shock. Lu Yanqing instinctively parted her lips, unable to believe her eyes. Shen An's sword strike undoubtedly possessed the might of a peak return to origin realm fighter. Wasn't he supposed to be at the late stage of body refinement? When had he acquired such strength? Master, well done! Murong Tian exclaimed excitedly, his face alight with fervor. Truly, his master had indeed been concealing his true cultivation all along. Below, the gathered disciples exchanged incredulous glances, questioning whether they had woken from their slumber. First, Murong Tian pulled off a shocking upset against Yu Jinyuan, and now Shen An had transformed from a late-stage body refiner into a peak return to origin realm fighter. Shen An, when did you break through? Yin Li questioned in a deep voice, his expression darkening. Had he known Shen An possessed such prowess, he would never have acted so arrogantly, offering him 3 moves, as if he were a mere chicken. I haven't broken through. I am indeed at the late stage of body refinement. Shen An blinked in confusion, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Is it that Master Yin Li has had a change of heart and no longer wishes to allow me 3 moves? Elder Xin Yuzi and the others furrowed their brows, channeling their spiritual energy to sense the situation closely, and an overwhelming sense of doubt swelled within them. There were no fluctuations of spiritual energy, nor any signs of a breakthrough. He was truly just a late-stage body refiner. But how could that previous sword strike be explained? Yin Li's face darkened, feeling as though he were a mute consuming bittergall. He could only swallow his grievances. 3 moves it is then. You still have 2 moves left. With that, he once again gathered the Earth's power to form a protective barrier, retrieving a set of mid-grade defensive armor from his store. Observing his shamelessness in donning defensive armor, Shen An couldn't help but display a look of disdain. Disciple, watch closely. Thunderous blade, second strike. Thunderstorm, shattering mountains. Shen An raised his sword once more, thrusting it fiercely. In an instant, the skies darkened, thunder roaring. The overwhelming destructive power transformed into a tempest of lightning, surging forth with his sword thrust. Boom! The deafening thunderclap shattered the competition platform, ripping it apart. Yanli staggered back several steps, his complexion paling. The earth's barrier crumbled, and even the armor he wore began to lose its luster. Before he could gather his wits, Shen An's sword surged upward once more. Thunderous blade, third strike. Thunder awakening the earth. The previously vanquished lightning re-emerged, the sound of its explosion deafening enough to stun the audience that a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, surged from the ground, striking Yanli with fury. Sizzle! As the lightning dissipated and all eyes turned to the scene, gasps filled the air. Yanli's armor lay shattered, his body charred and blackened, his hair scorched and frizzy that he appeared utterly wretched. What an impressive sword technique! Xiao Aohai stood, his expression grave. The swordplay displayed by Shen An was on an entirely different level than that of Murong Tian. If Murong Tian's moves emphasized the sword's sharpness, lacking in depth, Shen An's sword transformed into thunder, embodying a sense of annihilation reminiscent of divine punishment. So, the essence of the thunderous blade lies in the fusion of the thunderous intent and sword intent. Murong Tian pondered from the stands, his eyes shining with insight. Shen An, you seek death. After 3 strikes, Yanli could no longer contain his fury, bellowing in outrage. To be struck down like a charred figure before so many, and especially before his goddess, was a humiliation worse than death. Tidal wave seal. With his furious shout, Yanli unleashed a palm strike. Countless strands of spiritual energy mingled with the earth's power surged forth like a raging tide, crashing toward Shen An with astonishing force. It's the Master's signature move, a low-grade Earth-tier martial technique, Tidal Wave Seal. Yanli has even integrated the Earth's power. Its might is fearsome. How will Elder Shen respond to this? Gasps of astonishment echoed from the spectators, none daring to blink, fearful of missing this spectacular confrontation. Thunderous blade, fourth strike. Thunder shattering clouds. Whoosh! All eyes were drawn to the sea of waves, where a flash of sword light pierced through like lightning. The sword light, bearing the momentum to pierce clouds and shatter the moon, sliced effortlessly through the crashing waves. Yanli was struck with panic, realizing that his signature technique had been effortlessly dismantled. Thunderous blade, fifth strike. Celestial thunder shaking the universe. Shen An stepped forward, his sword slicing down with tremendous force. Boom! The clear skies erupted with thunder, dark clouds gathering ominously that a colossal thunderous sword, forged from lightning, descended upon Yanli. Faced with the impending onslaught of the thunderous sword, Yanli's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking his back. The sheer power of this strike ignited within him a realization of insurmountable dread. Boom! The training hall's ground caved in by 3 inches, dust swirling violently, lightning crackling incessantly. Everyone held their breath, not daring to exhale, their gazes transfixed on the center. As the dust gradually settled, a figure clad in white first came into view. He stood with an air of elegance, one hand behind his back, the other wielding a sword, exuding an aura of pride amidst the storm of lightning. Before him lay Yanli, sprawled on the ground, his garments reduced to tatters, his form charred and smoldering. Smoke escaping from his mouth, he appeared as wretched as a dog thrown aside. It was hard to fathom that this pitiful figure was the revered leader of the law enforcement hall, whom they had all held in such high esteem. The power of this one strike is truly terrifying. Many elders present gasped in astonishment. The thunderous might contained within that strike had even caused genuine spirit realm experts like them to feel a sense of trepidation. Not to mention Yanli, who was only a half-step into the spirit realm. That he had survived the strike was an immense stroke of luck. Lu Yanqin's lips parted slightly as she stared at Shen An, standing tall and composed amidst the chaos, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. When had this guy acquired such extraordinary strength? Chapter 36. Disciple. Take a sack to the Spirit Herb Hall. 5 swords. With those mere 5 strikes, he effortlessly felled a formidable opponent at the half-step Earth Spirit Realm. The surrounding disciples stood in stunned silence, utterly incredulous. Who could have anticipated that Shen An, a seemingly insignificant figure from Qingyun Peak, possessed not the rumored late-stage body refinement strength, but rather the might to overpower the head of the Law Enforcement Hall? Has Elder Shen, perhaps, already entered the Earth Spirit Realm? Uncertain, but he is certainly not at the late stage of body refinement. The disciples exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes glued to the scene unfolding before them. Shen An turned, seizing the opportunity as the Thunderblade's residual power dwindled, and tossed the black sword onto the platform. Swish! The black sword found its mark, returning flawlessly to the sheath. His demeanor exuded the essence of a sage, leaving the elders, including Xian Yuzi, momentarily dumbfounded. Though his exterior was calm, Shen An's heart brimmed with elation. What sheer delight! Master, I understand, Murong Tian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Admiration value 20. Current admiration level of Murong Tian. 7. Reward obtained. Spirit Soil X1. Celestial Spring Source X1. Spirit Soil. Celestial Spring Source? Shen An was momentarily taken aback, hastily examining its initial radius is 3 zhang, which expands automatically over time. Celestial Spring Source. A continuous stream of liquid from the spirit spring. It can cure ailments and revive withered flora, also assisting martial artists in their cultivation. Good heavens! System, have you come down with a fever? Are these rewards truly complimentary? Upon reading the descriptions, Shen An was overwhelmed with joy, questioning whether the system had lost its senses. Disrespect towards the system detected. Rewards will be retracted immediately. Wait. I was mistaken. After much pleading, Shen An managed to retain his rewards with a smile. Xian Yuzi, Xiao Aohai, and the others regarded Shen An with piercing gazes, their expressions filled with skepticism. No matter how one looked at it, this fellow appeared to possess only the late-stage body refinement cultivation. Yet those 5 strikes were indisputably real. What was truly going on? Could it be that Shen An's strength had reached a level beyond their comprehension? Xian Yuzi and the others shook their heads in disbelief. It was impossible. Surely, the Nirvana Realm expert had imparted some technique for concealing his aura. Ahem. Elder Zhao. Shen An cleared his throat, glancing towards Qingxi Peak. Zhao Cheng wore a pained expression. Elder Shen, do not worry. I will send someone to deliver the 500,000 gold coins to Qingyun Peak shortly. Elder Zhao. How magnanimous. Zhao Cheng could only offer a wry smile. He wished he could be stingy, but recalling Yin Li's fate, he deemed it wiser to be generous. Although he himself was at the Earth Spirit Realm, enduring those strikes would not be easy. Moreover, Shen An had an unknown Nirvana Realm expert backing him. Xian Yuzi and the others exchanged glances. At this point, none dared to question the authenticity of Shen An's mysterious benefactor. Xiao Aohai's brow furrowed as he glanced at the distant figure of Xiao Jingxue, lost in thought. Master, the sect competition has concluded. The M.Y. disciple performed admirably, right? I cannot be considered a misguiding teacher, can I? Shen An turned to Xian Yuzi. The other elders could only smile wryly. If producing the first place in the competition made one a misguiding teacher, what would that make them? Certainly not, Xian Yuzi replied, shaking his head. Then do I You may continue your discussion. We shall return to Qingyun Peak now. He was eager to test the wonders of the spirit soil. Xian Yuzi was taken aback. Before he could respond, Shen An had already exited, with Murong Tian. What? He hadn't even announced the conclusion of the competition yet, nor had he delivered the inspiring closing remarks. Was it a bit too dismissive to simply leave? Xiao Aohai glanced at Lu Yunxin beside him in astonishment. Yet he had not yet found the right moment to broach the subject with Shen An, who had now darted away. It seems you share a close relationship with Miss Lu. Might you be able to speak on my behalf? Xiao Aohai hesitated before speaking. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxin's eyes flickered as she shook her head. Your Highness overestimates our relationship. I am merely an acquaintance of Shen An, nothing more. Acquaintance? Xiao Aohai eyed her skeptically. Surely not. Why would he gift you such a precious youth-restoring pill? And you seem eager to present him with Earth-grade martial arts. Are you truly just acquaintances? Lu Yunxin blinked, her captivating eyes fixed on him as she earnestly replied, "Your Highness, we are genuinely merely acquaintances." "Is that so?" "Indeed. I find that hard to believe." Lu Yunxin felt exasperated. However, it was understandable that Xiao Aohai remained skeptical. Would two individuals with such a distant relationship exchange gifts like youth-restoring pills and martial arts? Even Yin Li would find it unbelievable. Yet recalling Xiao Aohai's life-saving grace, she gently nodded, her voice softening. "Since your Highness insists, I shall accompany you to Qingyun Peak this evening." "Thank you, Miss Lu." Xiao Aohai expressed his gratitude with a nod, while the ever-composed Xiao Jingxue offered a slight bow. "Qingyun Peak, disciple, take a sack to the Spirit Herb Hall." "What for?" Murong Tian looked bewilderedly at his master, who was rummaging through cabinets for a sack. "Collect as many withered spirit herbs as you can carry." "But they've withered. Their medicinal properties have diminished, inferior to weeds. What use would they be, master?" Murong Tian scratched his head in confusion. "Enough of your nonsense. If I command you to go, then go swiftly. Take advantage of the fact that Hall Master Su and most of the disciples from the Herb Hall are absent. If you can salvage some intact spirit herbs, do so." Shen An swatted Murong Tian on the backside with a playful stick. "Ah, isn't that stealing?" "What nonsense! I'm taking them openly. Is that stealing?" Shen An playfully swatted him again. "Besides, as the first in the competition, you are entitled to spirit herb rewards. What is the harm in collecting them yourself?" "Understood, master." Murong Tian nodded, grasping a sack. "Off you go. I shall wait here, that if you spot anything rare in the fields, be sure to bring it back as well." "Okay." With that, Murong Tian hurried out with his sack. Once Shen An saw him. Chapter 37. Is the prince here for a free meal, or to consult my master? Shen An hummed a cheerful tune, while merrily wielding a hoe to clear the weeds. "By the way, I still haven't opened the skill. Let me see what skills I have obtained." Suddenly recalling something, he promptly paused his task and opened the gift pack he had received for helping his disciples secure first place in the competition. Acquired indestructible skill, Earth Spirit Realm. Consumption card X1. 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Peak of Returning Origin Realm. Time-limited card X5. Indestructible and 6 Meridians Divine Sword? Shen An was momentarily taken aback. System, this is not a martial arts world. Can Indestructible and 6 Meridians Divine Sword truly manifest their powers here? Please refrain from questioning this system. Refer to the skill descriptions instead. Indestructible skill, defensive skill card that automatically triggers in danger, capable of withstanding the attacks of a martial artist 1 major realm higher for 10 seconds without sustaining any damage, with no side effects. 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Sword energy at 1's fingertips can sever a person's head from 100 paces away, easily shattering gold and stone, and can effortlessly penetrate the protective martial techniques of opponents at the same realm. What this implies is that in the future, there may also be indestructible skills and 6 Meridians Divine Sword cards for the Celestial Spirit Realm, the Universe Realm, or even the 9 Whitebone Claw. There is nothing the host cannot conceive. This system is capable of fulfilling all requests. Hearing this, Shen An's interest was piqued, and he began to ponder excitedly that if he could amass 10,000 time-limited indestructible skill cards from the upper 3 realms in the future, Wun-Ti that equate to invincibility, he could simply stand there and let others strike him without fear of death, right? TSK, the task remains incomplete. Comrades must strive harder. He grinned widely, his face beaming as he gazed in the direction where Murong Tian had previously departed. Whether he could become invincible in this world depended on how capable his obedient disciple would be. For now, I should first examine the effects of the spirit soil and the celestial spring. Shen An, panting and wiping he regretted not waiting for Murong Tian to return to plow the land. After all, having an obedient disciple was meant for honing one's skills. Shaking his head, Shen An retrieved a palm-sized piece. The soil appeared to possess a vitality of its own, moist and exuding the fragrance of earth. After inquiring about its usage, Shen An wasted no time and promptly tossed the spirit soil onto the cultivated land beneath his feet. Astonishingly, as soon as the spirit soil touched the ground, it instantly merged with the yellow-brown earth. Before his very eyes, the yellow soil beneath him began to transform into a rich, glossy black-brown, becoming exceedingly fertile. The area was approximately 3 zhang in radius, neither too large nor too small, and it was gradually assimilating and expanding outward. According to the system, the spirit soil could ultimately spread to with the presence of the spirit soil, Shen An planned to transform the back mountain into his medicinal herb garden. After all, as a 5th-grade alchemist, it would be somewhat embarrassing not to have a herb garden. Furthermore, he would undoubtedly take on more disciples in the future, and it would be advantageous to have a garden to brew more elixirs for them. Before long, the herb garden began to take shape. In the spot where he had discarded the spirit soil, Shen An also placed the celestial spring nearby, that a pit the size of a basin was slowly overflowing with crystal-clear spring water, being absorbed by the spirit soil. System. No one recognizes the spirit soil and celestial spring, as long as the host does not foolishly disclose the functions of these treasures to others. No one will attempt to seize them. Moreover, these items are bound to the host. Will you perish if you don't criticize me for a day? Shen An scoffed, choosing to ignore the system and continuing to tend to his herb garden. As evening fell, at the foot of Qingyun Peak, Lu Yunqin, Xiao Ao Hai, and Xiao Jingxue arrived together, observing the somewhat desolate mountain path as they walked side by side. Not long after, they heard footsteps behind them. Turning around, they saw Murong Tian approaching at a brisk pace, carrying a burlap sack. "Murong, my young friend, what is this?" Xiao Ao Hai asked. Lu Yunqin also frowned as she glanced at the burlap sack on his shoulder, faintly detecting a subtle medicinal fragrance. The younger generation pays respects to the prince and elder Lu. Murong, Xiao Ao Hai, and the others flinched slightly at this word. This master-disciple duo was indeed peculiar. It was one thing to collect spirit herbs, as being an elder of the Spirit Talisman Mountain, but who had ever seen someone using a burlap sack to collect spirit herbs? It was as if they were gathering cabbages. If Su Tangzhu returned from the martial arts hall and saw the herb garden stripped bare, he might very well faint from anger. Fire-tongue grass that has been soaked in. The latter was somewhat surprised. Although he did not know the names of most of the herbs he had gathered, he had heard some disciples at the Spirit Herb Hall mention a few of them as waste herbs. It just so happened that they matched what Xiao Jingxue had described. Some herbs cannot be exposed to water, while others must not be exposed to light. That to reach a usable age, they require meticulous care. Otherwise, they will turn into waste herbs. How did the princess know that what I have here are waste herbs? Xiao Jingxue smiled lightly. Having spent many years in the Medicine King Valley, I have gained considerable. It is not difficult to discern the state of some common spirit herbs through their scents. So impressive, Murong Tian was taken aback, then nodded and replied, "These herbs are all for my master." I'm not quite sure what he intends to do with them. Your master? Lu Yunqin and Xiao Ao Hai exchanged glances before inquiring. Where is your master now? He's right at the mountain. Is the prince and elder Lu here to share a meal, or to seek my master for something? Murong Tian blinked his eyes, curiously asking. Upon hearing the phrase, share a meal, Xiao Ao Hai's lips twitched, and However, if we are fortunate enough to enjoy a delightful meal, it would not be an ungracious affair. Oh, then please, Prince and Elder Lu, do come up the mountain. Murong Tian, observing the sack full of waste herbs, Lu Yunqin furrowed her brows, all the way up. What on earth was Shen An planning with all these useless herbs? Chapter 38. Atop the Qingyun Peak. This marks the first occasion in many years that guests have graced the Qingyun Hall. Since the peak fell into disrepair, Shen An has not set foot in this place. However, Murong Tian frequently comes to tidy up, so it isn't entirely neglected. The prince and elder Lu are awaiting here. I shall fetch my master at once. Much obliged, young friend Murong. Xiao Ao. Murong Tian, carrying a burlap sack, dashed out of the grand hall towards the back mountain. Why are you carrying that sack? Where's your storage ring? Shen An furrowed his brow. Murong Tian scratched his head. It seems the Murong family is indeed in dire straits if Murong Tian has sunk to such depths. But that is of little concern. Soon Qingxi Peak will be sending money, and he will be able to indulge himself and his disciple. Upon seeing a small patch of medicinal herbs, Murong Tian was somewhat astonished. Master, what are you doing? Naturally, I am establishing a medicinal garden to cultivate herbs, Shen An replied, his face revealing satisfaction as he observed more. The system had mentioned that the spiritual soil and the source of the celestial spring cannot infinitely restore those dead herbs that rejuvenate them. Two conditions must be met. Second, the liquid from the celestial spring must be abundant. Without it, one must wait for the spring to gradually recover. Shen An planted the fire-tongue grass and several other withered herbs. Murong Tian's jaw dropped in astonishment. The once desiccated herbs began to visibly regain vitality, becoming lush and gleaming before his eyes. Meanwhile, the crystal blue liquid in the small spring beside them was slowly diminishing. Ah! Murong Tian was stunned. He had initially thought his master wanted the withered herbs for a medicinal bath or for cooking. Admiration value 3. Observing the herbs' revival, Shen An displayed a satisfied expression and tossed a hoe and a machete to Murong Tian. Disciple, I entrust that. I hope to see you plow this 10 acres by tomorrow, and, while at it, install a fence nearby. How much? Murong Tian received the hoe, questioning whether he had misheard. Not much, just 10 acres. Master, why don't you dig it yourself? Heaven will bestow great responsibilities upon this person. They must first toil their muscles and harden their resolve. Murong Tian's face was filled with bitterness. Master, even if I were a bull, I couldn't plow 10 acres in one night. Well then, start with 5 acres, and I shall assist you. They are waiting for you in the Grand Hall. The prince and Elder Liu? Shen An was momentarily taken aback, pondering their purpose. Could it be that the effect of the rejuvenation pill was so remarkable that they— At this thought, a smile broke across his face as he patted Murong Tian's shoulder. Disciple, sort the spiritual herbs by type and plant them well. I will return shortly to check your work. Without waiting for a response, Shen An sprinted away. Murong Tian wore a bitter expression, gazing at the sack of spiritual herbs, unsure of how to proceed. Master, I can't do this. Though he hailed from a family of herbalists, he had never Now, being asked to sort and plant the spiritual herbs was akin to a death sentence. Moreover, he still had to prepare dinner and plow the fields. How could he find time to sort the herbs? Meanwhile, upon reaching Qingyan Hall, Shen An found Xiao Ao Hai and Lu Yinxin had already been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing him, the former rose promptly with a welcoming smile. Shen An, in turn, greeted him warmly. What brings the prince to Qingyan Peak today? Xiao Ao Hai humbly bowed, winking at Lu Yinxin. The latter, looking somewhat resigned, spoke softly. I have heard that Elder Shen possesses a remarkable mastery of the herbal arts, to the extent that even a renowned herbalist might seem like an amateur in your eyes. Thus, we have come to request your assistance with a matter. Ah! Shen An was taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances with the group. When did I ever say such a thing? It was my daughter who overheard young friend Murong say that Elder Shen is no ordinary herbalist. Xiao Ao Hai gazed at him expectantly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Shen An's lips twitched. That rascal had the audacity to implicate his master. If this word reached the Apothecary Valley, all the herbalists in the southern realm would surely condemn him, drowning him. I hope the prince will forgive him. I am merely at the late stage of body refinement. In terms of mastery of the herbal arts, how could I dare to compare myself to the master of Baichen Valley? Surely they did not expect him to treat their daughter. If even a 6th-grade herbalist could not resolve the issue, they should not pin their hopes on him. Yet as soon as he finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon him, making him somewhat uncomfortable. Xiao Ao Hai and Lu Yinxin exchanged peculiar glances. Late-stage body refinement. The late-stage body refinement that nearly cleaved through the half-step spirit realm. Sensing their scrutiny, Shen An spoke earnestly. I assure you, I truly am only at the late stage. Do you believe me? Not a chance, the 3 replied in unison, shaking their heads. Shen An could only smile wryly at Lu Yinxin. When you mentioned needing my help, it wouldn't be for treating the princess, would it? Lu Yinxin nodded gently. Do not feel— If you can treat her, that would be ideal. If not, that is also acceptable. Indeed, Elder Shen, just do your utmost. Should you find a solution, I will certainly reward you handsomely. Xiao Ao Hai chimed in, his eyes filled with hope. If it truly comes to that, I would be grateful if you could recommend a powerful figure from the upper 3 realms. Shen An raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat helpless. It seems the latter part of his statement was the true reason for the prince's visit. He had never harbored any hope of curing Xiao Jingxue. He merely wished to meet this elusive figure from the upper three realms, hoping to Shen An shook his head, causing the prince's brow to furrow. It is not that I am unwilling to make a recommendation. It is merely that my sworn brother is notoriously mysterious, and I do not know when he might come seeking me. If he does not arrive for 3 to 5 years, would that not delay the princess's condition? Xiao Ao Hai sighed, revealing a look of regret that it appeared there was no way after all. My apologies. I fear I am unable to assist in this matter. Shen An clasped his hands in apology. Not a problem. Xiao Ao Hai waved his hand dismissively. Such was fate. They could not farewell. With no hope of finding that powerful figure from the upper three realms, Xiao Ao Hai lost his appetite for a meal and departed with a respectful bow. Safe travels, Your Highness. That was close. He almost took over another troublesome situation. Murong Tian's 3-year agreement was already enough to keep him on edge. If he had to add the burden of treating Xiao Jingxue, it would drive him to despair. Meanwhile, shortly after Xiao Ao Hai and the others exited Qingyan Hall, Murong Tian, who had been waiting nearby, his eyes brightened as he noticed Shen and had not followed. He dashed over. Asking him to sort the spiritual herbs was tantamount to a death sentence. Moreover, he still had to plow the fields tonight. Where would he find the time to meticulously sort and plant each herb? If he were to search through the books for each herb, it would take him at least 3 or 4 hours. Thus, he thought of Xiao Jingxue. She had barely glanced at the spiritual herbs, and just smelling their aroma could give her a rough idea. Sorting the herbs should be a piece of cake for her, right? Chapter 39. You must become my junior sister, Your Highness, Elder Lu. Murong Tian stepped forward to pay his respects. Young friend Murong, what brings you here? Xiao Ao Hai inquired. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Murong Tian scratched his head and said, Actually, I have a matter I would like to ask the princess for assistance with. Me? Xiao Jingshue's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Please feel free to speak, young master. She was somewhat taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Her curiosity piqued about what Elder Shen intended to do with so many useless herbs. Xiao Ao Hai and Lu Yunqin did not object, allowing Xiao Jingxue to remain while they departed. The poison within her had already been suppressed by Lu Yunqin once, so there was no immediate cause for concern. The two made their way to the medicinal fields at the back mountain. Xiao Jingxue curiously surveyed the area. The Qingyan Peak was indeed picturesque, though lacking in particularly enchanting scenery. Yet, the gentle breeze and lush greenery were enough to uplift one's spirits. As she gazed ahead, her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of several robust and vibrant spiritual herbs thriving in the dark brown soil. Is this the useless herbs that young Master Murong brought back just now? The fire-tongue grass and dark moonflower should have long since withered, nearing death. How could they now appear so full of life and potent? Murong Tian nodded. She crouched down, delicately pinching some of the dark earth between her fingers and inhaling it, only to feel a surge of astonishment. The abundant life force contained within the soil was astounding, even more fertile than that of Yet, even the Medicine King's fields could not cultivate useless herbs and turn waste into treasure. Could it be that this medicinal field harbored some hidden mystery? Or was it that Elder Shen possessed extraordinary skills in the healing arts, capable of reviving herbs on the brink of death? Her brow furrowed in contemplation as her gaze fell upon a pit beside the medicinal field. There appeared to have been water there before, but it had since dried up that in the midst of this neatly arranged medicinal field, the pit stood out conspicuously. Why is there a pit left in the medicinal field? Xiao Jingxue asked with curiosity. Murong Tian looked up and shook his head. I do not know. Perhaps my master simply overlooked it, that I'll fill it in right away. With that, he picked up a shovel and swiftly filled the pit with soil, patting it down firmly. Afterward, the pit was leveled off, appearing much more pleasing to the eye. All done! Murong Tian clapped his hands and stood up. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingxue had begun sorting through the spiritual herbs in the burlap sacks. As she turned over the contents, her expression grew increasingly peculiar. 50-year-old by Ling Yi, 100-year-old He Ling Shen, 7-year-old Lan Daigua. Aside from the top layer of useless herbs, the lower layer was filled with intact spiritual herbs, all of which were quite valuable in the market. Elder Shen requested useless herbs, but what are these? She raised a withered blue butterfly fruit in her hand, asking in confusion. Oh, those were also given to me by my master. He said to take some spiritual herbs while Hall Master Su has yet to return to the herb hall. Just take some? Xiao Jing Shui raised an eyebrow, glancing at the fruit in her hand and the burlap sack that contained at least dozens of well-preserved and high-quality. It truly was a casual selection. That none of these herbs were under 50 years old, and all were quite precious. She wondered how the Hall Master would react upon discovering this matter. Would he be so enraged as to spit blood? How about it, princess? Can you categorize these spiritual herbs? Murong Tian asked with anticipation. Certainly. Xiao Jing Shui nodded slightly. As she sorted through the useless herbs, Murong Tian observed her closely. Noticing that her complexion had improved considerably, he couldn't help but inquire, has the poison within the princess been resolved? Xiao Jing Shui's eyes dimmed momentarily as she gently shook her head. This poison is difficult to dispel. For now, I can only rely on Elder Lu's techniques to suppress it and prolong my life. What will happen if it cannot be resolved? Murong Tian asked. Well, I would simply die. Though her smile was strong, the underlying sadness touched Murong Tian's heart. You came today to ask my master if he has a solution, didn't you? What did he say? She shook her head again. Elder Shen's connection to the Nirvana realm experts is elusive. He has no effective means to treat my bone-corroding poison. Cannot be treated? Murong Tian frowned. Hadn't his master previously stated that the poison on Xiao Jing Shui was of no concern to him? Yet, it seemed that his master had mentioned that their relationship was not close enough to warrant treatment. Was it possible that his master was unwilling to act for an outsider and used this excuse to brush her off? After some thought, he realized that his master had never revealed his skills to anyone else before he arrived at Qingyun Peak, that it was only as he was preparing to leave that his master finally chose to step forward. Murong Tian scratched his head, lost in contemplation, that he pondered whether it might be too lonely for just the two of them on Qingyun Peak, that if his master intended to open a medicinal garden, there would undoubtedly be plenty of tasks related to caring for and sorting herbs. While it was acceptable for him to practice swordsmanship, overseeing the herbs was another matter entirely. Instead of having an outsider manage the herbs, it would be better to invite someone to join Qingyun Peak. However, lacking the authority to accept disciples on behalf of his master, he could only suggest that Xiao Jing Shui seek to become a disciple herself, which would still require his master's approval. With this thought, he adopted a serious expression that as he sat upright. Xiao Jing Shui looked at him, puzzled. Young Master Murong, what is the matter? Murong Tian locked eyes with her. If I could heal this poison, I would be free to roam the mountains and waters without the constant worry of when the poison might strike. In fact, my master once told me that the poison in your body is of no significance to him. At this revelation, Xiao Jing Shui's delicate hands faltered. She looked up at Murong Tian, whose serious expression indicated he was not lying. But why did Elder Shen? That is because my master dislikes meddling in others' affairs, especially those of outsiders. Murong Tian interjected, then continued to explain. Before I arrived at Qingyun Peak, my master never revealed his capabilities, even when he was insulted. He simply smiled serenely. It was only a month ago that he began imparting his techniques to me. Young Master Murong, you've been his disciple for over 2 years. Why did Elder Shen wait until a month ago to teach you? Chapter 40. I filled the pit, becoming a disciple of Shen An. Xiao Jingshu furrowed her delicate brows. This was indeed something she had never contemplated, that if one were to mention apprenticeship, the Medicine King had shown her considerable favor, taking great care of her during her years at the Medicine King Valley, effectively serving as a half-master. Moreover, her father, Xiao Ao Hai, had once been a formidable figure who had slain in the realm of Qian Ke Yuan Das for Shen An. No one was truly aware of his capabilities. Although he seemed to possess commendable knowledge of medicinal arts, his own cultivation remained an enigma. Could he genuinely cure the poison afflicting her? Noticing her hesitation, Murong Tian spoke again. In any case, the poison in your body has remained untreated for so many years. Becoming my master's disciple could indeed provide an additional glimmer of hope. There's nothing to lose. He patted his chest, proclaiming, Once you become my junior sister, my master will undoubtedly spare no effort in assisting you to expel the poison. After a moment's thought, he felt the need to emphasize, however, it is imperative that my master himself agrees to take you as a disciple. As a student, I lack the authority to do so on his behalf. This, Xiao Jingxue hesitated, finally speaking softly. The matter of taking on an apprenticeship is of great significance. I must return and consult my father first. Despite her words, she was already somewhat swayed. Indeed, as Murong Tian had stated, she would need to remain at Lingfu Mountain for an extended period, allowing Elder Lu to assist her in suppressing the poison. There was no conflict in taking Shen An as her master. If there truly existed a chance to eliminate the poison, it would be a fortunate turn of events. Furthermore, this Elder Shun was undeniably shrouded in mystery. His disciple, Murong Tian, seemed to have cultivated some technique that could even suppress the bone-corroding poison. Perhaps he truly possessed a means to cure the poison. Seeing her wavering, Murong Tian's heart soared with delight. If she were to remain on Xinyan Peak, he could entrust her with the affairs of the medicinal garden. Meanwhile, he could dedicate himself to sword training in preparation for the imminent 3-year agreement. Once the medicinal herbs were sorted, Xiao Jingxue arose to bid farewell, intending to return to Qinghuan Peak to seek her father's opinion. Not long after her departure, Shen An strolled over leisurely, hands behind his back, to check on the progress. Upon observing Murong Tian diligently plowing the field, with the medicinal herbs neatly categorized and planted in the freshly tilled plot, a look of satisfaction graced his face. Just as he prepared to offer praise, Shen An suddenly froze. The field was remarkably even, and the spring he had previously dug to channel the celestial spirit spring was nowhere to be found. "Disciple, where is the spring?" he inquired, pointing to the now-filled medicinal field. Murong Tian, taken aback, replied, "Spring? I didn't see any spring, only a pit that I filled in." "Filled? In?" Shen An's eyes widened, momentarily stunned. The celestial spirit spring was so casual. His grand scheme for the medicinal garden had been utterly thwarted. Rebellious disciple. "Today, I shall have it out with you," Shen An lamented, heartbroken, pulling out a cat toy to swat at Murong Tian. Smack, smack. Murong Tian felt little pain, scratching his head in bewilderment as he gazed at his master. "Master, what troubles you? Was it truly such an overreaction just for filling a pit?" After breaking through to the Qi realm certainly made a difference. He no longer even groaned when struck. With no other recourse, he began to dig beside the medicinal field. However, no matter how he dug, he found not a trace of the celestial spirit spring. With a cry of despair, he cursed the wasteful disciple. "System, where is the celestial spirit spring? Is there still a chance to recover it? It is gone." Upon hearing the system's response, Shen An gasped, turning to Murong Tian. The latter shrank back, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Host need not worry. The celestial spirit spring has already fused with the spiritual essence soil. While the spring's liquid cannot be extracted for use, it continues to exert effective influence on the spiritual herbs within the soil." Upon hearing the system's subsequent words, Shen An felt as though he had been saved. Thankfully, its efficacy remained. It simply could not be extracted for standalone use. Taking a deep breath, Shen An picked up the cat toy again and gave Murong Tian a swat on the backside. Unexpectedly, the lad felt nothing, merely scratching his head again and hesitantly asking, "Master, have you not eaten?" One simple question sent Shen An reeling, nearly causing him to faint from rage. This was it. His authority as a master had been utterly obliterated. This was merely the Qi realm. What would happen when Murong Tian reached the returning origin realm or the earth spirit realm? Would a single strike send him reeling, bruised and battered by his disciple's protective spiritual essence? Shen An was left with tears unwept, his expression one of bitterness as he spoke. "Knowing that I am hungry, you should—" On Qinghuan Peak, after hearing Xiao Jingxue's account, Xiao Ao Hai and Lu Yinqin exchanged glances, both frowning in contemplation. Did Murong Tian truly assert that the bone-corroding poison is no issue for his master? The young lady nodded gently. The two exchanged uncertain looks. Could it be that Shen An truly possessed a means to tackle a poison that even the Medicine King could not resolve? Becoming his disciple is not out of the question. Even if Murong Tian is merely boasting, the figure behind Elder Shen, the Nirvana realm expert, is no fabrication that if she were to establish a bond with him, it would be beneficial should that Nirvana realm expert visit in the future. After careful consideration, Xiao Ao Hai reached a decision. I would like to request Elder Lu to extract a trace of the bone-corroding poison to present to Elder Shen. This would not endanger his life. A mere trace of superficial poison is not as deeply entrenched as what Jingxue endures, and with the Medicine King's antidote, it should be manageable. Lu Yunqin frowned slightly. However, Elder Shen seems to act discreetly. Even if he can resolve it, he may choose not to. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ao Hai's eyes glimmered. There is still a reward for him, the beauty-retaining pill. I shall inquire what he desires and discreetly place the bone-corroding poison atop it for him to test. Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Lu Yunqin furrowed her brow, concerned about provoking Shen An's displeasure. In order to assist Jingxue in expelling the poison, I have no other recourse. Even if he cannot resolve it, I will promptly deliver the antidote provided by the Medicine King. Are you not concerned that he may blame you afterwards? Lu Yunqin countered. Whether he blames me or not, I only seek for him to save my daughter's life. Should he demand any compensation afterward, even my own life, I would not flinch. With a sigh, he acknowledged the harsh reality. Despite his reluctance to resort to such underhanded tactics, he could not bear to watch his daughter suffer from the poison. As a father, one often finds oneself in such helpless situations, forced to act for the sake of their child. There was little risk involved, and it would also serve to test whether Shen An truly possessed. Although it was merely a trace of bone-corroding poison, it was akin to a festering sore that was challenging to eradicate. Without the skill of a fifth-tier alchemist, one could not concoct an antidote potent enough to neutralize this poison. Each batch of antidote he had was painstakingly crafted by the Medicine King, requiring 3 full days of meticulous effort. Lu Yunqin fell silent, her beautiful eyes flickering with thought. Elder Shen, the prince may offer a compensation to Qingyun Peak afterward, serving as a form of atonement. As she spoke, she quietly mused within herself. Shen An, I can only assist. Whether you seize this opportunity rests solely upon you and your disciple. Compensation? Xiao Ao Hai was momentarily taken aback. Isn't the Pure Yuan Mountain about to open? The prince might as well grant them a spot. Pure Yuan Mountain? Upon hearing Lu Yunqin's words, Xiao Ao Hai displayed a peculiar expression. The Pure Yuan Mountain was a significant site for the Da'an royal family, opening once every 5 years, and it could greatly aid warriors in returning their spiritual essence. Whether one sought to break through from the Qi realm to the returning origin realm, or from the returning origin realm to the earth spirit realm, the time required could be significantly shortened within the confines of Pure Yuan Mountain. Currently, Murong Tian was at the Qi realm. Once the rewards from the Lingfu Mountain Sex competition were distributed, he would likely reach the mid-Qi realm in no time. Lu Yunqin's proposal was evidently aimed at assisting Murong Tian. Xiao Ao Hai chuckled wryly, finding it difficult to discern whether she was genuinely helping him or merely considering Shen An's interests. This is indeed feasible. However, when the time comes, Qin Xianyu from the Qin family will also enter Pure Yuan Mountain, and as for Murong Tian, Xiao Ao Hai hesitated. That is of no concern. I will accompany Shen An, as long as it is not the elder of the Qin family attending. There should be no issues. Lu Yunqin responded softly. Then it is settled. Xiao Ao Hai nodded, no longer hesitating, and began to make preparations. Chapter 41. Finally able to assist my master. The following morning, Shen An yawned as he made his way to the back mountain. Murong Tian was diligently plowing the land, his eyes resembling those of a panda from exhaustion. Indeed, as a martial artist at the Qi realm, he had remarkably plowed 7 acres throughout the sleepless night. However, the young man was utterly worn out, covered in mud, his eyelids heavy, and his head bobbing with fatigue. This foolish lad. Shen An shook his head slightly before turning towards the kitchen. He had not anticipated that the young man would exert himself so thoroughly, plowing 10 acres without a hint of laziness that he did not resemble a disciple of his at all. He was far too diligent, unlike himself in his youth when he could manage to slack off for 5 hours during an 8-hour workday without arousing suspicion from his superiors. As the sun fully ascended from the valley, Murong Tian could no longer endure. A wave of drowsiness overtook him, and his head drooped into the soil. "What are you doing? Are you so famished that you're eating dirt? I brought you breakfast. Rise and eat." Shen An grasped Murong Tian's foot and pulled him out of the earth. Upon seeing the familiar bowl of black sesame paste in his master's hand, Murong Tian rubbed his sore, swollen eyes. "Master, I only have 2 acres left to finish." "Enough. Drink the contents of the bowl before anything else." Murong Tian nodded and took the bowl, pinching his nose before gulping it down in one swift motion. To his surprise, the concoction was not bitter at all. Rather, it was quite sweet and melted in his mouth as he consumed the bowl of medicine. A refreshing sensation spread through his limbs, swiftly dissipating his fatigue and replacing it with a wave of comfort. Even the dark circles under his eyes faded, and his spirits were considerably lifted. "Master, what kind of elixir is this?" Murong Tian inquired, astonished, feeling invigorated enough to plow a few. Despite its unremarkable appearance, the efficacy was undeniably impressive that if he could consume this pill every morning, would he no longer need to sleep. Once he finished with the medicinal fields, he could practice day and night, and surely, one day, he would reach the origin-returning realm. "Master Shen." Just then, a female disciple from Qingyuan Peak approached from a distance, holding a set of azure armor. Earth-grade low-rank armor. Shen An's eyes lit up with delight. The previous evening, Lu Yinxin had visited, mentioning that the princess was immensely pleased with the youth-preserving pill, prompting the Southern Duke to inquire about his desired reward. Without a moment's hesitation, he had requested a heavenly-grade defensive spiritual artifact. However, Lu Yinxin had regarded him with disdain, as such artifacts were exceedingly rare, with only the emperor possessing one in the entire Da'an royal family. The most he could expect was an earth-grade defensive artifact. After accepting the armor, Shen An jubilantly returned to his chamber to initiate the blood recognition process. However, before he could begin, he sensed something amiss. The armor felt unusually heavy in his hands, and even emanated a chilling pain after prolonged contact. If the recognition process were to commence, the situation would likely worsen. Although his spiritual power was not exceptionally strong, Shen An quickly discerned the cause through his experience as a 5th-rank alchemist. The armor harbored residual poison. This revelation left him in a state of uncertainty that it was unclear whether the poison was a remnant from the Southern Duke's past battles while wearing the armor or a lingering toxin left by the princess. "Is he testing me?" Shen An stroked his chin thoughtfully. If it were indeed the bone-corroding poison, he would be unable to neutralize it, and it was highly probable that Xiao Aohai was probing his alchemical prowess. "How naive do you think I am? Do you truly believe you can ensnare Shen An with such blatant intentions?" He scoffed softly, deciding that not only was he currently incapable of dispelling the toxin, but he also had no intention of doing so. After all, why invite trouble upon himself? With a dismissive grunt, he hung the armor in the main hall and chose to ignore it. Storing it away in his spatial ring might affect the other items inside, so he opted to leave it hanging for the time being. The Southern Duke was still present, and once he and his daughter departed, he could devise a plan to have the system assist in neutralizing the poison on the armor. For now, he had no need to venture out, fearing no ambush. Shen An pondered these matters. In high spirits, he hummed a cheerful tune while making his way out of Qingyuan Peak, heading towards Qingxi Peak. Zhao Cheng had yet to deliver the 500,000 gold, and he needed to give him a gentle nudge. Not long after he left, Murong Tian entered, rubbing his waist. The latter wore a broad smile, feeling that his spiritual energy had become notably more refined and abundant after a night of plowing, with a faint indication of nearing a breakthrough into the mid-Qi realm. Thus, he hurried over to inquire about when the reward for the first place in the sex competition would be distributed. That included a breaking sea pill, and with it, he was confident he could reach the mid-Qi realm within half a month. Calling out several times without finding his master, Murong Tian scratched his head in confusion. "Where has Master gone? Didn't he say we would install the fence together today?" As he spoke, he noticed the set of azure armor hanging on the wall of the main hall. "Isn't this the armor that senior sister from Qingyuan Peak brought? Why has Master placed it here?" Curiosity piqued, he approached the armor, reaching out to touch it. A sharp, chilling sensation coursed through him, prompting him to frown. This sensation was eerily reminiscent of the feeling he experienced while helping Xiao Jingxiu dispel poison. Could it be that this armor also harbors the princess's poison? The thought ignited excitement within him. He recalled that his technique had the power to suppress and expel such toxins. For so long, Master has been assisting me. Although this may be a small matter, today I can finally help him. With that resolve, Murong Tian unhesitatingly donned the armor, allowing the chilling sensation to envelop him as he activated the unmatched sword control technique. As the sword technique flowed through him, a fierce and sharp sword intent surged, quickly causing layers of black liquid to ooze from the armor, reeking horrifically. The poison within Xiao Jingxiu had places to hide, but this was merely armor, devoid of flesh or bone. It had no choice but to seep outward under the pressure of the sword intent. Murong Tian exhaled deeply, his complexion somewhat pale. He found a cloth to clean the armor, transforming its hue from a deep azure to a vibrant indigo. Excellent. If Master learns that I've helped resolve the poison on this armor, surely there will be a reward. Satisfied, he nodded at the armor now restored and hung back on the wall, only to find himself scratching his head once more. But where is Master? Didn't he say we would install the fence together today? He began searching for Shen An once again. Meanwhile, Shen An had already arrived at Qingxi Peak, where he encountered Su, the head of the spiritual herb hall. In Chapter 42 with Shen An present, it was unlikely he would refuse, right? Upon seeing Shen An, the esteemed Su Hall master flared up, his face reddening with rage as he pointed an accusing finger at him. You, Shen, what did your disciple do at my spirit medicine hall yesterday? I demand to know what he was doing there. Feigning confusion, Shen An, unfazed and without a hint of embarrassment, replied, Could it be that my disciple has committed some heinous act? He was sent by you to retrieve medicine, and he even brought a sack to carry it. Su Hall Master's countenance turned a deep shade of anger. He took advantage of the guard's inattention and made off with all the precious herbs I've nurtured for many years. Beside them, Zhao Cheng could only chuckle in disbelief. It was his first encounter with such absurdity. Taking spirit herbs was one thing, but to cart them away by the sackful. Su Hall Master had arrived at Qingxi Peak early that morning, intent on reclaiming his losses from Shen An's gambling winnings. Yet, he was fully aware Shen An would not comply. If the 500,000 in stakes were found to be short, it would be Shen An who would face the consequences, not the spirit medicine hall. Even though he was not afraid of the 5 swords that could topple a half-step spirit realm cultivator, he did not wish to engage in an unpleasant confrontation with Shen An. Is there truly such an outrageous matter? Shen An feigned indignation. Hall Master Su, please return and await my news. I shall soon bring my rebellious disciple to the Spirit Medicine Hall for your judgment. I have no interest in your so-called rebellious disciple. Either return my spirit herbs or compensate me with 30,000 gold. He refused to leave without either the herbs or the money. Elder Shun, after deducting the handling fees, there remains 470,000 gold from the original 500,000. Please take it, Zhao Cheng said as he presented a storage ring, then swiftly departed to Shun and observed the rage emanating from Su Hall Master. He suddenly paused and bowed respectfully behind him. I pay my respects to the sect master and prince of Southern Jin. Su Hall Master froze, hastily turning around to return the gesture, only to find the space behind him utterly vacant, not a single shadow in sight. When he turned back, Shen An had already vanished without a trace. That Su Hall Master's complexion shifted between shades of blue and red. Shen An! In the distance, upon hearing the furious roar behind him, Shen An felt elated. Smacking his lips, he made his way down towards the small town at the foot of Lingfu Mountain. What is the first thing to do with wealth? Naturally, it is to indulge in consumption. Having spent so much time here, he had yet to truly relax. He intended to spend a day enjoying himself at the foot of the mountain, that he asked for how to revel in pleasure. He had long prepared for it since his arrival. He simply lacked the funds to realize it. After all, Shen An could be considered a gentleman of his generation, a refined scholar. Descending the mountain, he naturally intended to visit places befitting a cultured individual and engage in the activities expected of a gentleman. He would not be visiting tea houses, academies, or poetry gatherings. Instead, he aimed to rescue those suffering in the world, such as women with sick parents whose younger brothers needed to attend school. What could be more fulfilling than alleviating suffering while cultivating the mind and spirit? Having remained atop Qingyun Peak for so long, he felt his ears nearly fading from the sounds of the world. Of course, he only intended to enjoy some music for relaxation, not to indulge in carnal pleasures, especially since there were no charming companions here. Yet, with his proficiency in medicine, he felt little fear of illness. As dusk settled, at the foot of Qingyun Peak, Xiao Aohai and Lu Yinxin ascended the mountain together, intending to discern the truth of the matter. Apart from Shen An and his disciple, no one else occupied Qingyun Peak. Thus they had no one to notify and could only proceed towards the Qingyun Hall. Outside the hall, they happened upon Murong Tian, who was covered in mud and standing guard. Upon seeing the Prince of Southern Jin and Lu Yinxin approach, Murong Tian hurriedly clapped his hands in greeting. "Young friend Murong, is your master within the peak?" Xiao Aohai gestured for him to forego formalities and inquired. Murong Tian shook his head. "My master is not here today. I do not know where he has gone." "Not here?" Both were taken aback and exchanged glances. However, the keen-eyed Lu Yinxin quickly noticed the dark indigo armor hanging on the wall of the main hall, her gaze sharpening. Xiao Aohai also observed the armor's transformation, his breath momentarily catching. It had only been a day, yet the toxins within the armor had been completely purged. This indicated that Shen An's medicinal skills were likely on par with those of the Medicine King. Furthermore, with a formidable ally in the upper three realms at his back, if his daughter could become his disciple, there might be real hope for completely eradicating the bone-corroding poison. To think that a visit to Lingfu Mountain could yield such a significant discovery was truly unexpected. "May I ask what brings the prince and Elder Lu to seek my master?" "I would be honored to relay your message." The two remained composed, and Xiao Aohai spoke apologetically. "This morning, it was my oversight to send the poisoned armor over, intending to deliver an antidote, but it seems that his Chunyuan Mountain, a sacred ground of the Din royal family, access denied to all but those with royal connections or top-tier forces. Entering this mountain could significantly shorten the training time needed for Qi realm and return to origin realm warriors. With less than 6 months remaining until his 3-year agreement with Qin Xianyue, he desperately needed an opportunity to break through. Chunyuan Mountain was undoubtedly an extraordinary chance. "Thank you, Your Highness." "Thank you, Elder Lu." Murong Tian expressed his gratitude, bowing excitedly. However, Xiao Aohai quickly furrowed his brows and continued, "Yet this quota is not easily granted. Only royal relatives or top-tier forces can enter Chunyuan." Upon hearing this, Murong Tian's understanding dawned, and he became somewhat excited that he had previously contemplated this idea. With Xiao Jingxue involved, he would not need to concern himself with the troubles of the medicinal garden, thus freeing time for cultivation. "I would not dare to decide for my master, but I will certainly relay your message." He maintained his composure, aware that such matters required Shen An's direct involvement. "Much appreciated." Xiao Aohai nodded. He was about to return, as things had not been tranquil in the Wolf Abyss recently, necessitating his personal presence to maintain order, making it impossible for him to leave in the short term. Nevertheless, a weight had lifted from his heart. It seemed there was indeed a way to resolve his daughter's bone-corroding poison. Even if it could not be entirely eradicated, it could likely be significantly suppressed. As for whether Shen An would agree, he did not dwell on it. Take the county princess as a disciple and forge a connection with the royal family. How many powerful beings in the spirit realm yearned for such an opportunity? Shen An. Surely he would have no reason to refuse, would he? Chapter 43. The choice to decline. The following morning, Shen An leisurely returned to Lingfu Mountain after resting a night at the brothel. The performers at Furong Pavilion truly possessed exceptional musical talents, their graceful figures swaying like melodies in the air. Meanwhile, Murong Tian was in the back mountain, wearing a face full of melancholy as he assembled the fence. The 10 acres of land had been thoroughly cultivated, and the fence was nearly complete. Observing his master's glowing countenance, he could not help but inquire, "Master, where did you go all day yesterday? You didn't return at night either?" "I went down the mountain to engage in a discussion on musical theory." "Discussion?" Murong Tian's curiosity was instantly piqued. Such matters are for adults. Children should refrain from asking. Shen An waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he should not pry further. Although he had not indulged in any impropriety, the brothel was inherently a place of indulgence. and rumors would surely not reflect well that IT was akin to how, in his previous life, someone visiting an entertainment venue he was now a fifth-grade alchemist, possessing numerous formulas in his mind. While they were all quite common, he could still refine them into pills to exchange for money. Even if he chose not to sell them, he could produce more to aid Muron Tian in enhancing his cultivation. With only about 6 months remaining until his pact with Qin Xianyue, there lay a considerable gap of at least one major realm between them that he wondered what level of cultivation Qin Xianyue had attained by now. Assisting Muron Tian to win their agreement in 3 years was also a task mandated by the system, though the reward remained unknown for the time being. By the way, Master, Prince Wang and Elder Liu visited yesterday. What did they say? Shen An raised an eyebrow. The prince mentioned that in a moment of carelessness, he sent you a poisoned armor, and thus he is willing to offer a spot at Chunyuanshan. Additionally, he hopes you will accept the county princess as your disciple and assist her in detoxification. A spot at Chunyuanshan? This revelation took him by surprise. However, regarding the acceptance of Xiao Jingxue as a disciple, no, I don't have the time. To Muron Tian's astonishment, Shen An decisively waved his hand. Given that even the head of Yaowang Valley could not remedy the bone-corrosive poison, how could he possibly do so? Why not, Master? Accepting the county princess as a disciple is tantamount to befriending the prince and establishing ties with the royal family. Muron Tian was utterly baffled. Wasn't this an incredible opportunity? Why would Master refuse? Shen An was helpless. Did he not understand the implications of such a situation? Yet the system had stipulated that until Muron Tian's admiration value reached its maximum, he could not accept a second disciple. He had inquired previously, and if he insisted on taking another, it would come at the cost of diminishing his own stature by 10 centimeters. As a man, the thought of losing even a millimeter was an utterly unacceptable outcome. Even if I were to take on another disciple, it would have to wait until half a year later. Shen An calculated. Based on the current progress of admiration value, if Muron Tian surpassed Qin Xianyue after his guidance, it would likely coincide perfectly with that time frame to max out. Only then could he accept a second disciple. Yet, to Muron Tian, this carried a different meaning, filling him with emotion. It seemed that Master S's decision to forego accepting the county princess as a disciple was rooted in a desire to dedicate all his energy to him. Half a year later, would not that be right after the battle with Qin Xianyue? Upon this realization, the youth felt profoundly moved. Admiration value 3. Shen An cast a peculiar glance at him, uncertain of what thoughts were swirling in that head. After all, Muron Tian scratched his head. Shen An glanced at the extensive medicinal garden, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Muron Tian would need to focus on his cultivation and could not afford to spend all his energy tending to the garden daily. As the master of a peak, he could not do everything himself. Allowing Xiao Jingxue to remain would also reveal whether her intentions were genuine in seeking to be his disciple, or if she merely wished to exploit him for detoxification. Very well, she may stay to help manage the garden. If she is willing to serve as an ordinary disciple at Qinyan Peak for now, the matter of accepting her as a disciple can be discussed later. Yes, Muron Tian was slightly elated. With Master S's words, it seemed he had tacitly agreed. He would soon have a junior sister. Shen An, however, remained somewhat puzzled. Why did Xiao Aohai wish for his daughter to become his disciple while he had done nothing to the poison on the armor? By the way, Master, I have already helped you eliminate the poison from that low-grade earth armor. In the next moment, Muron Tian revealed the answer. You eliminated it? Shen An was taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief. How did you do that? No wonder Xiao Aohai suddenly proposed that he accept Xiao Jingxue as a disciple. It turned out that Muron Tian had performed a good deed, that it made sense that Xiao Aohai mistakenly believed the poison had been removed by Shen An, leading him to conclude that Shen An might have a method to cure Xiao Jingxue. It was all due to the powerful techniques you taught me, Master. Muron Tian spoke with deep reverence. The unmatched sword technique. Shen An raised an eyebrow. The technique had proven effective against the bone-corrosive poison. This foolish boy, whether knowingly or unknowingly, had surprised him, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Did this imply that if he wished to assist Xiao Jingxue in detoxification, he did not necessarily need to become a 7th-grade alchemist, but could instead employ an exceptional technique tailored for her? Contemplating this, he shook his head. Exceptional techniques were not so easily obtained. It would be more prudent to acquire alchemist experience, break through to 6th grade, and then to 7th. Enough. After you finish assembling the fence, remember to prepare dinner. I had an exhausting battle last night, and am somewhat fatigued, so I shall rest now. Shen An yawned and waved his hand as he departed. Safe travels, master. Murong Tian respectfully saw him off. If even the chief of the Rockley Hall could not withstand Shen An's might, who was this person that had engaged him in a fierce battle for an entire night? Shaking his head, Murong Tian left the medicinal garden, rushing to Qinghuan Peak to relay the news. At Qinghuan Peak, upon hearing Murong Tian's message, Xiao Aohai fell into a contemplative silence. He had been rejected. Shen An had actually declined the request for his daughter, the daughter of the esteemed town South King, to become his disciple. Truly, one who has the backing of a powerful figure from the upper three realms is not easily swayed by gain. Xiao Aohai marveled, then inquired about Xiao Jingshue's thoughts. Father, Jingshue finds both Elder Shen and young Master Murong quite intriguing. Remaining at Qingyun Peak as an ordinary disciple seems entirely reasonable, especially since Elder Lu is nearby. Xiao Jingshue spoke gently, her decision made without hesitation. After finally gaining freedom, she had no desire to return to a life under the constant scrutiny of the disciples from Yaowang Valley. Here, she merely needed to have Lu Yinxin suppress the poison's potency once a month, and the rest of her time was her own to do as she pleased. Xiao Aohai nodded solemnly. If that is the case, you may stay here. After a month, regarding the Chenyuanshan matter, you shall escort them both. With you and Elder Shen present, the Qin family should not dare to overstep. Yes, father. Xiao Jingshue's delicate face lit up with delight as she nodded in agreement. Her curiosity piqued. What kind of person could have been young Master Murong's former fiancé? Chapter 44. Pure Yuan Mountain, the Shangguan family. Murong Tian comprehends the Thunder Sword. Martial arts proficiency breaks through to the next level, observing the hard-won breakthrough to the first level of martial arts proficiency. Shen An couldn't help but click his tongue. Indeed, this endeavor proves exceedingly challenging, as his disciple could only ascend after mastering a superior-grade Earth-level sword technique. The thought of reaching the 10th level seems a distant prospect, perhaps a matter for another lifetime. Nonetheless, there exists a glimmer of hope. Murong Tian's innate talent for swordsmanship is commendable, and it would be prudent to encourage him to delve deeper into the sword arts. Disciple, how do you feel? The latter was drenched in sweat, having begun his sword practice at dawn. After witnessing his master's display of the Thunder Sword previously, he had gained some insights. Now, after diligent practice, he had finally mastered the 4th and 5th. Continue honing your sword skills, and I believe it will not be long before you surpass your master. He nodded in approval. At that moment, two graceful figures approached from outside the training field, creating a striking tableau against the backdrop of verdant mountains. It was none other than Lu Yinxin and Xiao Jingshue. Elder Lu, princess, what brings you here? Shen An rose to pay his respects. I have come to present the reward for the first place in the sect competition. The Pahaidan. Lu Yinxin replied softly, handing over a pill vial. I appreciate Elder Lu's personal delivery, Shen An said, accepting the vial and promptly handing it to Murong Tian. The youth, overwhelmed with joy, could hardly contain his eagerness to consume the pill and seek a breakthrough. Additionally, I have heard that you have established a medicinal garden on the back mountain, which currently lacks proper management. Coincidentally, the princess has spent considerable time at the Medicine King Valley, so she wishes to assist you in the garden. Would you kindly prepare a room for her to reside in? Lu Yinxin's gentle gaze fell upon Shen An. As long as he wasn't being asked to accept disciples at this moment, having free assistance was a boon, saving him the expense of hiring help. Though he understood that this was due to Murong Tian having cured the poison on the treasured armor, orchestrated by Xiao Aohai to prompt him to take Xiao Jingshue as a disciple. But that was inconsequential. After all, he had generously awarded a spot at Pure Yuan Mountain to Qingyun Peak, which could be considered a future tuition fee. Moreover, when the time came to formally accept Xiao Jingshue as a disciple, perhaps he could collect another round of tuition. Lost in thought, he nodded appreciatively, not overly concerned with Xiao Aohai's subtle machinations regarding the treasure armor. After all, had he directly asked whether he could dispel the poison, Shen An would have surely responded in the negative, thus leading to this roundabout scheme for his daughter. The former had also prepared a detoxification pill, ensuring no risk was involved, and considering the Pure Yuan Mountain spot as compensation, Xiao Aohai had already shown considerable sincerity. "Then I must trouble the princess," Shen An said. "You're too kind, Elder Shen. You may simply call me Jingxue. There is no need for formalities." Xiao Jingxue replied with a slight bow, her eyes sparkling. The young lady's beauty was no less than Lu Yunqin's, albeit she appeared somewhat delicate, as if a mere breeze could topple her. "There is one more matter regarding Pure Yuan Mountain," Lu Yunqin continued. The mention of Pure Yuan Mountain immediately captured the attention of Shen An and Mu Rong Tian. Pure Yuan Mountain will open a month from now, and not only will members of the royal family attend, but also Qin Xianyue from the Qin family. Her tone turned serious as her gaze settled on Mu Rong Tian. "Though you have secured first place in the Lingfu Mountain competition, there remains a chasm of difference between you and Qin Xianyue. If my predictions hold true, she is likely preparing to break through to the Earth Spirit Realm," she cautioned. "The Earth Spirit Realm." Mu Rong Tian's breath hitched, and his fists instinctively clenched. To achieve such a level before reaching 20 speaks volumes about Qin Xianyue's extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, he was only just managing to break through to the Qi Si realm. With merely 6 months left, could he truly catch up to her? Noticing Mu Rong Tian's tension, Shen An gently patted his shoulder. "It is merely the Earth Spirit Realm. In half a year, I will ensure you possess the means to contend with her." Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, Mu Rong Tian cast a grateful glance at his master, finding an unexplainable solace within. Lu Yunqin regarded Shen An with curiosity, wondering what source of confidence he possessed to believe that the relatively less gifted Mu Rong Tian could catch up to Qin Xianyue in just 6 months. It was hard to imagine even a powerful figure behind him in the Nirvana realm could accomplish such a feat after all. The disparity in talent and resources between the two was stark. Qin Xianyue had the might of the entire Tianxue sect and the Qin family backing her. "I must also draw your attention to another individual who will accompany Qin Xianyue," Lu Yunqin stated. "Who is it?" Mu Rong Tian frowned. "Shangguan family? Shangguanji? Shangguanji?" Shen An raised an eyebrow. He had heard of this individual, known to be of equal stature to the Qin family within the Da'an dynasty and possessing significant ties to the royal family. Although Shangguanji's talents were inferior to Qin Xianyue's, but what connection did the Shangguan family have with Pure Yuan Mountain? Sensing Shen An's and Mu Rong Tian's confusion, Lu Yunqin elaborated. "Shangguanjie has long harbored affection for Qin Xianyue and, 3 months ago, formally sought her hand in marriage at the Qin family. However, Qin Xianyue declined, stating that the engagement could not be considered fully dissolved until the completion of a 3-year promise, and she is not contemplating this matter. While everyone recognizes this as a mere pretext, it undoubtedly displeased the Shangguan family, who have secretly targeted the Mu Rong family over the past few months." As Lu Yunqin spoke, Mu Rong Tian's brow furrowed deeply. It was no wonder that during the great competition, Yanli had mentioned the Mu Rong family's business struggles. It turned out the Shangguan family had been meddling. Shangguanjie is a narrow-minded individual, and should you encounter him at Pure Yuan Mountain, he may very well attempt to obstruct your entry. "Therefore, I shall accompany you," Shen An said, surprised. "You will accompany us?" Lu Yunqin nodded gently, noticing Shen An's peculiar expression. She quickly added, "Do not misunderstand. I am merely concerned that you might make a fruitless trip, wasting both time and opportunities. After all, aside from the royal family, others wishing to enter Pure Yuan Mountain for cultivation must be accompanied by powerful elders from their families." Shen An's expression grew even more complex. He hadn't considered this aspect. However, Lu Yunqin's concerns were valid. Pure Yuan Mountain was a modest peak housing numerous Pure Yuan pools. Except for the royal family's designated pool, it was challenging for others to monopolize a Pure Yuan pool for cultivation. The greater the power behind them, the more formidable their representatives, thus securing access to the more effective Pure Yuan pools that if they could gain control of the 2 top-tier Pure Yuan pools, second only to the royal pool, their cultivation speed would exceed 5 times the usual pace. Spending merely a month there, Mu Rong Tian could potentially reach the pinnacle of the Qi Si realm. Without a doubt, Qin Xianyue, backed by the combined strength of the Tianxue sect and the Qin family, would secure one of those pools, while the other would likely go to the Shangguan family. While we may not secure the top 3 Pure Yuan pools, with my presence, I can at least help your disciple obtain access to the 4th Pure Yuan pool, Lu Yunqin confidently asserted. Shen An hesitated momentarily before asking, "What level of practitioners will the Shangguan and Qin families send to accompany their juniors?" "Most likely, a practitioner at the initial stage of the Celestial Spirit Realm." "The Celestial Spirit Realm," he mused, stroking his chin, his brow furrowed as he rummaged through his bag for the Soul Celestial Spirit Realm consumption card. Chapter 45. The princess who stays to observe the medicine garden. Since he was merely a practitioner at the Heavenly Spirit Realm, there was no need for him to worry. Not to mention that Lu Yinqin would accompany him, even if she did not, with the Sword of Opening Heaven skill card in hand. Lu Yinqin slightly shook her head. "I came solely to discuss these two matters. There is nothing more." As she spoke, she extended her delicate jade-like hand, leaving Shen An momentarily. "Did you not borrow 100,000 gold from me and 10,000 from my disciple for gambling? You may return only the principal for my share, but for my disciples, you can repay 70,000 gold." Upon hearing this, Shen An finally grasped the situation, feeling both amused and exasperated. A total of 170,000 gold, but nevertheless, he was not one to be stingy, so he obediently produced the sum and handed it over to Lu Yinqin. "Well then, there is nothing more to discuss. If you have any rules at Qingyun Peak, you may convey them to the princess. I shall take my leave now." After speaking, Lu Yinqin nodded slightly toward Xiao Jingxue and gracefully departed. Once she had left, Shen An and Mu Rongtian's gazes fell upon the latter. In contrast to Shen An's careful contemplation, Mu Rongtian was brimming with excitement. With Xiao Jingxue present, the medicine garden finally had someone to assist in its care. "May I inquire, Jingxue, what rank of alchemist you are currently?" Shen An asked. "I am but a second-tier alchemist, unworthy as I am," Xiao Jingxue replied modestly. "A second-tier alchemist indeed." Shen An nodded slightly. For someone of her youth, being a second-tier alchemist was quite commendable. It was worth noting that Xiao Jingxue was not only a second-tier alchemist, but also a warrior at the Qi realm, having endured the torment of the bone-corroding poison for many years. Given such circumstances, achieving the rank of a second-tier alchemist was truly remarkable. It seemed reasonable that she could assist in overseeing the medicine garden for the issue of the spirit soil. Shen An was not concerned about her discovering it. After all, the spirit soil was now connected to the Earth's veins. Even if someone were to uproot the entire back mountain of Qingyun Peak, it would affect the flow of the Earth's energy, causing the soil to wither. Moreover, as the daughter of the esteemed Lord of the South, she would hardly covet such trivial soil. From now on, consider Qingyun Peak as your own home. Do not feel constrained. Simply assist in tending to the medicine garden. Jingxue shall obey Elder Shen's instructions. Xiao Jingxue replied softly, bowing. Shen An kindly beckoned to Mu Rongtian, disciple. "Take Jingxue to select a courtyard she likes." "Yes." Mu Rongtian nodded, leading Xiao Jingxue away for the time being. Qingyun Peak had once been a grand mountain, but after the battle, the inhabitants had perished. All resources were reclaimed by the sect leader, and it was only after Shen An returned, gravely. Of course, it was not that Lingfu Mountain had severed ties, but rather they believed Qingyun Peak was completely devoid of life and, in dire need of resources, acted accordingly. Had it not been for the sect leader's desperate efforts to save him, Shen An might not have been alive today. Thus, although there were no valuable items, various courtyards left from the past still existed. Surely, there would be something to please Xiao Jingxue. After accompanying Xiao Jingxue and selecting a courtyard, Shen An instructed Mu Rongtian to show her around the vicinity of Qingyun Peak. As for himself, he descended the mountain to indulge in some entertainment. The following days, the medicine fields were entrusted to Xiao Jingxue, while Mu Rongtian entered a period of closed-door cultivation. Thanks to the effects of the spirit soil and the immortal spirit spring, the once withered spiritual herbs began to revive and flourish in abundance. This left Xiao Jingxue astounded. She had personally sorted through all the spiritual herbs, and she could vividly recall their withered appearances, which were now utterly transformed. With this discovery, her curiosity regarding Shen An's methods deepened. What kind of techniques could achieve such miraculous results? Even a renowned apothecary would require extensive preparation to revive dying spiritual herbs. It is worth mentioning that sect leader Su visited Qingyun Peak twice afterwards, fiercely demanding compensation for his spiritual herbs from Shen An. However, upon finding Shen An absent, Mu Rongtian had learned some cleverness and sent Xiao Jingxue to assist in receiving him. Despite his imposing demeanor, faced with the beloved daughter of the Lord of the South, Su had no choice but to relent. Following this repeated encounter, he never returned again as for the esteemed Yin Li and his prized disciple. Clearly, their defeat to Shen An had left them utterly humiliated, rendering them unable to show their faces again. That on the 5th day after the competition, Xiao Ao Hai traveled to the main peak to bid farewell. He was needed to lead the troops at Wolf Abyss and could not linger here any longer. For years, the Pingtian dynasty had harbored malicious intentions, occasionally dispatching small sects and rogue cultivators to engage in minor mischief near Wolf Abyss, such as constructing formations. However, with the army stationed there, no significant issues had arisen, thus Farmu Rongtian, having consumed the sea-breaking pill on the 7th day, successfully advanced to the mid-chi sea stage, even faster than Shen An had anticipated. The rapid breakthrough was entirely due to the power of the Wushuang sword technique. Shen An even speculated that if he could find a suitable location at Chunyuan Mountain and prepare some additional elixirs, a swift ascension to the returning origin realm might be entirely feasible. Naturally, this was merely a thought. Should he voice it, others would likely laugh in disbelief. That To complete a major breakthrough within 2 months was a feat even the once-renowned Qin Xianyue could not. The ensuing days were exceedingly tranquil. Shen An procured numerous spiritual herbs to cultivate in the medicine garden. After more than 10 days, the garden began to take shape, with 3 acres filled with spiritual herbs. Many birds and beasts were drawn to this spiritual energy, providing Shen An and his companions with a delightful culinary experience during this period. Each time, Shen An prepared a pot of thick black sesame paste. Mu Rongtian would eagerly await with a gluttonous expression, while Xiao Jingxue would frown in dismay. When she first heard Mu Rongtian mention Shen An's alchemical endeavors, she was quite expectant. However, upon witnessing him wielding a kitchen knife to chop herbs and carelessly tossing them into the pot to stew, she was left in a state of shock, nearly questioning the very reality of this world. It was her first time observing someone concocting elixirs in such a manner. Though the presentation left much to be desired, Mu Rongtian's post-consumption effects were undeniably impressive. The ability to produce elixirs with significant medicinal effects through such a haphazard method further demonstrated the alchemist's mastery over the age of the herbs, techniques, and various pharmacological principles. It was evident that the master of Qingyun Peak possessed remarkable skills in the art of medicine. This only served to bolster her belief in Mu Rongtian's claims that perhaps the master of Qingyun Peak could indeed cure her of the bone-corroding poison afflicting her. On the 15th day, someone ascended the mountain to deliver troubling news to Mu Rongtian. The Mu family's apothecary had been shut down, and the situation was dire, with the risk of being uprooted at any moment. He had hoped to wait for Shen An's return before descending the mountain, but after waiting all night without his arrival, he had no choice but to return alone to assess the situation. Xiao Jingxue remained at the peak, waiting for Shen An. If he had not returned by noon, she would have to seek out Elder Lu at Qingluan Peak for assistance. Chapter 46. The crisis of the Murong family beneath the Spirit Rune Mountain, in the city of revitalization. Murong Tian gazed at the familiar streets, inhaling deeply before hastily making his way towards the Murong residence. It had been over half a year since his last visit. The bustling crowd on the street paused in surprise at the sight of the young man clad in black attire, a long sword slung across his back, before engaging in uncertain murmurs. Isn't it the eldest son of the Murong family? Indeed, it appears so. Wasn't he always at Spirit Rune Mountain? Why has he descended today after such a long absence? Have you not heard? The medicine from the Murong family pharmacy has rendered the Lu and Sun family's cultivators completely incapacitated. They remain bedridden to this day. Now, those 2 families have surrounded the pharmacy and are causing a ruckus. Listening to these discussions, Murong Tian felt a surge of anxiety. Over the years, his own cultivation had stagnated, despite the family's unwavering support and the numerous elixirs they had sent him to aid his training. The last time he relayed his master's request for medicinal materials, it took his family 10 days to respond, indicating that the oppression from the Supping family had already begun at that time. The Lu and Sun families, both of considerable renown within the city of revitalization, had always been subordinate to Murong Tian prior to Qin Qianyue's annulment of her engagement. However, following that incident, the Murong family's prestige had waned, adversely affecting their business, allowing these 2 families to gradually rise in power. Both families were martial clans, not lacking in strength compared to the Murong family. Now united in their quest for retribution, the Murong family must surely be in dire straits. With a heavy heart, Murong Tian quickened his pace and arrived at the gates of the Murong manor, which was now surrounded by an impenetrable crowd. Faint sounds of argument echoed from within, and numerous armed guards from the Liu and Sun families stood guard outside. Inside, the heads of the Sun and Liu families, Sun Yi and Liu Tai, were present. Opposite them stood a middle-aged man with graying temples and numerous wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Murong Tian's father and the head of the Murong family, Murong Yunlei. Murong, if you fail to resolve this matter, do not blame me and brother Sun for being ungracious. Liu Tai declared coldly, his hands clasped behind his back, revealing the formidable aura of a peak-returning origin realm cultivator. Sun Yi stepped forward, similarly exuding a potent presence. Murong Yunlei's countenance darkened at this display. Their pharmacy had been in existence for many years without encountering a situation as dire as this. How could a mere ordinary gathering Qi pill possibly render two Qi Si realm cultivators incapacitated? It was evident that the Liu and Sun families were deliberately seeking trouble. His gaze fell upon the two rosy-faced, middle-aged men behind them, who claimed to have purchased elixirs from the Murong pharmacy, only to find themselves in a dire state after consumption. Yet, their radiant expressions belied any signs of having lost their cultivation. Strangely, he could not discern the whereabouts of their Qi Si, which seemed to have vanished entirely. Murong Yunlei, stop feigning ignorance. Tell me, how do you intend to resolve this matter? Sun Yi's voice grew sharp as he pressed for an answer. What do you propose? Murong Yunlei inhaled deeply, aware that there must be unseen forces backing the two families. Otherwise, they would not have the audacity to conspire against the Murong family in such a brazen manner. After all, if matters escalated, the Murong family was not one to shy away from a fight to the bitter end. Quite simply, you shall compensate us with 1 million gold coins and hand over all your pharmacies to our two families. In return, we will let bygones be bygones. Sun Yi sneered. Absolutely not. An elder of the Murong family erupted in fury. Do not presume that I am unaware of the underhanded dealings you two families have engaged in over the past 2 years. Do you truly believe the Murong family is easy to bully? Murong Yunlei's expression darkened. Setting aside the issue of whether they could produce 1 million gold coins, surrendering the pharmacies would effectively sever the Murong family's foundational roots, plunging them into a state of perpetual decline. Who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes? He refrained from addressing their demands directly, instead fixing a cold gaze upon the two. Liu Tai smirked with a hint of malice, relishing the moment as he remarked, "Who could blame you? Your family's aspirations exceeded your reach, only to be pecked by the very swan you sought to court. In the past, your connection with the Qin family allowed you to flourish in Revitalization City, but times have changed. Offending the Qin family means there are many who wish to see your downfall," Sun Yi chimed in. If there is to be blame, yet Murong Tian had chosen to publicly challenge Qin Xianyue, a blatant provocation. The Murong family members fell into silence, the elders exchanging resigned sighs. Only Murong Yunlei maintained a steely gaze, asserting, "My son is not without merit. He simply lacks opportunity, that in time, he will undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force." Ha ha ha, based on that worthless progeny of yours? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Do not dream. I heard he became the disciple of an elder at Spirit Rune Mountain, who is even more incompetent than he. Murong Yunlei remained silent, his resolve unshaken. He had witnessed the determination in Murong Tian's eyes when wielding a sword, recognizing the rarity of such tenacity. Given the right opportunity, his son would surely rise to greatness. "Just watch me." Amidst the mocking laughter, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Turning to investigate, they saw a tall figure in black making his way through the throng. His piercing gaze was difficult to meet, and he exuded an extraordinary presence. Judging by his aura, he was already at the mid-stage of the Qi Si realm. At such a young age, a mid-stage Qi Si cultivator was certainly remarkable, though not entirely unprecedented. Sun Yi frowned. "Who are you?" "I am the so-called waste you speak of, Murong Tian," he declared, lifting his chin defiantly. "Tian, how have you returned?" Murong Yunlei was momentarily taken aback, then hurried forward, astonishment filling his eyes. "Your cultivation. Murong Tian smiled gently, reassuring him with a pat on the hand. The onlookers, astonished at the presence of this extraordinary young man, who was supposedly the worthless Murong Tian, exchanged incredulous glances. That wasn't it said that he was a congenital failure with blocked meridians? How had he miraculously advanced to the mid-stage of the Qi realm? Your return is timely. Your family's medicine has rendered our steward a cripple. Now, you either compensate us, or I shall incapacitate 2 members of the Murong family. Sun Yi and Lu Tai, having regained their composure, sneered in unison. A mere mid-stage Qi cultivator was insignificant. While he deviated from the rumors of being a waste, it did not alter their intent. Their purpose for coming today was to force the Murong family into a confrontation. Chapter 47. Is Murong Tian to be disgraced? Not a chance. Having discerned the implications behind the words of Lu Tai-sun and Sun Yi, Murong Yunlei spoke coldly without hesitation, that he realized that the events of today could not possibly end well. Go! Capture 2 members of the Murong family. Sun Yi sneered, casting a glance at the steward behind him. Understood. The steward complied, swiftly making his way towards the members of the Murong family nearby. Meanwhile, the elders and heads of the 2 families kept a vigilant eye on one another, ready to counter any sudden moves. Thus, Sun Steward soon approached a member of the Murong family, grinning maliciously as he reached out to seize him. With his cultivation at the late stage of the Qi, capturing a junior of the Murong family was a trivial task. Murong Yunlei furrowed his brow, sensing the urgency of the situation, and prepared to intervene, disregarding the gazes of both family heads. However, just as he stepped forward, Sun Yi and Lu Tai moved in unison, the pressure of their cultivation resonating through the that moment. A figure flickered like a shadow, rapidly appearing before the Murong family member, sword light crackling like thunder, roaring with ferocity. Buzz! The steward of the Sun family's expression changed drastically, and in his shock, he crossed his hands to gather energy for defense. Nevertheless, he was still forced back by the lightning-like sword energy, spitting out blood, his hands charred black from the impact. Who dares to lay hands on my Murong family member? Murong Tian's gaze was sharp, brandishing his black sword as lightning flickered around it. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, their expressions shifting as they realized that the one who had repelled the late-stage Qi steward of the Sun family was none other than Murong Tian, whom they had dismissed as inconsequential. What kind of footwork did he just employ? I couldn't catch a glimpse, and his swordsmanship is astonishingly proficient, as swift as lightning. The members of the Murong family were greatly astonished to witness Murong Tian, whom they had not seen for days, exhibiting such formidable strength. Murong Yunlei appeared somewhat dazed, murmuring in disbelief. Well, it seems you've stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity to break through your realm. Very well. I shall ensure that you become a true waste today. Sun Yi narrowed his eyes, a cold smile forming within. If the people from the Shangguan family were to learn of Murong Tian's considerable prowess, they would likely harbor resentment. If he were to take action against Murong Tian now, the Shangguan family would surely be pleased, and the Sun family would thrive within the small confines of Fuling City. With this thought, he instantly lunged forward, throwing a punch that conjured the illusion of a collapsing mountain. Faced with this blow, Murong Tian felt a jolt of alarm. The overwhelming pressure rendered him incapable of even lifting his sword. The disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Presumptuous! A thunderous roar erupted, as Murong Yunlei stepped forward, unleashing waves of sound from his mouth. Sun Yi frowned, reluctantly retreating, his mountain-like illusion. The elders of the Murong family surged forward in unison, their gazes fierce. Outside, the crowd swelled, eagerly awaiting the unfolding spectacle. Many pointed and sneered at Murong Tian in Fuling City, at the Furong Pavilion. Her long, exquisite legs captivated the audience's attention. Exquisite, truly exquisite, Shen An exclaimed, savoring a cherry the attendant had just handed to him. Be gentle, it might lead others to misunderstand, as if I had wronged you. Understood, the attendant nodded lightly. Shen An returned his attention to the dancer's beautiful pipa, but suddenly recalled something and frowned, asking, It's nearly noon. Why are there so few people today? This place usually should be packed at this hour. He glanced around at the many empty seats in the private rooms. Last night, Elderly Yin was resting in the back room. Some events occurred in the city today, and everyone has rushed to witness the commotion, the attendant explained, massaging his shoulders. Oh, what could be more compelling than enjoying such refined music? Pray, enlighten. This morning, both families made a grand show of visiting the Murong family to demand justice. The attendant continued. The Murong family's eldest son also returned this morning, but his presence or absence is of little consequence, as it is said he is yet to break through to the Qi realm. The news of the grand competition of spirit talismans had yet to spread, and the people of the city remained unaware that Murong Tian had already secured first place. Upon hearing this, Shen An raised an eyebrow. The young man has returned home directly? Alas, I have heard that the Sun and Lu families are backed by the Shangwan family. This time, the Murong family is likely in dire straits. The attendant sighed, but as she spoke, her grip suddenly fell empty. Shen An sprang to his feet, adjusting his belt and straightening his attire. Shall I inform Yue Hong to not wait for this elder? I shall return another time to enjoy the music. Elderly Yin, the attendant exclaimed in surprise, quickly calling after him. No need to dissuade me. I shall return shortly. Shen An waved his hand dismissively, not looking back as he departed. Elderly Yin, you haven't settled the payment for the music yet. The attendant chased after him, but found only emptiness. Her gaze. This elderly is truly a peculiar individual. Last night, he spent hours in the room, engaging in deep discussions with the renowned performers while drinking and appreciating the music at the Murong family. The atmosphere was tense, the standoff enduring. Sunny furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Murong Yunlei, uncertain of his next move. That in terms of strength, he wasn't confident he could best his opponent. If a fight broke out, and Lu Tai did not. Contemplating this, he turned to Lu Tai, who sneered, Aren't you eager to strike first, Sun family head? Proceed. He understood that Sun's sudden aggression was an attempt to preemptively incapacitate Murong Tian to gain favor with the Shangwan family. If Lu family head does not intervene, and that esteemed individual lays blame upon us, the Sun family will not take responsibility. We either strike together, or no one acts at all, Sunny declared bluntly. Lu Tai's expression soured, but after a cold snort, he moved forward. You hold off Murong Yunlei. I shall deal with that young man. With that, he launched into the air, transforming into several afterimages as he charged towards Murong Tian. Not so fast. Murong Yunlei shouted fiercely, attempting to intercept. Little did he expect that the conflict would devolve into an assault on Murong Tian alone. Stay right there. Though Sun cursed inwardly, he still roared, throwing a punch to block Murong Yunlei. The other elders of the Murong family were similarly detained by members of the Sun and Lu families. The scene descended into chaos. The Murong family, already at a numerical disadvantage, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. With Murong Yunlei occupied, Lu Tai moved through the fray as if in an unimpeded realm, merging his afterimages as he approached Murong Tian, reaching out to grasp his dantian. If this grasp were successful, Murong Tian's painstakingly cultivated Qi would surely be destroyed. Chapter 48 The Might of the Six Veins Divine Sword. Murong Yunlei exclaimed in alarm, attempting to rush forward to assist. Yet he was firmly ensnared by Sun Yi, unable to extricate himself even a fraction, forced to watch helplessly as Lu Tai's claws reached out. It's over. Murong Tian has painstakingly broken through to the Qi realm, and now he risks being reduced to nothing. Why must he offend anyone at all, but instead choose to provoke the Qin family? Now, not only does he implicate himself, but his entire clan faces oppression as well. The onlookers outside the arena shook their heads and sighed at this scene. Murong Tian's eyes were bloodshot, struggling against the oppressive force as he gripped his sword, veins bulging on his forehead. A sword opens the heavenly gate, swish, a brilliant beam of sword light sword, dimming the world in the eyes of all present, leaving only that dazzling sword radiance. The fierce and formidable sword intent caused Lu Tai to be taken aback, instinctively halting to unleash a punch. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the radiant sword light shattered. The residual force of the punch slammed into Murong Tian, causing a painful constriction in his chest, and he was sent flying, crashing against a stone pillar, blood spewing from his mouth. Lu Tai stood rooted in place, his expression dark as he gazed at the severed cuff of his sleeve. How humiliating it was for a practitioner of the returning origin realm to nearly be harmed by a mere Chi-Si novice. Seeking death, enraged and humiliated, his aura surged, advancing once more with claws outstretched like a dragon, aimed directly at Murong Tian. The already grievously injured Murong Tian swallowed the blood in his mouth, gritting his teeth in an attempt to lift his sword and endure, yet he lacked the strength even to grip it. Having just entered the Chi-Si and withstanding a blow from the pinnacle of the returning origin realm, surviving was already a remarkable feat, let alone the strength to fight back. Tian and Murong Yunlei could only watch in horror as Lu Tai launched his second attack, letting out a desperate roar. Murong Tian's eyes were crimson. He had just glimpsed a sliver of hope, only to find it buried once more. All gazes were fixed upon Lu Tai, inwardly lamenting the impending doom. However, in the critical moment, a sound of slicing air suddenly pierced through. Swish, a beam of sword light, as thin as a finger, shot forth, swiftly penetrating Lu Tai's palm. Ah! He halted in pain, staring wide-eyed at the gaping wound in his right palm, blood gushing forth. What is happening? Who struck from the shadows, gasps erupted, and all eyes darted around in search of the assailant. Murong Tian froze, looking towards the direction from which the sword light had come. Upon seeing it, his eyes welled with tears of joy as he exclaimed, "Master!" Murong Yunlei, Sun Yi, and others were momentarily stunned, their brows furrowing. Master, wasn't he Murong Tian's master merely the late-stage body refinement cultivator, the naturally talentless leader of Qingyun Peak? In confusion, they followed Murong Tian's gaze into the— "Do not panic, my disciple. Your master is here." Master Murong Tian's face lit up with excitement, tears brimming in his eyes. Shen An's expression, however, was somewhat grim, as if shadows threatened to seep from his countenance. He was furious within, as oh close, just a hair's breadth away from losing all the efforts of this time. After so much toil to cultivate Murong Tian, he nearly had his cultivation ruined. "How dare you touch my disciple while I, Shen An, am present? You seek death." He spoke coldly, activating the 6 Veins Divine Sword skill card with a flick of his finger. Once more, a slender beam of sword light flashed past, its intent strikingly fierce. Lu Tai's pupils constricted. In his shock, he barely managed to sidestep as the sword light pierced through his abdomen, narrowly missing his Chi-Si. "What kind of martial skill is this?" he gasped, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Strong. So strong was this sword energy. Not only was it faster than the wind, but it was also sharp enough to penetrate his protective spirit essence in an instant. 6 Veins Divine Sword. Shen An announced coldly, continuing to flick his fingers as dozens of beams of sword light shot forth, the sounds of their passage relentless. "Sunny, save me." Lu Tai was drenched in cold sweat, immediately activating his mid-grade defensive spirit artifact. Yet even with the artifact's protection, the overwhelming sword energy forced him back repeatedly, blood gushing from his mouth. Sun Yi opened his mouth to cry for assistance, but was too stunned to act, merely gaping at Shen An, who was incessantly flicking his fingers to unleash sword energy. Not only him, but Murong Yunlei and the elders of the Murong clan were also caught in astonishment. Could this truly be the so-called naturally talentless leader of Qingyun Peak, who supposedly could never break through to the Chi-Si? The sword energy, known as the 6 Veins Divine Sword, unleashed with such ease, had left a peak practitioner of the returning origin realm in utter disarray. Such prowess, and you dare to claim he is merely at the late stage of body refinement. Crack! After enduring a barrage of sword energies, Lu Tai's defensive spirit artifact finally could withstand no longer, cracking with a brittle sound before shattering into pieces. More beams of— he could not withstand it. It was utterly impossible. This fellow had no cooldown on his skills, and who had ever seen someone expend spirit essence so freely, casting skills as if they were mere basic attacks? A chill washed over him. He could almost foresee the moment when the sword energy would pierce through his Chi-Si, causing his entire spirit essence to dissipate, rendering him a cripple. "Stop!" Yet a voice rang out, cold and commanding, shattering the oncoming sword energies that an elder clad in black descended from the sky, landing firmly before Lu Tai. The moment he appeared, both Lu Tai and Sun Yi's faces lit up with relief. "Lord Wu." The newcomer was none other than Wu Li, the elder in charge of the Su Guan family's affairs during their visit to Ling City, a cultivator of the earth spirit realm. Shen An frowned, retracting his hands behind his back while keeping a close watch on the newcomer. The relief that had just washed over Murong Tian and the others was once again replaced with anxiety. "Who are you?" Shen An inquired loudly. "I hail from the Su Guan family," Wu Li replied, stroking his beard, his eyes narrowed with an air of disdain, his demeanor condescending. "Today's matter originated from the Murong family's initial misstep, and the Liu and Sun families merely sought justice. You strike out with the intent to cripple them. Such arrogance. Do you wish to bully the weak? I am well aware of the events leading up to this. The Liu and Sun families initiated the provocation and even attempted to harm my disciple. To spare his life while merely crippling his cultivation is already showing restraint." Shen An spoke indifferently, displaying no fear. He certainly had several skill cards at his disposal. If this old fool became bothersome, he would simply cleave him with a sword. "What bold words! Today, I shall ensure justice is served. Since the Murong family's medicine has incapacitated those from the Liu and Sun families, I shall also incapacitate 2 of yours." Wu Li snorted coldly, the oppressive aura of the earth spirit realm instantly enveloping the area, suffocating all present, their hearts heavy with dread. His gaze swept over, ultimately landing with a cold smile upon Murong Tian and Shen An. "You two shall be the ones incapacitated." As he took a step toward Murong Tian, Shen An furrowed his brow, preparing to act when a gentle yet authoritative female voice resonated in his ear. "I am quite interested to see how today you intend to incapacitate them in my presence." Chapter 49. "Go ahead, do as I say." The crowd turned to see 2 women approaching, one following the other. The woman at the rear, with her graceful demeanor and gentle expressions, bore a delicate beauty, her pallid skin hinting at a fragile constitution. Her exquisite oval face was truly a portrait of loveliness. In contrast, the woman in front commanded immediate attention. Clad in azure garments, her demeanor was warm, yet exuded the undeniable authority of one in a position of power. Particularly striking were her enchanting, painted eyes and vermilion lips, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, evoking an impression that she was to be admired from afar, but never trifled with. "Who are you?" Wu Li inquired, furrowing his brow as he sensed a subtle pressure emanating from the azure-clad woman. "I am Liu Yunqin, the master of Qingluan Peak at Lingfu Mountain," she replied coolly, her jade-like hand gesturing lightly, causing a gentle breeze to stir. The oppressive aura characteristic of the earth spirit realm dissipated instantly, and Shen An sighed in relief along with the others. "Even if you hail from Lingfu Mountain, what does it matter? The Murong family has acted wrongly, inciting the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people. Do you intend to shield them?" Wu Li retorted coldly, gesturing toward the pallid face. "Though these 2 appear to lack cultivation, it is not due to being crippled, but rather because their powers are concealed," remarked Xiao Jingxue, observing the situation before speaking softly. Wu Li's brow furrowed further. "This individual claims to be Jingxue. Could she possibly be the daughter of the Southern Prince? What brings her to associate with those from Lingfu Mountain?" Seeing others come to the aid of the Murong family, he hesitated, feeling the situation grow complicated. "Who is this yellow-haired girl? What right do you have to speak here? Just because you say they're concealed does not make it true." Sun Yi scoffed, emboldened by Wu Li's presence. Xiao Jingxue merely cast him a fleeting glance before stating, "My apologies, I neglected to introduce myself. I am Princess Qing Shui, Xiao Jingxue." At this declaration, Sun Yi's words faltered, cold sweat breaking out upon his brow. The daughter of the Southern Prince, Princess Qing Shui? How could she possibly be here with those from Lingfu Mountain? And judging by the circumstances, it seems she is prepared to support the Murong family. When did the Murong family forge such connections? The onlookers erupted into a flurry of astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances. Murong Tian, regaining some strength, waved excitedly. "Elder Liu, little junior sister." This utterance reverberated in the hearts of the crowd like thunder. Just moments ago, Murong Tian referred to the princess as little junior sister. How could the esteemed Princess Qing Shui become the junior sister of the seemingly inept Murong Tian? "Murong Shixiang, are you well?" Xiao Jingxue stepped forward to support him, her concern evident. Observing their amiable exchange, Shen An merely touched his nose, pretending not to hear. After all, he had not yet acknowledged taking a disciple, rendering the system incapable of shortening his height by 10 centimeters. As for the affectionate exchanges between Murong Tian and Xiao Jingxue, they were none of his concern. Elder Shen, was that sword energy just now truly so formidable, taught to you by a master of the upper three realms? Lu Yinqin entered the fray, her beautiful eyes sparkling as they regarded Shen An. She had actually been present for a short while, witnessing Lu Tai's plight under Shen An's six-pulse sword energy and choosing to observe for a moment longer. The swiftness and sharpness of that sword energy had astonished her. She had not anticipated Shen An to possess such advanced swordsmanship. Shen An scratched his head, neither affirming nor denying the claim. Meanwhile, Murong Yunlei and the members of the Sun and Lu families were utterly bewildered. Aside from Lu Yinqin, the fact that the esteemed Princess Qing Shui referred to Murong Tian as her senior brother implied she had indeed joined the ranks of Qingyan Peak and become Shen An's disciple. Moreover, if Lu Yinqin's earlier words were to be believed, the sword energy Shen An exhibited had been taught by a master of the upper three realms. What did it mean to be of the upper three realms? It signified the capacity to sweep through the entire Dan dynasty. However, Wu Li was adamantly skeptical of the notion that Shen An had the backing of a master from the upper three realms. He coldly snorted and addressed Xiao Jingxue. Even if you are Princess Qing Shui, you cannot slander someone's reputation without evidence. You claim these two's powers are concealed rather than crippled. Why not investigate personally and restore their cultivation? All eyes turned to Xiao Jingxue. Frowning slightly, she recognized the peculiar situation of the two. Having witnessed their condition in Yaolong Valley as a mere second-tier alchemist, she found it difficult to resolve the issue that the Murong family, a clan well-versed in the medicinal arts, could not rectify. Seeing Xiao Jingxue hesitate, Wu Li regained his confidence, continuing with a scornful gaze. What, is the princess incapable of restoring their powers? Or were your previous words merely meant to favor the Murong family? Could it be that the esteemed daughter of the southern prince is truly a hypocrite? His words caused many present to furrow their brows. The reputation of Xiao Ao Hai resonated with respect, yet Princess Qing Shui possessed little stature. Was it possible she was indeed guilty of favoritism, thus tarnishing the southern prince's reputation? Xiao Jingshue's expression grew troubled. The needle should be aimed at the center, the cloud gate, the divine reservoir. At that moment, a steady and resonant voice pierced the air. She turned in surprise to see Shen An standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. Elder, go ahead, do as I say. Shen An replied with a gentle smile, exuding an air of tranquility. Having rushed to aid Murong Tian earlier, he had not yet had the opportunity to assess the two individuals. Now, with some time on his hands, he was beginning to discern subtle differences. After all, he was now a fifth-tier alchemist. Although devoid of spiritual energy, the system's focus on observation and inquiry made it not too difficult to identify some issues. Understood. With Shen An's encouragement, Xiao Jingxue no longer hesitated. She retrieved silver needles from her storage ring and stepped forward. Observing her actions, Lu Yinqin's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, intrigued by what might unfold next. Could it be that Shen An had indeed discerned a solution at a mere glance? Wu Li, witnessing this scene, harbored a cold laugh within, his face betraying no sign of concern as he allowed Xiao Jingxue to begin administering needles to the stewards of the Sun and Lu families. It was absurd. After all, this was a breath-concealing pill crafted by his family's elder, second only to the Medicine King in alchemical prowess. How could it be so easily undone? Just because Shen An cast a glance and uttered a few words. In the entirety of Nanja domain, aside from the Medicine King of Baiming Dynasty, there was no other who could unravel the effects of the breath-concealing pill. The expressions of Murong Yunlei, Murong Tian, and others grew tense. The outcome of this needle administration was not just pivotal for the Murong family, but also for the reputation of the esteemed Princess Qing Shui. Should word spread, it would tarnish the dignity of the southern prince, and even the royal family. Chapter 50. Elder Shen, spare me. Under the watchful gaze of all, Xiao Jingxue swiftly employed her spiritual energy to launch silver needles, piercing through the air to strike the two stewards. As the needles penetrated their bodies, the stewards, initially anxious, soon realized they exhibited no adverse reactions, and they couldn't help but exhale in relief that Wu Li, witnessing the situation unfold as he had anticipated, allowed a faint smirk to curve his lips as he coldly remarked, "It seems Elder Shen's method is ineffective. Do you still have anything to say?" Lu Yunqin and Xiao Jingxue exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. Meanwhile, Shen An wore an expression of indifference, nonchalantly responding, "What is the rush?" Just as his words fell, two formidable auras suddenly erupted. Boom! The two stewards, having just relaxed, were startled to find their suppressed vital energy within their bodies violently surging, blood rushing upwards toward their heart pulse. The ferocious force, if left unchecked, could burst their hearts. Alarmed, they instinctively mobilized their spiritual energy, desperately attempting to suppress the rebellious flow of blood. As the aura of the Qi realm radiated from them, Wu Li's expression rapidly turned cold and grim. The heads of the Sun and Lu families mirrored his dismay. Their cultivation has been restored. They truly are at the Qi realm. Could it be that, as the princess suggested, these two never had their powers destroyed, but rather concealed to frame the Murong family? Spectators outside gasped in astonishment, buzzing with speculation at this revelation. The two stewards, coming to their senses, paled as they looked fearfully at Wu Li and their family head. Lu Yunqin and Xiao Jingxue, witnessing the manifestation of the steward's true powers, displayed expressions of surprise. The latter regarded Shen An with increased respect. "Well then, do you still have anything to say?" Shen An swept his sleeve and spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. That Wu Li snorted disdainfully but said nothing, his eyes betraying an unmistakable chill. He had wondered how Murong Tian, with his seemingly frail constitution, could have so swiftly advanced to the mid-Qi realm. It appeared he had a formidable alchemist aiding him from the shadows. Since this has been a misunderstanding, let us end it here. We shall take our leave. With a flick of his robe, he turned to depart. Lu Tai and Sun Yi exchanged glances, hastily following suit. Members of the Murong family, including Murong Yunlei, sighed in relief, grateful for Shen An's presence. Otherwise, today's events could have spiraled out of control. Hold on! Just as everyone believed the matter settled, a sharp voice rang out that Wu Li had just turned when two beams of sword light, as thick as fingers, flashed and pierced through the dantian of the two stewards. With a pop, their internal spiritual energy dissipated at an alarming rate. "No, my cultivation!" they cried out in horror, powerless to retain the escaping energy, their eyes wide as they watched their powers vanish. "Shen An, what do you mean by this?" Wu Li's face darkened considerably. The onlookers gaped in shock at the scene unfolding before them. Nothing much, since they so ardently wished for their powers to be destroyed. "I, Shen, am merely fulfilling their desires," Shen An replied coolly, his gaze shifting to Sun Yi and Lu Tai. "And you too? Did you not wish to cripple my disciple?" Meeting his questioning gaze, the two exchanged a glance. Swallowing hard, he stepped forward, shattering the two beams of sword energy, gathering the power of the earth in his palm, unleashing a blow as if a mountain were collapsing. Before Shen An could intervene, Lu Yunqin gracefully stepped forward, her jade finger pointing ahead. Crack! The earth's power, condensed into a mountain-s illusion, shattered in an instant. To dare strike at the elder of Lingfu Mountain is courting death. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with coldness as her delicate hand unleashed phantoms, weaving a mesmerizing spectacle. Before Wu Li could recover from the illusion, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Poof! He staggered back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his gaze filled with horror as he looked at the stunningly beautiful woman before him. So powerful! Despite being at the Earth Spirit realm, he found himself utterly defenseless. Before his shock could subside, Lu Yunqin's jade hand moved again, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared before Lu Tai and Sun Yi, delivering two powerful slaps before returning to her original position. Ugh! The two flew back, crashing into the wall, blood gushing from their mouths, their eyes instantly filled with blood vessels, their pupils constricted. Their cultivation had been obliterated. Lu Yunqin's swift actions, from repelling Wu Li to debilitating the two family heads, transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers stunned. unable to comprehend what had just occurred. I, Lu Yinxin, have today rendered them powerless. What will you do about it? She stood in the courtyard, her green attire billowing, her eyes like painted brows, carrying a hint of indifference, making it difficult for anyone to meet her gaze. If your upstart family possesses any capability, feel free to summon someone to Qingwan Peak to reclaim your dignity. Wu Li's face was stormy as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a deep glance at Shen An and Lu Yinxin before turning to leave. It was evident to all that Lu Yinxin and Shen An were of one mind. Clinging to the matter further would yield no benefit. Elder Lu Yu. Shen An regarded the woman before him with some surprise. Her preemptive strike to cripple the two family heads was clearly a message to the upstart family, indicating her allegiance to Qingyun Peak. There is no need for concern, Elder Shen. Lu Yinxin smiled gently in response. Seeing this, Shen An felt a surge of gratitude. He had not expected her to risk enmity with the upstart family to firmly stand by his side. This revelation caught him off guard. Was Lu Yinxin concerned about potential retaliation from the upstart family? However, Shen An soon realized he was overthinking, attempting to harm the disciples of Lingfu Mountain. If I do not cripple... So, it was all about upholding the sect's dignity. He had mistakenly thought Lu Yinxin acted out of concern for him. The bystanders gasped in awe at Lu Yinxin's decisive actions in crippling the two family heads, their expressions filled with reverence. Shen An's gaze fell upon the members of the Sun and Lu families. With Wu Li's departure, these individuals now resembled lost dogs. Their former arrogance vanished. They trembled and knelt before him, stammering in fear. Elder Shen, spare us. Sun Yi and Lu Tai, realizing their cultivation had been destroyed, knelt on the ground with ashen faces, regret etched across their features. Had they known, they would not have heeded the grand promises of the upstart family, dreaming of being the true masters of Revival City, elevating their families to prominence within the great and dynasty. And now, when trouble arose, they fled with remarkable swiftness, leaving no trace behind. The Sun and Lu families had effectively met their end this time. Chapter 51 marks the beginning of your journey to becoming the foremost Sword Immortal of Da'an. In the face of the pleas for mercy from Sun, Yi, and Lu Tai, Shen An ignored them entirely, instead directing his gaze towards the dazed Murong Yunlei. Master Murong, I trust you know how to handle the remaining matters? Lu Yinxin interjected. There is no need to worry about the Shangguan family. Murong Tian is the champion of the Lingfu sect's grand competition, and the Lingfu sect will stand behind him. Upon hearing this, Murong Yunlei was taken aback, while the elders of the Murong family exchanged incredulous glances at the black-clad youth. The champion of the Lingfu sect's grand competition? When did this happen? Hadn't Murong Tian been languishing at the bottom of the rankings just 2 years ago? How had he suddenly ascended to first place this year? Sensing the bewilderment around him, Murong Tian humbly clasped his hands. Father, esteemed elders, my achievements are largely due to my master's guidance. Without him, I would likely still be an inconsequential individual. Elder Shen, Murong Yunlei was even more astonished. His disbelief. Shen An of Qingyun Peak had long been rumored to be a complete failure, incapable of harnessing energy within his body throughout his life. When they had heard that Li Yin of the Lingfu sect had accepted a gift only to send Murong Tian to Qingyun Peak, they had all felt despondent. However, today, this very Shen An had brought them immense surprise. Setting aside whether Murong Tian was truly his pupil, the strength he exhibited was far beyond the rumored late-stage body refinement. Who had ever seen someone capable of incapacitating 2 practitioners at the sea of energy level with a mere snap of the fingers, while also suppressing the late-stage return to origin martial artist Lu Tai? Rumors. They must be mere rumors. Elder Shen, your immense kindness will forever be etched in the hearts of the Murong family. Murong Yunlei was about to pay his respects, but was stopped by Shen An. Master Murong need not go to such lengths. This is merely my duty as a mentor. Hearing Shen An's words, Lu Yinxin's expression turned peculiar. This fellow had only now realized that it was his responsibility to teach his disciples. Where had he been all this time? Don't tell her it was to test Murong Tian's character. Time is of the essence for martial artists, and wasting over 2 years meant it would be far more challenging for Murong Tian to catch up later. Murong Yunlei sighed deeply, realizing that they had misjudged the situation, that he looked at the once again spirited Murong Tian and, with a heavy heart, spoke slowly. Tenor, your current prowess is entirely thanks to Elder Shen's favor, but as for the 3-year agreement, I have given it much thought, and I urge you not to dwell on it. Murong Tian was taken aback, gazing at his father in confusion. Father, why? His anger flared. How could I accept such a disgrace? A woman comes to annul the engagement. It is a humiliation you can endure, but I cannot and will not. To this day, he vividly remembered the disdainful gazes and words of those from the Tianxua sect when they returned to annul the engagement. They spoke of the annulment with contempt, branding him as nothing more than a useless insect. Before so many guests, they had belittled the Murong family, stripping them of all dignity and turning the entire clan into a laughingstock. Such an affront to honor could not be forgotten. Seeing his son so enraged, Murong Yunlei felt a pang of sympathy, but spoke helplessly. Tenor, now that Qin Xianyue has the support of the Tianxua sect and the Shangguan family, even if you win the 3-year agreement, what good will it do to save face for the 3 families? They will not let you off easily. You will have made too many enemies, and your path ahead will be fraught with difficulties. Murong Yunlei urged sincerely, casting a glance at Shun, and he understood that even if a miracle occurred and Murong Tian won the 3-year agreement, he would still be unable to escape the grasp of the Tianxua sect. Setting aside the Qin and Shangguan families for now, the strength of the Tianxua sect far surpassed that of the Lingfu sect. Moreover, and Tianer, do you know what realm Qin Xianyue has reached? What realm? Murong Yunlei took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Beyond the pure origin realm, she will undoubtedly break through to the earth spirit realm, becoming a formidable force in the middle 3 realms, and she has also become a direct disciple of the Tianxua sect's leader, mastering the only heavenly grade martial art of the sect. Heavenly grade martial art. Although martial arts are not as rare as techniques, they are still exceptionally scarce in the entire Southern Decision domain. Murong Tian was momentarily stunned, his fists clenching unconsciously. The power of Qin Xianyue indeed felt somewhat unattainable. At the same age, she had already brushed against the threshold of the earth spirit realm and had successfully cultivated a heavenly grade martial art. Meanwhile, he was merely at the mid-sea of energy stage, and achieving the return to origin realm in 6 months would be commendable. Neither the other elders of the Murong family nor Xiao Jingxue spoke a word. Even Lu Yunqin sighed softly that in comparison, Murong Tian's chances of victory were virtually non-existent. Yet the fervor of youth cannot be stifled by insurmountable mountains. It is precisely because they are young that they possess the courage and determination to surmount peaks. The youth do not fear how arduous the path ahead may be or whether it is even passable. What matters is taking that first step. So what? Murong Tian declared, his fists clenched and eyes resolute. I believe in myself. I will win. How could I possibly lose? Hearing his heartfelt and resonant declaration, Murong Yunlei, Lu Yunqin, and Xiao Jingxue were all taken aback. Well said. While others perceived Murong Tian as merely a headstrong youth, Shen An unexpectedly spoke, his eyes brimming with admiration. My disciple, Shen An, should possess such courage and determination. As long as you do not concede defeat, the impossible will become possible. Remember, your fate is determined by you, not by heaven. Shen An looked at Murong Tian with a warm expression. One Qin Xianyue will not be your end. Rather, she will be the starting point of your journey to becoming the foremost Sword Immortal of Da'an. Murong Tian's fists tightened, his heart ablaze with fervor, his gaze unwavering. The starting point to becoming the foremost Sword Immortal of Da'an. Xiao Jingxue observed Shun and encouraging his disciple, her typically gentle eyes quivering, a flicker of unusual emotion passing through them. After years in the Medicine King Valley, she had grown accustomed to the long sighs of the Medicine King, lamenting even if she were to be cured, her meridians, now tainted by the bone poison, would render her future cultivation nearly impossible, leading her to abandon all hope and accept her fate. However, since arriving at the Lingfu sect, that dim hope had suddenly rekindled. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven, the girl murmured, her gaze complex, gradually gaining resolve. Observing the emotionally charged mentor and disciple, Lu Yunqin subtly shook her head, choosing not to dampen their spirits. Setting aside the fact that Qin Xianyue was inherently gifted and had the Tianxua sect's leader pouring resources into her, who exactly was the leader of the Tianxua sect? a formidable figure of the Qinkuan realm, with talent and exceptional resources for cultivation, not only in the Southern Decision domain, but across the entire 4 domains in one state. Qin Xinyue ranked among the elite of her generation. What did Murong Tian possess? Only a heart full of youthful passion, for he was born with obstructed meridians that right, he had a master. That Lu Yinxin's gaze turned to Shen An, who was encouraging Murong Tian with a light touch on his shoulder, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No matter how well Shen An concealed his capabilities, could he truly compare to the foundation of the entire Tianxue sect or to a formidable figure of the Qinkuan realm? Unless that powerful figure from the upper 3 realms personally came to guide Murong Tian, it would be a different story. That chapter 52, let us, master and disciple, capture the thief for a reward. Murong Yunlei gazed at his son, brimming with confidence, and sighed without uttering much more. As the situation was resolved, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. The industries of the Sun and Lu families were promptly taken over by the Murong family under the pretext of reputational compensation. The entire Fuling city now stood as a testament to the dominance of the Murong family. Originally, Shen An had not intended to return to Lingfu Mountain so soon, but alas, Lu Yinxin insisted on accompanying him, expressing her desire to observe what he was up to during his days away from Qinyan Peak and his neglect of Murong Tian. Shen An, feeling helpless, casually remarked that he had long been aware of the Murong family's hardships, hence his descents to assess the situation, that he had refrained from informing Murong Tian out of concern that it might distract him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinxin remained somewhat skeptical. The group then made their way back to Lingfu Mountain. After the incident, Shen An lost interest in descending the mountain to listen to music. Instead, he spent his days either tending to the medicinal garden or watching Murong Tian practice swordplay, quietly awaiting the day the Chunyu Mountain would be opened. In these past days, he had indeed observed that Xiao Jingxue possessed remarkable talent in the realm of herbalism, expertly caring for the spiritual herbs. After some contemplation, Shen An entrusted Xiao Jingxue with the elixirs that Murong Tian consumed daily, reasoning that since she harbored aspirations of apprenticeship, it would be acceptable for her to undergo early training. Naturally, he would assist her during her alchemical endeavors, for as a 5th-tier alchemist, he possessed the requisite discernment. Notably, on the 7th day after the Murong family incident, a disturbance arose at Lingfu Mountain. Li Yin, who had been hiding within the law enforcement hall, was compelled to emerge, while the sect leader, Xin Yuzi, was incensed. His face darkened for quite some time. The cause of his ire was not trivial. It was the proprietor of Furong Pavilion who had come to the mountain gate. Though it was termed a disturbance, it was essentially a procession of several enchanting young women who had come to lament. What were they lamenting? They lamented that elderly Yin had deceived their affections and had failed to settle his debts for the past several days of indulgence at Furong Pavilion. In an effort to prevent the situation from escalating further, the master of Qingxi Peak had no choice but to settle the outstanding amount immediately at the mountain gate, sending away the provocatively dressed beauties. However, the incident did not go unnoticed by the disciples and swiftly spread like wildfire. Breaking news! After elderly Yin suffered a miserable defeat to Shen An of Qinyan Peak, he did not retreat in shame to engage in solitary cultivation, but instead descended the mountain to indulge in revelry, living a life of excess, and even refusing to pay his debts. What? The head of the law enforcement hall, after being bested by a rival in love, has transformed into a wanton scoundrel, indulging in worldly pleasures and shamelessly departing without settling his debts. When Xin Yuzi found Li Yin in the law enforcement hall, the latter was sprawled on his bed, deeply asleep, looking haggard and disheveled, a picture of excess. Numerous jars of wine lay scattered around the bedside. Observing this scene, Xin Yuzi kicked him off the bed. Poor Li Yin, clutching his backside, stared blankly as he struggled to comprehend the situation. As the head of the law enforcement hall, to live in such debauchery, lacking restraint and shame, I hereby impose a 3-month confinement upon you. Should you dare descend the mountain again, you shall face the sect's regulations. Shen Yuzi coldly delivered these words before turning to leave, slamming the door behind him. Li Yin stared at the now-collapsed door and the curious disciples peeking in, utterly dumbfounded. He felt deeply aggrieved for having lost to Shen An. After all, it was merely a few days of excessive drinking. How had it escalated to such a scandalous reputation and a 3-month confinement? He had hardly left his quarters in days, to his dismay. He even noticed the disdainful and contemptuous glances from his disciple, Wang Hu, which only added to his frustration. After some investigation, he discovered that someone had impersonated him at Furong Pavilion, indulging in revelry and leaving debts unpaid. "You little thief! I shall not rest until I have you!" Li Yin howled to the heavens, then violently smashed a wine jar beside his bed, declaring angrily, "Such vice shall no longer ensnare me. From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol." The following morning, at Qingyun Peak, outside the medicinal garden on the back mountain, Shen An had crafted a bamboo grove by the nearby stream, where he would often fish and enjoy the tranquility. At this moment, two individuals sat in wicker chairs by the stream, one fishing while the other observed. I never imagined Li Yin to be such a person behind closed doors. "It is truly disgraceful," Lu Yinqin remarked, nibbling on the pastries that Xiao Jingxue had set aside, her expression tinged with contempt. Shen An let out an awkward laugh. "Indeed, who would have thought that such a rogue would serve as the head of our Lingfu Mountain, even forgetting to settle the hard-earned money of others? Truly, it is both detestable and shameful." "Forgot to settle?" Lu Yinqin frowned, casting a suspicious glance at him. "How do you know it was a mere oversight?" Shen An found himself at a loss for words, just as a young man in black hurriedly approached, sword in tow. "Master, master!" He breathed a sigh of relief, and it seems it was not elderly Yin who went to Furong Pavilion, but someone else entirely. Shen An's heart skipped a beat. Word has it that this person possesses red lips and white teeth. Although his hair is streaked with silver, he is as handsome as a jade crown, a true dashing gentleman. Lu Yinqin paused in her enjoyment of the pastry, turning to look at Xiao Jingxue, who was equally taken aback, both directing their gaze toward Shen An. If memory served, he had indeed been descending the mountain frequently, and had been absent for entire nights recently. Murong Tian, still brimming with excitement, glanced at Shen An, as if he had made a discovery, and brightly exclaimed, "Right, just like master." He remained blissfully unaware of the darkening expression on Shen An's face, his enthusiasm unabated. That lecher truly possesses audacity beyond measure. Not only does he refuse to pay his debts, but he also dares to impersonate the head of Lingfu Mountain. The sect leader has ordered a thorough investigation. One can only wonder when this scoundrel will be apprehended. Noticing Murong Tian's glee amidst the chaos, Lu Yinqin set down her pastry and turned her gaze towards Shen An with a smile. "Elder Shen, you must know who this detestable and disgraceful lecher is, right?" She deliberately emphasized the phrases Shen An had previously uttered. Though she smiled, it left one feeling rather uneasy. Shen An felt a sinking sensation in his heart, wishing he could toss Murong Tian into the water at that moment. This boy was utterly incompetent, but excelled at creating trouble. Oblivious to Shen An's murderous intent, Murong Tian eagerly inquired, "Master, do you know who this audacious lecher is?" Xiao Jingxue coughed a couple of times, attempting to signal him to refrain from further questioning. However, the foolish lad only grew more animated. "Master, the sect leader has offered a bounty of 10,000 gold to capture this thief, that if you know who he is, let us, master." Chapter 53. Has the sect leader come to demand accountability? As Shen An observed the eager expression on Murong Tian's face, he smiled and inquired, "Have you finished your sword practice? If you find yourself at leisure, there are still fields to be tilled on the back mountain. Perhaps you could plow a few more acres." The youth paused for a moment, offered an awkward smile, and then scampered off with his sword in tow. Watching him depart, Shen An turned his attention to the nearby Lu Yinqin. "If I were to claim that everything is merely a coincidence, and that visiting the brothel does not necessarily entail illicit activities, some go simply to enjoy music and tea, would you believe me?" "I would not." Lu Yinqin, with a graceful flick of her sleeve, rose and walked away, leaving behind a lingering remark. "We shall prepare to depart for Chunyuan Mountain the day after tomorrow. Ensure that Murong Tian adjusts his state of mind. I will have Fei Shuang notify you when the time comes." As he watched Lu Yinqin leave, Shen An couldn't help but let out a resigned chuckle. After finally establishing a slightly closer relationship, it seemed they were back to square one. Regrets surged within him, wishing he could slap himself twice. Could those frivolous women ever compare to a woman of Lu Yinqin's exceptional beauty, formidable strength, and noble status? The most frustrating part was that he had indeed done nothing wrong. It felt as though he was a mute person suffering from bitterness, unable to articulate his grievances. With both of them gone, only Xiao Jingxue and Shen An remained. The former gazed at him with her gentle, autumn water-like eyes, their gazes locked. Shen An, wearing a serious expression, asked, "Jingxue, do you perceive me as that shameless?" Xiao Jingxue hastily averted her gaze and rose to bow. "Peak Master, it seems it will rain soon. I must return to gather the laundry." Shen An, looking at the clear blue sky devoid of clouds, lay back in his chair with a dejected expression. Xiao Jingxue was not a maid. Why was she so intent on gathering laundry? Where had their basic trust in one another gone? Even if he did indeed visit the Furon Pavilion, couldn't she choose to believe it? Feeling frustrated, Shen An queried inwardly, "System, how much more does Murong Tian need to surpass level 8 in admiration?" "Just a bit more." "How much is a bit more?" 70. Shen An felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. This was after accounting for the additional 20 points from that day at the Murong residence. Now, merely relying on persuasion was proving insufficient to elicit admiration from Murong Tian. Even inviting him to his room for an all-night discussion had only yielded a single point. The prospect of reaching level 10 in admiration seemed a distant dream. Glancing in the direction Xiao Jingxue had departed, he stroked his chin in contemplation. Until Murong Tian's admiration level reached 10, he could not take Xiao Jingxue. He had deliberated on this for some time and realized that accepting Xiao Jingxue as a disciple would be a remarkable choice. Firstly, she was the daughter of the king of South Town, a true princess within the Da'an court, supported by the entire imperial family. Secondly, her innate talent was exceptional, arguably not inferior to Qin Qianyue's. It was merely the affliction of the bone corrosion poison that hindered her from solidifying her energy into essence, and at times, it even caused her cultivation to regress. System, what grade of alchemist is required to completely cure the bone corrosion poison? 7th grade. Can you make an exception and allow me to draw some alchemical experience in the next lottery to break through to a 7th grade alchemist? Possible, trade 1 grade for 15 years of lifespan. Can someone else pay for it? Or perhaps a payment plan like paying back 1 second, 1/100th of a second each year. At the martial arts arena, Murong Tian, diligently practicing his swordplay, suddenly sneezed and scratched his head in confusion. Could the host refrain from tormenting the system? Shen An twitched his lips. Who else was to blame for not providing even a manual, forcing him to figure everything out on his own? Perhaps truly out of exasperation, the system responded again. The host may choose to consume skill cards to enhance lottery probabilities. When I last asked you, did you not say my current skill cards were insufficient to increase my chances of drawing 7th grade alchemist experience? Shen An frowned, having already stealthily inquired about this. Who said we needed to draw 7th grade alchemist experience? There are many methods to detoxify, and suitable techniques are among them, though they may not yield immediate results. Shen An's spirits lifted. What level of technique is required to eliminate the bone corrosion poison? Purple technique. In the lottery wheel, there were 5 categories of prizes: gold, purple, blue, green, and white. Gold represented the finest quality, akin to the unparalleled sword technique he had previously drawn from Murong Tian. Purple was rare and yet to be drawn. Blue was of good quality. The cat toy he had drawn earlier belonged to this tier, although he had yet to discover its use. When he inquired about it, the system merely stated it could entice cats. Subsequently, Shen An had taken to using it as a whip on Murong Tian, given its remarkable durability compared to ordinary willow branches, which would snap easily upon impact. That as for green and white, one was common, and the other was worthless. Purple techniques. Shen An pondered, stroking his chin. This grade was likely equivalent to a celestial tier. This meant that to completely cure the bone corrosion poison, he would need to draw a celestial technique, one that was also suitable for Xiao Jingxue's cultivation. This appeared no easier than acquiring the experience of a 7th grade alchemist and might even be more challenging. However, he understood why the system suggested enhancing the probability of drawing techniques rather than directly increasing the chances of drawing 7th grade. The reason was clear. The 7th grade alchemist experience was something he inherently possessed, while techniques could only be passed down to disciples and could only be transmitted once. After that, if he wished to pass it down again, he would need to draw anew. There was, however, another method, allowing Murong Tian and Xiao Jingxue to inherit the techniques from those who possessed them. Yet, Murong Tian had only just begun learning the unparalleled sword technique, and had yet to passing it down now might lead to confusion and misinterpretation. The inheritance card provided by the system guaranteed success, but oral teaching still depended on the disciples' comprehension and talent, that if their talent was lacking, even a technique could take years to master. Thus, the experience of a 7th grade alchemist was currently more valuable than a celestial technique. The distinction lay in the fact that one could be utilized repeatedly, while the other could only be used once. Shaking his head, Shen An chose to think no more on the matter, that in any case. There was no immediate urgency regarding Xiao Jingshue's situation. Even if he were to draw, he needed to wait until Murong Tian's admiration level surpassed 10 to secure the opportunity. Moreover, to inherit, he first needed to take Xiao Jingxue as his disciple, which required Murong Tian's admiration level to reach 10, that this indicated that he had at least 3 chances to draw, and with the system occasionally issuing tasks, he could gain additional lottery chances. He refused to believe that he couldn't succeed even once with so many opportunities. The pressing matter at hand was to thoroughly prepare for the journey to Chunyuan Mountain the day after tomorrow, ensuring that Murong Tian could secure a position among the top 3 at the Pure Yuan pool, thus creating an opportunity to solidify his energy and break through to the return to Origin Realm. Master, Master! While he was lost in thought, the youth came running back with his sword on his back. What is it now? Shen An frowned. The sect leader has arrived and is waiting for you at Qingyun Hall. Shen An sprang to his feet from the chair with a start, a look of dismay crossing his face. Oh no! Could it be that the sect leader has come to confront him regarding his impersonation of Li Yin at the Farong Pavilion? Chapter 54. You wouldn't want others to know, would you? In the grand hall of the Qingyun Peak, Xian Yuzi and Shen An sat opposite each other, their gazes locked in a prolonged silence. Unable to endure the weight of Xian Yuzi's stare any longer, Shen An finally spoke. Master, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Only then did Xian Yuzi clear his throat, regarding him with an odd expression. In truth, I descended the mountain yesterday carrying your portrait to conduct an inquiry, and the people at Farong Pavilion all. His words trailed off, leaving an enigmatic look upon his face. Realizing that the truth could not be concealed, Shen An bitterly replied, Master, I assure you, I did nothing at Farong Pavilion. I merely listened to music, at most. I shared some tea and admired the flowers with the performers. It is not as you imagine. Why are you so anxious? I never claimed you did anything, Xian Yuzi replied, his gaze peculiar as he stroked his beard. What I think is inconsequential. What matters is the perception of others, particularly Elder Lu's opinion. You and T want this. If you agree to assist me with a certain task, I can help you resolve it. Shen An paused, perplexed by the familiarity of those words, that he regarded the jovial middle-aged man before him with suspicion. Little did he expect that the seemingly affable and approachable master harbored such peculiar inclinations behind closed doors. Say nothing further. He resolutely stood. He had yet to specify the task he wanted Shen An to undertake. Why the sudden and decisive refusal? Moreover, what was that fleeting expression of disgust that had flashed in Shen An's eyes? Did he have a snack lodged in his nostrils today? Rubbing his nose, Xian Yuzi chuckled awkwardly. Elder Shen, do not be so agitated. This task is not difficult. You merely need to speak a few words. It will not place you in a dilemma. Just speak a few words. A 2-man affair. I refuse. Shen An positioned himself firmly behind his chair, articulating his refusal with earnestness. Xian Yuzi was bewildered once more. What was this fellow thinking? Did he expect to do nothing and have himself attended to? How naive. Had it not been for the private nature of this matter, considering Shen An's esteemed position within the upper echelons and as the Prince of the South, would he have bothered to speak so kindly? After all, he was the master. Elder Shen, it is truly not a formidable task that I have heard that the prince has granted Qingyun Peak a quota to visit Chunyuan Mountain. I merely hope that you could deliver something to Consort Li Fei while you are there. I would never sell my body. Shen An was taken aback. You only wish for me to deliver. Could you not simply state your intentions? I, Shen An, am also a part of the sect. Even if you do not assist me, I cannot simply decline such matters, can I? Qian Yuzi wore an odd expression. What had this fellow been contemplating earlier? How could his attitude shift so dramatically? Yet, I did not expect you to have such a connection to Consort Li Fei. Shen An chuckled, his eyes brimming with gossip and curiosity. Understanding the implication of Shen An's gaze, Qian Yuzi shot him a glare while stroking his beard. What are you insinuating? Li Fei is my sister. I am merely asking you to deliver some medicinal pills that nourish and replenish her vitality. Oh, Shen An's enthusiasm waned, his demeanor reflecting a newfound disinterest. He had thought he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. If it is merely a sibling relationship, why not deliver it yourself, master? Qian Yuzi cast him a withering glance. Because I am the master of Lingfu Mountain, and she is the consort. If I frequently associate with her, what would His Majesty think? Lingfu Mountain is not like the Qin or Shangguan families, which are supported both overtly and covertly by His Majesty. Lingfu Mountain operates outside of royal control. I see. Shen An nodded in understanding that IT was akin to the distinction between a state-owned enterprise and a foreign entity. Given that the consort son was presently the crown prince, frequent interactions between Qian Yuzi and them could easily lead to malicious scheming from those with ulterior motives. While Lingfu Mountain itself could withstand scrutiny, the situation was vastly different for the consort and her son within the royal palace that if adversaries caught even a whiff of scandal, they could amplify it to catastrophic proportions. Then why not send Elder Lu to deliver it? Shen An inquired, still puzzled. It was understandable that Murong Tian was not chosen, given his status as a disciple, making him ineligible to approach the consort. Why was he selected instead? Locked in a gaze, Qian Yuzi seemed momentarily taken aback. Is it the quota for Qingyun Peak? What would Elder Lu do? They exchanged incredulous looks. Could it be that Elder Lu is concerned about the Qin and Shangguan families targeting Murong Tian at Chunyuan Mountain, thus intending to bolster Qingyun Peak's position? Qian Yuzi's expression grew intriguingly Why, with a splendid Qingyuan Peak at your disposal, would you venture to that Furong Pavilion? Qian Yuzi's irritation was palpable. Do those frivolous courtesans even compare to the esteem? With Elder Lu's charm, there are many unsavory characters within the sect who covet her. If you do not cherish this chance, what will happen if someone else takes advantage of it? Are you referring to Hall Master Yanli? Qian Yuzi blinked in surprise. The two men locked eyes, each staring incredulously at the other. I am not. I said nothing. That do not make wild assumptions, and certainly do not spread rumors. Understood. I shall not reveal that Hall Master Yanli was referred to as an unsavory character by the master. Qian Yuzi suddenly realized that conversing with Shen An was rather exhausting. He waved his hand dismissively, placing a hand over his heart. Very well. There are numerous affairs to attend to within the sect, so I shall not linger. You should prepare with your disciple for the journey to Chunyuan Mountain. Do not bring shame to Lingfu Mountain. Master, regarding the matter of Furong Pavilion. Shen An hastily called out to the retreating figure. Rest assured, I will handle it. As he watched the master disappear from sight, Shen An stroked his chin. Next time, I must devise some formidable restrictions. Otherwise, everyone will be flying about while I am left to climb mountains daily, which is rather undignified for the master of Qingyun Peak. But the following day, Lingfu Mountain was once again abuzz with excitement. In light of the incident at Furong Pavilion, the master himself had descended the mountain to investigate. By evening, he returned and revealed the truth to all. That it was revealed that the individual patronizing Furong Pavilion was neither Li Yin nor Shen An. This rogue had been eliminated by Qian Yuzi himself. The intention had been to instigate discord within Lingfu Mountain by donning the guise of the master of Qingyun Peak, all while parading around Furong Pavilion under the pretense of being the enforcement hall's master, without paying a single coin. Upon hearing this news, everyone suddenly felt enlightened, realizing the logic behind it. Indeed, as the master of the enforcement hall, would Li Yin truly lack the means to settle his tab? Elder Shen had also won a considerable sum during the tournament. Was he truly foolish enough to engage in a free meal? It must have been a scheme devised by a remnant of the demonic sect, attempting to sow discord within Lingfu Mountain. Chapter 55. The Navi apprentice outside the bamboo courtyard on Qingyun Peak. The tips of the peach leaves are sharp, while the willow's leaves blanket the skies. Shen An, reclining in a rattan, his spirits were high, exuberantly so. The news that spread yesterday had instantly transformed the public perception of the Fu Rongshuan incident. Beside him, Xiao Jingxue regarded him with newfound respect, tinged with a hint of shame, secretly reflecting, had it not been for the sect leader personally apprehending the remnants of the demonic sect, the blame would have undoubtedly fallen upon the Peak Master. Indeed, the Peak Master remained unfazed by such a vile affair, never considering an explanation. He truly embodied the essence of remaining unperturbed and dispassionate towards fame and fortune. In contrast, that rascal Murong Tian seemed somewhat disheartened yesterday, lamenting the missed opportunity to personally bring the remnants of the demonic sect to justice and claim the bounty of 100,000. Moreover, there was another source of joy for Shen, and after a period of sword practice, it appeared that Murong Tian had made strides in his swordsmanship, and his martial arts proficiency had even surpassed the second. Though it sounded significantly simpler than breaking through to the first level, this was no mere coincidence. Recently, Murong Tian had been practicing not only the Thunder Sword, but also frequently contemplating the unmatched sword technique. This was a technique of celestial rank. Any insight gained from it was remarkable. Additionally, Shen An had begun reading. What was he reading, you ask? A comprehensive compendium of weapons, a treatise on exotic flora, and a guide on puzzling ailments. He was simply too bored and thought he might as well delve into some books, especially since he dared not venture down the mountain to listen to music. Ideally, reading could enhance his mastery of martial arts and alchemy. If not, that was of little consequence. Seeing was learning. The more he read, the better equipped he would be to persuade others with reason and evidence. As for the tomes on alchemy, he found himself comprehending them quite well, his mind a clear mirror reflecting the knowledge of a fifth-tier alchemist, occasionally even spotting errors within the texts. The various weapons were manageable. Although he didn't fully grasp everything, he had a vague understanding. However, when it came to other subjects like talismans and artifact refinement, he was utterly lost, staring blankly at the pages. After a yawn, Shen An closed his book, rubbing his temples in fatigue. Immersing oneself in the ocean of knowledge was indeed beneficial, yet as someone in the late stage of body refinement, his energy was rather limited. Often, he would flip through a book twice and still miss key points, leading to confusion in his memory. Alas, after perusing 7 or 8 books, the things I truly retained are few and far between, he sighed, gazing at the azure sky, filled with lamentation. No wonder the ancients said that reading 10,000 books could not compare to traveling 10,000 miles. Merely reading without practice made it difficult to achieve lasting retention and deep understanding. But what could he do? He lacked spiritual strength and spiritual energy, that he could grasp the concept of spiritual energy, following the sword and force accompanying the edge in swordsmanship. But could he truly embody it? The talismanic principle spoke of spiritual energy gathering at the pen, the heavens as the canvas, winds igniting flames, and clouds summoning thunder. But was he capable of such feats? Shaking his head, Shen An stroked his chin. After all, a theoretical master is still a master. Even if he couldn't execute it himself, mastering the theory could still allow him to teach others. Suddenly, he felt as if he had discovered the direction for his life's endeavor, disregarding his weariness, and resumed reading. Master, master! Just as he prepared to study diligently, a familiar voice called out from the bamboo path. Master, senior sister Fei Shuang has arrived. Murong Tian, with his sword slung over his back, ran forward, waving his hand, followed closely by the icy and aloof Ling. During this time, he didn't quite resemble the eldest disciple of Qingyun Peak. Rather, he appeared more akin to a messenger disciple. Raising an eyebrow, Shen An closed his book and stood up. Ling Feishuang's arrival signified that they were soon to embark for Chunyuan Mountain. Elder Shen, Princess, Ling Feishuang greeted, elegantly approaching the stream's edge, her long legs gliding gracefully. You needn't be so formal, Ling Jr. Did your master send you? Shen An gestured dismissively. Indeed, my master is already waiting at the mountain gate. Oh, in that case, Jingxue, please help me gather the books from the study. Let's be on our way. Shen An turned to speak. Of course, Peak Master. Xiao Jingxue nodded slightly, Promptly returning with the books, the group journeyed down the mountain towards Lingfu Mountain. Shen An cast a few more glances at Ling Feishuang, then furrowed his brow, tentatively inquiring, "When did you achieve your breakthrough, Ling Jr.?" Ling Feishuang paused, surprised, and turned to respond respectfully, "Elder, I just consolidated my chi 5 days ago." Upon hearing this, Shen An nodded in realization, silently acknowledging the truth of his observations. During this time, his reading had not been in vain. Her eyes resembled serene seas, absorbing energy like deep abysses. Just as he had read, he had noticed a change in Ling Feishuang earlier, and upon asking, he indeed confirmed her advancement. With this revelation, Shen An felt a small surge of excitement within, igniting an even greater thirst for knowledge. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Yinqin stood quietly before the Lingfu Mountain monument, her azure attire billowing with the wind, her dark hair held in place by a single silver hairpin. Clad simply, devoid of the revealing garments of the women from Furangshuan or the lavish finery of wealthy heiresses, her simplicity lent her an ethereal grace merely by her presence. "Have you arrived? No, since you are here, let us depart." Lu Yinqin waved her sleeve, and a flying vessel sprang forth from her robes, expanding instantly to dock at the edge. She gazed at Shen An, who was boarding the vessel with his apprentice, her beautiful eyes flickering. After learning yesterday that the despicable interloper at Furangshuan was not the true Shen An, she found herself inexplicably relieved, as if she did not wish for him to become such a person. "Feishuang, return to Qingwan Peak and diligently reflect upon what I have taught you." "I shall return shortly." "Yes, master." Ling Feishuang nodded respectfully, watching as the flying vessel gradually receded, disappearing into the horizon. On the vessel, Shen An was experiencing this rare contraption for the first time, filled with curiosity and excitement. Yet, in order to maintain his authority in front of his apprentices, he remained silent. Xiao Jingxue, however, showed little astonishment at the flying vessel capable of carrying people, given her status. She had witnessed far grander sights, but as for Murong Tian, "Wow, master, this deck is made from Feihong stone. A piece the size of a palm can sell for 50,000 gold. The bow is even inlaid with the yuan." He turned his head away, his face clearly displaying his embarrassment at not recognizing this person. What a disgrace! How utterly embarrassing! Curiosity was one thing, but why was he sprawled on the deck like that? And what was this about a dancing cricket? Casting a glance in that direction, Shen An couldn't help but scoff. What dancing cricket? Such deceit. Chapter 56, as the saying goes, the path to the mountain of books is paved with diligence. On the flying boat, Murong Tian fiddled about, tapping here and there, until he was chastised by Shen Anze, at which point he finally settled down to cultivate in peace. With the absence of this loquacious voice, the atmosphere felt significantly quieter to the others. Shen Anze leaned against the side, engrossed in a book detailing the weaknesses, habits, and lives of various demonic beasts. Lu Yunqin initially thought his interest would be fleeting and that he would soon tire of it, but as time passed, she found herself surprised, her lips slightly parted. For a full 2 hours, after finishing the tome on demonic beasts, aside from taking a sip of water, he had engaged in no other activities. Does the Peak Master have a particular fondness for reading? Lu Yunqin couldn't help but glance at the nearby Xiao Jingxue. The latter hesitated for a moment. "I suppose so." She had only recently arrived at Qingyan Peak and had just discovered that Shen Anze was often seen with a book in hand. Does he read everything? Hearing this, Lu Yunqin felt a twinge of surprise and studied Shen Anze more intently. She had never noticed before how much he enjoyed reading. Noticing her gaze, Shen Anze looked up, meeting her eyes. After all, one could achieve the ability to read 10 lines at a glance upon reaching the Qi realm, and the mental acuity of those in the returning origin realm allowed for rapid perusal of texts. To put it bluntly, someone like Shen Anze could easily finish and memorize the book in hand with their mental prowess alone. Understanding her confusion, Shen Anze shook his head, but he chose not to emphasize that he was merely at the body refinement stage, for the few swords he had wielded would leave anyone incredulous. Reading and learning are two distinct concepts. Mastering and applying knowledge is yet another level. Speed in reading without comprehension is futile. Shen An spoke softly, echoing the admonishments and teachings he had endured during his 9. Understanding the meaning does not equate to the ability to compose similar poetry. As he spoke, he shook his head earnestly, as if lost in thought. As the saying goes, the path to the mountain of books is paved with diligence, and the sea of learning is endless. One must toil like a boat. Listening to his words, both Lu Yunxin and Xiao Jingxue found themselves momentarily speechless, gazing at him with eyes filled with wonder. In any case, he gave both Xiao Jingxue and Lu Yunxin a noticeably different impression than before. Lu Yunxin did not expect such sentiments to emanate from Shen An. In her recollection, the previous master of Qingyun Peak had been prone to lamenting and seeking sympathy from the sect leader, embodying the essence of mediocrity. However, after recent interactions, she realized she had never truly understood this master of Qingyun Peak, having been swayed by rumors all along. Lu Yunxin blinked, observing the man once more absorbed in his reading, a spark of curiosity rising within her. Just who was Shen An, the master of Qingyun Peak? Meanwhile, Xiao Jingxue came back to herself, her gaze profound, as if touched by something, and she too picked up a book to peruse. The title read, "A Detailed Explanation of Insect Beasts and Poisons." As the flying boat approached dusk, its speed gradually diminished. Shen An looked up to see a chain of mountains appearing ahead, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial realm. What an abundant aura of spiritual energy! Murong Tian suddenly opened his eyes wide, displaying a look of astonishment, and sprang to his feet. He then turned to gauge the reactions of the others. Xiao Jingxue smiled and nodded at him, her demeanor calm, while Lu Yunxin continued to gaze into the distance, seemingly unfazed by the richness. Murong Tian's gaze fell upon his master. Shen An blinked, caught off guard by the intensity of his expression. Realizing he was the only one among the four feeling astonished, his face flushed slightly, and Shen An was somewhat bewildered, glancing around. Spiritual energy? Why can't I feel it? Is it truly that rich? The pure Yuan mountain has arrived. Prepare yourselves for disembarkation. Lu Yunxin spoke softly, waving her sleeve as the flying boat began to Shen An's eyes. Aside from the heavy mist, this place bore little difference from Qingyun Peak as they passed through the white fog. The sight that greeted them was stifling. Rows of soldiers clad in silver-white armor stood rigidly on either side, resembling iron towers. The palpable aura of ferocity seemed to solidify, suffused with a chilling bloodlust. The long spears they wielded glimmered coldly, exuding a formidable. Each of these silver-armored warriors was at the returning origin realm. At a glance, there were at least 3,000 of them. They are the White Jade Army cultivated by His Majesty. Though numbering merely over 10,000, each has survived the trials of battle. As the flying boat touched down, Xiao Jingxue explained gently. Murong Tian was both astonished and curious. Why don't they even blink? What are they doing? The three others cast him a glance before choosing to ignore him, and Xiao Jingxue continued her explanation. The White Jade Army is divided into 3 ranks. 10,000 silver-armored soldiers, all at the returning origin realm. 10 golden-armored soldiers, all at the Earth Spirit realm. And at the apex, only 1 jade-armored warrior. This is also His Majesty's most trusted White Jade General, a being of the heavenly spirit realm. Shen An felt a sense of awe. The presence of these 3,000 silver-armored warriors was indeed not comparable to that of mere rabble. In other words, among those of the returning origin realm, they could likely defeat 10 opponents with ease. They could kill directly. No wonder they were the elite troops personally trained by His Majesty. The sheer aura of these 3,000 silver-armored soldiers was already terrifying. What would it be like if 10,000 gathered? Just as Shen An was marveling at the sight, a sudden sound of air being sliced through echoed from above. Looking up, he saw a long shadow moving through the clouds and mist. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a gigantic azure serpent. Its swollen belly indicated it was on the verge of transformation into a dragon. Perched atop the serpent's massive triangular head were several individuals. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane, his back slightly hunched, appearing somewhat frail. Yet, no one would dare underestimate him as merely an old man devoid of strength. Behind the elderly man stood a young woman in white, holding a sword and standing with an air of indifference. Upon glimpsing this young woman, Shen An felt the atmosphere shift, sensing that Murong Tian's breathing had deepened. He was now tightly clenching his fists, staring intently at the young woman atop the azure serpent, uncontainable rage flickering in his eyes. Without needing to ask, Shen An understood that this sword-wielding Qin family, Qin Xianyue. Chapter 57 The first encounter with the Qin family. As the green serpent bowed its head, the individuals above gracefully descended one by one that the two factions exchanged glances, scrutinizing one another intently. Qin Xianyue noticed the young man in black behind Shen An, but merely cast him a fleeting, indifferent glance before redirecting her attention to the misty mountain path ahead. This haughty demeanor only served to provoke Murong. Gently patting his shoulder, Shen An signaled him to remain calm. "Ah, I did not expect the princess to be here at Chunyuan Mountain, joining in on this gathering despite not being at Yaowang Valley." The elderly man with a cane chuckled as he approached, his expression tinged with a yet. This regard was solely directed towards Xiao Jingxue, standing beside Shun and the others. Even Lu Yunqin were met with his deliberate disregard. "Qin Laotai, you are too..." A formidable figure in the late stage of the Tianling realm. Behind him, apart from Qin Xianyue, stood two young individuals, presumably descendants of the Qin family. Their cultivation was not to be underestimated, having just entered the Qi realm, albeit at its nascent stage. Regardless of whether they were the Qin family's juniors, or the likes of Yu Jinyuan and Wang Hu from Lingfu Mountain, all were merely at the Qi realm at their age. Yet, remarkably, Qin Xianyue, who was slightly younger than them, had already reached the Guyuan realm and was on the verge of breaking through to the Diling realm. This underscored the extraordinary talent possessed by Qin Xianyue. "I have no choice." After all, this pertains to Xianyue's potential breakthrough to the Diling realm that I must personally oversee the situation, Qin Beishan said with a chuckle, casting a meaningful glance at Shen An and the others. "By the way, why has the princess come here?" He was also informed of Murong Tian's triumph in the Lingfu Mountain competition and of Shen An's sudden display of strength in defeating a hall master. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to inquire. "Naturally, I am accompanying the peak master and senior brother Murong," Xiao Jingxue replied gently, her demeanor inscrutable. "Oh, Qin Beishan finit surprise. Wouldn't granting him such a quota be a waste?" Xiao Jingxue frowned slightly. Murong Tian's fist clenched, his knuckles turning white. If a waste body with congenital meridian obstructions can reach the mid-Qi stage, then those with... Could it be that they have been slacking off in their training within the Qin family? As he spoke, he pretended to sigh in regret. What a pity to squander such remarkable talent. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingxue stifled a light laugh, while Murong Tian's spirit soared. The expressions of the two young Qin descendants darkened, their faces shifting from red to pale. Was he not implying that they were inferior even to a waste with congenital meridian obstructions? Qin Beishan narrowed his eyes slightly. "This must be the famous peak master of Qingyun Peak, Elder Shen, am I correct?" His gaze bore a scrutinizing quality, his brow slightly furrowing. Sensing no fluctuation of spiritual energy within Shen An, nor any aura of cultivation, he concluded that Shen An was at most a practitioner at the late stage of body refinement. How could such a level possibly defeat a warrior in the Guyuan realm? Could the rumors be false? As this thought crossed his mind, he forced a smile and remarked, "I did not expect that Elder Shen, as a mentor, would have a lower cultivation realm than his disciple." "This truly is a novel tale I have heard in decades." Indeed, a mere practitioner at the late stage of body refinement has managed to teach a waste with congenital meridian obstructions to the mid-chi. The smile on Qin Baishan's face gradually faded, his gaze turning icy as he shot a cold look at Lu Yinxin. Had it not been for Xiao Jingshua's presence, he would have already sent these individuals flying with a single slap for their audacity to speak to the Qin family in such a manner. Great-grandfather, let us ascend the mountain. Qin Shanhua finally spoke, her tone devoid of warmth. Qin Baishan nodded, and then seemed to recall something, speaking with a hint of indifference. Elder Shen, do not blame me for failing to warn you. The quota granted to Qingyan Peak by the king of Shen An was taken from the Shangwan family. When they arrive, it would be wise not to be so sharp-tongued. Otherwise, I may not be able to assist you. With that, the Qin family members proceeded up the mountain. Shen An furrowed his brow. In the realm of Chunyuan Mountain, the Shangwan family was indeed more formidable than the Qin family, for the current empress bore the surname Shangwan. Within the Eastern Palace, only two individuals held the highest authority. He had not anticipated that the quota given to him by Xiao Aohai was indeed taken from the Shangwan family. Shen An glanced at Xiao Jingxua, who slightly shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge regarding the matter. Seeing this, Shen An did not dwell on it further. After all, he had already encountered the steward of the Shangwan family during his time at the Murong family, thus planting the seeds of conflict long ago. If a real uproar were to ensue, he would immediately call upon Lu Yinxin to summon the people from Lingfu Mountain. Who was afraid of whom? As he contemplated, Shen An cast another glance at the enormous green serpent resting at the foot of the mountain, its eyes closed in slumber. Such a large serpent, a beast of demonic nature, must surely possess delicious meat, he mused. The green serpent opened its eyes, its cold, slit pupils emanating a dangerous glint as they fixed on Shen An. He hastily averted his gaze, momentarily forgetting that demonic beasts possessed an innate sense of danger. Let us ascend the mountain as well, he declared, as the group followed the Qin family, stepping onto the mist-shrouded mountain path. The silver-armored soldiers on either side maintained a stoic silence, standing like iron towers. Chunyuan Mountain is home to 10 Chunyuan pools, ascending from the mountainside to the summit. The Chunyuan pools are divided into 3 tiers. The first tier consists of the lower 4 pools, where the spiritual energy flows like water, abundant yet impure. The energy absorbed from these lower 4 pools, although plentiful, requires subsequent refinement. The second tier comprises the middle 3 pools, where the spiritual energy is crystalline, both abundant and pure. The third tier is the most significant, encompassing the upper 3 pools. The spiritual energy here is concentrated, with a single pool rivaling the vastness of the ocean, and its purity is unparalleled. Spending a month in the upper 3 pools, even those with the most lackluster talent, provided they could absorb the spiritual energy, would undoubtedly achieve a breakthrough of a minor realm. It is said that many years ago, Xiao Aohai had resided in one of these upper 3 pools, directly transcending a significant realm from the peak of the Guyuan realm to the Diling realm, almost breaching the mid-Diling stage. This starkly illustrates that the other 7 pools are entirely incomparable to the upper 3. Chapter 58. Why are you shouting so loudly? A group of individuals made their way along the mountain path and arrived at the mid-slope, where the presence of the silver-armored army had noticeably increased. At the forefront, a lavish carriage, known as the Phoenix Palanquin, was stationed. Today marked the day when the Chunyuan Mountain was opened, and only one member of the royal family would be permitted to visit the imperial pool, none other than the crown prince. Without a doubt, the occupant of the palanquin was the crown prince's biological mother, Consort Li, who was also the person entrusted by Shen An to deliver an item to her. However, it was not Shen An himself who would carry out the delivery. Previously, Xian Yuzi had mentioned that he merely needed to use his words, and the reason for this was to have Princess Xiao Jingxua make the delivery. After all, Shen An was affiliated with Lingfu Mountain and needed to maintain a respectful distance from Consort Li. Conversely, having Princess Xiao Jingxue approach would pose no issues for the Empress. "I pay my respects to Consort Li," Shen An said, as he and his companions stepped forward to offer their greetings, while the members of the Qin family had already begun ascending the mountain. "Please, no need." Shen An glanced at Xiao Jingxue, who understood and stepped forward. "Your Highness, it has been a long time since we last met that I have specially prepared some elixirs to nourish one's spirit and replenish blood." "I hope you will not find them unworthy," spoke a woman adorned in resplendent attire from within the palanquin. "It is you, Jingxue. Come inside." Consort Li beckoned as Xiao Jingxue lifted the canopy and entered. Shen An caught a glimpse of Consort Li seated within. She was stunningly beautiful, truly deserving of being the Emperor's most favored consort, holding a position that could rival that of the Empress. After Consort Li acknowledged him with a slight nod and a smile, the canopy was lowered. "Elder Shen, shall we ascend the mountain as well?" inquired Lu Yunqin softly. Shen An nodded. If it allowed Murong Tian to linger in the Chunyuan pool a little longer, the trio proceeded up the slope, while Xiao Jingxue remained behind to reminisce with Consort Li. Currently, the Crown Prince was engaged in cultivation at the Imperial Chunyuan pool at the very summit, leaving the remaining 9 pools for others. As they slowly ascended, they noticed that 2 of the lower 4 pools had already been claimed. These belonged to factions subordinate to the Qin and Shangwan families, with whom Shen An was unfamiliar. The group did not linger but passed by the lower 4 pools, continuing their ascent. Although the surrounding mist was not as dense as that at the mid-slope, it was evident from Murong Tian's expression that the spiritual energy here was considerably richer. In the middle 3 pools, 2 were occupied by other descendants of the Qin family. They sat cross-legged in the center of the pool, eyes closed in meditation, while an elder from the Qin family stood guard outside, preventing any disturbances. Upon noticing Shen An and his companions intending to proceed further, one elder from the Qin family frowned and feigned a warning. "I advise you to remain in the lower 4 pools. Both here and the remaining pools above are claimed by the Shangwan family. There is no place for you here." Shen An glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, did the pools above bear the name of the Shangwan family?" After all, members of the Shangwan family would be arriving soon, and should they discover that their pool had been occupied, they would surely erupt in fury. There would be quite the spectacle to behold then. "Master, do we truly need to go up?" Murong Tian hesitated. "Since we have come this far, we must allow you to cultivate in the upper 3 pools. Otherwise, what would be the point of this journey?" Shen An replied calmly. "But what about the Shangwan family?" Murong Tian began. "Fear not. I shall handle matters concerning the Shangwan family," Shen An interjected. Before Murong Tian could finish his thought, Lu Yunqin spoke softly, her demeanor tranquil. "What your master says is correct that if you genuinely wish to set foot in the Tianxue sect in half a year, cultivating in the upper 3 pools will provide you with significant benefits. After all, the head of the Shangwan family was at the initial stage of the heavenly spirit realm. His own master needed no introduction, and even Elder Lu was only at the peak of the earth spirit realm. If a dispute were to arise over this pool, would it not spiral out of control, potentially leading to physical confrontation? Noticing his apprehension, Lu Yunqin gently patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. "Focus solely on your cultivation. A mere initial stage heavenly spirit cultivator is nothing to fear, even if it comes to a confrontation." Murong Tian felt deeply moved and nodded earnestly. His master and mistress. No, his master and elder. Shen An was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Lu Yunqin to possess such confidence. While the Shangwan family might fear Lingfu Mountain, they would not regard a figure of modest standing within Lingfu Mountain such as the Qingyun Peak Master, with trepidation. He had assumed she had followed him to leverage his status as an elder of Lingfu Mountain and the Prince of the South to intimidate the Shangguan family, yet it seemed she dismissed the heavenly spirit realm entirely. Did the Prince of the South provide her with some hidden trump card? Shen An pondered this, but ultimately shook his head. Regardless, if it meant saving his solitary heavenly spirit skill card, he welcomed the reprieve. The trio continued their ascent, and soon enough, a clearing appeared ahead. In the clearing, there were two nearby Chunyuan pools, and in the distance, shrouded in mist, another could be faintly discerned. This particular pool appeared to be the most spiritually rich, with exquisite water quality. Seated within was a youth clad in golden robes, his visage obscured, yet an air of nobility emanated from him. Without a doubt, he was the current crown prince, Xiao Tianzi. Beside him stood a youthful-looking eunuch with white hair, maintaining a barrier to shield Xiao Tianzi from external disturbances. The two nearby Chunyuan pools were occupied, with the left one claimed by Qin Xianyue, protected by a barrier conjured by Qin Beishan. Among the three pools, only the right one remained vacant. Upon seeing Shen An and his companions approach, Qin Beishan furrowed his brow slightly. "Disciple, go forth." Qin Beishan shook his head inwardly, a mocking glint in his eyes. Just as Murong Tian had just entered a meditative state, a thunderous voice erupted from Shen An turned to see a group of individuals striding toward them, their faces contorted with fury. At the forefront was a burly middle-aged man with leopard-like eyes and a beard, accompanied by his tall son. They were none other than Shangguan Bao, the head of the Shangguan family, and his son, Shangguan Jie. Upon observing that the right pool had been claimed, Shangguan Bao's expression darkened as he directed his ire toward Shen An. He had heard from the Qin family elder about the intruders in the middle three pools, and upon arriving, he saw that it was indeed Lingfu Mountain's people who had taken what was rightfully theirs. Having already lost one spot, he was further enraged to find the master of the meager Qingyun Peak daring to act with such impudence, as if he were defecating on the head of the Shangguan family. With a fierce glare, Shangguan Bao bellowed, "Get that brat out of there this instant." Hearing his commanding tone, Shen An frowned. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Chapter 59. What is your standing? This quota was personally bestowed by the Prince of Shen An. Do you, Shangguan Bao, dare to defy His Highness? Shen An spoke loudly. The words nearly made Shangguan Bao spit blood in fury. Behind him, Shangguan Jie stepped forward coldly. The quota from Qingyun Peak was originally taken from my Shangguan family, that my father, being magnanimous, chose not to pursue this matter, yet you still allow Murong Tian to occupy my designated pool. Is that not an egregious overreach? His expression was grim. This third pool had originally been earmarked for him, yet it was now claimed by another. Shen An cast a glance at him. Youngster of the Shangguan clan, you must speak with evidence. Is this pool inscribed with your name? Or did your family construct it? Is not all land under heaven the domain of the king? This pure Yuan pool is a gift from His Majesty. It operates on a first-come, first-served basis. How can you claim it as yours? Or is it that your Shangguan family has laid claim to the emperor's possessions? You! Shangguan Bao was incensed, his fists cracking. Such an accusation was a death sentence for the Shangguan family. Lu Yanqin, listening to Shen An's words, shook her head and chuckled softly in terms of verbal sparring. This leader of Qingyun Peak indeed appeared quite adept. Sharp-tongued and skilled in If you do not permit him to leave, I will personally extract him. Shangguan Bao huffed, directing his gaze toward Murong Tian in the pool, and suddenly reached out. In an instant, a tempest arose, accompanied by a formidable force that coalesced into a... The horrific pressure emanating from that hand left Murong Tian breathless and immobile, seemingly at the mercy of another. However, just as the great hand approached the pure Yuan pool, an afterimage of a palm arrived first. Boom! The palm shadow collided with the massive hand, producing a thunderous roar that made the earth tremble slightly. Is it not beneath the dignity of the Shangguan patriarch to strike at a junior? A figure clad in elegant green stood tranquilly before the pool. Shangguan Bao narrowed his eyes. Lu Yanqin, I advise you to refrain from meddling in the affairs of Qingyun Peak. He held a degree of trepidation regarding this woman, that as one of the elders of Lingfu Mountain, and with close ties to the prince. We are all members of Lingfu Mountain. How can there be such a thing as idle matters? Shangguan Bao furrowed his brow, feeling uncertain that he had heard that Qingyun Peak was not well regarded within Lingfu Mountain. Why would Lu Yinqin come personally to defend Shen An and his disciple? Shangguan Bao clenched his fists, his expression shifting between dark and light. Under normal circumstances, he would avoid offending Lu Yinqin, considering her backing from Lingfu Mountain and the Prince of Shen An. Yet today was different. Due to certain circumstances, his son needed to cultivate and break through in the third pool. Lu Yinqin, since you insist on provoking my Shangguan family, do not blame me for disregarding Lingfu Mountain's face. Shangguan Bao huffed coldly, stepping forward. In an instant, the oppressive aura of a celestial spirit realm enveloped the venue, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble as the clouds churned. It seemed as if heavenly might was. Qin Baishan, Shangguan Jie, and the others sensed this celestial pressure and felt an ominous premonition of what was to come. The gulf between the earth spirit realm and the celestial spirit realm, even if only a minor difference in rank, was like the chasm between heaven and earth. Lu Yinqin could not withstand Shangguan Bao's might. Step aside, he bellowed, raising his fist to strike. His fist was unleashed. Shadowy images of the overwhelming celestial might contained within it, if not for careful restraint, could easily obliterate half of this mountain. This was the celestial spirit realm. Seeing him dare to make a move, Lu Yinqin elegantly waved her hand, and unbeknownst to Wen, a silver chain adorned her hand, emitting a melodious chime that sounded like celestial music. She thrust her palm forward, and countless palm shadows danced and swirled, accompanied by the image of a new moon, creating an ethereal sensation. This was the Earth Tier martial technique, Mirror Moon Palm. Boom! As her palm struck, the new moon image and the towering mountains shattered simultaneously, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that sent surrounding trees and vegetation flying, leaving the area. Fortunately, Murong Tian was shielded by Lu Yinqin and remained unscathed by the backlash. The Crown Prince and Qin Xianyue were also under protective barriers, unharmed as for Shen An. What are you doing? Next to the highest pool, the elderly eunuch frowned at the figure hiding behind him. I feared the residual waves might disturb His Royal Highness, so I came to assist, Shen An replied, putting on an air of righteous indignation. The eunuch's lips twitched. Assist? Hiding behind him to assist. Had it not been for Shen An's late-stage body refinement cultivation and his ties to Lingfu Mountain and the Prince of Shen An, he would have been slapped dead the moment he dared approach the Crown Prince. Shen An had precisely leveraged the fact that the eunuch would not strike him, thus brazenly hiding behind him. There was no choice. Even the residual waves of this battle could easily shred a late-stage body refinement cultivator. There was no way around it, and Lu Yinqin would certainly assume he could withstand it, hence she would not come to his aid. After all, he had previously defeated Li Yin with several strikes during the set. As the residual waves dissipated and the dust settled, Lu Yinqin stood unwavering in her green attire, her silver chains glow receding. An Earth-tier superior attack spirit tool. Shangguan Bao's expression darkened, revealing his Given that the opponent was at the peak of the Earth spirit realm, with one foot in the celestial spirit realm, it was entirely reasonable for her to withstand that previous strike with the aid of a superior spirit tool. You Lingfu Mountain members enjoy such favorable treatment. A mere elder of the Five Peaks possesses an Earth-tier superior spirit tool, the eunuch remarked with surprise. Glancing sideways, the Earth-tier superior spirit tools were scarce even within the court. The disparity was vast. Shen An raised an eyebrow. He was uncertain whether the silver chain belonged to Lu Yunqin or was bestowed by the sect leader. It was no wonder she claimed not to fear the initial stage of the celestial spirit. Qin Baishan observed Lu Yunqin, who stood immovable against the attack from the celestial spirit realm, furrowing his brow. With an Earth-tier superior spirit tool in hand, it would not be so simple for Shangwan Bao to subdue her. If they were to truly engage in battle, it was likely that pure Yuan Mountain would be left in ruins. Shangwan Bao understood this well, hence he turned his gaze toward the Qin family. Old Master Qin, if Jie... Lu Yunqin's delicate brows furrowed. Upon hearing his words, Qin Baishan pondered briefly before nodding indifferently and slowly taking a step forward. With that single step, the sky darkened dramatically, and thunder roared with fury. It was as if a ferocious beast was stirring the storm in the clouds, intent on overturning the heavens. As the overwhelming pressure spread, pure Yuan Mountain trembled violently, and those near the third and... This was the pressure of a late-stage celestial spirit realm expert. Chapter 60. For the Master is here. In the realm of the third stage, there exists a chasm between each realm. The Earth Spirit Realm possesses the ability to harness the power of the Earth, effortlessly cleaving mountains and halting waterfalls, while the Heaven Spirit Realm is already imbued with the might of celestial authority. Under the overwhelming celestial power, all are but mere ants. If the celestial might of Shangwan Bao is akin to the flicker of a firefly, then the celestial might of Qin Baishan shines like the luminous stars. He stands there as if embodying the very heavens, confronting the firmament itself. Beneath such an immense pressure, Lu Yunqin's delicate brows furrowed, and her fair visage turned slightly pale. Even with a superior grade Earth tier, or even a Heaven tier spirit artifact, it remained impossible. It was unexpected that the Qin family would dispatch the elder Qin to pure Yuan Mountain, and even more so that he would intervene on behalf of the Shangwan family. Though the two families had a decent relationship, it seemed rather excessive to this extent, as there was no reason to offend Lingfu Mountain and the king of Shen An. Kangwu Realm. Lu Yunqin murmured to herself, "Realize I shall not harm you." Qin Baishan spoke with indifference, his gaze devoid of emotion. As his words fell, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the heavens, there emanated an undeniable aura of dominance. Lu Yunqin's brows knitted tighter, yet she remained rooted in place, her expression growing grave. Deep within, she wavered. If it were merely the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm, unless she too ascended to the Heaven Spirit Realm. Within the pool, Murong Tian sensed the formidable pressure and observed Elder Lu's predicament. Although his eye will simply enter the middle three pools. Hearing the youth's evidently despondent and worried words, Lu Yunqin weighed her options, ultimately releasing a soft sigh. Witnessing this scene, both Shangwan Bao, the Qin family's withdrawal from the engagement is only natural. Yet you still dare to set a 3-year agreement, foolishly relying on your useless master of late-stage body refinement to... If your master truly had any ability, would he allow you to hide behind a woman? How could you emerge from the upper three pools so disgracefully? Such scornful words caused Murong Tian's fists to clench tightly. His eyes, Murong Tian halted, suppressing his rage and lowering the black sword. The gazes of the onlookers shifted towards Shen An, who slightly turned his head, stepping forward slowly. Seeing him stop Murong Tian's actions, Shangwan Jie assumed it was out of fear of Qin Baishan's power. Otherwise, if he dared to strike, I wouldn't mind demonstrating the gap between talent and uselessness, allowing him to recognize his own limitations and spare himself the embarrassment at Tinshua's sect. The gap between talent and true talent can be trampled underfoot. As his words fell, a dramatic shift enveloped Shen An, a wild wind billowing his robes and tousling the silver strands at his temples, that an overwhelming aura of sharpness began to emanate from him. The eunuch closest to Shen An felt a jolt of fear, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged man of late-stage body refinement. Murong Tian clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. The latter felt the oppressive sharpness and was overcome with a sense of danger, leaving him horrified. How could a late-stage body refinement practitioner invoke such feelings in a late-stage heaven spirit? Today, you may sit in the pool undisturbed. No one can drive you away, for the master is here. As the final word fell, it struck like thunder, leaving all present in a state of shock. Sword, come! Shen An bellowed. Buzz! The black sword in Murong Tian's grasp trembled violently, soaring from his hand toward the direction indicated as the sword was seized. Shen An's repressed aura exploded forth, soaring into the heavens as an overwhelming intent of the sword emerged. Under such formidable sword intent, the heavens lamented, and the thunderous roar summoned by Qin Beishan seemed insignificant in comparison. This sword intent. It is the sword intent. This is bad. Qin Beishan's pupils contracted sharply, his heart racing. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his earth-tier spirit armor, desperately channeling the spiritual essence within him. Shangguan Bao, in turn, turned pale with fright. Lu Yinqin was also taken aback, staring blankly at the white-robed, middle-aged man, momentarily forgetting her train of thought. With a single sword, all present felt their pupils constrict as a brilliant, blinding sword light cleaved forth from the black sword. Under this radiant sword light, the world dimmed, and all things lost their color. The vegetation within several miles trembled, producing a resounding chant of swords. Qin Beishan was filled with terror, feeling an overwhelming sense of insignificance in the face of that sword light. In an instant, the barrier before him shattered, and even the precious armor paled in comparison that it could not withstand. He abruptly shifted to evade, narrowly avoiding the sword light, yet still spat blood, wounded by the razor-sharp sword energy. Boom! The sword light, undiminished in its momentum, struck a low hill ahead with a thunderous roar that echoed deafeningly. Under the astonished gazes of all, that hill was cleaved in two. The sword intent lingered, connecting the heavens and the earth. The blinding sunlight cascaded down, and the crowd looked up, their breaths catching in their throats. The raging thunder summoned by Qin Beishan had ceased, and the rolling dark clouds were cleaved apart, revealing it was as if dawn had broken, illuminating the night sky. The power of this sword had split the mountain. Cleave the heavens, Chapter 61, because his master is me. The formidable sword intent radiated outward, causing the barriers surrounding the two pure yuan pools to tremble violently. The startled eunuch hastily unleashed his spiritual essence to stabilize the barrier, ensuring that Shao Tiance within could continue his cultivation undisturbed. However, Qin Shanyu was not so fortunate. With the elder Qin gravely injured, the barrier shattered accordingly. The piercing sword intent washed over her, causing her brows to furrow and her complexion to pale. Upon witnessing the scene outside, Qin Shanyu's mouth fell agape in disbelief. The entire Pure Yuan mountain was enveloped in a profound silence, an eerie stillness akin to death. Qin Beishan spat blood, looking extremely disheveled as he gasped for air, devoid of any His eyes were filled with horror as he fixated on Shen An, who stood proudly with a black sword in hand. That strike just now, had the opponent not deliberately held back, it could have posed a lethal threat to his very life. That single blow had truly grazed the realm of Tao, surpassing the capabilities of ordinary earthly powers. Murong Tian's mouth hung open in shock. That sword strike was delivered by his master? One sword. Cleave the mountain in twain. One sword that could even split the heavens? Admiration value 30. It was evident that this sword had profoundly impacted the youth, earning him an immediate 30 points in admiration value. Shen An cast a gentle glance back, locking eyes with the youth, his tone calm, yet exuding an overwhelming sense of reassurance. Disciple. Focus on. He had not anticipated his master to be this formidable. With him guarding outside, surely neither the Qin family nor the Shangguan family would dare to act, allowing him to cultivate in peace. Lu Yunqin gazed at the middle-aged man wielding the sword, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she scrutinized him. Today, my disciple claims this pure yuan pool. Do you have? Just moments ago, he indeed had the opportunity to slay Qin Baishan directly, but refrained due to the principle of cost versus benefit. First, killing Qin Baishan would undoubtedly provoke the Qin family, especially with Qin Shan Yu currently backed by the Tianxua sect, making her troublesome to deal with. Having already expended his sole heavenly spirit realm skill card, it was unwise to provoke so many formidable foes. Second, this was royal territory. Killing a member of the Qin family here would lead to significant complications. Thus, that strike was aimed primarily at intimidation, that as it now appeared, the effect was remarkably successful. Upon hearing these words, Qin Baishan's expression grew uncertain. Opting for silence, he was still haunted by the memory of that sword strike, cursing, "Damn it! With such overwhelming strength, why feign being merely at the late stage of body refinement? Just that one strike, there were no more than a handful of individuals in the entire Din dynasty who could withstand it. Had he known the extent of such prowess, he would have refrained from posturing." With Qin Baishan silent, Shen An turned his gaze toward Shangguan Bao and his son. Shangguan Jie appeared as pale as a ghost, his mind still reeling. Shangguan Bao also wore a look of trepidation, swallowing hard. With such a sword strike, one could easily slay 100 of him. However, the position of this pure yuan pool was crucial for their future. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. "Elder Shun, this pool has always been utilized by my Shangguan family, and it was granted by Her Majesty the Empress herself that if you allocate it to Murong Tian, it may displease Her Majesty, wouldn't it?" After witnessing that sword strike, the old man was now utterly deflated, his tone lacking its previous bravado. The implication was clear. He intended to leverage the Empress's authority to exert pressure. Shen An raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Why was this fellow so adamant about the position of this pure yuan pool? Earlier, Qin Baishan seemed equally motivated, perhaps due to that Kangwu realm. "Master Shangguan, your words are rather excessive. The Empress merely bestowed a quota upon the Shangguan family, yet never specified which pool exclusive. It was none other than the Leaf Fei. Having heard the commotion from halfway up the mountain, she had initially intended to refrain from intervening. However, Xiao Jingshue's persistent nudging, coupled with the knowledge that Shen An had brought along, upon reaching the summit, she beheld the astonishing sword strike severing the distant peak. "Greetings, Li Fei." As those present spotted her arrival, they promptly bowed in respect. There is no need for such formalities. Li Fei waved her hand gently. "Since your Shangguan family arrived late, there is nothing more to discuss." Shangguan Bao's expression turned utterly grim, shifting between shades of blue and red, ultimately left with no choice but to concede. There was no arguing with Li Fei. Even if the Empress herself were to arrive, reclaiming this pool would be a formidable task. "Peak Master, are you all right?" Xiao Jingxue rushed to Shen An's side, her eyes filled with concern and astonishment. "I am fine." Xiao Jingxue examined the black sword, then glanced at the gorge cleaved by that strike. Her gaze contemplative. It seemed her peak master's hidden strength was formidable indeed. With that single Shangguan Bao cast a cold glance at the pure yuan pool where Murong Tian resided, then begrudgingly led the still reluctant Shangguan Jie toward the central three pools. Qin Baishan returned to Qin Shan Yu's side, sitting down to recuperate. Meanwhile, Qin Shan Yu, typically aloof and proud, displayed a flicker of intrigue as she gazed at Shen An, seemingly astonished by the earlier sword strike. Yet, it was merely a fleeting moment before she resumed her meditation. "Elder Shun, you are indeed impressive. far from the rumors that circulate. Li Fei stepped forward, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded Shen and Zai. "Your Majesty flatters me." Shen and Zai replied humbly, clasping his hands in respect. Li Fei's gaze shifted past him to the black-clad youth within the pool, her eyes gleaming with appreciation. "You and your disciple share a similar spirit, unafraid of authority, with a commendable tenacity. With a little over half a year remaining in the 3-year agreement." Such unassuming words instilled in those present a curious illusion, perhaps. It truly was possible. Chapter 62. The Kangwu Realm. The heart of Kangwu. Li Fei smiled gently. This palace eagerly anticipates that day. Having said this, she gave a slight nod to the eunuch before turning to leave. "We bid fair." Fortunately, the quota for this pool had been secured in the span of a month. It would depend on whether that rascal Murong Tian could muster the resolve to break through to the returning Yuan realm. Just as he settled down, he sensed a gaze fixed upon him from nearby. Turning to look, he found Lu Yunqing's beautiful eyes sparkling with interest, a smile dancing on her lips. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny, he cleared his throat and spoke. "Ahem, Elder Lu, I realize I might be rather handsome, but you needn't gaze at me so intently. It's quite embarrassing. I am in the late stage of body refinement. Isn't it obvious?" Shen An shrugged nonchalantly. "Do you believe me? What do you think?" Lu Yunqing smiled slightly, continuing to observe. She had a vague sense that the sword strike earlier could not have been Shen An's own power, and if he could conceal his sword intent and strength so adeptly, his true realm might very well have reached the Qinquan realm. Was that even possible? It seemed utterly implausible. Was that sword strike earlier a life-preserving trump card left for you by your sworn brother? She ventured cautiously. Shen An raised an eyebrow and nodded eagerly. "You're quite perceptive." He had been searching. In the future, he could simply attribute any skill cards or such to the life-preserving trump card given by his sworn brother. Upon hearing his admission, Lu Yunqing nodded in realization, her doubts dissipating. She then spoke in a serious tone. "Do you know about the Kangwu realm?" Shen An's heart stirred as he recalled that the words of Shangguan Bao and Qin Beishan had mentioned the Kangwu realm. "I have never heard of it." Seeing his ignorance, Lu Yunqing lifted her garment and sat beside him on the blue stone, slowly explaining, while Xiao Jingxue stood behind them, listening intently. The Kangwu realm. He was a nirvana powerhouse among the upper 3 realms, but unfortunately perished in a battle against his foes, leaving no trace of his remains. And his residence has since gone missing, with many martial artists from the central continent searching in vain. Yet, from what Shangguan Bao mentioned earlier, the Kangwu realm may have appeared within the boundaries of the southern Zhu domain. Listening to Lu Yunqing's words, Shen An's eyes widened in astonishment. The residence of a powerhouse from the upper 3 realms. Naturally, there is no need to elaborate on the martial skills and treasures within, but the true significance of the Kangwu realm lies in the inheritance regarding how the Kangwu Venerable ascended to the upper 3 realms. What is that? Shen An furrowed his... However, there is another rumor that suggests the Kangwu Venerable was not a genius at all, but rather had extremely low aptitude in his youth. His remarkable achievements were attributed to one particular... He had never heard of such a thing. Wutong Resting Phoenix. Raging fire burning the heavens. Divine Phoenix undergoing nirvana. Kangwu bathed in flames. The so-called heart of Kangwu refers to the heart of the old body that the Divine Phoenix shed. Some say it can enhance one's aptitude, allowing even those with innate disabilities to transform into prodigies. At this point, she carefully observed Shen An's expression, noticing his brows slightly raised. Moreover, this fire was the object of desire for countless alchemists. Mastering the Nirvana Divine Fire would not only provide immense convenience and benefits in alchemy, but also grant alchemists powerful offensive. Perhaps the sect master will receive news soon. With Lu Yunqing's words, Shen An began to understand. And oh wonder Qin Beishan was assisting Shangguan Bao so fervently. It turned out that the two families had intentions of collaborating to venture into the Kangwu realm. If that is the case, there must be some restriction. To enter the Kangwu realm, one must not exceed the age of 20. Shen An was not surprised. See, all opportunities are bound to restrict stronger individuals from entering. Otherwise, how would the protagonist have a chance to seize the spoils? Unfortunately, it seemed that he was not destined to be the protagonist, as he had already surpassed 30 years of age. This meant only a group of younger individuals could enter to compete for the heart of Kangwu. Setting aside the heart of Kangwu, the residence left behind by a Nirvana realm powerhouse would undoubtedly be filled with countless treasures. Even without the heart of Kangwu, acquiring some other elixirs or spiritual artifacts would still be a tremendous opportunity. Shen An shook his head, realizing that overthinking was futile. He wouldn't even be able to enter. Just as the two were conversing, Xiao Jingxue suddenly covered her mouth, gazing in astonishment at the pool. Shen An and Lu Yinqin furrowed their brows and followed her gaze, only to be taken aback. There, seated in the center of the pool, was Murong Tian, surrounded by swirling white mist that formed a massive vortex hovering above his head. Countless strands of rich spiritual energy surged wildly toward him. Qin Xinyue, having just entered a meditative state, opened her eyes again, looking toward the black-clad youth. She could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy in her pool seemed to be drawn by some inexplicable... The crown prince, Xiao Tiance, also opened his long-closed eyes, frowning as he observed. Buzz! The sound of sword cries echoed incessantly as Murong Tian maintained. As the Wushuang sword control technique operated, he began to madly absorb the spiritual energy present. Not only was the spiritual energy from the upper three pools being drawn, but even the middle three pools and lower four pools exhibited the same phenomenon. The entire Pure Yuan Mountain was in a frenzy, channeling its spiritual energy toward Murong Tian. This was no mere absorption of spiritual energy. It was outright thievery. Qin Baishan and the eunuch exchanged serious glances, their eyes fixed on the black. The commotion caused by absorbing spiritual energy was unprecedented. At what level of cultivation technique was Murong Tian practicing? Chapter 63. As long as it lasts, he shall persevere. Shen An. The ethereal energy transformed into a vortex of mist, surging forth in relentless waves. Such commotion was far beyond what ordinary techniques could summon. Although Shen An smiled, he feigned nonchalance, shaking his head. What temperament? If this lad possessed even a fraction of my composure and modesty, he would not have attracted such a tumult. Xiao Jingxue and Lu Yinqin both paused, instinctively casting their eyes toward modesty. Xiao Tiance wore a solemn expression as he turned to the eunuch beside him. Yuan Gonggong, who is this person? Replying to your highness, this individual is named Murong Tian, the son of the head of the Murong. Was it not said that Murong Tian was born with obstructed meridians? Yet here he was, having not only reached the mid-stage of Qi, but also exhibiting a terrifyingly rapid absorption rate of spiritual energy. What grade of technique is he cultivating, and who imparted it to him? Xiao Tiance inquired gravely, his gaze fixed intently on Murong Tian. His own practice was the Nine Sovereigns art, a high-grade earth-tier technique, yet it could not muster such grandeur. The only possibility remained. That Murong Tian's cultivation method must be of the heavenly tier, a technique that was non-existent throughout the entire Dyn dynasty, or even the entirety of the South Ju domain. While the royal family possessed a heavenly tier martial art known as the Divine Dragon Technique, and the leader of the Tianxue sect had a similar grade martial skill, neither the Dyn dynasty royal family nor the Tianxue sect had access. If this information were to spread, it would undoubtedly provoke a tremendous uproar. Shen An. Xiao Tiance pondered, seemingly recalling this name. Observing his contemplation, Yuan Gonggong hastily recounted the events that had transpired. When he learned that Shen An had previously acted with restraint and today unleashed a sword strike that even Yuan Gonggong found unsettling, Xiao Tiance was visibly shocked. Such a figure should be courted, never offended. In an instant he reached a decision. Although heavenly tier techniques were immensely precious, if they were unsuitable, forced cultivation would yield adverse results. Observing the sword energy radiating from Murong Tian, it was clear that his technique was a swordsmanship method. A heavenly tier swordsmanship technique would not suit him as well as the Earth Tier 9 Sovereign's art. Understood, Your Highness. Yuan Gonggong replied respectfully, simultaneously employing his ability. Xiao Tians nodded slightly, casting one last profound glance at Shen An and his disciple before returning to his own cultivation. As for Qin Xinyue. At this moment, she gazed somewhat absent-mindedly at the young man in black, whose cultivation was steadily advancing within the pool. Was this truly the Murong Tian from her memories? The one meticulously nurtured by the Murong family, who ultimately amounted to nothing more than a mere body-refining stage. Waste. After over 2 years at Qingyan Peak, he had now reached the mid-stage of Qi Si. While this could only be considered slightly above average, it was essential to recognize that this was merely the result of his 2 years of effort. And all of this stemmed from that man. The gazes of Qin Xianyue and Qin Beishan converged upon Shen An, who was engaged in cheerful conversation with Lu Yunxin. Xianyue, even if he were given another year, he might not reach the Earth Spirit Realm, especially with only half a year remaining now. Qin Beishan offered consolation, uncertain whether his words were meant for her or himself. Qin Xianyue shook her head slightly, dismissing the matter from her thoughts. Her aspirations extended far beyond a mere Murong Tian. She aimed for the entirety of the South Ju domain, for the most outstanding disciple of the Qian Dao sect of the Ping Tian dynasty. That individual, merely 20 years old, yet already standing at the threshold of the Qian Kuan realm, a true prodigy, comparatively, a mere Murong Tian was akin to the glow of a firefly against the brilliance of the full moon. The 3-year agreement was but a jest. Even if Murong Tian were to begin to reveal his talents, the chasm between them would only widen, rendering it unworthy of concern. Great-grandfather, I implore you to safeguard me. I wish to break through to the Earth Spirit Realm in the time to come. Qin Xianyue spoke softly, closing her eyes. Very well. Qin Beishan nodded emphatically, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He had been concerned that Murong Tian's recent performance might affect the latter's state of mind, but it seemed that the mere jester remained just that, a jester. True geniuses hardly deigned to glance back. As the astonishment of the crowd gradually subsided, the upper 3 pools returned to tranquility. Only the vortex of spiritual energy above Murong Tian's head lingered, still conspicuous. Despite this, the sheer volume of spiritual energy surging in from all directions remained immense. At a glance, the purity of the spiritual energy within the pure Yuan pool, where Murong Tian resided, appeared to be on the verge of surpassing that of the royal family's exclusive pools. Bolstered by such an abundance of spiritual energy, Murong Tian's cultivation continued to progress steadily, incrementally advancing. In a month's time, I wonder how the girl, possessing a delicate demeanor, expressed a hint of concern in her eyes. If senior brother Murong wishes to seize this opportunity, he must endure an extraordinary degree of suffering. The flow of such spiritual energy within his meridians is akin to continuously enduring the pain of needles piercing his flesh. Lu Yunxin nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in her words. The ability to attract a quantity of spiritual energy is one factor. The capacity to endure and assimilate such overwhelming energy is another. Listening to their discourse, Shen An chuckled softly, shaking his head. What he trusted most about Morong Tian was not his aptitude for cultivation, nor his diligence, but rather his indomitable spirit, one that would persist even if it meant biting through his own teeth to rise. Lu Yinqin looked on in astonishment. He is but a youth. It seems you hold great faith in your disciple? In the face of her skepticism, Shen An merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Throughout this period, he had witnessed Morong Tian's diligence and fortitude that if he could endure the excruciating pain of washing marrow pills without uttering a word, how trivial could the mere rushing of spiritual energy be? It was unclear when exactly Shen An had genuinely accepted Morong Tian as his disciple. Observing his gradual growth, listening to the praises he received, the proud master could not help but smile, feeling a sense of gratification. Such is the essence of the teacher-student relationship. Chapter 64. Fourth-rank pills, measured by the gene. In the following days, Shen An was accompanied by a few individuals by the side of the pool. Lu Yinqin sat cross-legged in meditation, appearing to be in the midst of cultivation, yet there was no discernible fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from her. This piqued Shen An's curiosity. It seemed that she had already attained the Earth Spirit Realm when she entered the Lingfu Mountain many years ago at that time. She was merely in her 20s, and her innate talent did not appear to be significantly inferior to that of Qin Xinyue. However, how could it be that after all these years, she remained at the Earth Spirit Realm? Had she neglected her cultivation? That seemed improbable. Throughout the years, aside from significant matters concerning the sect, Lu Yinqin had remained secluded, consistently residing on Qingluan Peak. If not for some extraordinary reason, she should have already reached the Celestial Spirit Realm by now. Was it possible that, like Xiao Jingxue, she had been delayed in her cultivation due to a severe poison afflicting her? But that did not seem plausible. Observing her rosy complexion and the rich, enduring aura she exuded, she appeared to be in perfect health. Yet, her cultivation was undeniably limited to the Earth Spirit Realm. Shen An found himself perplexed, and moreover, it was said that Lu Yinqin was not originally from the Great Dynasty, but had come from elsewhere. Her exact identity remained a mystery, and no one had ever heard her speak of it. Gazing at the serene beauty of the woman, Shen An shook his head slightly. Choosing not to dwell further on the matter, he resumed his previous activities, engrossed in perusing the books before him. Beside him, Xiao Jingxue also held a scroll, though she frequently cast anxious glances toward Morong Tian, who was now drenched in sweat, his body trembling slightly as if enduring immense pain. Qin Beishan watched this scene with a cold smile. The sheer volume of spiritual energy surging within him was overwhelming. It was challenging even for a practitioner at the return to Origin Realm to withstand. The fact that Morong Tian had managed to endure for 5 days was already astonishing. However, it seemed that this was where his endurance would reach its limit. Buzz! At that moment, the vortex of spiritual energy suddenly stirred. The aura within Morong Tian began to grow restless, and as he gritted his teeth and let out a low shout, a pop echoed that it was as though a droplet of water had fallen into the sea. He suddenly relaxed, gasping for at long last. After 5 consecutive days of relentless perseverance, his cultivation had progressed from the mid-stage of the Qi-Si realm to the late stage. Lu Yinqin slightly opened her eyes and turned her gaze in that direction. Achieving a breakthrough in merely 5 days was indeed rapid, but the price for such progress was the excruciating pain that Morong Tian had endured. Shen Otherwise, even if his meridians can withstand it, his spirit will not endure and will shatter. Lu Yunqin advised solemnly that I end the pool. Murong Tian slowly opened his eyes, looking somewhat weakly at Shen An, who was engrossed in his reading. Yet, all he received was a single statement. He may rest, but every minute and second wasted here must be repaid tenfold or 100-fold later. Shen An did not even lift his head, speaking in a calm tone. Shen An turned to her. Give it to him. It is up to him to decide whether to use it or not. All right. The young woman sighed lightly and retrieved a 3-pound wine jar from her storage ring. Senior brother Murong, if you truly cannot endure it any longer, then please take a moment to rest. Murong Tian fell silent, staring intently at the wine jar. After enduring the excruciating pain from the spiritual energy for 5 days without respite, he had initially managed to grit his teeth, but as time passed, even the most resilient heart would grow weary. Buzz! At that moment, the spiritual energy beside Qin Xianyue suddenly trembled. Streams of brownish-yellow aura began to circulate from the earth, continuously flowing into her body. She had already begun attempting to break through to the earth spirit realm. Witnessing this scene, Murong Tian gritted his teeth, having made his decision. Just as his master had said, to be lax for even a moment here would require even more time to compensate for it later. Little junior sister, your senior brother can still hold on. Murong Tian forced a smile, striving to appear relaxed. Yet Xiao Jingxue could clearly see that his eyes were bloodshot and his gums were bleeding. Observing him take the wine jar, she parted her lips, wanting to say something. But in the end, she remained silent and stepped back. After taking the wine jar, Murong Tian took a deep breath, removed the lid, and gazed at the dark green liquid within. Without a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and gulped down several large swigs. Although the liquid appeared unappealing, it was remarkably refreshing as it slid down his throat, alleviating much of his fatigue from the past days. After sealing the jar and setting it aside, he seemed to regain his vigor, once again entering a meditative state. The intensity of the surrounding spiritual energy surged even more than before. What is that? 4th-rank pills measured by the gene, setting aside the sheer quantity of medicinal materials required. One could only imagine the toll it would take on Su Teng. Tio produced 3 pounds of 4th-rank pills in a single night. Such prowess. Surely only the esteemed masters of Yaowang Valley, with their years of alchemical expertise, could achieve such a feat within the entire Nanja domain. I had thought you spent your days merely fishing and admiring flowers, Lu Yunqin remarked, casting another glance at the figure beside her. With 3 pounds of spirit-refreshing pills at his disposal, Murong Tian could indeed endure for a while longer. You do not know the extent of my endeavors. There is much more, Shen An replied with a faint smile. Lu Yunqin nodded silently in acknowledgement, not disputing his words. Indeed, she realized she knew little about this peak master of Qingyun Peak, for instance. Does achieving a black mud-like consistency enhance the efficacy of the medicine? Shen An's lips twitched slightly, opting not to respond. He had not intended for it to turn out this way. Without spiritual energy and mental force, he could not assist the medicinal liquid in coalescing into pills like an ordinary alchemist. He could only apply his knowledge of alchemy to merge the medicinal effects as best as he could. The Tioa produced this black mud-like substance was already a remarkable feat, Shen An sighed inwardly, glancing at Xiao Jingxue. Once he resolved her issue with the bone corrosion poison, he would leave the responsibility of alchemy to her. After all, she was genuinely interested in the art of alchemy, and cultivating her into the chief alchemist of at the very least, the pill she produced would surely be more visually appealing than his own unappealing concoction. Moreover, but most importantly, the products he crafted were unsellable. Their appearance was simply too abysmal. If he priced them too low, people would suspect them to be fakes, fearing potential hidden dangers that on the other side. Qin Baishan, who had initially prepared to witness Murong Tian's surrender, was left dumbfounded, as was the nauseated eunuch Yuan. Both blinked in astonishment as they beheld Murong Tian once again seated in meditation, utterly bewildered. What was that black-green concoction he had just consumed, resembling? Excrement? Was he not exhausted? Chapter 65. Murong Tian's madness in the ensuing days. The earth's energy surrounding Qin Qianyu grew increasingly potent. The ochre aura even tainted the pure Yuan pool. Within the royal-designated pool, Xiao Tianzu remained in a meditative posture, with eunuch Yuan employing a special restriction to prevent others from discerning the activities within. Thus, at that level, absorbing such vast quantities of spiritual energy yields diminishing returns. What is required instead is the power of heaven and earth. Over the span of more than 10 days, his cultivation progressed from the late Qi-Si stage to the pinnacle of the Qi-Si realm. Now, he was merely a step away from achieving the final stage of the lower three realms, needing only. Shen An had spent over half a month engrossed in his studies. Rubbing his weary eyes, he stretched lazily. The past few days had been exhausting, relying on a stone for rest, and unable to sleep. Thankfully, just a few more days remained before this arduous routine would conclude, and he could return to Qingyun Peak to enjoy a more leisurely life. Casting a glance at. As for the three individuals within the pool, they were merely enduring the strain out of course prior to entering. Qin Qianyu and Xiao Tian so had consumed high-grade spirit-restoring pills. Otherwise, a martial artist of the lower three realms would be at risk of sudden death from such prolonged exertion. Hearing Shen An's words, Lu Yunqin regarded him with a peculiar expression. What do you mean by your level of cultivation? Do you not experience fatigue? Lu Yunqin asked, somewhat skeptically. Of course. I am merely a Body Refinement Realm martial artist. Unlike you who are in the central three realms and possess the power of heaven and earth to sustain you, Shen An replied matter-of-factly. Not far away, Qin Baishan, seated in meditation to heal his injuries, twitched at the corner of his mouth. What was the meaning of this? Had he become so engrossed in playing the fool that he lost sight of his true capabilities? Over 20 days had passed, and the sword intent within him had yet to dissipate completely. His injuries remained unhealed. Hearing Shen An claim to be merely a Body Refinement Realm martial artist made him want to curse, but he held back, realizing that another strike would surely shatter his old bones. Lu Yunqin shot him an exasperated glance, disinterested in further conversation, her gaze shifting to Qin Qianyu. To condense such a rich earth energy upon her initial breakthrough, her talent is indeed extraordinary. Shen An dismissed her concerns. So what? It is precisely because the mountain is high that one feels a sense of achievement when standing atop it. Though he spoke confidently, he too felt uncertain within. Despite the system at his disposal, he was unsure whether he could enable Murong Tian to catch up in the forthcoming 6 months. The arrow was nocked and could not be unshot. The situation had reached a point of no return. All he could do was strive with all his might. He eagerly anticipated the rewards for assisting Murong Tian in winning this 3-year pact. Lu Yunqin, listening to his words, nodded gently, holding him in slightly higher regard for his mindset. Suddenly, as the two conversed, the brownish-yellow aura surrounding Qin Qianyu surged violently, continuously. Once the refinement is complete, she shall break through to the earth spirit realm, Lu Yunqin observed, her gaze sharpening. Given Qin Xianyu's current performance, it was evident she was handling the refinement. Qin Bashan opened his eyes, his expression one of excitement and pride. This was the descendant of the Qin family. Not yet 18 and already on the brink of becoming an earth spirit realm martial artist. Such talent rivaled even that of the disciples of the Qi Yun Dao sect. Amidst his exhilaration, he cast a sidelong glance at the black-clad youth nearby, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. It was fortunate that the engagement had been terminated early. A mere toad that had gained a modicum of fortune was unworthy of the Qin family's phoenix. Meanwhile, Murong Tian's forehead was lined with veins, sweat pouring down his face. After consuming the tranquil spirit pill, he had reached his limits, and no matter how he attempted to refine the spiritual energy, he could not attain the returning essence realm. The spiritual energy within him churned relentlessly, causing his meridians to swell painfully. Observing his agonized expression, Shen An frowned slightly. Did he wish to concoct a pill for him on the spot? But there was neither pot nor fire available. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that after consuming so many tranquil spirit pills, Murong Tian had developed a resistance to their effects. Any benefit would be negligible in the short term. Thus, even if he were to concoct a pill, its efficacy would be limited. At this juncture, it is merely a matter of how long. Although she possessed similar fifth-tier pills, she could not produce them. Murong Tian was merely at the Qi realm, and the fourth-tier tranquil spirit pill was already the limit. He could not withstand the potency of. As time ticked away, the Earth's energy surrounding Qin Xianyu visibly diminished, the pool gradually reverting to its pure white hue. On the other hand, Murong Tian's energy nearly burst forth several times. He attempted to condense the energy for the returning essence. Yet blood trickled from the corners of his mouth with each failed effort. That moment, a powerful pressure suddenly erupted from Qin Xianyu, enveloping the entire area. This aura was as heavy as the earth itself, suffocating in its intensity. It is done. In Earth Spirit Realm at 17. Ha ha! Qin Bashan exclaimed in jubilant laughter. Elsewhere, if this continues, his meridians will be destroyed. Lu Yunqin sighed, her eyes reflecting regret. Watching this unfold, Shen An hesitated, then sighed and shook his head, rising to call for a halt. Responding to the pressure of the Earth Spirit Realm, Murong Tian was seized by an inexplicable stubbornness, forcefully channeling the Wushuang sword technique once more, charging toward the returning Essence Realm. And unlike before, where he had merely stirred the spiritual energy in fragments, he directly summoned all the energy within his body. Murong Tian stopped. Lu Yunqin's expression changed, and she shouted out. Qin Bashan, too, noticed this development, a mocking smile spreading across his face. He overestimates himself. Already at the end of his tether, he dared to act so recklessly. Such a colossal surge. In the worst-case scenario, his heart meridian could shatter, leading to his demise. Chapter 66. Master, I have broken through. Though Lu Yunqin had cried out the moment she discovered it, it was already too late. All the spiritual energy within Murong Tian erupted violently, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Shen An, with a grave expression, recognized that despite his lack of profound cultivation, his extensive knowledge of alchemy indicated that Murong Tian's internal state was utterly chaotic. The spiritual energy was beyond his control and could very well shatter his flesh and bones. At this moment, any reckless attempt to suppress the energy would likely lead to disastrous consequences, potentially resulting in his demise. Qin Xianyue slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of amber flashing within them. The oppressive force of the Earth Spirit Realm gradually receded, signaling her successful breakthrough. Upon sensing the commotion beside the pool, she turned her gaze. Foolishness that if the inherent disparities between individuals could be bridged through such desperate measures. Then the concepts of genius and mediocrity would be rendered meaningless. To achieve a premature entry into the earth spirit realm while disregarding one's physical condition. It was sheer folly. Qin Beishan's eyes glimmered with derision that it was good that this young man had effectively ruined himself, sparing them the embarrassment of his foolishness before the heavenly snow sect later on. Peak Master, you must find a way to save senior brother Murong. Xiao Jingxue exclaimed. Shen An, his expression darkened, realized he lacked any spiritual energy to assist. Lu Yinqin, merely at the earth spirit realm herself, was incapable of fully suppressing the overwhelming energy. Her efforts would only exacerbate the turmoil. The youth's visage contorted into a fearsome grimace, veins bulging ominously across his body like coiled dragons, presenting a terrifying sight. Ugh! He roared, his eyes bloodshot, as the aura within him threatened to collapse entirely, as if on the verge of disintegration. System, quickly tell me how to prevent the internal chaos of his spiritual energy. Shen An urgently inquired within his mind. Given the current state of your virtuous disciple, unless a Qinkuan realm master intervenes to suppress him, do I have enough skill cards? Shen An pressed anxiously. Skill cards can only increase the probability of a draw. They cannot be exchanged directly. Then, for heaven's sake, tell me how to trade. 5 years of lifespan. Shen An was momentarily stunned, his mind blank. He stared at the black-clad youth in the pool, who had just spewed a mouthful of blood, staining the water's surface. Peak Master, senior brother Muro. Xiao Jingshue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The black-clad youth was on the brink of collapse, blood staining the corners of his mouth as he opened his eyes, gaze unfocused, resting upon the middle-aged man in white standing beside him. There was a hint of self-reproach and apology in his eyes that he lamented that he had ultimately failed to live up to his master's high expectations. Realizing his limited talent prevented him from breaking through to the return to origin. I am useless, failing to meet your expectations. Murong Tian trembled as he spoke, darkness enveloping his vision as he toppled towards the water. The fleeting second before he lost. It seemed someone was standing before him, reaching out to support his falling body. Simultaneously, a familiar, warm voice resonated in his ears. Foolish disciple, do not panic. Your master is here. Beholding the unconscious you cannot cultivate, and once your lifespan is lost, it cannot be recovered. Enough of your nonsense. I demand the exchange swiftly. Shen An nearly roared within his mind. That foolish boy was truly reckless. Exchange successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the supreme needle technique of alchemy, the 13 needles of the mysterious gate. Eunuch Yuan narrowed his gaze, scrutinizing the young woman in green, his expression inscrutable. For just a moment, he sensed an exceedingly terrifying power. Though he remained silent, he scoffed disdainfully at the scene. Murong Tian's plight could only be salvaged by a Qinkuan realm master or a king of medicine. No one else could save him. He could hardly believe that a mere Shen An could rival a master of the Qinkuan realm or a king of medicine. With external distractions eliminated, Shen An furrowed his brow, suddenly raising his hand to form a sword finger aimed at Murong Tian. The situation had arisen unexpectedly, and he possessed no silver needles. Fortunately, he still had the efficacy card of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, the sword energy, sharp and precise, the aura of the return to origin realm. Upon sensing the strength of the sword energy emanating from Shen An's fingertip, both Qin Beishan and Eunuch Yuan furrowed their brows. Did this fellow intentionally control the strength of the sword energy to avoid injuring Murong Tian? However, what was he attempting, given that Murong Tian's meridians were already in tatters? How could he withstand the sharpness of such sword energy? Swish, swish. That before the gaze of all present, Shen An's sword finger struck Murong Tian's body 13 times. In the next moment, an unexpected development unfolded. The once turbulent spiritual energy within Murong Tian began to subside, no longer rampaging about, but becoming markedly gentler. Sweat beaded on Shen An's forehead as he raised his hand once more. Following 3 consecutive applications to different acupoints, the energy within Murong Tian stabilized entirely, flowing in an orderly manner. The youth slowly opened his eyes, and the energy within him, having endured the earlier tumult, successfully transformed into essence. This was the unique sword essence cultivated by the unparalleled sword control technique. Indestructible. Master, I have broken through to the return to Origin Realm. What met his eyes was the warm visage he remembered. Yet he noticed that his master's hair had gained considerably more silver strands, and there was a profound weariness reflected in his eyes. Though the appearance remained unchanged, it conveyed an undeniable sense of aging to AT that moment. The other party looked at him with a smile in their eyes, softly speaking. It is good that you have broken through. Chapter 67. Even Lu Yinxin and Eunuch Yuan shared expressions of disbelief. Just based on the several taps Shen An had performed on the latter, calming the chaotic energy within Murong Tian, he had unexpectedly managed to help him break such a miraculous feat. One could hardly imagine even the renowned Northern Star Medicine King achieving it. What manner of individual is this Qin Yuan Peak's master? Eunuch Yuan squinted, scrutinizing Shen An closely. Prior to this, he had never heard of such a remarkable figure emerging from Lingfu Mountain. Master. Murong Tian's eyes brimmed with tears, clearly perceiving the exhaustion concealed in his master's gaze. No matter how carefree he normally was at this moment, he understood why he had fainted without having his heart veins completely shattered. It was his master who had intervened. Admiration value 58. Reward. 1 lottery chance. 1 enlightenment pill. 1 enlightenment pill recipe. Shen An gently patted the young man's shoulder and rose, sweeping his sleeves as he stood. Senior brother Murong. Xiao Jingxue, regaining her composure, hurried forward to examine Murong Tian. The latter shook his head slightly, indicating he was fine. However, the excruciating pain that surged through him as he stood caused him to grimace and promptly sit back down. Shen An turned back slightly, stating, "Given your current physical state, it is not advisable for you to continue your cultivation for the time being. Prepare to return to Qin Yuan Peak, and I shall assist you in recuperating." "Yes, master." Murong Tian gritted his teeth in pain and nodded respectfully, subsequently rising with Xiao Jingshue's support. "I did not expect you to possess..." Just as she opened her mouth to speak further, she noticed Shen An faltering slightly, nearly collapsing. Instinctively, she reached out to support him and furrowed her brow in concern. "What is the matter with you?" As the fragrant breeze enveloped him and he felt the softness of her hand, "I must return to concoct medicine for him." Shen An declined, casting a glance at the enchanting beauty beside him. "I would appreciate it if Elder Lu could assist me for a moment. I do not wish to embarrass myself by collapsing before my disciple." Realizing the physical contact between them, Lu Yinxin's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she nodded gently, feeling a sense of resignation. She could not quite fathom the thoughts of this man. Though he was utterly exhausted, he still cared for his pride before his disciple. "Let us depart for Lingfu Mountain," Lu Yinxin softly commanded, turning her head slightly. The two men responded in agreement, with Xiao Jingxue supporting Murong Tian closely behind them. In the pool, Qin Xinyue gazed at the figure of the black-clad youth, being assisted by the esteemed princess of Clearwater. Although she held Murong Tian in disdain, he nonetheless had a betrothal to her. With 3 years remaining, the engagement was far from dissolved. Watching him walk so closely with another female inevitably stirred feelings of discomfort within her. Moreover, that female was none other than the noble daughter of the Southern Town King, Princess Xiao Jingxu. Murong Tian. Qin Xinyue murmured his name, her expression returning to its usual. If breaking through to the return to Origin Realm was such a struggle, and he had nearly lost his life due to recklessness, how could such a person be worthy of her? In 3 years, she would ensure he witnessed the stark contrast between genius and mediocrity, making it clear that they belong to entirely different worlds. That after bidding farewell to Lady Li, the four of them on board Xiao Jingxue focused her energy to nourish Murong Tian's meridians, employing her knowledge of medicinal arts to alleviate his pain. Meanwhile, Murong Tian cast a remorseful and touched glance at the silent Shen An beside him. The young man felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, spiraling into a turmoil of thoughts. What if his master decided to reprimand him for his reckless actions? Seeing his master, would he be expelled from the mountain for causing such distress? In contrast to Murong Tian's anxious musings, Shen An was inwardly frantic, exclaiming, "System, hurry, return it, return it. This acupuncture technique, I do not want it. Please take it back. No returns or exchanges once a transaction is made. You unscrupulous merchant. Isn't there a 7-day after-sale policy? If not, you might as well return me 2.5 years of life." The system chose to ignore its shameless host. After countless pleas yielded no response, he realized that he could not reclaim those 5 years of life. 5 years. Did they comprehend how he would spend those 5 years? Suppressing the urge to cry, Shen An took a deep breath, accepting the reality of his impending premature demise, and turned to look at the black-clad youth. Their gazes met, and the youth tensed, his eyes filled with trepidation. "You brat, just wait until I return to the peak to deal with you. That if it weren't for your master being present, you would have lost your life." All the frustration of losing 5 years of life, though his tone was reprimanding, deep down, he felt no regret. Throughout this period of interaction, he had fully embraced the role of Qingyun Peak's master and had come to regard Murong Tian as his true disciple. To witness him die or have his meridians destroyed was something he felt he could not endure. Murong Tian lowered his head, appearing as if he awaited punishment for his transgressions. "Enough, enough." It is fortunate that no great calamity has befallen us. He is still young. Witnessing Qin Xianyue break through to the spirit realm beside him, it is understandable for him to feel competitive. "Just be more mindful next time," Lu Yinqin gently advised, winking at Murong Tian. "Why don't you come over and apologize to your master?" The latter quickly responded, timidly stating, "Master, he is still recovering from his injuries." Xiao Jingxue chimed in, blinking as she sought to defend Murong Tian. Under the combined pressure from all three parties, Shen An found himself unable to utter the harsh words he had sacrificed 5 years of life, and he had no idea how to explain this to them. Ultimately, this bittersweet and frustrating burden was one he would have to bear alone, without anyone to understand or empathize with him. He gazed out at the distant sea of clouds, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Do not cry, host. This system understands you. Get lost." Chapter 68. Returning to Qingyun Peak aboard the flying boat, Lu Yunqin was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she felt a surge of indignation rising within her. Yet upon observing Shen An's undeniable exhaustion, she opened her mouth but refrained from uttering a word, her eyelashes fluttering gently. Unbeknownst to her, the disdain she once harbored for Shen and had long since dissipated. Master Mu Rongtian, witnessing Shen An's head tilt, was instantly filled with sorrow, falling to his knees with a thud, his expression one of deep anguish. Lu Yinqin furrowed her delicate brows and waved her sleeve to create a barrier that muffled the sound. "Your master has expended too much energy in saving you. He is merely asleep, not deceased." "Why weep?" "Oh, I thought, the master." Mu Rongtian scratched his head as he stood up, feeling somewhat awkward. Observing Shen An nestled against Lu Yunqin's shoulder like a little bird, the young man gazed at him with admiration. Truly, he was worthy of being called his master. Upon departing from Chunyu Mountain, Elder Lu had personally supported him, and now he was sleeping soundly against her. It was worth noting that in the usual circumstances at Lingfu Mountain, Elder Lu had never engaged in silence enveloped them as the flying boat glided through clouds and mist, finally descending upon the summit of Qingyun Peak, where darkness had settled in. Upon awakening, Shen An expressed his gratitude to Lu Yunqin before hurriedly leading Xiao Jingxue towards the kitchen. Isn't he supposed to be refining pills to treat his injuries? Why is he rushing to the kitchen? Lu Yunqin pondered, somewhat bewildered. Elder Lu, you may not be aware, but Master operates quite differently from ordinary people. He has no regard for using a pill furnace to refine elixirs. Mu Rongtian chuckled, scratching his head. Then what does he use for? Lu Yunqin was taken aback. Shen An truly was a peculiar figure in the realm of alchemy. While other alchemists pursued the utmost refinement techniques, as well as superior pill furnace, though she was eager to witness his method of alchemy, the deepening night urged her to return home, for an unexpected encounter might lead to complications. Rest well. I shall return tomorrow, she said, departing gracefully. Little did she know, at a secluded entrance on the back mountain of Qingyun Peak, a shadowy figure clad in black was stealthily observing this scene, revealing only a pair of lecherous. Let us go gather some spiritual herbs. With determination in his eyes, he produced several burlap sacks and, gritting his teeth, stealthily made his way toward the rear mountain of Qingyun Peak, even wielding a shovel-like spiritual tool for digging. Recently, Lingfu Mountain had frequently seen the appearance of spiritual birds and beasts. Upon investigation, he discovered they had all emerged from the back of Qingyun Peak, which housed a 10-acre herb garden, rich in spiritual energy and far more fertile than his own. The thought of Mu Rongtian being sent to the herb hall to gather numerous spiritual herbs under Shen An's orders infuriated him. Hence, taking advantage of Shen An's absence and the lack of protective formations, not only him, but on another secluded path, two figures cloaked in black were stealthily descending the mountain, one old and one young. The younger one had two burlap sacks of spiritual herbs tucked under his arm and hezitated. Master, with Elder Shen absent from the mountain, isn't it somewhat unethical for us to act this way? The voice belonged to Yu Zhenyuan of Qingfu Peak. Shuh! The older figure turned and covered his mouth, speaking sternly. What are you afraid of? I saw Su Laohong sneaking over to gather spiritual herbs last time. He even dug up a whole sack of soil to take with him. I recorded it all, so when Elder Shen inquires, we can help him catch the thief. As he spoke, the old man spat contemptuously. Su Laohong was heartbroken by Elder Shen. The prices of spiritual herbs have soared to outrageous heights. What can I do? We, as talisman makers, consume resources. Apart from supporting hundreds of people in the peak, we also need to provide. Did they resemble Elder Lu? Ah, it truly does. Could it be that Elder Shen and the others have returned? But why would Elder Lu sneak to Qingyun Peak at this hour? Why ask so many questions? Hurry and leave. In the kitchen, Shen was retrieving spiritual herbs from his storage bag, handing them to Xiao Jingxue as he began to measure them according to the formula for a fourth-grade nourishing heart pill. While he ignited a fire, Xiao Jingxue was already quite accustomed to this scene. She skillfully took her position beside him, forming her fingers into a sword-like gesture and meticulously measuring the herb fragments, adhering to the prescribed quantities in the recipe. As Shen An observed her deft movements, he noted how she effortlessly separated the leaves from the herbs with a graceful flick of her fingers. Pill refinement did not require the entire herb. Most of the time, only a portion of a leaf or a single fruit was necessary, demanding precise control over the dosage. Reflecting on his own experience of using a kitchen knife, he felt a twinge of envy. Now, this was the mark of a true alchemist. that while she was engaged in her task, Shen An took the opportunity to examine some new items provided by the system. First and foremost was the Shenmin 13 needles, acquired through the painful price of sacrificing 5 years of his lifespan. Shenmin 13 needles, a renowned technique of a certain ancestral figure in the realm of medicine. It can also aid in regulating qi and blood, facilitating the flow of meridians. The higher the practitioner's realm, the more challenging it becomes to insert the needles. Demonic deviation, heart meridian damage. Shen An stroked his chin, contemplating. To speak of demonic deviation, one must traverse the heavenly lightning tribulation to break through from the Tianling realm to the Qingquan realm, while transitioning from the Qingquan realm to the Nirvana realm involves enduring the heart tribulation. Surviving it signifies a rebirth, which is precisely why it is termed the Nirvana realm. He had yet to encounter any individuals of such caliber. Even if he did, given his late-stage body refinement strength, he would likely be incapable of employing this needle technique. In other words, at present, this technique was of little utility beyond assisting his disciples in regulating their qi and blood. After a moment of melancholy, he shifted his focus to the rewards from Mu Rongtian's admiration upgrade. Enlightenment Pill, a 5th-grade pill capable of aiding martial artists in achieving clarity in their sea of consciousness and comprehending their own path of cultivation. Shen An had previously witnessed the formidable nature of this concept when he used the skill card, One Sword Opens the Heaven. Typically, martial artists comprehend this through a progressive journey. First the momentum, then the intent, and finally the path. If one's comprehension is insufficient, even with exceptional bone structure, although Mu Rongtian's bone structure was lacking, his comprehension was remarkably high. After mastering the Thunderbolt sword, the sword in his hand had subtly reached the level of sword intent. However, he was still far from genuinely mastering the Chapter 69 Master. That thief is rather impressive. I wonder if this elixir can enable that young man to comprehend the unparalleled sword heart of the unmatched sword technique. Shen An mused while stroking his chin. Only by successfully grasping the unparalleled sword heart can one truly master the sword technique, transforming their spiritual essence into a formidable sword essence. In addition to the Enlightenment Pill, the system also rewarded him with a formula for the Enlightenment Pill. The ingredients required vary from 5th to 7th grade, with the rarer materials becoming increasingly precious. Here we go. It's time for the exhilarating part. After reviewing the rewards, Shen An eagerly summoned the lottery wheel, anticipating the treasures that might await him. System, initiate the lottery, he exclaimed. Ultimately, after another sweep of golden light, the pointer halted on a violet orb. Phew, a rare item. I suppose it's not a total loss. He sighed in relief, content as long as it wasn't capable of penetrating myriad prohibitive formations, discerning weaknesses, and uncovering their essence. Shen An was momentarily taken aback. Eyes that can decipher talisman arrays. This is am I to gouge out my existing eyes and replace them? The host need not worry. It is not an eye transplant, but rather a transfer of the power of the spiritual eyes. Upon hearing this, Shen An exhaled, opting for the transfer. As a wave of profound sensation enveloped him, his vision momentarily vanished, plunging him into darkness. Master, I have divided the spiritual herbs. Xiao Jingshue's gentle voice broke through. When Shen An's sight returned, he turned to look at AT that moment. He was utterly dumbfounded that in his eyes, Xiao Jingxue stood before the stove, her skin as flawless as snow, a figure of ethereal grace. However, it appeared hazy, as though veiled by a fine mist, rendering her features indistinct. Realizing the situation, Shen An quickly shut his eyes, secretly breaking into a cold sweat. What a sin! This is his disciple. He cannot look. To gaze would be akin to becoming a beast. Master? Not receiving a response, Xiao Jingxue tilted her head in confusion, her white attire gleaming like fresh snow. Though still young, the girl possessed an exquisite figure, concealed beneath her loose robes, remaining unnoticed by others. And no, it's nothing. Shen An averted his gaze, gesturing dismissively. Jingxue, come see me for alchemy another time. Although puzzled as to why the master seemed suddenly flustered, Xiao Jingxue, being gentle and obedient, felt fatigued after assisting Murong Tian with his injuries. Hearing his words, she did not press further, offering a slight bow before retreating. Once she had departed, Shen An drew a deep breath. Goodness, that was quite the experience. His heart raced, a blend of thrill and tension coursing through him. That moment had certainly not been intentional. System, what is the meaning of this? Wasn't he supposed to decipher talisman arrays? Why does it also grant me the ability to see through? The spiritual eyes of the cave heaven can decipher myriad talisman arrays. Clothing is merely a triviality. Why is the host surprised? The system's voice dripped with disdain. Merely a triviality? Shen An exclaimed in disbelief. This was a divine technique. If it were in his past life, he could have lived like those wealthy protagonists in urban novels. With the power of X-ray vision, he could amass billions, marry a beautiful heiress, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Host, please refrain from daydreaming. While the spiritual eyes, the earlier incident had merely been due to the initial acquisition of the spiritual eyes, still in an unstable state that I end the future. He would need to activate them himself, and the limit of 5 seconds meant that overuse could lead to severe consequences, potentially even blindness. After hearing the explanation, Shen An couldn't help but sigh, feeling a twinge of regret. It seemed that although he had obtained a divine skill, it came with restrictions, preventing him from indulging in observing the secrets of the beautiful elders of the Spirit Talisman Mountain every day. Cough, cough. He was certainly not that shameless libertine, and had never contemplated using the spiritual eyes for lewd purposes. Shaking his head, Shen An dismissed such thoughts and instead picked up a spatula to begin. The following morning, upon seeing his master, who sported dark circles under his eyes, carrying a large pot of verdant potion, Murong Tian was filled with admiration. After delivering the potion, he instructed, "This heart-nourishing pill is enough for 10 days. Take 1 bowl at a time, divided into 3 doses, and never on an empty stomach. Do you understand?" "Yes, master. I have memorized it." Murong Tian nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking for grain. "Good. Once your injuries have healed." It had been nearly a month. The spiritual herbs in his 10-acre medicinal field behind the mountain should have flourished splendidly by now. The ingredients needed for the 5th-grade enlightenment pill were just what he had in his herb field. When Murong Tian had visited the spirit herb hall, he had only taken the useless herbs, but had stealthily pocketed some premium spiritual herbs as well. Those herbs would be sufficient to brew a pound of the 5th-grade enlightenment pill. Just as Shen An was reveling in these thoughts, an anxious voice from outside interrupted his reverie. "Master, master, something terrible has happened." Looking up, he saw the usually composed and polite Xiao Jingxue hesitated, unsure of how to begin, but finally gritted her teeth and said, "Master, you must hurry to the back mountain. Qingyan Peak has been robbed." "What?" Shen An's eyes widened, all drowsiness vanishing. He swiftly lifted his robes and hurried towards the back mountain. Upon arriving outside the medicinal garden, he was instantly struck dumb. The 10-acre herb garden had been stripped bare, with even the earth having been dug out. No, it was not completely barren. A solitary water Danois flower stood forlornly in the medicinal field. Yet it too appeared battered, drooping pitifully, lacking any vitality. Did I end that moment? Shen An was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Murong Tian soon arrived, initially stunned, and as he regarded the last remaining spiritual herb in the field, he sighed in relief. "Phew, master, that thief was rather considerate. At least they left us one." A gust of wind blew by. The water Danois trembled, unable to endure any longer, and collapsed, its petals scattering across the ground. The entire medicinal field fell into a profound silence, as Shen An gaped at the scene before him, his mind a blank slate. Was this theft or mere resupply? Overcome with sorrow, Shen An lifted his gaze to the heavens, tears brimming in his eyes. All those spiritual herbs were ones he had painstakingly cultivated with his own hands. Cursed be the thief who stole my spiritual herbs. How cruel their heart. Chapter 70, he went to steal the medicine. So what are you doing? Lingfu Mountain. Ling Yao hauled. Su Huan wore a troubled expression as he gazed at the patch of dark brown soil in the medicinal field. Several strains of spiritual herbs were planted there, but they appeared wilted, as if suffering from malnutrition. What on earth is the problem? This soil is particularly fertile on Qingyun Peak. Why has it become useless here? He scratched his head, perplexed. Could it be that this spiritual soil chooses its master? Only recognizing the land on Qingyun Peak and rejecting Lingyao Hall. Such a peculiar... Although he was reluctant to believe it, the evidence was right before him. The spiritual soil in Lingyao Hall had become completely ineffective. Not only did it lack any spiritual energy, with such a barren soil, it was a stroke of luck if the herbs did not perish instead of thriving. Clearly, that scoundrel Murong Tian managed to revive the worthless herbs he took from the hall by planting them. Over the past half-month, aside from occasionally gathering herbs from Qingyun Peak, he had been researching this spiritual soil. However, the spiritual soil had already merged with the qi of Qingyun Peak's earth. Even if he excavated every inch of soil from the medicinal field, it would be of no use. The medicinal field on Qingyun Peak would continue to produce new spiritual soil, while any soil removed from Qingyun Peak, something terrible has happened. Lingfu Mountain has been robbed. Just as he was deep in thought, a disciple rushed in from outside the medicinal field, shouting anxiously. That brazen thief not only cleaned out all the herbs Elder Shen planted on Qingyun Peak, but if I catch that thief, I'll make him drink his punishment. The disciple rushed in, his expression filled with rage, seemingly harboring a deep-seated hatred for herb thieves. Upon seeing the incongruous patch of dark brown soil in front of Su Huan, he was momentarily stunned. Then you must increase security and ensure that scoundrel does not enter my Lingyao Hall. That evening, Qingyun Peak. Come, master. Open your mouth. It's time for your medicine. Murong Tian held a bowl of medicine, worry etched on his face. Earlier that day, upon seeing the medicinal garden ransacked, his master had been overwhelmed by anger and exhaustion, collapsing unconscious. Xiao Jingshu had specially brewed a restorative soup for him. After drinking it, Shen An smacked his lips, his brows knitting together. Did you add other ingredients? Murong Tian was taken aback and turned to Xiao Jingshu beside him. She nodded lightly. As expected of the Peak Master, you immediately discerned that this soothing soup has other herbs added. Oh, to think that adding other herbs could yield such an effect. Well done. Shen An's eyes lit up with appreciation. What herb did you add? Water Danhua. The smile on his lips faltered. His ears perked up as he asked again, what herb? Water Danhua. Xiao Jingshu blinked innocently. The one from the medicinal field. Yes, the only remaining wilted one from the field. Xiao Jingshu nodded, her expression innocent and unassuming. She did not realize that as long as the herb was planted in spiritual soil, it would soon revive. Hence, she sought to refine it into medicine before its efficacy completely faded. Shen An felt as if he had been stabbed in the chest. Once more did I in other words. The medicinal field was indeed completely barren, devoid of any remnants. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. How dare someone steal from right under Qingyun Peak's nose? If he did not catch the culprit, he, Shen An, would not bear the surname Shen. Just as he was about to storm off to confront the sect leader at the main peak, the door creaked open. Lu Yunqin entered, dressed in elegant blue attire, her brow slightly furrowed. Shen An, why are there so many spiritual birds on your Qingyun Peak? It seems like, to her surprise, upon reaching the base of the mountain, she encountered numerous birds and beasts, including not only wild animals but also spiritual birds raised within Lingfu Mountain. Xiao Jingshu recalled this and spoke up. Peak Master, those spiritual birds seem to be Could it be that the rich spiritual energy emitted by the fusion of the spring's liquid and the spiritual soil attracted these spiritual birds? He slapped his forehead. That, of course. Aside from a few individuals from Qingyun Peak, no one else knew about the medicinal field situation. Moreover, Qingyun Peak had always been impoverished. What kind of thief would be foolish enough to come to Qingyun Peak to steal herbs? They must have discovered the medicinal field after following the spiritual birds. The thief was likely connected to these spiritual birds. Shen An stroked his chin, deep in thought. Among the various peaks and halls of Lingfu Mountain, only a few raised spiritual birds. Qingfu Peak, Qingling Peak, Qingxi Peak, and Lingyao Hall. Among these, the most likely culprit for stealing the spiritual herbs would be Lingyao Hall, that old rascal Su Huan. This old fellow. Most of what Murong Tian brought back were worthless herbs, while the ones Su Huan took were all revitalized and valuable. This essentially meant that Shen An had been nurturing the herbs for Lingyao Hall free of charge for 2 months. How can you prove that the thief is from Lingyao Hall? I'll know once I go and take a look. Those herbs were planted by my own hands. How could I not recognize them? Don't be hasty. The sect leader is already aware of this matter and is sending people to investigate. Shen An shook his head. By the time he investigates, my herbs will be gone, and what good will that do? No, I have to catch the thief myself? As he spoke, he was determined to head down the mountain. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. Elder Shen, do not be anxious. I know who the thief is. The group looked up to see Zheng Sanshan, the peak master of Qingfu Peak, approaching with a genial smile. You know, as the crystal glimmered, a shimmering water-like prism appeared before everyone's eyes. The image displayed was none other than the medicinal garden on the rear mountain of Qingyun Peak during the night. A figure clad in black was seen, one hand clutching a sack while the other frantically stuffed herbs into it. Despite the dark night and his careful concealment, the lecherous small eyes of the figure rendered Lu Yinxin speechless. Wasn't that Su Huan, the hall master of Lingyao Hall? Just as Zheng Sanshan chuckled, believing he could pin the blame solely on Su Huan, Shen An interjected, Wait a moment, taste the might of my fist at this moment. The air seemed to solidify as the gazes of several people simultaneously fell upon Zheng Sanshan, whose smile had abruptly frozen. The latter awkwardly chuckled, attempting to explain, This was not filmed by me. It was captured by my disciple. Yu Xingyuan? Lu Yinxin furrowed her brows. What business does he have at the back mountain of Qingyun Peak at such an hour? Well, Zheng Sanshan chuckled nervously, his eyes darting about. He was pursuing a spirit bird within the peak and happened to record this scene. Shen An was keenly aware of the situation. He feared that Zheng Sanshan had been pilfering the spiritual herbs from his own medicinal fields as well. However, Lu Yinxin was right. One must adhere to evidence. With the crystal stone capturing this moment, apprehending Su Laohai for compensation would suffice. This crystal. Just as Shen An was about to reach for the crystal stone, Zheng Sanshan unexpectedly took a step back. Elder Shen, this item holds considerable value and cannot be so easily relinquished. Zheng Sanshan chuckled, his eyes twinkling with ulterior motives that in that instant, Shen An grasped the underlying intention. He sought to extort a sum from him. Elder Shen, please do not hold it against me. I am merely a victim of Su Laohai's coercion. After you took a portion of the spiritual herbs, their prices skyrocketed. Qingfu Peak already spends resources frivolously on talisman crafting, and with the prices of spiritual herbs inflating, I am on the verge of being unable to sustain the disciples within the peak. Zheng Sanshan lamented, his face a picture of despair, almost on the verge of shedding tears. A twitch formed at the corner of Shen An's mouth. Was it possible for the spirit talisman mountain to have a single rational elder? The esteemed head of the spiritual herb hall was reduced to sneaking around under the cover of course, Shen An had no intention of indulging him, that he turned to Lu Yinxin and spoke. Elder Lu, please give him a sound beating. and I shall refine pills for Fei Shuang free of charge in the future. Lu Yinqin, although the pills produced by him were not particularly presentable, she had witnessed their efficacy atop Chunyuan Mountain. Moreover, he could refine them by the pound. With his assistance, would Qingyuan Peak not be free from the worry of lacking medicinal pills? Upon this realization, she nodded and stepped forward. Zheng Sanshan was left bewildered. Elder Lu, we are fellow sect members. We cannot let such matters damage our camaraderie. After obtaining the crystal stone, Shen An hurriedly made his way to the main peak. Xian Yuzi was in a state of utter disarray, troubled by how to apprehend the thief. The previous restrictions at Xingyan Peak had long since deteriorated, leaving the place entirely defenseless, and there was no means to investigate the thief's methods of breaching the barriers. Master, just as he was about to sip his tea, a sudden anguished cry erupted, startling him so much that he sprayed his tea all over. He looked up to see Shen An bursting through the door, his face a mask of sorrow, his voice choked with emotion, evoking tears in those who heard him. Yet, there was an oddly faint scent of onion wafting from him. Master, you must stand up for that Su Laohai, in utter disregard for his age, has cleaned out all the herbs from Qingyan Peak, leaving not even the soil behind. What? Su Tangju stole the herbs from Qingyan Peak. Xian Yuzi was taken aback. Upon seeing the crystal stone in Shen An's hand, he fell into a deep silence. After all, Su Huan was a dignified hallmaster. How could he resort to such petty theft? Then it struck him. He recalled that during the sect competition, Shen An had left early, taking advantage of everyone's distraction at the martial arts hall to allow Murong Tian to raid the herb hall. It was said that Su Huan had sought compensation, but every time he came to Qingyan Peak, Murong Tian would send Xiao Jingxue to attend to him. With the princess in attendance, he dared not lose his temper. Thus, the matter of the pilfered spiritual herbs remained unresolved. This fellow had held on to the grievance, often lamenting to him. Yet due to the previous meager resources allocated to Qingyan Peak, Xian Yuzi had considered it a form of compensation and had no intention of intervening. Who would have thought that Su Huan would stealthily revisit Qingyan Peak to reclaim the spiritual herbs? Master, you must uphold justice for Qingyan Peak. I accomplished the task you entrusted to me at Chunyuan Mountain flawlessly, with not a single oversight. Yet upon returning to Lingfu Mountain, I discovered my home had been robbed. This is simply inhumane, a beast. A beast! Shen An feigned wiping away tears. Xian Yuzi's expression darkened. As he departed, Shen An's sorrowful visage instantly transformed back to normal as he pulled an onion from his pocket and took a bite, that on the way, Xian Yuzi spotted a figure covering their face. Glancing around with he raised an eyebrow. Could it be Zheng Elder? Impossible. How could he act so furtively? Could it be? The Xian Yuzi's brows furrowed, and he charged forward. Stop! Such furtive behavior. Taste the might of my fist. His thunderous shout startled the individual, who quickly looked up, only to be met with an overwhelming aura. Master, stop! Bang! The figure staggered. Xian Yuzi stood in shock. Elder Zheng, it truly is you? Master, could we perhaps assess the situation more clearly before resorting to violence? Zheng Sanshan lamented, nearly in tears, that it was one thing to be beaten by Lu Yinxin. Now he had also taken a blow from the master, one wielding the mirror moon palm, the other a punch from the celestial spirit realm. The injuries inflicted by the earth-level palm intent, and the celestial might would not heal without spiritual herbs. He would be swollen for at least 3 to 5 days. Who told you to skulk about like a thief, covering your face? I thought remnants of the demonic sect had become so brazen as to conspire against us in broad daylight. Shen An felt a tinge of embarrassment. What sort of earth spirit realm elder behaved in such a clandestine manner? By the way, what happened to your face? Shen An pointed to the red and purple palm print adorning. Zheng Sanshan twitched his mouth. I fell. With that, he did not linger, hastily taking to the winds and departing. Better to be brazenly ostentatious than to risk another beating. Watching him fly, can an earth spirit realm powerhouse truly stumble and sustain a palm print? Shaking his head, Shen An dismissed the thought and accelerated towards the spiritual herb hall. Master? Inside, Su Huan's heart sank at the sight of the master arriving in person. Shen An directly produced the crystal stone, revealing the recorded scene, while simultaneously winking and chuckling as he spoke. Su Tangzhu, you surely would not want this matter to become public knowledge, would you? Chapter 72. Master Su, reputation is paramount. Upon seeing the crystal stone in Shen An's hand, Su Huan was utterly flabbergasted. Despite his meticulous caution, how could he have been surreptitiously photographed? Master, who is this person? He asked, his gaze evasive, a nervous smile playing on his lips, his small eyes blinking like green beans, stubbornly defiant. Shen An frowned, gesturing with both hands as the image from the crystal stone magnified. The screen of the water light prism focused solely on the lewd little eye. Su Huan's countenance instantly fell, and he began to wail. Master, I assure you, there is a reason for my actions. That old scoundrel Shen is ruthless. He sent his disciple to pilfer a significant quantity of precious herbs from my apothecary hall. I am not merely distressed over the loss of these herbs. As he lamented, the old man pretended to wipe his tears, his display of grief surpassing even that of Shen An. Yet, I have heard that 7 out of 10 herbs taken from the apothecary hall. As the head of the apothecary hall, if this incident were to become public, your reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Here's what we shall do. Let Elder Shen retrieve the herbs you took from Qingyun Peak, and I shall take responsibility for destroying this crystal stone. The subsequent matters will be left to me, Shen An declared, waving his hand. Master, those herbs rightfully belong to the apothecary hall. What do you mean by retrieve? Su Huan lamented, his face a mask of despair. Although he had occasionally withheld the herbs that Qingyun Peak should have received over the years, it was out of a sense of compassion for the medicinal plants. After all, there were only 2 people on Qingyun Peak, and any surplus would simply spoil. If they were all useless herbs, it would have been one thing, but the herbs returned from Qingyun Peak were all vibrant, lush, and of exceptional quality. Though they were not nurtured by him, it still pained him deeply. Master Su, Su Huan's expression soured as if he had bitten into a bitter melon, and he reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, he may only take a small portion, not an excessive amount. Returning, he never anticipated that someone would have recorded the scene of him being filmed while digging for herbs. Those detestable paparazzi. Truly, they are ungrateful. But in the great hall of the main peak. Elder Shen, I have already discussed the situation with the apothecary. Upon hearing this, Shen An was instantly invigorated. Thank you, Master. Let us proceed together. Shen An extended his hand, feeling it best to supervise, lest these two engage in another conflict. It was merely a matter of collecting herbs. What was there to prepare? However, he soon discovered what Shen An meant by preparation. In a mere quarter of an hour, Shen An returned, followed by Xiao Jingxue and Morongtian. This, Shen An regarded them with suspicion. Many hands make light work. The sooner we finish harvesting, the sooner we can return home to prepare a meal. Otherwise, night will fall upon us." Shen An chuckled cheerfully, appearing innocent, glancing at the darkening sky. Xian Yuzi nodded. "Then let us proceed." Under his guidance, the quartet swiftly arrived at the apothecary hall's herb fields that Su Huan had temporarily. "I shall not hesitate to accept," Shen An said, offering a casual salute. A broad smile plastered across his face. "Humph." Su Huan snorted coldly, turning his head away and closing his eyes, unwilling to watch. Shen An disregarded him, gleefully surveying the vast expanse of herb fields. This area was far larger than the back mountain of Qingyan Peak, easily encompassing 100 acres. With a grand gesture, his eyes gleaming with excitement, he commanded this sensation. It felt akin to bandits descending the mountain. As he turned to look, he could no longer contain himself. His expression darkened visibly. Before him, Murong Tian and Xiao Jingshu each retrieved several bundles of burlap sacks from their storage room. One headed towards a section of rare century-old herbs, while the other ventured into the area of more common, yet still infrequently seen, herbs. Xiao Jingshu's movements were somewhat gentler. After filling one sack, he would simply stow it away in his storage ring and retrieve a new one. Witnessing this scene, even Xian Yuzi was momentarily dumbfounded. How could it be that one was the scion of a renowned medicinal family, and the Xian Yuzi quickly intervened, grasping him by the neck and urgently advising, "Master Su, consider your reputation. Reputation is paramount. If the contents of that crystal stone were..." His eyes turned red with fury. Yet, held back by Xian Yuzi and recalling his own integrity, he could only watch helplessly as the actions of the two from Qingyan Peak unfolded before him, screaming hoarsely, "Such wanton waste! Such wanton waste! Shen An, how could you allow your disciple to so brazenly squander these herbs?" Shen An merely cleaned his ears, shaking off the previous frustrations regarding the theft of herbs, his face glowing. On the other side, Xiao Jingshu had already collected over 20 century-old herbs, showing no signs of stopping. "Shen An, I have only taken a fraction of your Qingyan Peak's herbs. You must command your disciple to cease." Shen An yawned, feigning ignorance that he was well aware that the other herbs had been pilfered by Zheng Sanshan. But given Qingfu Peak's dire poverty, what other choice did they? Realizing that his pleas were futile, Su Huan struggled desperately to break free and stop Murong Tian and Xiao Jingshu, his eyes bulging with resentment, trembling with rage. "Those beasts!" Xian Yuzi tightened his grip on Su Huan's neck, preventing him from charging forward. "Master Su, think of your reputation. Reputation is paramount." Chapter 73. 1. Over the course of a century, the spiritual herbs had been ravaged down to 2 acres by Xiao Jingshu. "All right, enough is enough. We can no longer accommodate any more on Qingyan Peak," Shen An declared. Only then did Murong Tian put away his shovel, his expression betraying a sense of unfulfilled eagerness. Xiao Jingshu wiped the perspiration from her brow, slightly out of breath. Yes, she gazed upon the chaotic scene. However, upon turning, he was taken aback. "Su Hall Master, what has happened to you?" Xian Yuzi looked down and hastily loosened the grip around his neck. That Su Huan's face had turned as purple as an egg. Xian Yuzi, equally alarmed, had been so engrossed in observing the bandits of Qingyan Peak pillaging the herbs that he had forgotten about the person he was gripping. Fortunately, Su Huan, being at the late stage of the Qi realm, had merely... However, had the pressure continued for a moment longer, he might not have recovered. The compensation owed to Qingyan Peak has been duly provided. I shall now destroy this crystal," Xian Yuzi admonished sternly. Fret not, for I, Shen An, am renowned for my discretion," Shen An replied cheerfully, waving his hand with a broad smile. "Let us depart." Back to Qingyan Peak to cultivate herbs. Yes, the 3 of them departed with an air of swagger, much like bandits leaving a plundered village. Xian Yuzi cast a sympathetic glance at the collapsed Su Huan. Suddenly, he had not noticed earlier, but now it dawned on him that Murong Tian's aura seemed somewhat different. Had he broken through to the returning origin realm? As the moon ascended, disciples of the Spirit Herb Hall returned one after another. Upon seeing Su Huan sprawled on the ground, along with the starkly barren land, their eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "Hall Master, this is terrible. Our Spirit Herb Hall has also been robbed." As the disciples jostled him, Su Huan slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes and witnessing the desolation of 20 acres stripped bare, he was momentarily stunned. Then, darkness engulfed him once more, and he fainted again. The disciples were Is that how you pinch someone's acupoint? Down on the back mountain of Qingyun Peak, Shen An reclined on a chair, while Xiao Jingxue placed freshly washed green grapes on a plate and poured him a cup of tea. Under the night sky, Murong Tian was diligently tilling the earth with a rake. Having broken through to the returning origin realm, this lad found plowing the fields significantly easier, moving with practiced ease. Particularly, he discovered that utilizing spiritual essence to till the soil solidified his somewhat unstable breakthrough, prompting him to exert even more effort. The 10 acres of land earmarked for expansion in the medicinal garden would likely be completed. Shen An, munching on grapes, watched the scene with great delight. That it was fortunate that Murong Tian's injuries had not fully healed. Immediate cultivation was inadvisable. Thus, tilling the land. After all, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Suddenly, an array of squawking interrupted Shen An's enjoyment of the grapes. Turning to investigate, he beheld several particularly plump ducks, their feathers a riot of colors, blinking curiously at the Consuming them is said to nourish one's spiritual energy. That I've heard that Elder Zheng only keeps 30 of them, Murong Tian explained from a distance, wiping his brow. 5 spirit ducks? Shen An's. The ducks squawked in alarm, their colorful plumage flailing wildly. Jingxue quickly light a fire. Moments later, the 3 were seated around a bamboo pavilion, relishing roasted duck and duck stew. Won't it be improper for us to indulge so? Xiao Jingxue said, wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, her brow furrowed with concern. What's improper about it? Weren't you the one who ate the most just now, little junior sister? The former's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Enough. Jingshue's constitution is different. Consuming spiritual food in abundance will help alleviate the bone-corroding poison, Shen An remarked, picking his teeth while contemplating. Henceforth, they need not worry about food. The flavor of the 5 spirit ducks was undeniably exquisite, leaving a lingering savor on the palate. Disciple, tomorrow, set up 10 hunting traps near the medicinal garden. Henceforth, we need not venture down the mountain to procure ingredients. Understood, Master. Just as they spoke, a figure clad in azure gracefully descended from the night sky. It was Lu Yinxin. Sensing the unique aroma of the 5 spirit ducks wafting, had she arrived too late? Oh, how delightful to see, Elder Lu. I heard from the sect master that the thieves who stole the herbs have been located. Lu Yinxin replied, elegantly settling down beside them, her voice soft. What did he say? Shen An inquired, intrigued. It was reported that remnants of the demonic sect infiltrated Lingfu Mountain to steal herbs, and even the Spirit Herb Hall was not spared. However, they have since been dealt with. Lu Yinxin observed him, her beautiful eyes reflecting curiosity. Knowing the contents of the crystal, she was certain he did not believe it. Shen An feigned a knowing look. I primarily came to see how your injuries were faring. It appears you are recovering well. Lu Yinxin regarded Shen An, whose complexion was radiant, and spoke nonchalantly. I was initially intending to personally assist you in I actually feel I have not fully recovered yet. Lu Yinxin, knowing better, shot him a glance and softly replied, the herbs from the Spirit Herb Hall were taken by you, were they not? I will have Fei Shuang come over to gather a few for you to assist in alchemy. Her technique is crucial at this juncture. With that, Lu Yinxin made no further delay, reminding Murong Tian to rest well, cautioning against hasty cultivation, and gracefully floated away. Watching her come and go with such elegance, Shen An stroked his chin contemplatively. This simply would not do. To prevent further thefts of herbs from the mountain, a comprehensive protective array must— Most importantly, the array should strictly prohibit martial artists from soaring through the skies. Otherwise, while they flitted about Qingyun Peak, he, as the peak master, would be left to walk daily, watching enviously. It was not only the earth spirit realm that required restrictions. Even those in the celestial spirit realm must be curtailed. Where could one procure such a formidable array? Shen An's eyes lit up as inspiration struck him. Who among Lingfu Mountain was most adept in the art of talisman arrays? Surely, it was Zheng Sanshan, the peak master of Qingfu Peak. It was said that the protective array of Lingfu Mountain had always been crafted by the successive peak. He must persuade him to construct an array for Qingyun Peak that would surpass even that of the main peak, as for whether he would be willing. That given that this old scoundrel had a hand in the theft of Qingyun Peak's spiritual herbs, it was only fitting that he should pay the price. Chapter 74. A power that rivals the might of the earth at the main hall of Lingfu Mountain, the principal peak. Is the news credible? Xian Yuzi, seated at the foremost position, displayed a— This information has been conveyed from the palace, and it is entirely without doubt. Zhao Cheng, the master of Qingxi Peak, replied solemnly. Elder Shen cleaved a mountain at Chunyuan Mountain with a single stroke, nearly slaying the patriarch of the Qin family on the spot. The other elders present inhaled sharply, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What level of strength did the patriarch of the Qin family possess? He was a formidable figure in the heavenly spirit realm, and certainly not a novice at that. It was hard to believe that even the sect master would find it. Yet, Shen An had nearly accomplished this feat. This is inconceivable. For all these years, Shen An has remained under our very noses. Even with the assistance of a Nirvana realm brother-in-arms, how could he silently cultivate to such heights? The assembly fell into deep contemplation. The circumstances were indeed difficult to accept, that if they were to entertain the notion that Shen An, with the help of his brother-in-arms, had barely ascended to the returning origin realm, they might be inclined to— However, the idea that he had grown powerful enough to slay a heavenly spirit realm master with a single sword strike seemed utterly preposterous. After a moment of reflection, Xian Yuzi finally spoke. That should not be his own strength. It is most likely a life-preserving measure left for him by his brother-in-arms. Upon hearing this explanation, the others nodded in agreement, finding it somewhat plausible. But to think he would resort to such a trump card for the sake of a mere Murong Tian? Zhao Cheng— The others shook their heads, indicating their lack of understanding. Only Zheng Sanshan, who shrouded himself in mystery beneath a mask, hesitated before speaking. Perhaps his brother-in-arms has bestowed upon him more than just this sword? As his words hung in the air, the assembly fell into a stunned silence, contemplating the implications. If that were the case, calling him merely a brother-in-arms would be a gross understatement. He was clearly akin to a father. By the way, Elder Zheng, why have you been wearing a mask whenever you go out these past few days? One person inquired, perplexed. Zheng Sanshan's lips twitched beneath the mask, and he suddenly retorted, "Mind your own business." The questioner was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion, unable to fathom the outburst. Was it truly such a grave offense to ask a simple question? Enough! Regardless of the circumstances, Elder Shun is still a member of our Lingfu Mountain. When the time comes to visit the Tianxue sect, we must show him our support. Xian Yuzi waved his hand dismissively. The assembly gasped in surprise that Yin stepped forward, frowning. Sect Master, do you genuinely believe that Murong Tian will be able to contend with Qin Xianyue in 6 months? Indeed, Sect Master. Recent reports indicate that Qin Xianyue has already broken through to the mid-third realm, far surpassing her peers in the same realm. The others chimed in hastily. Xian Yuzi's gaze sharpened as he spoke coolly. Qin Xianyue, after all, Murong Tian's talent was notoriously difficult to articulate. However, in light of recent developments and Murong Tian's successive breakthroughs, it seemed he had encountered significant opportunities. Particularly, it represents a transition from the lower three realms to the upper three realms, and without extensive accumulation and comprehension of the Earth's essence, it is simply unattainable. Li Yin interject. Li Yin was taken aback. Then, what does the sect master mean? The transition from the lower three realms to the mid three realms is not as vast as one might think. The difference in strength between the pinnacle of returning origin realm and the earth spirit realm is not substantial. The only missing element is the Earth's power itself, that if he can comprehend a force that rivals the might of the Earth, then even at the peak of returning origin realm, he could very well contend with the Earth spirit realm, a force that rivals the might of the Earth. He spoke with a calm demeanor. For instance, true sword intent. Sword intent. The moment these words escaped his lips, the assembly was taken aback that a genius capable of grasping such intent would possess a tremendous likelihood of attaining enlightenment. Such individuals are either extraordinarily rare natural Tao bodies, like the disciples of the Qian Tao sect, which far surpasses Lingfu Mountain in power, or they are truly monstrous prodigies. As for Murong Tian, he was not even a natural talent. He was merely fortunate to escape being a complete failure. Could it be that his comprehension was so astounding that he could master sword intent within 6 months? Though unspoken, doubt lingered in the hearts of all present that in the entire Da'an dynasty, only two known geniuses had seemingly grasped intent in recent years. Point one was the Prince of Shen An, Xiao Aohai, who had comprehended the Jinhai sword intent, a breathtaking force akin to mountains filling the sea, imbued with a fierce, murderous aura. The other was the current crown prince of Da'an, Xiao Tiance, who had realized the true intent of the imperial dragon, destined to be an emperor. Enough. No more discussion. You all ought to prepare your... How long have you been stuck in the earth spirit realm? Hurry and seek an opportunity to break through, lest you embarrass yourselves alongside me at Tianxua's sect in 6 months. Xian Yuzi waved his hand, his tone laced with exasperation. The elders offered wry smiles, knowing that breakthroughs were not as simple as wishing them so. However, given their years of stagnation, it was indeed high time for action. That as the assembly prepared to depart, Xian Yuzi sighed, shaking his head. Lingfu Mountain had grown increasingly desolate, with each peak master only reaching the earth spirit realm. It was an unavoidable consequence. During the previous campaign to eradicate the demonic sect, many elders, otherwise he would have already broken through. This was the reason behind the elders' prolonged stagnation. Were it not for the presence of an elder in the Qinkuan realm, Lingfu Mountain might have long ceased to be the foremost sect in Da'an. Yet, despite this, it still paled in comparison to the Tianxua sect of the northern Ming dynasty, let alone the Qian Dao sect, the foremost sect in the southern Zhou domain. It was said that within the Qian Dao sect, even those in the heavenly spirit realm could only serve as deacon elders, while true authority lay with the elders of the Qinkuan realm. One could only wonder when Lingfu Mountain would bask in such splendor and reclaim its status as the premier sect of the southern Zhou domain. Xian Yuzi rubbed his temples. Their generation was surely incapable of greatness. All hope now rested on the next generation to elevate Lingfu Mountain to new heights. As for the earlier mention of intent, the Xian Yuzi's gaze flickered, turning toward the distant Qingluan peak, and he murmured to himself, Lu Yunqin. Lu Yunqin's direct disciple, Ling Feishuang, though still weak in cultivation, was hampered only by her unique cultivation method, her astonishing comprehension. In his eyes, was hardly inferior to that of the Tao child of the Qian Dao sect. After all, she had comprehended more than just one kind of intent. Chapter 75. Dear Ling, would you care to join me at the martial arts hall for a bite to eat? On the ethereal, the dense spiritual energy enveloped the back mountain of Qingyun Peak in a misty haze. reminiscent of a celestial realm. Peak Master, what sets the soil of our herb garden apart? Just a couple of days ago, Brother Murong's plants were nearly crushed by the soil. Yet upon planting, they have revived with vigor, inquired Xiao Jingxue, rinsing green grapes by the stream in the bamboo grove. Her curiosity piqued. The soil at the back of Qingyun Peak seemed even more extraordinary than any she had encountered in the Medicine King Valley. The soil of Qingyun Peak has absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. I personally watered it with spiritual water over the course of 81 days. How could it possibly compare to ordinary soil? Shen An replied casually. Xiao Jingxue pursed her lips, clearly skeptical. However, she had indeed never witnessed such miraculous soil. Other herb fields often face the unexpected demise of spiritual herbs, but here, such occurrences were unthinkable. Moreover, the herbs thrived remarkably, greatly shortening their maturation time. Some medicinal materials that would typically require several years to mature could be harvested. The potency of medicinal herbs is categorized by age. The older they are, the more potent their effects are, of course. This is merely a classification range. It does not imply that one must truly wait a decade or a century. Some herbs that take a decade to mature in the wild can, with the careful nurturing of a pharmacist, reach their desired potency in just a year or so. By the way, Peak Master, why haven't I seen Brother Murong all day? Xiao Jingxue asked, puzzled. After his injuries, he should be in the process of refining its effects now. Shen An replied nonchalantly, feeling a touch of helplessness that he sensed that he had completely become Murong Tian's tool. The lad was relentless, having barely recovered from his injuries. He had already resumed his sword practice from dawn until dusk, followed by an entire night of cultivation. Every morning, he awaited Shun and to concoct a spirit-calming pill to alleviate his fatigue. Wisdom pill. Xiao Jingxue was taken aback. What rank is that pill? What effects does it have? I've never heard of it before. Fifth, she had not anticipated the Peak Master could concoct such a remarkable pill. According to the Lord of Bachan Valley, such pills were exceedingly difficult to produce. Even he could not guarantee a successful concoction every time, and a botched attempt could risk damaging one's intellect. The sudden voice startled Shen An, causing him to flinch and drop the grapes in his hand. That in the distance, the black-clad Murong Tian, sword slung over his shoulder, was rushing toward him, his face brimming with excitement. Shen An furrowed his brow. What is all this fuss about? Have I not told you before to refrain from such raucous behavior? You might startle Jingxue. Xiao Jingxue calmly caught the cluster of grapes that had fallen. She had long grown accustomed to Murong Tian's boisterousness and had learned to. Well, her Peak Master was certainly testing her reaction, not truly frightened. After all, that was what he had said the last time. Master, after consuming the wisdom pill, I feel a spark of enlightenment within. Yet when practicing my sword alone, I sensed something amiss. It was his first time hearing such a request. Watching the bamboo wall split cleanly in two and crash down, Shen An's lips twitched. Murong Tian had already reached the Yuan return realm, while he was merely in the late stage of body refinement. In a spar, one could never tell who would end up on the receiving end. My dear disciple, as for my condition, Shen An was about to impart a serious admonition when he suddenly saw a flash of sword light approach. He instinctively rolled to the side. Crack. The wrought tan chair shattered into two. Master, I can hardly contain myself. Hurry. Murong Tian. Shen An was alarmed. Good heavens. This lad intends to slay his master. Just as he was about to unleash another wave of sword light, Shen An hastily interjected. Hold on. Let us head to the training ground instead. Murong Tian paused. Isn't it fine here? Shen An. Xiao Jingxue stood there momentarily stunned. She could distinctly sense the sword momentum emanating from Murong Tian was subtly coalescing, making it increasingly difficult for him to contain it. Turning her gaze back, she noticed Shen An had already vanished from sight. She shook her head slightly, finding the situation amusing before beginning to tidy up the chaos left behind. This Qingyun Peak was far more entertaining than the Medicine King Valley. At the foot of Qingyun Peak, Shen An ran while glancing back. Realizing that Murong Tian had not pursued him, he let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. I nearly met my aim. It seemed that revealing too much of his strength could also be perilous, nearly costing him his life. This won't do. I must find a place to hide for a few days before returning. Shen An shook his head repeatedly. Although the 6 Meridian's Divine Sword skill card was still available, using it in such a manner would indeed be a waste. That as for the sword momentum triggered by the Wisdom Pill, it would dissipate on its own in a few days, and Murong Tian would not be in any mortal. It was just a pity about the effects of the Wisdom Pill that as he descended the mountain, Shen An pondered to himself. This situation couldn't continue. Otherwise, when would Murong Tian ever consolidate his unparalleled sword heart and master his techniques? He needed to find someone to spar with him, making good use of the Wisdom Pill. Otherwise, it would have been for naught. Lost in thought, he suddenly found himself face to face with a pair of long, elegant legs. Startled, he looked up and immediately felt a spark of light in his eyes, that a warm smile broke across his face as he approached the cool and composed young woman before him, rubbing his hands together enthusiastically. Have you eaten? Would you like to accompany me to the martial arts hall for a bite? Chapter 76. The strength of Ling Feishuang. Ling Feishuang gazed at the middle-aged man before her, whose countenance radiated warmth, and offered a gentle salute. Greetings, Elder Shen. I am not in need of nourishment. I have come at the behest of my master to request your assistance in alchemy. What sort of elixir do you seek to concoct? Shen An blinked, curiosity evident in his expression. The 4th-rank Gathering Earth Pill, she replied. Upon hearing this, Shen An was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion as he scrutinized the composed young woman before him. The Gathering Earth Pill? That is a medicinal concoction utilized by warriors. Is it not true that you have only recently entered the returning origin realm? Whatever need could you possibly have for such a pill? Ling Feishuang chose not to elaborate further and simply stated, It is required for my cultivation. I see. Shen An stroked his chin thoughtfully before nodding. I can indeed assist. The spiritual herbs in my garden have only just been planted and are not yet ready for immediate harvest. Furthermore, procuring the herbs elsewhere would be rather extravagant. Upon hearing his words, initially, she had harbored doubts about her master's request for the elixir, but now, hearing Shen An's direct consent, she could not help but feel astonished. When had Elder Shen become a 4th-rank alchemist? I am grateful, Elder Shen. I shall return in a few days, she said, bowing slightly as she prepared to take her leave. Ling Shidi, do not be in such haste. Since you are here, why not accompany me to explore the peak and partake in some refreshments and tea? Shen An interjected with a broad smile. This, Ling Feishuang frowned. As luck would have it, my disciple is currently practicing swordplay in the arena. As fellow disciples, you might engage in a friendly exchange of techniques. Shen An insisted with unwavering enthusiasm. Leaving Ling Fei the last time she had visited, he had also been overly cordial, only to then ask her to lend him 1,000 gold. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately chose to acquiesce. She had heard that Murong Tian had displayed a formidable sword technique during the Sect's grand competition, and since she had missed witnessing it last time, it would not hurt to see it now. She was curious to know what kind of swordplay could have led Murong Tian to reject her master's mirror moon palm. With Shen An's warm invitation, the two made their way towards the martial arena. Within the martial arena, Murong Tian sat cross-legged, firmly gripping the black sword behind him. Sweat trickled down his brow, and the fierce sword aura he emanated had left deep marks on the nearby blue bricks. If he doesn't come soon, I fear I will lose control. Murong Tian's anxiety mounted as he struggled to harness the excitement of his sword aura, which had begun to reveal profound insights into the unmatched. Missing this opportunity could mean an interminable wait for the next. I cannot wait any longer. I must seek him out. After a brief pause, seeing no sign of his master, he stood up, urgency etched on his face. At that moment, two figures appeared on the distant mountain path. Upon recognizing them, Murong Tian's eyes sparkled with joy, and he rushed forward. "Master, you have finally arrived." As the black-clad youth approached, Shen An quickly retreated behind Ling Feishuang. "Ling Shidi, my disciple, do not hold back. You need not fear injuring him." Although Ling Feishuang was merely at the early stage of the returning origin realm, as Lu Yunqin's direct disciple, she had mastered Earth-tier martial skills and should have no trouble assisting Murong Tian in controlling his unruly sword aura. Ling Feishuang observed the flickering sword light surrounding Murong Tian, as well as Shen An hiding behind her, momentarily taken aback that wasn't this a visit for tea and snacks. How had it morphed into Murong Tian, seeking her out for a spar? But there was no time to ponder, as the sword light surged toward her. With a slight furrow of her brow, she extended her palm, executing a strike. The palm's shadow, ethereal as a drifting dragon, effortlessly navigated through several fierce sword lights. Landing bang! The impact caused him to stagger backward, sent flying through the air. Shen An's eyes widened in astonishment. Her keen perception and reflexes were remarkable, effortlessly detecting the trajectory of the sword lights and countering with a single strike that sent Murong Tian reeling. No wonder she had been the champion of the sect's grand competition for several years. This Ling Shidi was indeed extraordinary. Shen An knew little about Ling Feishuang beyond her previous victories. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, her progress seemed to have stagnated over the past couple of years, allowing many to catch up to her. "Disciple, I fear I may injure you, which is why I specifically invited your Ling Shiji to accompany you in your sword practice. Treat her well. I shall take my leave." As Ling Feishuang repelled Murong Tian, she turned to inquire further, only to hear Shen An's voice fading away in the distance. She frowned, having intended to casually explore the area before returning to her cultivation. Meanwhile, Murong Tian, hearing his master's words, was filled with excitement. With a swift motion, he drew the black sword from his back and called out, "Thank you, Ling Shiji. Your junior is here." As he spoke, his demeanor transformed dramatically. His gaze sharpened, and he seemed to embody a half-drawn sword, exuding an intense aura. Sensing this change, Ling Feishuang's beautiful eyes flickered, her cool composure betraying a... This sword aura felt somewhat extraordinary, hinting at the emergence of sword intent. It quickly dawned upon her that Shen An's invitation for her to spar with Murong Tian was a ruse, a ploy to coax her into helping him refine his sword skills. Nevertheless, she was indeed curious to assess Murong Tian's true strength. As Murong Tian grasped his sword, he employed his Earth-tier movement technique, swiftly creating two afterimages that charged toward her simultaneously, their sword lights forming a rapid web of strikes. In the face of this onslaught, Ling Feishuang remained composed, exhibiting no signs of panic. With a delicate touch of her toes, her figure became ethereal, seamlessly bang! Murong Tian felt another palm strike against his back, sending him sprawling forward in a most undignified manner. Ling Feishuang flicked her sleeve gracefully, turning slowly to address him. "Your sword aura is commendable, yet it lacks purity. Simplifying your approach is essential." Murong Tian, his sword aura swirling around him, rose with a contemplative expression and charged forward once more. "Thank you for your guidance, Shiji. I shall come again." Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Ling Feishuang effortlessly evaded his attacks, delivering another palm strike that sent him reeling backward. Throughout the exchange, She had not even utilized her martial skills. From a distance, Shen An watched the scene unfold behind a tree, astonished. Goodness, how impressive! Ling Feishuang's performance truly astounded him. Despite both being in the returning origin realm, she exhibited remarkable skill, utilizing minimal spiritual energy that in contrast. Every swing of Murong Tian's sword showcased a powerful surge of spiritual energy. While his sword aura appeared formidable, it ultimately bore little fruit, failing to even graze the hem of Ling Feishuang's attire. The disparity between the two did not stem from the strength of their techniques, but rather from their perception and combat experience. Chapter 77. The Trials of the Kangwu Realm. Feishuang embarked on her solitary journey down the mountain 2 years ago, engaging in countless life and death battles. Although they are turning around, he found Xuanyuzi standing quietly behind him, observing the two combatants in the arena. What was ostensibly a sparring session was, in reality, Murong Tian enduring a one-sided beat. She even encountered remnants of the demonic sect, who set traps to exact revenge on Lingfu Mountain. Regardless of the number of perilous encounters she faced, she emerged unscathed. The battles outside are not merely sparring among peers. They are genuine life-and-death struggles that in such environments. She had to exert substantial control over her own consumption of energy. It is precisely through these harrowing encounters that her combat skills have far surpassed those of her contemporaries. Listening to his words, Shen An nodded slightly. This was self-evident. After all, he had not idly passed his previous life. Were not those online novels replete with tales of two opponents of equal standing, with one with abundant practical experience? Although Murong Tian possessed a solid foundation, martial momentum, and earth-tier martial techniques and swordsmanship, he lacked the discernment of when and how to apply them. In contrast, Ling Feishuang's ability to conserve spiritual essence and identify, she did not rely on particularly formidable martial skills, but rather on her acute analytical skills, allowing her to predict Murong Tian's attack trajectories and swiftly exploit openings. It was akin. Yu Jinyuan, Wang Hu, and even Murong Tian were still in their infancy, whereas Ling Feishuang had long since left them in her wake. Within the span of mere breaths, Murong Tian had been repelled by Ling Feishuang 5 times. A grave expression now adorned his face, for he realized that no matter how he approached the fight, the woman before him seemed to anticipate his every move at times. He found that just as he raised his hand, her palm was already descending. Enduring repeated defeats only fueled Murong Tian's enthusiasm. Rather than becoming discouraged, he grew increasingly exhilarated. Amidst his continuous setbacks, he had not even from a distance, Xuanyuzi observed the scene with a look of admiration. I had previously overlooked Murong Tian's remarkable comprehension. After all, given his lack of talent, it is quite normal that noticing Shen An's silence, he inhaled deeply, his gaze distant, and slowly spoke. Elder Shen, the current situation of Lingfu Mountain is dire. I can hardly attend to every detail. This world if you and Murong Tian continue as you have, Lingfu Mountain will not prioritize you. For even if vast resources are expended to elevate your cultivation, it would be in vain. After all, the Lingfu Mountain was gravely weak. A substantial portion of the true demonic sect's upper echelons still lurk in the shadows, biding their time for a resurgence. Shen An frowned. They keep speaking of the demonic sect. What heinous acts have they truly committed? Having previously been a mere disciple of Qingyun Peak, he had lacked the qualifications to participate in discussing this matter. Xuanyuzi adopted a more serious demeanor. The demonic sect is not as simple as it appears. When the demonic sect invaded, the Ping Tian dynasty simultaneously launched an assault. Had it not been for Lingfu Mountain's defense against the demonic sect's onslaught and the southern king safeguarding Wolf Abyss, the Great An dynasty would likely have ceased to exist by now. Shen An, astute as he was, quickly grasped the implication of his words. The demonic sect excels in combat against beasts, while the royal family of the Ping Tian dynasty conveniently possesses a formidable beast-controlling technique known throughout the southern. Xuanyuzi continued. Do you know who the three experts of the Qingquan realm were that the Southern King faced alone? Not quite. Shen An shook his head slightly. One of them was Luo Hai, a general of the Ping Tian dynasty in the early Qing. The second was Zhou Xiao, the commander of the tiger hunting army, also in the early Qingquan realm. And the third was the beast under Zhou Xiao's command, the Crimson Flame Tiger, which also possessed strength in the Qingquan realm. A beast? Shen An exclaimed. The specifics of that battle had not been widely disclosed. He had assumed that Xiao Aohai had fought solely against 3 human warriors, not realizing that a beast had also been involved. A Qingquan realm beast. Do you know why the Southern King recently set out for Wolf Abyss? Swan Yuzi inquired once more. Shen An shook his head. Such matters were beyond his ken. It is rumored within the Graydon dynasty that his strength has waned to the earth spirit. Swan Yuzi nodded. They are growing increasingly restless. It seems they are plotting a resurgence that, if my conjecture is correct, it may not be long before remnants of the demonic sect re-emerge. The ambition— Shen An shook his head, considering these matters secondary. He had no time to fret over the demonic sect or the Ping Tian dynasty. His sole focus was on assisting Murong Tian in winning the 3-year agreement 6 months hence. Is there something you wish to discuss? Swan Yuzi cast a glance at him, his gaze shifting to Murong Tian, who was managing to parry a few blows from Ling Fei Shuang. I have come to discuss another matter with you regarding the Kangwu realm, which has recently appeared in the Residence of the Kangwu Venerable, Chapter 78. I must rely on you, Master Ling. The Kangwu realm now lies at the entrance of the extreme northern territory, and it is likely to open within 2 months. That if you wish to enter, I can devise a method for you. Shen Yuzi spoke in a grave tone. Wait! Shen An raised his hand suddenly, filled with doubt. Did Elder Liu not mention there was an age restriction for entry? Can I really go in? Shen Yuzi glanced at him, replying coolly, it was only mentioned that there is an age limit, not that one's age cannot be altered, that as long as one's cultivation does not reach the celestial spirit realm. Consuming certain rare and specially formulated elixirs will grant entry. Of course, at the Apothecary Valley, one costs 3 million gold pieces, he added, observing Shen An's reaction intently, attempting to gauge whether he harbored such aspirations and thereby deduce his cultivation level. However, Shen An merely shrugged and shook his head in refusal. Not going. Shen Yuzi was taken aback. Why not? Shen An's reasoning was straightforward and unequivocal, consisting of just 2 words, afraid of death. Shen Yuzi's lips twitched. Aren't you rather formidable? You dared to confront old Master Qin. Why fear death now? Ah, that was largely due to the ample resources left by my sworn brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to challenge old Master Qin. Shen An replied nonchalantly, it is clearly my sworn brother. As for the resources, there weren't many. I've used them all up. None left, he answered, their gazes locking. Shen Yuzi frowned. Is that true? Indeed, more genuine than pearls. Shen Yuzi scrutinized him, her gaze deepening, and spoke slowly. I don't believe you. Shen An watched Shen Yuzi ascend on the winds, stroking his chin, his resolve to establish a protective formation at Qingfu Peak becoming ever more steadfast. Bang! Another resounding thud echoed across the training grounds, drawing his attention that Mu Rong Tian was sent flying backward, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Meanwhile, Ling Fei Shuang withdrew her jade-like hand, her cool gaze betraying surprise. This time, Mu Rong Tian managed to endure 10 exchanges under her hand before being repelled by a single blow in just a short span of half an hour. He had progressed from being unable to withstand even a single attack to barely. His combat prowess was rapidly on the rise. Senior sister again? Mu Rongtian scrambled back to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. He thrust his sword forward with no embellishments or flashy maneuvers. However, Ling Fei Shuang frowned slightly, glancing at the ground beneath her. She perceptively realized that Mu Rongtian's sword strike was merely a feint, with his true lethal move lying below. Thunder awakened from the ground. With a resounding shout, Mu Rongtian unleashed a torrent of lightning that shattered the blue stones beneath, erupting into a flurry of lightning swords. The sword technique is commendable, but your intentions are... As the lightning dissipated, her brow suddenly furrowed. She had lost track of Mu Rongtian's aura amidst the dazzling display of lightning. She could not discern his next move. "Senior sister, watch your back!" A low shout, accompanied by a gust of wind, came from behind her. Ling Fei Shuang's face flushed crimson as she turned to deliver a palm strike. Yet, her hand passed right through Mu Rongtian's chest without any tangible feedback. A shadow. Ling Fei Shuang furrowed her brows, an ominous feeling welling up within her. Whoosh! She suddenly looked up, her eyes meeting the blinding sunlight, barely making out a shadow rapidly enlarging. Due to the sun's glare, she could not discern the trajectory of the attack immediately. Almost instinctively, she raised her jade hand, executing her technique with the grace of falling leaves that in an instant, she pierced through the blinding sword shadows, landing 3 successive strikes on Mu Rong. Bang! 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 Poof! Witnessing her disciple spewing blood from 3 direct hits, falling in a perfect parabolic arc to the ground, Shen An was left speechless in astonishment. How could this truly be the Guiyuan realm? How had Mu Rongtian become so weak in Ling Fei Shuang's hands? On the training grounds, Ling Fei Shuang observed Mu Rongtian, who lay unconscious after a few spasms on the ground. Her lips parted slightly as she glanced at her own hands. Had she perhaps exerted too much force? It was unintentional. She had not anticipated that Mu Rongtian would feign attacks, twice merely to conceal his aerial strike. Most crucially, he had utilized the sun's blinding glare to obscure his sword's light. One could not deny Mu Rongtian's talent. He had devised such an approach to attack in a short time. Any inexperienced martial artist, unaccustomed to combat, would undoubtedly have fallen for it. Ling Fei Shuang's sudden excessive force was also a result of surprise. Had she not employed the falling leaves palm, she might have been injured herself. As for the 3 consecutive strikes, it was purely instinctive. In combat, she typically unleashed as many strikes as possible, often delivering 18 blows until her opponent was utterly defeated. To have stopped after 3 strikes was already her realization that the individual before her was not a mortal enemy, but rather a fellow disciple. Mu Rong, senior brother. In the distance, Shen An also emerged from the shadows to assess Mu Rongtian's injuries. Seeing him appear, Ling Fei Shuang's expression turned somewhat apologetic. "Senior Shen, it was my fault for striking too hard." "How is his condition?" Observing the remorse on her face, Shen An feigned a sigh as he rose. "It's no matter. However, this setback may hinder his sword training. I wonder how he will fare then." Sigh. Ling Fei Shuang's beautiful eyes furrowed, a sense of guilt washing over her. Initially, it was merely a sparring session, yet her excessive force had injured Mu Rongtian, affecting his training time. The thought of potentially delaying the 3-year appointment made her feel increasingly remorseful. After a moment of hesitation, she made a decision and stepped forward. Senior Shen need not worry. If necessary, I can come at Qingyan Peak for an hour each day to spar and practice swordsmanship with junior brother Mu Rong. Shen An pretended to be troubled. But in that case, wouldn't your own time be? It's no trouble. I shall simply sleep a little less each day, Ling Fei Shuang continued. Then I must thank you, Master Ling. Shen An nodded gently, turning away with a smile blooming on his face. Chapter 79. The dog relying on its master. Having a free sparring partner alleviated his concerns about the treacherous Murong Tian wielding a sword against him. With this thought in mind, he stepped forward to stand before Murong Tian. He uncorked it, revealing a liquid that swayed within. Ling Feishuang instinctively pinched her nose, frowning at the greenish liquid that exuded a distinctly toxic aroma. What on earth is this? Is it safe to consume? As these questions swirled in her mind, Murong Tian had already opened his mouth and gulped down the green liquid in one go. Ling Feishuang was taken aback, a newfound admiration blossoming in her heart for Murong Tian. To be able to drink such a substance, one had to concede that this junior brother possessed a remarkable resilience. Soon, an even more bewildering event unfolded. After consuming the poison, moments later, with a swift motion, he sprang to his feet, gripping his sword with fierce determination. Sister Ling, come again! Observing him charge forth as if nothing had happened, Ling Feishuang stood rooted in place, her hair tousled by the gentle breeze, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Wasn't it said that his injuries would require considerable time to heal? How long had it been since he drank that concoction? A quarter of an hour? Or perhaps half? Now, Murong Tian appeared utterly unscathed. As she instinctively evaded the sword light he unleashed, Ling Feishuang's expression remained somewhat dazed. Was there an inkling of being outmaneuvered? Watching Murong Tian masterfully control his sword aura, Shen An nodded in satisfaction before turning to hum a cheerful tune as he departed. Having resolved the matter of finding a sparring partner for Murong Tian, his next destination was Qingfu Peak to address the protective formation surrounding the peak. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Shen An at Qingfu Peak, Yu Jinyuan looked up at his master with a furrowed brow. Master, what is the reason for your perpetual mask-wearing? Bang! A crisp sound echoed as Zheng Sanshan. Yu Jinyuan rubbed his head and muttered. After consuming the spiritual medicine brought from Qingyan Peak last time, my cultivation at the returning origin stage has become stable. With a bit more practice, I should be able to completely master the heavenly sword talisman. A glimmer of combat. Shen An transmitted the Thunderbolt sword technique to Murong Tian, which is classified as a superior earth tier technique, while the sword that opens the heavenly gate is undoubtedly a heavenly tier martial skill. Unless you can grasp the true essence of the talisman like the former elder of the heavenly sword, I advise you against seeking a beating. As far as I know, Murong Tian's cultivation is now on par with yours, Zheng Sanshan remarked, stroking his beard. At this revelation, Yu Jinyuan was taken aback. What? Junior brother Murong has also broken through to the returning origin stage. He was genuinely astonished. Just 2 months prior, he had merely been a cultivator at the early stage. How could he have caught up so quickly? Yu Jinyuan's expression turned somewhat bitter. Who truly is the genius? And who is the waste? After all, Murong Tian had squandered several years. From now on, should anyone dare to label Murong Tian as a waste, he would not hesitate to pierce them with the heavenly sword talisman 1,000 times. Peak Master, Zheng Sanshan's brows knitted beneath his mask as he spoke with authority. What is it that's causing such a commotion? It's Elder Shen. Elder Shen has ascended the mountain. At the sound of the disciple's words, Zheng Sanshan leapt to his feet. Shen An is here. What could he possibly want? Zheng Sanshan felt a sense of unease. While others assumed the 20 acres of the spiritual medicine hall had been plundered by remnants of the demonic sect, he knew all too well that it was Shen An's doing. It was said that old Su had fainted twice on the spot due to this matter, and now he lay in the spiritual medicine hall, dazedly staring at the barren 20 acres, grinning foolishly. Now that Shen An had suddenly come to Qingfu Peak, could it be that he intended to confront him about the spiritual medicine he had also taken, seeking to settle accounts? "Zheng Elder, it is good to see you." As he strode in, Zheng Sanshan forced a smile, preparing to greet him. However, Shen An's gaze swept the room and landed directly on Yu Jinyuan, curiosity evident in his tone. What was this? Was he attempting to assert dominance over him right from the outset? Even if his face was obscured, could he not sense the aura of the Earth's spirit realm emanating from him? Yu Jinyuan pointed to the side. Zheng Sanshan also pretended to clear his throat a couple of times. Why is Elder Zheng still wearing a mask? What is the reason behind this? Upon hearing the voice, Shen An turned in surprise. He was not pretending to be oblivious. He genuinely had not sensed the aura of the other party. Zheng Sanshan's mouth twitched as he replied, "It is merely that Elder Lu has been influenced by your persuasion." At this, Shen An immediately understood, chuckling as he replied, "We are family and should not speak of such matters that I have come today to request a small favor from Elder Zheng." Seeing the smile on his face, Zheng Sanshan instantly discerned that this fellow harbored ulterior motives. Just as he prepared to decline, he caught sight of a graceful figure clad in green standing at the door. Lu Yinqin wore a gentle expression, smiling as she regarded him. Her exquisite beauty, coupled with her warm smile, rendered her a stunning sight no matter where she stood. Yet now, Zheng Sanshan, under her gaze, recalled the ordeal he had experienced. Bandits. That Lu Yinqin had been led astray by Shen An, and the two were now in cahoots. In that moment, he came to the stark realization that the phrase "the dog relying on its master" was not merely applicable to dogs. "Elder, I shall assist you within my capabilities." Zheng Sanshan spoke with a touch of bitterness that he did not wish to comply, especially with Lu Yinqin standing at the door. What if he refused? Only for Shen An to retort, "Elder Lu, I shall refine pills for Qingwan. Kindly assist me in dealing with him." "Come now, Elder Zheng, let us find a suitable place for a more in-depth discussion," Shen An cheerfully suggested. Leaning in closer and gesturing to the side of Zheng Sanshan's face, where Lu Yinqin had slapped beside them, Yu Jinyuan looked utterly bewildered. What incident? Was there something even his own master could not discuss? Chapter 80. Is evidence required for spreading rumors? Elder Shen, what exactly? The latter rubbed his hands together, a cheerful smile adorning his face, and replied, "Well, to prevent the spiritual herbs of Qingyun Peak from being stolen again, I would like to request Elder Zheng's assistance in crafting a protective formation for the peak." As for the effectiveness, it should be similar to the protective formation of Lingfu Mountain. What? Zheng Sanshan was taken aback, his eyes, visible beneath his mask, fixed intently on Shen Anze. There's compensation, after all. Zheng Sanshan weighed the 10,000 gold in his hand, his expression clouded with frustration. Do you think Qingfu Peak is short of this sum? Nevertheless, despite his words, he swiftly stowed the gold in his storage ring and continued. 10,000. You must also provide the medicinal herbs required for the formation that I can forge the protective formation. But its effectiveness will undoubtedly fall short of the original, and the material costs must be borne by Qingyun Peak. Clearing his throat, Zheng Sanshan articulated his stance. Hearing this, Shen Anze shook his head repeatedly, stepping closer to pat Zheng's shoulder earnestly. Old Zheng, you've misunderstood. I am not here to negotiate. The matter of you stealing the spiritual herbs from Qingyun Peak, why would you risk your entire life over such a trivial issue? Zheng Sanshan's lips twitched. You have no evidence. Oh, Shen Anze blinked. Does this? If you refuse, I shall have the performers from Furong Pavilion call your name every day at Lingfu Mountain. After a moment's thought, he shook his head suddenly, stroking his chin contemplatively. No, it would be better if those male performers did the shouting. Was there no semblance of decorum in being an elder? His speech and actions bore the hallmarks of a rogue. Was he truly so shameless as to resort to such underhanded tactics? Rest assured, I may not be able to concoct the herbs for Qingfu Peak, but if you require any specific potions— Though Zheng Sanshan wished to refuse vehemently, he could only nod bitterly at that moment. Did he dare to decline? Shen An was certainly capable of carrying out his threats, especially with Lu Yinqin still waiting in the Great Hall of Qingfu Peak. Then it is settled. I await your good news, old Zheng. After patting him on the shoulder, Shen An hummed a little tune and departed. The tip of the peach leaf is sharp, while the willow leaf covers the sky. Outside Qing, did they have any past to reminisce about? Moreover, why would he bring her along for such a purpose? I heard from the sect master that Fei Shuang was tricked into feeding a sword to Murong Tian today. How did it go? She shook her head and shifted the topic. Upon hearing this, Shen An's face flushed with embarrassment. It was a mutual agreement. Can it be called trickery? Lu Yin, after spending time together, she had gained some understanding of Shen An's character. He was serious when it mattered, yet utterly unpredictable at other times. For instance, bringing a noble lady to the medicinal herb hall to pilfer herbs. If Murong Tian can learn diligently from her, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Lu Yinqin brushed back a strand of azure hair, speaking softly. If he could grasp a certain sword intent and combine it with the techniques you taught him, defeating Qin Xianyue, the agony of being overwhelmed by vast spiritual energy felt akin to myriad insects gnawing at his heart. Yet he endured in silence for nearly a month. Such resilience in a young man was truly remarkable. In the past, even if Murong Tian reached the return to Origin Realm, Lu Yinqin would not have believed he could rival Qin Xianyue. However, witnessing that tenacious spirit, she began to waver. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Perhaps, that Murong Tian could truly emerge victorious? How have you found your time at Qingyan Peak these past few days, Princess? Lu Yinqin did not respond, instead redirecting the conversation. Jingxue is delightful. She is both clever and attentive, far more reassuring than that foolish Murong Tian. Shen An stroked his chin, recalling the demure and delicate figure of Xiao Jingxue. They say daughters are their father's little blankets, and this female disciple is indeed. Since Xiao Jingxue ascended the mountain, Shen An came to realize that disciples could also be so obedient and understanding that he always invited her to observe when he was refining pills, explaining though they had no formal title of master and disciple, the bond was undeniably present. Xiao Jingxue was astute. She grasped concepts with ease and could even extrapolate. It must wait until Murong Tian's affairs with the Qin family are resolved. Shen An chuckled lightly. Given the current circumstances, Murong Tian's admiration for him would reach its— Even if he wished to accept her now, the system would not permit it. Lu Yinqin looked at him in astonishment. Are you using this as an opportunity to gauge the prince's stance, so he can support you later? Shen An, do not speak nonsense. If he intended that, why not simply take Xiao Jingxue as his disciple right away? They would all be one family. Could Xiao Ao Hai truly sit idly by while they were bullied in the Tianxue sect? The two exchanged glances, and Lu Yinqin's beautiful eyes sparkled with understanding. I see. It seems Shen An's reluctance to accept the princess as a disciple stemmed from considerations regarding the prince's sincerity. When the 3-year agreement concluded, if there were no major incidents in the Wolf Abyss, perhaps the prince could bring a few of his deputies to pay a visit to Tianxue's sect. However, bringing along 300,000 wolf soldiers was out of the question. That otherwise, wouldn't the royal family of Baiming be kept awake at night in fear? Chapter 81. Who will cook? Observing her expression of "I understand," Shen An felt a twinge of confusion. What do you comprehend that warrants such a demeanor? Let us go and take a look at Qingyun Peak. The two walked side by side, heading towards the majestic Qingyun Peak. Along the way, they encountered a scruffy fellow who, upon seeing their close proximity, was so incensed that he nearly ground his teeth to dust in frustration. At Qingyun Peak, in the martial arts hall, the sun was nearing the horizon, casting a fiery glow as the remnants of daylight elongated the shadows of the two combatants, flickering like candlelight. Xiao Jingxue stood quietly to the side, observing intently that on the training ground, Murong Tian and Ling Feishuang continued their sparring. The former, and even the latter, was drenched after an entire afternoon of practice. One couldn't fathom where Murong Tian drew his relentless vigor, as he showed no signs of fatigue. Whenever his spiritual energy ran low, he simply resorted to medicinal aids. Throughout the afternoon, his progress left Ling Feishuang utterly astounded. From initially unleashing ferocious and extravagant sword strikes without regard for energy consumption, Murong Tian had transitioned to executing swift and straightforward moves, devoid of any ostentation. His swordplay now struck like a flash of lightning. Even without spiritual energy manifesting as thunderous roars and swirling storm clouds, one could still feel the oppressive aura emanating from his blade. Murong Tian had truly grasped the essence of sword momentum. It was not merely the strength of one's cultivation or the purity of one's spiritual energy that defined powerful sword. Celestial thunder moves the universe. Whoosh! This time, what erupted was not a flash of lightning, but the sound of slicing through the air. Murong Tian thrust his sword forward. Despite the absence of any spiritual energy leaking, Ling Feishuang dared not underestimate it. In her eyes, the seemingly unremarkable thrust had transformed into a surging tide of thunder. This thunderstorm surged forth like an unstoppable wave. Even though Murong Tian did not emanate any powerful aura of cultivation, nor did he gather spiritual energy into a formidable force, the overwhelming tempest seemed to materialize right before her eyes. This was the true essence of sword momentum. Mirror Moon Palm. Ling Feishuang, unwilling to take any chances against the raging sea of thunder, called out sharply as she executed an earth-level martial skill, conjuring countless palm shadows. In an instant, her figure and palm strikes became elusive, akin to flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water. Indeterminate and ethereal, the raging thunder surged, and Murong Tian's sword passed directly through her form, inflicting no bang. A dull thud echoed, and Murong Tian was sent hurtling backward as if struck with great force. Yet, as he flew, he raised his sword instinctively, bang. As Murong Tian landed, Ling Feishuang gradually lowered her head. A corner of her white garment fluttered down, its cut smooth and even. Not far away, Lu Yinqin watched the scene with wide, astonished eyes. I never anticipated that Murong Tian could seize the flaw of them. Although this lad could be rather dense at times, he undeniably possessed talent in this regard that in just half a day. He had not only mastered the essence of sword momentum, but also learned how to identify his opponent's vulnerabilities. Sister Ling once more. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Murong Tian rose again from the ground. Ling Feishuang, still recovering from her earlier astonishment, felt a twinge of bitterness at his insistence to continue sparring. Had she known, she might have thought twice about wandering to Qingyun Peak. Enough, do not push yourself. You can barely hold your sword steady. What is the point of continuing? Have I not taught you the importance of balance between exertion and relaxation? Shen An stepped forward, with Lu Yinqin closely following. Upon seeing their approach, Both of them bowed respectfully. "Master, I am not tired," Murong Tian exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Bang! Shen An delivered a swift strike to his head, then winced, inhaling sharply. Miraculously, Murong Tian appeared unaffected, while Shen An nearly injured his finger. Goodness! This boy's physical resilience had indeed amplified since breaking through to the return to Origin Realm. You don't feel fatigue because your adrenaline is surging. Once that rush subsides, you will understand what fatigue truly is. What is that? The group was momentarily perplexed. Nearby, Xiao Jingxue stood on tiptoe, ears perked, her expression earnest. This set of needles had cost him a fortune at Qingling Peak. "Hiss, master, why did you suddenly stab me?" The sharp sensation startled Murong Tian, momentarily diverting his thoughts from sparring with Ling Feishuang. "You will understand shortly," Shen An replied nonchalantly. After the needle was inserted, Murong Tian, who had been vibrant moments ago, suddenly collapsed backward, overwhelmed by a wave of fatigue, his eyelids growing heavy. Within moments, amidst the attentive gazes of the onlookers, a soft snoring sound emerged. The boy lay sprawled on the training ground, as if he had never slept in his life. "Peak Master, what kind of needle technique is this?" Xiao Jingxue inquired, curiosity piqued. Lu Yinqin and Ling Feishuang also turned their attention to Shen An. He stowed the silver needles away and replied casually, "Nothing much, just a simple jab to redirect his focus." When a person is intensely concentrated, they often neglect their own physical state. The needle merely pulled him from that state of heightened concentration. That it was akin to someone who, while scrolling through websites late into the night, felt no sleepiness until they finally closed the browser, and listening to his words, Ling Feishuang nodded subtly, finding them quite reasonable. That in her own battles for survival, she had often experienced the same phenomenon. During a fight, one might not feel the acute pain, but afterward, the sensation would multiply. "Would you care to join us for a meal?" Shen An turned with a cheerful smile. Lu Yinqin and her disciple exchanged glances and nodded lightly. Since they were already here, it made sense. But just then, Xiao Jingxue timidly raised her hand, blinking cautiously as she spoke. That Peak Master Murong Xixiang is asleep. Who will cook?" Her words suddenly froze the air around them, and the group stood dumbfounded, exchanging glances. Who will cook? Chapter 82. A cunning figure, clearly not a good person. Ultimately, the responsibility of cooking fell upon Shen An's shoulders, that a noble princess. She could assist in alchemy, but was hardly suited for cooking. As for Lu Yinqin and Ling Feishuang, being guests, it would be inappropriate to burden them with such duties. The Shen An was not particularly skilled in grand culinary arts, so he simply set up a fire by the stream and began to roast the prepared ducks. The surface of the ducks was brushed with oil, and under the flames, they emitted an enticing sizzle as fat dripped and crackled. The savory aroma wafted through the air, and within a short while, the duck meat turned golden and crispy, igniting an insatiable appetite. "Here you go, Ling Shiji Jingxue." Shen An tore off 2 golden, sizzling duck legs and offered them to the 2 women. Ling Feishuang nodded in gratitude and accepted her portion. However, Xiao Jingxue gently interjected, "You've been working hard, Peak Master. You should eat first." Shen An's eyes sparkled with appreciation as he took the legs back and turned to Lu Yinqin. "Elder Lu." With one bite, the exterior was crisp while the interior was tender, leaving a delightful flavor that lingered on her palate. That a hint of spiritual energy seemed to permeate, alleviating the weariness of the day. She was somewhat astonished. Despite Shen An's usual clumsiness in alchemy, his roasting skills were surprisingly commendable. "Elder Shen, aren't you going to eat?" Seeing the 2 of them hesitating, Shen An exchanged a glance with Xiao Jingxue, then plucked 2 duck wings, smiling. "It's quite all right. You enjoy. We are merely on a diet, and 2 wings suffice." "Diet?" Lu Yinqin was momentarily taken aback, her doubt evident. After consuming the entire duck, though not fully satiated, it was growing late, and lingering was not advisable. "Then we shall take our leave for now and return tomorrow," Lu Yinxin declared, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe her mouth before standing. "Fei Shuang, let us go. Travel safely," Shen An called out. "Ling Shizhi, do not forget to accompany Morong Tian for sword practice tomorrow." Ling Fei Shuang, having just enjoyed the five-spirit duck, felt her watching the two depart. Shen An gazed into the distance for a long while, and once he confirmed their figures had vanished, he turned abruptly, rubbing his hands together. "Hurry, Jingxue, I am on the verge of starvation." Xiao Jingxue found herself both amused and exasperated by her peak master's impatience. He seemed rather stingy, but after all, it was not as if there was a shortage of these spiritual fowl in the sect. Complying with his request, she nodded and retrieved an assortment of meticulously prepared ingredients from her storage ring. There were spiritual ducks, spiritual chickens, and even a whole milk pig that gleamed like white jade, all arranged to roast by the fire. The sizzle of oil soon filled the air again, accompanied by an even richer aroma of meat. On the mountainside of Qingyun Peak, Lu Yinxin and Ling Feishuang strolled leisurely down the path. The moon hung high in a starry sky, and darkness had enveloped the landscape, that as they walked through the night, Lu Yinxin, there in the grass, a masked figure was crouched, engaged in some dubious activity, but the dimness of the mountain path obscured her view. "Cunning and sneaky, you are clearly no good person." "Come out," she called out sharply, conjuring a sharp stone that she hurled toward the figure. Whoosh! "Ouch, damn it." A wretched cry rang out as the figure clutched their rear and pushed through the grass, revealing tear-filled eyes beneath the mask. "Elder Lu, what have I done to offend you? I apologize. Is that not enough?" As the mask was removed, a weathered face marred with handprints and a bruise around the eye emerged, showcasing his distress. "Elder Zheng," Lu Yinxin gasped in surprise, recalling that Zheng Sanshan was on the verge of tears, desperately wishing to find a place to assess the damage to his rear. Why was he so unfortunate lately? Was it truly a consequence of his misdeeds? He, Zheng Sanshan, had always done good deeds, yet a single misstep now led to a cascade of humiliating events. That Lu Yinxin quickly retracted her hand, her expression somewhat. "I was merely hurrying to survey the terrain," Zheng Sanshan lamented, his eyes glistening with tears. What did she mean by this hour? He had been at it for over an hour already. Typically, when he maintained formations for the sect's main peak, he would leave before sunset, unable to be detained. Staying late at Qingyun Peak was simply to prevent Shen An from spreading rumors about the male actors from Furong Pavilion coming up the mountain. He had not expected to work overtime without compensation, only to be assaulted as well. Besides, isn't Elder Lu also at Qingyun Peak at this hour? Zheng Sanshan remarked, his tone tinged with resignation. Lu Yinxin cleared her throat. Fei Shuang spent the day practicing swordplay with Morong Tian. I came to escort her home. Ling Fei Shuang blinked curiously at her master, puzzled. Had she not only just arrived today? In the past few days when she had not been there, had her master not frequented Qingyun Peak daily? What did Elder Zheng say about a protective formation? Is Shen An heading to Qingfu Peak for this matter? Lu Yinxin suddenly inquired with interest. Indeed. Upon hearing the response, Lu Yinxin's eyes sparkled with the rumors surrounding Lu Yinxin and Shen An's relationship seemed to hold more truth than he had anticipated. Yet he dared not refuse. He was no match for her strength and could only nod in agreement. Fei Shuang, let us depart. After watching the two disappear into the distance, Zheng Sanshan inhaled sharply, grimacing as he extracted a stone from his rear. Gazing at the flecks of blood upon it, tears welled in his aged eyes. I have guarded my virtue for many years. I never imagined today would unfold like this. But alas, what a calamity! Just as he wallowed in sorrow, a tantalizing aroma wafted to his nostrils, causing his throat to involuntarily convulse. How fragrant! As he walked, he found himself swallowing hard. What was this delectable aroma? It was reminiscent of the five-spirit duck he had tasted before. However, spiritual fowl were rare. Qingfu Peak not only raised five-spirit ducks and ordinary fowl like the 8 treasure chicken, but also boasted a white jade pig. Such a delicacy, if sold in the market, would fetch no less than 20,000 gold. Chapter 83. The delightful aroma within the bamboo courtyard. After bidding farewell to Lu Yunxin and her companion, in stark contrast to Shen An's hearty and vigorous consumption, Xiao Jingxue exhibited a demeanor of quiet elegance, though her appetite far exceeded his. While Shen An had only reached the late stage of Xiao Jingxue, however, bore the affliction of bone-corroding poison, necessitating her to consume a greater amount of spiritually enriched food to effectively nourish her body and suppress the toxins. Do you see that pig roasting by the fire? That is what I have left for you to enjoy, Shen An remarked, a gleam of mischief in his eyes. Ah, Jingxue, who would have thought that your foolish senior brother's traps could ensnare a pristine jade? This delicacy will ensure that the bone-corroding poison will not manifest for at least 2 months, he continued, savoring his meal. It seems they were drawn here by the spiritual essence of the Peak Master's medicinal fields. It appears that lingering near such fields grants them certain benefits, Xiao Jingxue replied, gracefully indulging in her meat. At the mention of this, Shen An felt a pain. Deprived of the spring's essence, these spiritual creatures benefited instead, nourishing themselves in a manner that would ultimately lead to their consumption by others. In a sense, one could argue that they were merely drinking the essence of the celestial spirit spring themselves. Yet these spiritual creatures, if Elder Zheng were to discover this, would he not? Xiao Jingxue's voice trailed off, laced with concern. What do you mean, nurtured by Qingfu Peak? This creature bears no name. I caught it on Qingyun Peak. It has intruded upon private grounds that asks the plaintiff. What is wrong with administering a minor punishment? Shen An casually dismissed her worries, tossing aside a bone as he continued to feast on his duck. Xiao Jingxue nodded slightly, acknowledging the reasoning presented by her Peak Master. After all, it was they who had trespassed upon Qingyun Peak. A small reprimand seemed justified. But she glanced at the bones. Just as she was about to resume her meal, she caught sight of a figure limping toward them along the path of the bamboo courtyard. Master, who is that? She inquired with a hint of curiosity, pointing towards. Shen An turned to look. Zheng Sanshan, rubbing his backside, was cursing under his breath that it was one thing to be ambushed by Lu Yunxin, but to have hurriedly come for a meal. What a bunch of oddballs this Qingyun Peak has, he grumbled. Not only did he sleep in the arena like a pig, but he was also so deeply slumbering that one could kick him and not wake him. An onlooker might have thought him dead. Elder Zheng, Shen An, holding half a five-spirit duck, was momentarily taken aback. Zheng Sanshan, equally astonished, glanced at the jade pig roast. The two exchanged incredulous glances, and Zheng's anger flared. What are you eating? I demand to know what you are consuming. It's all a misunderstanding, my dear Zheng. Shen An hastily tore off a duck leg and shoved it into Zheng Sanshan's mouth, attempting to soothe his nearly explosive emotions. I was merely kindling a fire for warmth, and your pig jumped onto the spit of its own volition. I could not possibly intervene. Zheng Sanshan, now numb to the situation, gazed at him with a look reminiscent of a scorned woman. Shen An wore a mask of sincerity, pleading earnestly with him. Their eyes locked, and Zheng Sanshan finally pulled the duck leg from his mouth, speaking in a melancholic tone. Shen, do you truly believe the words you are uttering? Zheng, you must understand. The county lord is afflicted by bone-corroding poison. I must find a way to help delay its onset. Shen An sighed deeply, his expression one of profound melancholy. Zheng Sanshan, Xiao Jingxue, feeling the weight of the moment, averted her eyes, blinking innocently as if the matter did not concern her. The moon is exceptionally round tonight. The group looked up at the overcast sky, and an air of awkward silence settled among them. Observing Zheng Sanshan's forlorn expression, Shen An decided to lay his cards on the table, reaching for the duck leg. Are you eating or not? If not, please return it to me. He quickly stepped back, evading Zheng's grasp, and took a hearty bite of the duck leg. As Zheng Sanshan consumed his meal with a resentful glare, the remaining jade pig was devoured between the two of them, with Zheng Sanshan consuming the lion's share in his eyes, having killed during their repast. Upon learning that Zheng was surveying the terrain to design the Qingyun Great Array, Shen An Spirit's sword, he clapped his greasy hands on Zheng's shoulders, offering encouragement. Old Zheng, fear not. Once the array is completed, we shall treat ourselves to a splendid meal in the city. It will be my treat. Under his coaxing, Zheng Sanshan, albeit reluctantly, departed the mountain, limping as he continued his survey of the terrain, the night deepening around them. At a certain moment, as he bent over a piece of bluestone, focused on inscribing a talisman, a dull rumble resonated through the air. Boom! A flash of lightning shot down from the heavens, striking and startled. He jumped, surveying the murky sky. Zheng Sanshan furrowed his brow, perplexed. Surely, I cannot be this unfortunate, to be targeted by lightning. No sooner had the thought crossed, multiple bolts of lightning struck in quick succession, and torrential rain began to pour from the sky. Damn it! Zheng Sanshan's lips twitched as he took off running, his legs suddenly agile. Just as he fled, 3 bolts of lightning struck precisely where he had just stood, shattering the bluestone beneath him. Qingyun Peak. Shen An was jolted awake by the thunder outside, momentarily startled. The daylight had been splendid. Why was it now thundering and raining? Who among the Lingfu Mountain had sworn an oath, or had some esteemed predecessor chosen this night to undergo tribulation? As he pondered these musings, his brow suddenly furrowed. Oh no, he had forgotten that Murong Tian was still sleeping in the martial arts arena. Hastily, he grabbed an umbrella, slipping on no shoes, and rushed out the door. Upon reaching the martial arts arena, Shen An came to an abrupt halt. Within the arena, the black-clad youth had long since awakened, now practicing his swordsmanship under the deluge, each strike echoing through the rain. The droplets soaked his robe, his dark hair clinging to his youthful face, lending him an air of vulnerability. With every swing of his sword, he parted a cascade of raindrops, resembling a curtain of pearls. The youth's clear eyes were filled with determination as he gripped his sword tightly. Nearby, a delicate girl in a white dress had arrived much earlier, holding an umbrella and calling out anxiously, "Senior brother, the rain is getting heavier. You should take a break." Murong Tian shook his return home. I must grasp the essence of the sword. I cannot disappoint master in 5 months. Listening to the youth's unwavering resolve, Shen An stood at a distance, momentarily lost in thought. After a long pause, he sighed softly. This foolish boy. Chapter 84. The emergence of a phased task. Seeing his reluctance to depart, Xiao Jingshu placed her delicate. Moderation is key. The young man in black shook his head, his sword slicing through the air, leaving a trail of shadows. His gaze resolute as he replied, "Yet my master also said that when great responsibilities are bestowed upon a person, they must first endure toil. He wishes for me to become a sword immortal, and I cannot entertain notions of moderation in my training." Buzz! The sword emitted a resonant hum, scattering a cascade of droplets. Boom! Thunder rumbled through the layers of dark clouds as torrents of rain cascaded like waterfalls, drumming against the blue bricks and green tiles with a sharp patter. In the distance, Shen An quietly observed this scene before slowly turning to leave. Ding! The host disciple possesses strong conviction. Congratulations, host, for activating the phase task. Assist Murong Tian in becoming a sword immortal. As the system's voice echoed, he paused momentarily. The path to becoming a... First, one must possess at least the strength of the Qingyun realm, Second, one must comprehend a sword path. Even the once great Sword King Xiao Ao Hai could only be regarded as a Sword King, not a Sword Immortal. Though he had once possessed Shinkuin realm strength, his comprehension of the Jinhai sword intent had not reached the level of Ao Da'an. Shen An walked back. He meticulously examined the task description. The so-called phase task allowed for rewards to be claimed upon the completion of each stage. This Sword Immortal task was divided into 3 stages, unrelated to realms, but solely concerning the sword. Stage 1. Murong Tian comprehends sword intent. Reward: 5 peak Earth Spirit Realm time cards, 1 system lottery chance. Stage 2. Murong Tian masters the unparalleled sword technique, comprehending the unparalleled sword heart. Reward: 5 Earth Spirit Realm time cards or 1 random positive or negative attribute. Stage 3. Murong Tian comprehends the sword path. Reward: 1 Shinkuin Realm consumption card, 5 Earth Spirit Realm time cards, or 1 permanent positive attribute, chosen by the host. Random attributes are categorized as positive and negative, and can be either permanent or time-limited. What attributes are available? Can you elaborate? Child of the Wind grants the host control over wind power, the ability to manipulate objects from a distance, glide upon the wind, or even create a spiraling orb. Goodness. Is this not superior to a skill card? Skill cards vanish upon use, but this opportunity could potentially last permanently and be utilized at any moment. Is there more? Nightwalker bestows the host with perfect concealment at night, the ability to become invisible and traverse through darkness, while also doubling their strength and temporarily transferring the power of night to others. Beast Companion enhances affinity with all beasts, granting the ability to converse with them. As Shen An listened, he nearly drooled, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. Finally, it has arrived. Initially believing he would have to remain in the shadows, it now seemed. The system may not enhance his cultivation, but could indeed augment his strength, such as these attribute enhancements. Host, do not rejoice too early. These are all positive attributes. There are also negative attributes. For instance, the attribute of being completely defenseless. Even if the host uses a Dao Ancestor Realm Sword Technique card, a 3-year-old child could effortlessly catch it barehanded. The host loses their radish head, their skin turns pale, their voice becomes thin, and they acquire the Exorcism Sword Technique. Stop, hold on, Shen An quickly interjected. I advise you to abandon any obsession with my radish head. Even if I were to die and leap from here, I would never practice. Who was the first? The system fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. After modification, there is no need to cut the radish, and the Exorcism Sword Technique can rival Heavenly Tears. Yet the host refuses to practice it? That I can accept. Hey system, speak up. Why are you silent? Did you freeze? Did the rain short-circuit you? After patting his head and finding no response from the system, Shen An pouted, raising his umbrella. Meanwhile, at the training ground, as the relentless rain poured, Xiao Jingxue, having attempted to persuade Murong Tian alone for an extended period without success, bit her silver teeth in frustration and turned to run towards Shen An's quarters. If he would not heed her words, surely he would listen to the sect leader. With her dress held up, the young woman quickly arrived outside the room, her eyes widening in surprise. Inside, the candlelight illuminated the space, and through the window, she could discern a blurred figure at the table, studying late into the night. Jingxue, come in. A gentle voice called from within, causing Xiao Jingxue to pause in astonishment. Does the sect leader know I would come? Hesitating for a moment, she pushed the door open and entered. Inside, Shen An indeed sat at the table, engrossed in a volume titled Records of Sword Immortal. On the table lay a sheet of paper filled with writing. Sect leader Murong Shixiang is practicing his sword amidst the thunderstorm at this time, pushing himself so hard. What if something were to go awry? Please, you must persuade him, Xiao Jingxue urged with concern. Shen An set down the book, raising his gaze to the young girl before him, and began speaking slowly. Jingxue, he is different from you. Throughout your life, no one has dared to disrespect you. Because you are the daughter of the king of the south. You are the noble miss of Qingxue. Xiao Jingxue was Shen An continued earnestly, but Murong Tian's circumstances are dissimilar. The Murong family is merely a humble medicinal clan, insignificant in this cruel world where the strong prey upon the weak. Due to his lack of talent, he is indeed. She had never experienced ridicule and could not fathom the depth of humiliation that drove Murong Shixiang to practice swords and martial arts with such fervor. But she understood that if he were to lose to Qin Xinyue by a hair's breadth, it would surely cause him great distress. Chapter 85. The Five Great Principles. What if you exhaust yourself, senior brother? Xiao Jingxue expressed her concerns. Shen An smiled gently and pushed the paper on the table forward. Here, henceforth, you shall be the one to concoct these pills, aiding your senior brother in solidifying his foundation and dispelling fatigue. Once you master this, I will impart further recipes to you. But I am merely a second-grade alchemist at present. And so what? Shen An responded earnestly. Rather than merely worrying, it would be more prudent to find ways to assist your senior brother in regulating his health, doing all within your power to help him. If you can become a fourth-grade alchemist within 6 months, I shall officially take you as my apprentice. Xiao Jingxue's eyelashes fluttered. This was the first time she had distinctly heard the peak master. Yet, upon hearing this, her expression turned troubled. Tio become a fourth-grade alchemist within 6 months. If not for the presence of the bone-corroding poison, it would not be an impossible feat. However, currently, she was utterly unable to condense her energy, and the effects of the poison rendered her incapable of refining fourth-grade pills. Although her understanding of alchemy had long surpassed that of Shen An shook his head slowly. You should know that old Su from the Spirit Herb Hall is merely a late-stage Qi-Si warrior. Yet he is a fourth-grade alchemist, is he not? Do you truly believe yourself inferior to him? Xiao Jingxue nodded. She was aware of this fact. However, Master Su had devoted years to the study of alchemy, allowing him to refine fourth-grade pills flawlessly, and more importantly, he was unaffected by the bone-corroding poison. Each time she overexerted herself, the excruciating pain rendered her incapable of continuing the refinement of higher-grade pills. Observing her despondent demeanor, Shen An discerned her thoughts and spoke solemnly. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon individuals, first testing their resolve, laboring their sinews, starving their bodies, and leaving them in want. Why must you perceive the bone-corroding poison as suffering rather than a form of tempering? Tempering? Xiao Jingxue paused, her lovely eyes reflecting confusion as she met the gaze of the silver-haired man before her. Shen An nodded. Your senior brother, though lacking in talent and facing scorn, possesses an indomitable spirit, a heart resilient in the face of adversity, aspiring to become a powerful being, a sword immortal. This heart is... She fell into deep self-reflection. Indeed, Even without using spiritual energy, the peak master could still achieve the desired results through his profound understanding of alchemy. Even if she could not reach that level, Shen An was momentarily taken aback before affirmatively responding, "Ah, precisely so. I understand now." The young woman raised her head, her previously delicate features now radiating the same resolve as Murong Tian's. Seeing this, Shen An nodded with satisfaction. "Jingxue, to join Qingyun Peak, you must first comprehend the 5 great principles." Xiao Jingxue listened intently. "First, never give up, otherwise, I shall personally expel you, regardless of your noble status." Xiao Jingshue's expression turned serious as she nodded earnestly. "Third, respect your teachers and violators will be expelled from Qingyun Peak. Fourth, the master is always right, and neither brothers nor sisters may be bullied outside." At this juncture, Shen An looked directly at her, stating, "If one day, for any reason, your master or senior brother becomes incapacitated, even if only retaining the strength of a body refinement stage, you must never show a hint of disrespect." Afterward, noticing that her peak master had been stroking his chin in silence, she blinked and inquired, "Master, what about the 5th principle?" I have yet to formulate it. I will convey it to you later." Xiao Jingxue was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the previous 4 principles were improvised? Enough, be off quickly. Your senior brother has been training with the sword all night. If he cannot receive your solidifying yuan pill by morning, he may face dire consequences. If you cannot concoct it, I will not prepare it for him myself." Shen An waved his hand, imparting a sense of urgency. Xiao Jingxue nodded seriously, clutching the recipe as she hurriedly departed to She silently reminded herself that senior brother Moron was counting on her pills to restore his strength, and she was determined to succeed. However, halfway through, she paused, then turned in another direction. Having spent too much time with the Peak Master, whenever alchemy was mentioned, she instinctively headed to the kitchen. She lacked the expertise to refine pills using an iron pot. To concoct them properly, she needed an alchemical furnace. Watching her leave, Shen An exhaled deeply and sat down. He had successfully persuaded another. In the future, he would entrust her with all pills below 4th grade, freeing up more of his time. Of course, it was not for leisure that IT was to delve into more books and acquire greater knowledge. After all, his disciple aspired to become a Sword Immortal. As a master, he could not be devoid of knowledge, nor could he teach blind. Had he known, he would not have mentioned 5 principles at all, based on his past experiences with novels and web dramas. Unfinished statements often led to calamity, but he certainly did not wish for this 5th principle to become his dying words. That would be far too melodramatic. Chapter 86. The formation of the azure cloud array, the torrential rain, did not subside until the first light of dawn broke through the horizon. After a night of rigorous practice, Murong Tian found himself utterly exhausted, his garments soaked through with a mixture of sweat and rainwater. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Despite his fatigue, his eyes sparkled with excitement, for he could distinctly sense that through such relentless training, his mastery of the sword had grown increasingly precise and adept. His comprehension of the sword's momentum had also reached new heights. After merely resting for a quarter of an hour, he propped himself up with his sword, his legs trembling slightly beneath him. "I still need to prepare." Just as he lifted his gaze, he noticed a figure standing beside the training ground. Having been too engrossed in his sword practice earlier, he had failed to notice when the other had arrived. "Master Yu." Murong Tian was momentarily taken aback. Watching Shen An's retreating figure, Murong Tian felt a swell of emotion. Outside the alchemy chamber, Shen An peered through the crack in the door, quietly observing Xiao Jingxue, who was diligently focused on her alchemical work. There was no cauldron within the chamber. She was using the one she had brought from the Valley of Medicinal Kings. The young girl, already possessing a pallid complexion, now appeared somewhat haggard, her brow furrowed and her face glistening. The sight of her was undeniably heart-wrenching. Before her, the cauldron glowed a fiery red, flames dancing beneath it. Nearby, piles of discarded medicinal refuse bore from Shen An's observations. It appeared she had reached the final and perilous stage of alchemy. Fusion that a slight misstep could result in an explosion. The grimace on her face, as she gritted her teeth, clearly indicated that she was enduring some form of he could even discern faint, dark blue veins appearing along her delicate neck, subtly revealing themselves as she channeled her energy, an unsettling sight. The bone-corroding poison. Shen An's eyes narrowed. In recent days, he had perused numerous texts and had gained a deeper understanding of this affliction. Introduced into the body during childhood, it lay dormant for a time, but would swiftly consume one's spiritual energy upon the commencement of martial practice, burrowing deep into the marrow, rendering it nearly impossible to eradicate. Each episode of its manifestation was akin to being gnawed upon by insects, a torment that rendered one nearly lifeless. Xiao Jingxue had spent her childhood within the palace, seldom venturing outside. Who could have planted this poison within her? As Shen An pondered, a sudden series of muffled thuds erupted from the cauldron. The fiery red vessel trembled, and it's going to explode. Shen An's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately pushed the door open. Concentrate! A commanding voice rang out. Shout! Buzz! But the cauldron quivered one last time before falling silent. A waft of fragrant aroma spread throughout the alchemy chamber. Xiao Jingshue's complexion paled as she exhaled deeply. Just as she was turning her head, she froze in surprise. Peak Master? The two locked eyes, and Shen An cleared his throat awkwardly, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had narrowly avoided wasting a precious skill card. Xiao Jingxue quickly regained her composure, her face lighting up with joy. Peak Master, I've successfully refined the third-grade solidifying essence pill. The dark lines on her neck were rapidly fading, returning to normal. As she spoke, her heart brimmed with excitement. Just as the Peak Master had said, she was indeed capable of refining third-grade elixirs. Moreover, enduring such pain throughout the night had significantly enhanced her mental fortitude. If she could maintain this momentum, becoming a fourth-grade alchemist within half a year was not out of reach. Well done. Quickly deliver the elixirs to your senior brother. Shen An nodded with approval. Yes. The young girl, she waved her sleeve to open the cauldron's lid, carefully packing the solidifying essence pills before departing in haste. That as Shen An watched the young girl's hurried figure disappear, his gaze deepened. His two disciples were truly extraordinary. One possessed an exceptional talent and comprehension for the sword, yet had remarkably frail bones. The other, though her aptitude and insight were not inferior to Qin Xinyue's, suffered from the torment of the bone-corroding poison, preventing her from breaking through to the... Nevertheless, it was heartening to witness that both understood the essence of perseverance and faced challenges head-on. With such determination, what was there to fear about their future as formidable warriors? In the time that followed, no significant events transpired on Azure Cloud Peak. Murong Tian dedicated himself day and night to sword practice and martial training, sleeping scarcely 1 or 2 hours each night. Were it not for Xiao Jingshue's unwavering support in refining elixirs for him, an ordinary person would have long since crumbled under such strain. Ling Feishuang also arrived punctually every afternoon, sparring with Murong Tian with her as a sparring partner. Murong Tian's understanding of combat and swordplay soared. From initially being barely able to defend against Ling Feishuang's attacks, he grabbed such an astonishing rate of progress, not only astonished Lu Yunqin, but also left Xin Yuzi, who occasionally wandered by Azure Cloud Peak, utterly astounded. Over the course of this month, Those in the know understood he was mapping the area to establish prohibitive measures and construct the grand array. Those who were unaware might have thought he was there to abduct someone. Notably, one day, Zheng Sanshan's disciple, Yu Zhiyuan, ascended Azure Cloud Peak, his eyes ablaze with martial fervor. However, upon witnessing the fierce sword momentum generated by Murong Tian and Ling Feishuang's sparring and the battered state of the arena, he fell silent, merely muttering, "My apologies for the intrusion," before turning to leave. This series of events left Shen An somewhat perplexed, but he dismissed the occurrence as merely a casual visit. After nearly 2 months of tireless effort, Zheng Sanshan finally completed the construction of the Azure Cloud Array. With Shen observing the soaring runic light curtain, Shen An nodded in satisfaction. One could not deny that Zheng Sanshan, as the only 5th-grade talismonger of Lingfu Mountain, possessed remarkable skill in the creation of talismanic arrays. The aura of the array was undoubtedly comparable to the protective arrays of the other 5 peaks. Even those in the heavenly spirit realm would be subdued upon entering. After handing several tokens to Shen An, Zheng Sanshan departed Azure Cloud Peak, fearing that some rogue would nitpick and force him to redo his work. He had invested considerable effort into this array. Unwilling to cut corners as evening approached, Shen An awaited his guests while dining in the bamboo courtyard. Outside Azure Cloud Peak, a figure leisurely flew towards him, diving into the depths of the mountain. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and the air rippled from the impact. When did Azure Cloud Peak acquire a set of anti-air arrays? It appeared to be the handiwork of Qingfu Peak. As warmth spread across his nose, he raised a hand to touch it, revealing a vivid splash of red. What the? Chapter 87. The impending journey in a desolate cavern of the Great Han Dynasty. Flickering candlelight cast elongated shadows upon the walls. Several figures cloaked in black approached an elderly bald man clad in a blood. He surveyed the black-clad figures and spoke in a measured tone. "Have all arrangements been made?" Reporting to the high priest, the beast pouch has been delivered to the designated location. This operation will... Xiao Tiance will have no means of escape. The bald elder nodded. What of the recent news concerning Lingfu Mountain? How has the investigation progressed? The foremost figure among the black-clad men clasped his hand. The elder brother of Shen and is a formidable Nirvana realm expert who has imparted numerous valuable techniques to him. Qin Baishan nearly fell at his hands. However, his elder brother is not. We must seize all the celestial-level techniques and martial arts he possesses. Understood. The black-clad figure bowed, hesitating momentarily before inquiring. What about the disciples of Lingfu Mountain? Leave none alive. The cold words resonated. As a Lingfu Mountain, Qingyun Peak. Shen An gazed curiously at Suan Yuzi, who was walking up the mountain. "Master, what troubles you? I am experiencing internal heat." Suan Yuzi wiped his nose, finally managing to stem the flow of blood completely. He cursed Zheng Sanshan repeatedly in his mind. This old fellow had set up such a formidable formation at Qingyun Peak. Even a mere collision had sent the restrictive force rampaging through his body. Typically, he would dawdle when it came to inspecting the main peak's restrictions. Oh, Shen An nodded, dismissing the sudden disturbance in the formation as merely a bird's collision. Secretly contemplating. Otherwise, there would soon be a shortage of provisions at Qingyun Peak. "May I inquire what brings you here today, master?" Suan Yuzi cleared his throat, deftly retrieving bowls and chopsticks from his storage ring to take a seat at the dining table. Shen An and the others were already accustomed to this scene. Ever since they discovered the surprisingly exquisite cuisine at Qingyun Peak, this esteemed leader, who held great prestige among the disciples, had taken to occasionally joining them for a meal, even bringing his own. Of course, he only visited occasionally. Lu Yinxin and Ling Feishuang, however, never missed a meal. That as soon as he picked up a piece of duck, he remarked, "The restrictions of the Kangwu realm are on the verge of breaking. You should prepare." We shall depart the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Shen An exchanged a glance with Lu Yinqin and nodded gently. Murong Tian's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He had never imagined that not only him, even Ling Feishuang's eyes flickered with interest. The inheritance realm of a Nirvana realm expert was not an ordinary secret realm. It undoubtedly held countless treasures and opportunities. Should you encounter danger, it is imperative that you support one another and stand united against external threats. Do not engage in solitary confrontations. Xuan Yuzi spoke earnestly. Satisfied, Xuan Yuzi continued in a grave tone. In addition to you, the Qin family and the Shangguan family will also enter the Kangwu realm. Moreover, from outside the Great Dynasty, among the younger generation from the Dao sect, the one leading is a disciple named Gu Yun, along with Beichen Wangshu from Yaowang Valley. They are both at the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm, possessing formidable strength. Should you encounter them, remember to avoid conflict. Your lives take precedence. As for the other disciples from the two dynasties, some are also at the Earth Spirit realm. Exercise caution. If you cannot seize the Kangwu heart, do not lose your lives in the process. Listening to this, Shen An sighed inwardly. Just from the perspective of the younger generation's cultivation, it was evident how great the disparity was between Lingfu Mountain and Yaowang Valley and Shiyun Dao sect. They could only be compared to the second-tier sects of the other two dynasties. The younger generation of Yaowang Valley and Shiyun Dao sect included those at the Earth Spirit realm, while at Lingfu Mountain, both Zheng Yuan and Ling Feishuang had barely stepped into the returning origin realm, revealing a stark contrast. Moreover, Ling Feishuang was already 19 this year. Although Zheng Yuan was only 17 and would likely reach the Earth Spirit realm before 20, he still suffered from the disadvantage of age. As for the disciples of Lingfu Mountain around 20 years old, there were some, but their talents were somewhat lacking. Most were merely at the returning origin realm and might even be weaker than Zheng Yuan, who had it not been for the battle with the demon sect a decade ago, Lingfu Mountain would not be in such a state of decline. That battle claimed far too many strong experts and promising disciples, leaving Lingfu Mountain struggling to recover. It could be said that the current peak masters could only be considered mid-tier combatants compared to those from that battle. The peak masters from that time were all at the Celestial Spirit realm, with even two at the Qinquan realm. One of them was the former master of Qingyun Peak. Had his eldest disciple not perished in that battle, but rather grown to maturity, Lingfu Mountain would undoubtedly have gained another Qinquan realm expert by now. Regrettably, that battle destroyed over half of Lingfu Mountain's gates, leading to a near-complete severance of their lineage, causing them to devolve into a small sect for years, only recently beginning to recover. Were it not for the presence of a venerable elder overseeing them, they might have long ceased to exist. After discussing matters regarding the Kangwu realm, Xuan Yuzi set down his chopsticks and turned his gaze to Shen An. "Elder Shen, please follow me." The latter followed with a puzzled expression. What could be so important that it required a discreet conversation? Once they had exited the bamboo courtyard, Xuan Yuzi raised his sleeve to conjure a barrier and spoke softly. "What I mentioned to you last time, have you given it any thought?" "What matter?" Shen An was taken aback. Seeing that he had forgotten, Xuan Yuzi's lips twitched. "The matter of your entering the Kangwu realm." He paused before continuing with a serious tone. "In addition to Murong Tian and the others, there is one more person who will accompany. I hope you can go in to protect him. Naturally, other sect members may also send elders to provide covert protection." Upon hearing that someone else would join them in the Kangwu realm, Shen An's curiosity was piqued. Xuan Yuzi fixed his gaze on him, enunciating each word deliberately. "His Highness the Crown Prince." Chapter 88. Whatever happened to the Forbidden Air Formation? "Your Highness?" Shen An was taken aback. Why would the royal prince venture into such a perilous place? Given the royal family's profound heritage, there was absolutely no need to take such a risk. Not even the royal scions of the Northern Ming dynasty or the Heavenly Peace dynasty would choose to enter. Shen Yuzi's gaze grew solemn. His entrance is not merely for the sake of participating in this competition. There is a more significant matter he needs to ascertain. A more significant matter? Shen An furrowed his brow, somewhat bewildered. What could possibly be more important than the prince's life? The intricacies of this matter are concealed. You will understand once you enter. Shen Yuzi looked at him with a hint of anxiety, awaiting his response. If martial artists below the heavenly spirit realm can enter the Kangwu, Shen Yuzi's lips twitched. Do you think the mysterious sky elixir is so commonplace? That is a 6th grade elixir, and its materials are exceedingly rare. It would be impossible to concoct even if one desired to. Then why isn't Elder Lu's prowess greater than mine at the late stage of body refining? Shen An regarded him with skepticism. The latter fell silent. Late stage of body refining. Who would believe that? He then continued, Elder Lu's situation is somewhat unique. She simply cannot enter the Kangwu realm. So I am here to inquire about your foster father. Foster brother, Shen An emphasized once more. Shen Yuzi nodded. If your foster brother has left you with many hidden cards, you may enter. If not, or if you are unwilling, I shall not force you. With that, his expression turned grave as he spoke in a low voice. I can only say that the Kangwu realm will likely be extremely perilous. With Murong Tian's strength, his life may be at stake. Shen An furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Protecting the prince was not something he was inclined to do. He had no personal stake in it. After all, the prince was Shen Yuzi. However, Murong Tian was his own disciple, and concerning his safety, he had to take it into consideration. Rest assured, unless absolutely necessary, you need not take action. Another elder will accompany you into the realm to provide covert protection. Sensing Shen An's contemplation, Elder Lu mentioned that you are adept at alchemy, did she not? The esteemed Kangwu master was once a 7th grade alchemist. Should you obtain his legacy in the art of alchemy? Stop, do not tempt me. Shen Yuzi, recalling something, hurriedly followed. Do you still have the token to enter the Qingyun Peak formation? As the sect leader, he could not very well arrive at Qingyun Peak only to trek from the foot of the mountain to the summit. Could he? Guess. After bidding, Shen An sat quietly on a chair beside the training ground, observing the diligent Murong Tian practicing his swordplay, while Xiao Jingxue perused some books on the art of alchemy nearby. He found himself uncertain about whether to enter the Kangwu realm. Currently, he had no usable skill cards. Aside from a diamond body card from the Earth Spirit realm, he possessed only 2 6 Meridian's Divine Sword cards at the peak of the returning Origin realm. Experience in the art of alchemy could not be used in combat, and as for that cat toy, surely, if faced with a life or death crisis, he would not resort to wielding a cat toy. Entering the Kangwu realm was contingent upon one condition, that Murong Tian could grasp the sword intent within these 2 days and complete the first phase of his task. This would grant him a chance to draw a reward. As for breaking through to level 9 of the admiration value, that was at present utterly impossible. That he was still 20 points shy of a breakthrough, and with only 2 days left, it was simply unfeasible, given that advancing in admiration value became increasingly difficult as one progressed. Watching the black-clad youth drenched in sweat on the training ground, Shen An's gaze was filled with conflict. The princess entrance into the Kangwu realm undoubtedly signified that something momentous was about to unfold. This young man had only just entered the returning Origin realm. With his current strength, he would likely find himself outmatched against enemies of the same realm, let alone if he encountered those of the Earth Spirit realm. He would struggle to escape. Moreover, one could not overlook that Lingfu Mountain would likely send protectors into the realm, and the Qiyun Dao sect and Yaowang Valley, among other families, would certainly have their... This meant that the Kangwu realm would devolve into a chaotic melee among Earth Spirit realm powerhouses, rendering the returning Origin Realm participants mere fodder. With a shake of his head, Shen An dismissed the thought. Overthinking would yield no results. Tomorrow was still a day away, that if Murong Tian could successfully comprehend the sword intent and earn his reward, then entering would be worth considering, that if he could not grasp it, then entering would be... It appears increasingly unremarkable, Xiao Jingxue queried, having put down her book at some point. Shen An glanced at the youth wielding the sword and replied softly, "A sword is a weapon of death." Elaborate movements are of no use. The ultimate goal is merely to kill. The reason it appears unremarkable to you is not that his swordsmanship has declined, but rather that it has become increasingly refined, so refined that outsiders may not even perceive. He had undergone significant transformation. Whether through his relentless study or the system's imparting of martial mastery, he had become quite knowledgeable. His discourse was no longer mere bluster, but grounded in reason. "Oh," Xiao Jingxue nodded, somewhat understanding, resting her delicate hand on her cheek. Under the serene night sky, with the moonlight sparse, the gentle evening breeze caressed the flowers and grasses of Qingyun Peak, rustling the garments of the three figures in the training ground. The black-clad youth practiced his swordplay. The gentle maiden read her book, while the middle-aged man with graying temples quietly watched them both. The maiden occasionally voiced her queries from the book, and the middle-aged man answered them generously, with clarity. In the tranquil night, only the sound of swords slicing through the air and the occasional exchange of questions and answers resonated, creating a delightful and serene atmosphere. The night swiftly passed, and by midday the following day, Lu Yunqin and her disciple arrived. Shen An fell silent upon witnessing Lu Yunqin descending from the heavens. Had old Zheng been idling away while setting up the formation these past 2 months? Whatever happened to the promised forbidden air formation? Whatever happened to the notion that even those of the heavenly spirit realm could not enter? How dare he play such tricks on himself? He would definitely have the performers of Furong Pavilion visit the Qingfu Peak Gate for a proper reckoning. Chapter 89. The intent of falling flowers and leaves in the training ground. Lu Yunqin's delicate brows knitted slightly, and her ears flushed as she inquired, "Why do you stare at me so?" Shen An, this old rascal, had been lamenting to him about working overtime every night to survey the terrain and draft the formation for the Qingyun Great Array. It seems it was all an act. Observing Shen An's baffled expression, Lu Yunqin stifled a smile, refraining from mentioning how she had procured a token from Zheng Sanshan. After all, he had failed to provide her with one after completing the grand formation. Shen An scratched his head, unable to fathom the situation, and decided to let it go. Clearing his throat, he turned his gaze behind him. "Disciple, today marks the final day of sword practice. We must set out for the Kangwu realm tomorrow. We need to grasp the essence of the sword today." "Yes, master," Murong Tian responded solemnly, his gaze resolute as he approached the training ground, standing face to face with Ling Feishuang. During this time, he had tirelessly honed his swordsmanship, and in his heart, he had begun to discern a direction, though he still lacked that final push. "Today?" Lu Yunqin exclaimed. "You wish for him to comprehend the sword intent today? Why not?" "We depart for the Kangwu realm tomorrow. Understanding the sword intent beforehand will lend him an extra layer of protection within," Shen An stated calmly from his seat. "One must not... He has only wielded the sword for half a year. To fully master the sword's momentum is already commendable. Comprehending the sword intent is not a simple task," Lu Yunqin interjected. Even Xiao Aohai, with his exceptional talent in swordsmanship, took several years to grasp it. Even her own disciple, Ling Feishuang, required a year and 2 months to achieve comprehension. To expect understanding in merely half a year is not merely a sign of high. Shen An remained silent, simply observing the scene. Whether today would yield comprehension of sword intent would determine his own entry into the Kangwu realm on the training ground. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Murong Tian performed a customary salute. "Sister, please offer your guidance." Ling Feishuang nodded. After so many days of sparring, her initial calm had dissipated. Facing Murong Tian's attacks now required her utmost caution, for his sword was swift and cunning. The two concluded that the onlooking Xiao Jingxue could scarcely perceive the trajectory of the strikes. Shen An squinted slightly. Having gained the ability of the spirit eye, his vision had become exceptionally acute. Yet even without actively employing it, he could barely discern the 2 streaks of sword light. Ling Feishuang, refusing to underestimate her opponent, unleashed her palms in a manner as ethereal and exquisite as falling leaves. Clang! A series of crisp sounds rang out as she deftly blocked the incoming swords with precision, countering. However, Murong Tian had already transformed. His reflexes were swift as he sidestepped to parry, thrusting his sword once more. His sword was deflected again. He pivoted, aiming directly for Ling Feishuang's brow. Startled, she retreated immediately. "Thunder from the ground!" Murong Tian shouted, as 2 arcs of lightning erupted from the ground, flashing forth in an instant. What astonishing speed! Lu Yunqin narrowed her beautiful eyes. Compared to yesterday, this young man's swordsmanship had advanced further. In the training ground, Ling Feishuang felt a surge of panic. In the next moment, Murong Tian's pupils constricted. Before him, it seemed that Ling Feishuang had transformed into a swirling mass of falling flowers and leaves, cascading gracefully, making it difficult to discern reality from illusion. The sword light vanished among the falling foliage, instantly silenced. A gentle breeze swept through. Countless petals surrounded him from all directions. That a single leaf passed through the bang. A muffled sound echoed as he was sent reeling, his insides churning violently. What is this? He gazed in shock at the dissipating flowers, revealing Ling Feishuang's form once more. Her expression was serene as she spoke softly, the intent of falling flowers and leaves. At her words, both Murong Tian and Xiao Jingxue, as well as Shen An, were taken aback. Ling Feishuang had actually comprehended the intent. Her extraordinary talent had gone unnoticed until now. Who would have thought she was such a prodigy? He glanced incredulously at Lu Yunqin beside him, whose demeanor remained gentle, devoid. Murong Tian's sword had reached a level of speed akin to lightning, so swift that it was nearly impossible to react. Had he continued to rely solely on ordinary martial techniques, Ling Feishuang would have inevitably revealed a disadvantage within 10 exchanges. Thus, she chose to showcase her comprehension of the falling flower's intent directly. Once more, after the initial shock, Murong Tian was not disheartened. Rather, he was invigorated, charging forward with his sword anew. Now facing the rapid sword light, Ling Feishuang, having invoked the falling flower's intent, exhibited no signs of panic. She elegantly waved her hand, and the swirling petals effortlessly blocked the incoming sword light, preventing any attack from reaching her. He thrust his sword from various angles 100 times, yet to no avail. He could not even compel Ling Feishuang to shift her stance. Feishuang's falling flowers for Murong Tian to breach this, he must increase his speed to a level that renders her completely unable to respond, fast enough that the falling flower's intent cannot defend in time. Could Murong Tian achieve this? Her words reached Murong Tian's ears, and with unwavering determination, he continued to strike, pushing the limits of his speed. Shen An inhaled deeply, a hint of purple flash. With the spirit eye active, he could momentarily perceive the trajectory of the myriad falling flowers and leaves, observing the barely perceptible breeze stirred by Ling Feishuang's delicate hand. The spirit eye could unveil the flaws in countless formations, and it could also penetrate the subtle complexities of this intent. Ling Feishuang's purpose was to manipulate the falling petals, while the sword momentum beside Murong Tian seemed to harbor a similar intent. Yet it was erratic and Moreover, the critical difference was that the falling flowers and leaves moved in accordance with Ling Feishuang's intent, while Murong Tian's sword momentum initiated the movement. The intention was too apparent. After a moment of contemplation, Shen An spoke slowly, his tone calm. Disciple, do not rush. Slow your strikes, quiet your mind, and feel the essence of the falling flowers and leaves. Murong Tian was momentarily taken aback. Slow down, but hadn't Elder Lu stated that to break through the falling flowers intent, one must strike faster? Why would Master suggest he slow down? Lu Yinqin also furrowed her brows, slightly puzzled. After all, Feishuang had invoked the falling flowers intent precisely because of Murong Tian's speed. Why now encourage him to slow his strikes? Chapter 90. Enlightenment of the sword. Though perplexed, Murong Tian complied with the instructions. He attempted to draw his sword more slowly, yet the sword momentum surrounding him suddenly collapsed, the brilliance of the blade dissipating as the long sword barely grazed the falling petals before being forcefully repelled. Thud, thud, thud. He staggered back several steps, his hand gripping. Why had his swordplay unexpectedly slowed? The momentum he had mastered so well now seemed to disintegrate. In the midst of his bewilderment, a gentle and familiar voice echoed from afar. It is you who must. The sword is a weapon, and you are its master. If you desire speed, it shall be swift. If you wish for slowness, then it must be slow. The Sword Immortal of the East Spirit, where the sword goes, this is the essence of the swordsman. Lu Yinqin gazed at the middle-aged man beside her, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his hair touched with frost. She had not anticipated that he would be aware of matters pertaining to the East Spirit domain. The East Spirit domain is a sacred ground for sword cultivators, where martial artists venerate the way of the sword, and countless sword practitioners abound. Shen An, with eyes like torches, calmly continued, "What you must do is align the sword in your hand with your own will. Only then can you achieve a sword strike that flows from the heart, with momentum that follows form." Murong Tian remained rooted in place, gazing down at the black sword in his hand, murmuring to himself contemplatively, "Strikes from the heart, momentum follows form. Where intention reaches, momentum follows. Where the mind reaches, there the aura follows where the sword points." His brow knitted tightly. Although he had grasped the sword's aura over the past few days, it seemed that each subsequent strike was merely a response to his own aura, aimed solely at achieving speed. However, this led to others easily discerning the direction of his strikes once they comprehended his momentum. After a moment of deep reflection, Murong Tian once again focused, drawing his sword. This time his movements were even slower, so slow that even Xiao Jingxue, at the Qi realm, could clearly perceive the trajectory of his strike and the surrounding sword light. Bang! Yet as soon as the sword was drawn, the surrounding momentum crumbled once more, the sword light dissipating again, leaving only the unremarkable long sword to be deflected by the falling petals. Again, undeterred, Murong Tian rose from the ground and drew his sword once more. Each attempt was slower than the last, and time after time, he was repelled by Ling Feishuang's palm, which carried a flurry of falling petals. With this method of teaching, perhaps he did not deny that he had devised this approach through his relentless reading and keen observation earlier. It was not guaranteed to succeed, but it was the only opportunity to help Murong Tian swiftly master the essence of the sword. If he could not comprehend it and instead destroyed his own momentum, then not only would he, as a mentor, forgo attending the Heart of Kangwu tomorrow, but Murong Tian would also be left behind. With his strength at the returning origin realm, he would only be cannon fodder if he went. It was better to remain and continue honing his sword. Lu Yunqin's delicate brows furrowed. What kind of teaching was this? After her disciple had finally grasped the sword momentum and was developing towards sword intent, he was now being instructed to abandon the momentum he had cultivated over the past 2 months and draw the sword from an entirely different perspective. Watching Murong Tian, whose sword strikes had become as slow as an ordinary person with no cultivation, Ling Feishuang's expression turned cold. She even let go of her own palm intent, choosing not to employ any martial techniques, and instead thrust her palm forward. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Murong Tian fell to the ground, the black sword spinning in the air before clattering to the ground. If you continue practicing like this, your sword momentum will be completely destroyed, Ling Feishuang said coldly. Where the mind reaches, there the aura follows, where the sword points. Then in a moment of enlightenment, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he sprang to his feet. Drawing the black sword once more, he thrust it forward in an unremarkable manner. Intention reaches. Then in a moment of clarity, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he sprang to his feet, but he summoned the black sword from the air, and once again thrust it forward in an utterly unremarkable manner. There was no fierce momentum, no sharp brilliance. It was simply an exceedingly ordinary strike. Foolish, Ling Feishuang thought to herself, shaking her head as she raised her hand for another strike. But suddenly, her heart skipped a beat as the seemingly unremarkable, slow thrust of the black. This sudden and concentrated momentum caught her completely off guard, and in a panic, she unleashed her palm intent of falling petals. Countless sharp sword lights were once again obstructed by them. At the same time, she struck out with her palm, enveloping the falling leaves and petals as she aimed at the black sword in Murong Tian's hand. Just as Lu Yinqin believed that this strike would be deflected as always, an unexpected, both she and Ling Feishuang's pupils constricted in shock, for the sword in Murong Tian's hand had suddenly vanished, leaving countless falling petals to swipe through empty air. The next moment, the boy's steady and clear voice rang out. Sister, you have lost. Ling Feishuang froze, a sudden chill sweep. The boy's eyes were sharp as swords, his robe billowing in the wind. The black sword in his hand, unbeknownst to her, had found its place resting upon his shoulder. That moment, the aura surrounding Murungtun underwent a profound transformation. Not the overwhelming and fierce sword momentum of before, but rather a calmness, a tranquility that concealed his brilliance. If the Murong Tian who had previously mastered sword momentum was akin to an unparalleled sword drawn from its sheath, then now, that sword had returned to its scabbard. Returning to simplicity, Lu Yinqin's beautiful eyes glazed over, her lips parting slightly. In that moment, what Murong Tian had grasped was no longer mere sword aura, but the true essence of the sword, an essence so fast, so responsive to the heart. Congratulations, host, for completing Stage 1. You have received 1 lottery opportunity and 5 Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger time-limited cards, Peak Earth Spirit Realm. As the system's voice echoed within his mind, Shen An could not help but sigh and shake his head. It seemed to be fate, guiding him toward entering the Kangwu realm. Upon hearing the words Great Desolate Prison Heaven Finger, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Once he had lain in bed, reading novels, and in moments of excitement, had dramatically shouted out, Great Desolate Prison Heaven Finger. Alas, back then, it had remained a mere fantasy. He never expected that now. This dream could truly be realized. He stroked his chin, silently resolving that since fate had brought him here, he would fulfill a dream in this other world, on behalf of all his former companions. It would not be in vain. Yet he pondered whether those companions would prefer the grandiosity of shouting, Great Desolate Prison Heaven Finger, before obliterating their foes, or the more refreshing approach of, I could blow up the heavenly snow sect then. Shen An jested within his mind. Host is truly adorable. Call me father and I shall grant it. Father, my dear son, you are so obedient. We shall not pursue that item. Shen An twitched at the corner of his mouth. This system was nothing short of a rebellious child.